Chapter 1. A Stroke of Misfortune. From a young age, I was frail and frequently afflicted by illnesses that I often experienced fever-induced delirium and was prone to seeing bizarre apparitions, including some entities that did not exist. I was born in Huaitree Village, located on the fringes of the greater Shennong, Ranhea, remote place where poverty reigned. In such dire circumstances, superstition flourished. Upon learning of my frequent encounters with malevolent spirits, my grandfather immediately insisted that my parents take me to visit Granny Lu at the edge of the village for her counsel. Granny Lu was renowned across the neighboring villages for her remarkable abilities in divination. Not only was she astoundingly accurate, but she also never charged for her services. Those who sought her wisdom typically brought offerings of pork or vegetables as a token of gratitude. With no children of their own, Granny Lu and her late husband, Old Zhao, relied on the kindness of the community to survive in their later years. According to my mother, upon their arrival at Granny Liu's home, the once cloudy gaze of the old woman suddenly sparkled with clarity as she scrutinized me closely. After a moment, she smacked her lips and declared, "At this child's age, most children's celestial eyes have already closed, yet this child's are not only wide open, but seem poised to fully awaken." My parents, desperate for my safety and lacking understanding of celestial phenomena, promptly inquired how to remedy my condition. Granny Lu, however, cautioned them. This child possesses a unique constitution. If I am not mistaken, he is endowed with an innate yin-yang. His left eye perceives the ethereal, while his right observes the mundane. Such individuals are extraordinary. Are you truly willing to seal this child's celestial sight? My father, a simple man who had toiled the earth for most of his life, held the belief that as long as one was safe, all else was mere trifles. He replied to Granny Lu, expressing concern over my restless nights and frequent ailments. He lamented that I could already see troubling entities. If I were to become further ensnared, it would spell disaster. Moreover, our financial situation was dire. We could not afford to raise a fragile child. In our superstitious community, it was common for families to seek godparents for children who were difficult to rear. However, it was unprecedented to adopt an ancient locust tree as a godparent. Yet Granny Lu commanded great respect, and my parents, along with my grandfather, took her words to heart. That very midnight, they carried me, just 3 years old, to the village entrance. Finding the area deserted, my mother tied a red string around the ancient locust tree, prompting me to kneel and bow 3 times before it, ultimately calling it mother to conclude. The ritual, strangely enough, ever since my head was doused with black dog blood and I had taken a locust tree as my godmother, I no longer perceived those peculiar entities. My health gradually improved and my intellect sharpened. By the age of 7, I excelled in primary school, eventually gaining admission to a prestigious secondary institution. Following this, my family treated me like a little emperor, shielding me from household responsibilities and allowing me to focus solely on my studies. In time, my grandfather expressed dissatisfaction with my name, deeming it lacking in nobility. He sought the counsel of a sage, who altered my name from Nye Ergo to Nye Tianchi. Utilizing old connections, he even managed to amend my household registration. In his words, this new name was auspicious and promised a bright future. I have not disappointed the expectations of my family. At the tender age of 16, I effortlessly gained admission to a prestigious high school, ultimately securing a place at a renowned university in the capital with outstanding results. Everyone envied the Nye family for having such a remarkable child, and even those from neighboring villages would praise my grandfather, exclaiming that his grandson was truly exceptional. Each time my grandfather would erupt in fury, insisting loudly, "My grandson is not called Ergo, his name is Nye Tianchi Tianchi." During my sophomore year, I entered into a relationship with our department's belle, Li Meng, who notably pursued me. Li Meng was not only beautiful, but also came from a well-off family. She often spoke of her prosperous business, which made me feel somewhat inferior. However, Li Meng, with her understanding nature, would comfort me, saying that she loved me for who I was, not for my wealth. In that moment, I fell head over heels for her, vowing to cherish her for a lifetime. Our relationship remained stable, and we began to discuss marriage after graduation. Yet, none could have predicted that after years of smooth sailing and good fortune, I would encounter misfortune upon my graduation. That I was deeply unsettled, still grappling with the situation when Li Meng unexpectedly entered my room. Upon witnessing the disarray, she turned on her heel and rushed out, shouting, "Nie Tianxi, let's break up, we are not suited for each other. Please, do not disturb me again." With that, she left, driving away in her BMW Mini, leaving me stunned in the midst of the chaos. Our relationship had been stable, and after 2 years of companionship, we had grown even closer. What could have prompted Li Meng to act so irrationally today? I needed clarity. I had to understand what had transpired, even if it meant confronting the truth painfully. I dialed her number, only to find it turned off. Undeterred, I tried several more times, but to no avail. Eventually, I reached out to her close friend, He Xiao, a fellow university classmate, had been flourishing in her career at a foreign enterprise, likely still working overtime. Upon hearing her words, I was left in a daze, holding the phone in silence for what felt like an eternity. Despite He Xiao's comforting remarks, I hung up, feeling as though my very soul had departed, aimlessly wandering the streets. Indeed, as He Xiao pointed out, what did it matter that I graduated from a prestigious institution? I was, after all, from a rural background, and in the eyes of Li Meng's family, I was merely a simple country boy. This realization brought a bitter smile to my lips, and tears blurred my vision before I knew it. I wandered the streets for what seemed like an eternity before finally finding myself in a nearby bar. I lost track of how much I drank that night. All I knew was that I became thoroughly intoxicated, unable to even settle my tab. In the end, I was beaten up and unceremoniously discarded in an alley behind the bar that I struggled to rise from the ground. And as I leaned against the wall, I heaved violently, expelling the contents of my stomach onto myself. Finally, I ceased my retching. Crouching on the floor, I reminisced about the carefree days of my school years when I excelled academically and appeared vibrant and spirited. I had a beautiful girlfriend from a wealthy family, and I could only imagine how many envied me in silence. Yet as I contemplated the dismal experiences of the past few months, tears began to stream down my face without warning. Just as I was sobbing uncontrollably, a soft laugh suddenly pierced the air beside me. I looked up to find a girl leaning against the wall, puffing on a cigarette. Her expression one of mockery as she observed me. "What are you staring at? Can't a man cry quietly in his beauty?" I retorted with irritation, but to my surprise, she burst into laughter and said, "With your current state, you still consider yourself a handsome man?" After sizing me up, she added, "You've been quite unfortunate lately, haven't you?" Taken aback by her words, I hastily rose and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The girl, however, paid me no mind and walked away, her heels clicking against the ground. I wanted to pursue her, but just then, my phone rang that I pulled it out to discover it was a call from my family. Why would they be calling me at this late hour? Could it be that something has truly gone awry at home? With a heavy heart, I attempted to maintain my composure and answer the call. Chapter 2. The morning haul. Was there truly a calamity at home? What had transpired? I first consoled my mother, then hurriedly hailed a taxi. Racing towards the airport, while simultaneously calling my roommate Lu Ming, requesting him to send me some money. Lu Ming and I were university classmates, sharing a dormitory and a strong bond. Upon my arrival at the airport, I was astonished to discover that Lu Ming had actually arrived before me, patiently waiting. After disembarking in Harbin, I switched to a bus for an arduous journey of over 10 hours, finally reaching our small town. By the time I arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and no vehicles were available. I intended to call home to assure them of my safety and then spend the night in town. However, to my dismay, no one answered the phone, and anxiety surged within me. I hastily hired a van at a premium price and rushed towards our village. The road to our village was winding and rugged, flanked by mountains. The driver, cautious, refrained from speeding, puffing on his cigarette while engaging in desultory conversation. Suddenly, the driver abruptly halted the vehicle. Although the pace had been slow, the sudden stop startled me, prompting me to inquire what had happened. The driver pointed ahead, exclaiming, "What fool has laid this tree across the road? We're stuck." I leaned forward, alarmed to see a massive tree lying horizontally across the road, its girth formidable. Had the driver not reacted swiftly, we would have surely collided. I asked if we could move the tree, but the driver shook his head, declaring it unlikely. After settling the fare, I borrowed a flashlight from him and set off on foot towards home. The wind howled fiercely that night, causing the branches to rattle ominously. The shadows cast by the branches danced on the ground like the claws of a monstrous beast. Nearby, a graveyard loomed, flickering with ghostly lights swaying in the breeze. imparting an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. A shiver ran down my spine as I glanced towards the graveyard, and I tightened my coat, resolutely pressing forward. Once this unsettling thought took root in my mind, it proved impossible to suppress. My heart raced, and my pace quickened. Just as I was about to pass the graveyard, my flashlight inadvertently illuminated a figure. Startled, I halted and called out, "Who is there?" Swallowing hard, I scanned the area with my flashlight and soon discerned a solitary figure lurking behind a tree. Half of his body was concealed, revealing only a portion of his face, which flickered in the flashlight's beam, rendering it indistinct from a distance. "Who are you?" "I am Nye Chanchi from White Tree Village. Are you from our village?" I summoned my courage and shouted again. In response to my voice, the figure coughed, and upon hearing the familiar sound, I froze. That cough was unmistakably reminiscent of my grandfather's. It truly was him. My grandfather smiled, a smile so innocent it resembled that of a child, his facial wrinkles smoothing out with joy. "What? Nothing happened?" I wondered aloud. If nothing happened, why was my mother crying on the phone? My grandfather's hands were particularly cold, akin to ice, and when I grasped them, I couldn't help but shiver. Yet he recoiled, reluctant to be held, suggesting it was merely the result of having been exposed to the wind for too long. I dismissed my concerns and continued walking with him towards the village. As we strolled, he reminisced about my childhood, and when we spoke of my mischievous antics, our laughter echoed joyfully between us. Since graduating, I had faced a series of disappointments, burdened by sorrow each day. However, in my grandfather's company, our conversation alleviated the pent-up distress within me, leaving my heart considerably lighter. I couldn't help but reflect on how, ultimately, family and home serve as our eternal refuge. The long 2-hour trek seemed to pass in an instant as we chatted, and before I knew it, we had reached the village entrance. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my fleeting illusions and smiled before stepping into the village. At this hour, every household was already asleep, yet my home was brightly illuminated. I assumed my family was waiting for me, but as I approached my yard, I was struck motionless. A large canopy had been erected, beneath which lay a red coffin, and on the walls inside hung a black and white photograph. In that picture, my grandfather squinted at me with a smile. "Grandfather is dead?" I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. Chapter 3. The old tree bleeds. I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by a thunderbolt. For a moment, I found it impossible to take a step. Grandfather has passed away? How could this be? Just moments ago, I was with him. The courtyard was filled with mourners, and upon seeing me, they immediately called out. My mother hurried out of the house, but instead of joining them, I turned and rushed towards our family plot. My parents and several others shouted after me, yet I paid them no heed, lost in my frantic flight. Minutes later, breathless, I arrived at our plot, only to find it shrouded in darkness, devoid of any human presence. Taking a deep breath, I fought back the urge to weep and tremulously told my mother. I just saw grandfather. My father, a man of few words and stern demeanor, had rarely engaged in playful banter with me. It was mostly grandfather who entertained me. Even after moving away for school, I would call home frequently to chat with him. However, after graduation, life's challenges severed our connection, and I never imagined that just a few months later, I would find myself separated from my beloved grandfather by the veil of death. As this realization washed over me, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Seeing my distress, my mother came over to comfort me, leading me inside. She fussed over my well-being and inquired whether I had eaten. My appetite was non-existent. I hastily wiped my tears and asked her how grandfather had died. Yet, she would not divulge the details, merely wiping her swollen eyes before retreating to the kitchen to prepare noodles. This only deepened my confusion, as it seemed that grandfather's death was shrouded in mystery. If he was indeed gone, then what had I just witnessed? Was that figure not my grandfather? Suddenly, I recalled my mother's words from long ago, when she mentioned that I, being frail and sickly as a child, could perceive certain spectral entities, a gift attributed to my bond with an ancient locust tree, which had since improved my health. I began to ponder the peculiarities surrounding grandfather, and a chill ran down my spine. Could it be that what I saw was grandfather's spirit? But does the supernatural truly exist in this world? I inquired about the circumstances of his death, but my father remained silent, chain-smoking instead. What was happening? He was gone, yet even the cause of his demise was withheld from me. Was there something unusual about grandfather's passing? In the early hours, when weariness envelopes the soul, I found myself utterly exhausted, succumbing to slumber within the morning hall. My dreams were filled with bizarre imagery, and at times, I felt as though something whispered incessantly in my ear, its voice soft yet rapid, leaving me unaware of its meaning. Just as I attempted to discern the words, I was jolted awake by a cacophony. Turning, I realized my father had vanished, leaving me alone in the vast morning hall. With only a large red coffin beside me, I was suddenly jolted, and at that moment, I noticed shadows flitting about the street. Almost everyone was rushing toward the village entrance. Alarmed, I hurried outside and seized Uncle Zhao, inquiring, "Uncle Zhao, what is happening? Why is everyone running toward the village head?" "Oh dear, it's terrible. Someone just saw Lu, the village fool, carrying an axe, seemingly heading to chop down the old locust tree at the village entrance. That tree is over 100 years old, and the name of our village derives from it. Elders have said that if the old locust tree is cut down or dies, the village's feng shui will be ruined, and we will all suffer bad luck. By the way, Tianqi, didn't you also regard that old locust tree as your godmother? Come, let us go take a look. Your father went over long ago." Uncle Zhao pulled me along as we raced toward the village entrance. From a distance, I could see a crowd gathered. The noise was chaotic. But once I squeezed into the throng, I saw Lu standing off against my father and several young men. Lu, orphaned at an early age, had grown up relying on the kindness of others. Though somewhat slow-witted, he possessed great strength and would help any family struggling during the busy farming season. His gentle nature was well known, so why did he now wear a fierce expression, akin to a rabid dog ready to attack? At that moment, an elderly man shouted at Lu, "You fool! The locust tree has nurtured you, and now you wish to sever the roots of our village. You ungrateful wretch! Had I known this, I would have let you starve." The crowd echoed his sentiments, yet Lu, with eyes of flame, glared back at them and swung his axe, striking the old locust tree. Typically, locust trees are not excessively tall, but this particular tree was both lofty and thick, requiring several people to encircle it. Lu's blow, while not damaging the roots, sent splinters flying. This strike was catastrophic, akin to sparks igniting a barrel of oil, inciting fury among the crowd. My father and the young men charged forward, intent on subduing Lu. However, Lu seemed deranged, upon seeing my father and the others rushing toward him. He swung his axe downward. My father, at the forefront, was unable to evade in time, and the axe struck his arm, resulting in a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground. My heart raced, and I rushed to support my father, only to find a deep gash in his arm, blood staining his sleeve. Lu was beaten severely, his eyes swelling, and he emitted pig-like cries of despair. He was no longer the fierce figure from moments ago. Now cowering on the ground, trembling and mumbling, "I don't know. I don't know. Don't hit me. I don't know anything. Father, are you all right?" I examined his wound. Though not deep, it bled profusely. Yet my father shook his head, insisting he was fine, and began to walk home. Just as the crowd began to disperse, a voice suddenly cried out, "Oh my, the tree, it's bleeding." Crimson blood slowly oozed from the severed stump, staining the ground beneath with its vivid hue. The blood, both pungent and sweet, was carried by the night breeze, swiftly dispersing throughout the village. Chapter 4. The corpse theft. All present, including myself, were utterly astonished by the spectacle before us, leaving the venue in a profound silence where even the faintest sound of a falling needle could be heard. How could the ancient locust tree still bleed? Had this occurred in the past, I would have vehemently dismissed it, but witnessing it with my own eyes rendered disbelief impossible. I found myself pondering, could it be that this venerable locust tree is indeed as sinister as the villagers claim? Or perhaps it has transcended to a spiritual existence? As I stood there, lost in my thoughts, a few elderly individuals suddenly knelt before the tree with a resounding thud, fervently bowing and repeatedly offering apologies as if the tree were inhabited by a deity. Being educated, I instinctively sought a scientific and rational explanation for such an occurrence. The tree, so robust, might conceal something within, an object, or perhaps even a body. Could it be that Lu's axe had struck a corpse? Before I could articulate my thoughts further, my father seized my arm, dragging me homeward. Confused, I questioned why I was being silenced, arguing that they were steeped in outdated beliefs. My father, however, wore a grim expression and replied, "Tianqi, I recognize your education and knowledge, yet there are matters best left unexamined, for all that is unknown deserves our reverence." His words, profound and philosophical, stirred something within me, and I was reminded of my grandfather. I followed my father in silence until we reached our yard, where we were abruptly halted. The spirit altar lay in disarray. The once orderly arrangement of flower wreaths and paper effigies was now scattered on the ground, some wreaths even damaged. Most alarming of all, the coffin lid had fallen to the earth. What had transpired? My father and I rushed into the spirit altar, but upon seeing the inside of the coffin, I was rendered speechless. The vibrant red coffin was empty, The body of my grandfather, which should have been resting there, had inexplicably vanished. Stunned, I stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to utter a word. My father, regaining his composure first, turned away with a grim countenance. I inquired where he was headed, and he replied, "To find the village secretary and gather everyone to search." At that moment, my mother emerged from the house, taken aback by the sight in the spirit altar, and asked what had happened. I shook my head and asked if she had heard any sounds, but she claimed to have heard nothing. Gritting my teeth, I informed my mother briefly and then turned to pursue my father. I could scarcely fathom that in this small village, a grave act such as corpse theft could occur. Moreover, it had only been a brief moment since my father and I had stepped out, and yet the body had vanished. This indicated that the thief was undoubtedly well acquainted with our family's circumstances and was aware that my father and I had just ventured to the village's edge before striking. This individual must be one of our own villagers, perhaps even someone intimately familiar to us. With this realization, I clenched my fists. Feeling a surge of blood rush to my head, consumed with the desire to capture that person at once and exact my vengeance, I hastily interjected before my father could speak, gritting my teeth as I addressed Uncle Wong, the village head. "Uncle Wong, my grandfather's body has gone missing." "What? The body is missing?" Uncle Wong was momentarily taken aback. After exchanging a glance with my father, who nodded in affirmation, he continued, "How could a body simply disappear? Perhaps a wild dog dragged it away? Quick, gather everyone and search the mountains." I halted Uncle Wong, insisting, "Uncle Wong, it wasn't a wild dog. And we need not search the mountains. We should look within the village. I suspect someone has stolen my grandfather's body." Uncle Wong was displeased by my assertion, rebuking, "You. Ergo, how can you speak so? Have you looked down upon us villagers just because you've attended a bit of school? No one from our village has ever behaved in such a disgraceful manner. Besides, who would steal a corpse? It neither provides sustenance nor labor." Realizing further argument was futile, I followed Uncle Wong as we called upon the villagers. The people in this mountain village were inherently simple and earnest. Whenever calamity befell a household, they would rally to assist. Hearing that my grandfather's body had vanished, the villagers, young and old, quickly arose. Some wielded shovels, others axes, forming several groups as they ventured into the mountains. Huaishu village was encircled by mountains, with the northern boundary being the edge of the greater Shennong range, beyond which lay the ancient forest. If a wild animal were involved, it would not be entirely surprising. Yet the more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. If a beast had indeed taken the body, how could it have opened the coffin lid, which weighed over 100 pounds? Even I, a young man, would find it quite laborious to lift it alone. The villagers scoured the nearby woods throughout the night, until dawn broke, yet no clues emerged. My heart grew heavier with the thought that my once vigorous grandfather had simply vanished, and now even his body could not find peace. The anguish was unbearable. All returned empty-handed, and Uncle Wong appeared increasingly at a loss. I suggested we contact the authorities. However, to my surprise, as soon as I uttered this, Uncle Wong objected vehemently, stating, "In our village, we handle our own affairs. We never involve outsiders. If we do, we will become a laughingstock among neighboring villages." The villagers' mindset was steeped in antiquated beliefs, adhering to the notion that all matters should be resolved internally without external intervention. Yet I remained resolute, and took out my phone to call the police. Just then, a voice rang out from the village entrance. "Oh dear, this is terrible. Someone has hanged themselves." The sound was deafening, resonating with an endless terror that nearly everyone could hear. Wong, the village secretary, was the first to react. Gathering a group of people who rushed toward the village head, I was momentarily taken aback, but soon abandoned my intention to make a phone call and followed them to the village head. However, upon my arrival and the sight that unfolded before my eyes, my heart leaped. A chilling, eerie sensation surged from the soles of my feet, swiftly enveloping my entire being, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. There, hanging from the old locust tree, was Lu, the fool who had been so lively just the night before, first chopping wood and then attacking others. His face was contorted in agony, bruised and discolored, his tongue protruding grotesquely, and his eyes bulging with terror, filled with an unmistakable dread as if he had witnessed something horrifying before his demise. That night began with Lu seemingly possessed, injuring people with his axe, followed by the mysterious disappearance of my grandfather's corpse, and culminated in Lu's own hanging. The events were bizarrely sinister, and with the villagers' superstitions, such occurrences inevitably led to a flurry of anxious whispers and speculations. What on earth had happened? In just a few days, 2 lives had been lost to this tree. Could it be that someone in our village had angered the spirits dwelling within it, bringing forth retribution upon us? Indeed, First it was old Nya, and now Lu. Could there possibly be another victim? Even if there were, it would surely be you, given how you incessantly spied on Lu's widow while she bathed. How dare you speak like that? Watch your words, lest I expose your secret of stealing Lu's widow's bloomers. Upon overhearing their hushed discussions, my heart quivered. Old Nya was my grandfather, and to think that he too had been hanged from this very old locust tree was unfathomable. Why would my grandfather take his own life? Chapter 5. As night fell, how could it be that my grandfather had hanged himself? This was inconceivable. My grandfather had always been an optimist, and with me, a promising university student from the Nya family, our future seemed bright and full of hope, logically and emotionally. It made no sense for my grandfather to take such a drastic step. Moreover, this old locust tree seemed to harbor some mystery. First, my grandfather had hanged himself from it. Then Lu, the fool, had bled from it. And now, Lu had also hanged himself here. Could it be that this ancient tree was truly cursed? At that moment, Secretary Wang, accompanied by a group of people, hastily removed Lu's lifeless body. It appeared Lu had been dead for several hours, his body stiff and his face a ghastly shade of blue, instilling a chilling terror among the onlookers. Secretary Wang scratched his head in confusion, questioning how Lu had managed to come here to hang himself. This young man, Li Erkue, was notorious in our village for his idleness. At nearly 30, he had yet to marry and often harassed Lu, the widow, earning the scorn of the villagers. Hearing Wang's words filled me with urgency. I rushed towards Li Erkue, ready to confront him. However, he pushed me away with disdain, mockingly saying, "Oh, ergo, aren't you the university student? Why does someone with knowledge resort to violence?" Both my grandfather and Lu had shared similar fates, both hanging from the same old locust tree. This entire situation reeked of the bizarre, especially with my grandfather's body still unfound, making it impossible for me to leave at that moment. My father, witnessing this, sighed deeply, lit a cigarette, and squatted against the wall, smoking silently. He remained quiet until he finished one cigarette, then turned to me and asked, "Do you truly wish to know?" I nodded. Seeing my affirmation, he lit another cigarette and, amidst the swirling smoke, inquired, "Your mother must have told you about the fortune-telling by old Lu when you were a child, right?" I nodded again. "Well, your mother surely did not mention that old Lu had one last thing to say." My father took a deep drag, the glow of the cigarette casting an uncertain light on his face. Before continuing, old Lu said that once you recognize this old locust tree as your godmother, it would alter your destiny, transforming you from a humble chick into a soaring phoenix. However, if anything were to happen to this tree, or if someone were to tamper with it, it could lead to the ruin of our Nya family. What? This tree is so crucial to our family? I was perplexed. But if that were the case, why had my grandfather attempted to cut down this very tree? Logically, if this ancient locust tree was tied to the fate of the entire Nya family and could potentially change my destiny, it was of utmost importance. How could my grandfather have chosen to harm it? I inquired of my father, yet he merely shook his head and replied, "I am equally in the dark, your grandfather." At this point, my father furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant to continue. Sensing his reticence, I pressed on, "What has happened to grandfather? Is he possessed? Do such spectral entities truly exist in this world?" Just as I was about to pose further questions, Wang, the village secretary, rushed into the courtyard, breathless, and exclaimed, "Erguzi, your grandfather's body has been found. Hurry over to see." The revelation of my grandfather's body being discovered left me no room for delay, and I promptly rose to leave, with my father hastily following suit. Under Wang's guidance, we found ourselves at Lu Shaxi's home. Why had Wang brought us to Lu Shaxi's house? Could it be that grandfather's remains lay within? A crowd had gathered around Lu Shaxi's residence, engaged in a cacophony of hushed discussions. However, upon noticing my father and me, they fell silent, casting us peculiar glances. Uncomfortable under their scrutiny, I turned to Lu's secretary for clarification, but he merely urged me to enter, assuring that the truth would reveal itself inside. Lu Shaxi's abode was a ramshackle earthen house, precariously leaning, furnished only with a simple clay bed and a table. As I stepped inside, I was met with a shocking sight. My grandfather's lifeless body lay rigidly on the earthen bed, and curiously, he clutched a pair of scissors in his hand. How could it be that grandfather held scissors? Then, my gaze fell upon a frayed rope strewn carelessly beside him. Its severed end remarkably smooth, evidently cut with a sharp instrument, and it just so happened that grandfather was gripping the very scissors in question. Had grandfather severed the rope from Lu Shaxi? I intended to argue this point, but my father vehemently shook his head, his face reddening with fury, as I fought the urge to confront that foolish man. Ultimately, it was Wang's secretary who intervened, rebuking Li Erkue with, "Get lost, stop your nonsensical ramblings." From that moment on, my father and I dared not stray even an inch from the morning hall, resolutely standing guard to avoid further turmoil. My father and I conferred and resolved that my grandfather should be laid to rest at dawn. We believed that as long as we vigilantly watched over the morning hall throughout the night, no further incidents would occur. Yet, as night enveloped the land and the clock struck midnight, strange occurrences unfolded once more. Chapter 6. Though dead, yet alive, I took a deep breath, greeted my mother, urging her to rest for a while, and then proceeded to the morning pavilion. The dim, flickering light within the pavilion swayed in the night breeze, casting an eerie glow upon the large crimson coffin. To be honest, the atmosphere was somewhat terrifying, even though I did not believe in ghosts. I certainly would not dare to be alone in such a place. However, the thought of my dearly beloved grandfather lying within the coffin brought me a sense of relief. No matter the circumstances, my grandfather would never wish me harm. I lit a cigarette and sat beside the coffin, lost in thought as I gazed at it. Why did my grandfather choose to hang himself? And what compelled him to chop down that ancient locust tree? Was there something peculiar about that tree that my grandfather had discovered? Yet, how could Lu, the foolish one, explain it? Moreover, how did my grandfather's body end up at Lu's house? Most perplexing of all was the fact that my grandfather was clutching a pair of scissors. Did he truly cut the rope that bound Lu? How could this even be possible? A lifeless body cannot perform such actions. Could it be that someone was orchestrating mischief from behind the scenes? Who might that individual be? Just as I was struggling against the encroaching drowsiness, suddenly, the lights in the pavilion extinguished without warning. The darkness enveloped the space instantly. Startled by this unanticipated turn of events, I instinctively reached for the light switch, only to feel the darkness in front of me swirling like smoke, thick and consuming, as if it could devour the moonlight itself. The sounds emanating from within were rapid, at once resembling a low, human chuckle, and at other times akin to a mournful cry, creating an uncanny atmosphere. In the next moment, the sound halted abruptly, and a voice, both ethereal and distinctly clear, whispered in my ear. "Go to the village head, chop down that old locust tree. It is that very tree that has harmed your grandfather. Hurry, hurry." This voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, and the instant I heard it, I felt a heaviness in my head. Slowly, I turned, grasped the axe from the corner, and, in a daze, exited the courtyard, making my way toward the village head. In that moment, it felt as though I was possessed. My body moving against my own will, with only thoughts of felling the old locust tree swirling in my mind. It seemed that until that tree was chopped down, my heart would find no peace. My home was not far from the village head, and since it was already midnight, the villagers had long since retired for the night. Thus, no one noticed my trance-like state as I walked. The old locust tree stood silently at the village's edge, having endured for over a century. Yet today, it was destined to be felled by my hand. The mere thought of this filled me with an inexplicable excitement, and without a second thought, I hastened to the tree, raising the axe to strike. However, just as I raised the axe, a sudden bark pierced the night, startling me to my core. In an instant, I was jolted back to reality. Turning around, I found myself standing alone at the edge of the village, facing the ancient locust tree, which loomed silently like a spectral guardian in the night. I could not suppress a gulp, my heart racing with dread as I wondered what had come over me. Why, in the dead of night, was I inexplicably wielding an axe, ready to fell a tree? At that moment, memories of my grandfather and Lu, the simpleton, flooded my mind. Both had experienced similar nocturnal encounters, and without exception, they had met their grim fates hanging from that very tree. Could it be that I was destined to be the next? The events of the night were too peculiar, even as a skeptic of the supernatural. I felt an unsettling trepidation that compelled me to leave the scene post-haste. Yet, just as I took a few steps, a voice called out, "Grandson." The tone was faint, but I recognized it all too well. It seemed to be my grandfather. Stunned, I froze, surveying my surroundings, but the darkness enveloped everything. Not even a ghostly silhouette appeared. Swallowing hard, I pressed on, but the voice echoed again, this time clearer, emanating from behind me. Startled, I let out a gasp and stumbled back several paces. Trembling as I called out, "Who is there?" The shadow remained silent, moving forward before pausing, as if beckoning me to follow. In the obscurity, I could not discern the figure's features, yet the familiar outline and voice unmistakably belonged to my grandfather. Could it be that the shadow was indeed him? But he had passed away. "Who are you? Stop this foolishness." I summoned my courage and shouted at the shadow, but it merely turned away and continued its path. After a moment of hesitation, I gritted my teeth and resolved to follow. The shadow led me to the northern edge of our village, where few homes remained. Stopping before an old, dilapidated house, leaning precariously in the darkness. This was the residence of Lu's grandmother, abandoned since her passing a few months prior. Without children to care for it, the house had fallen into disrepair, its door ajar, creaking ominously in the night breeze. Perplexed, I wondered what the shadow intended by bringing me here. Without pausing, it entered the house, and I furrowed my brow, cursing under my breath, deciding to follow suit. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, nearly impossible to see anything clearly. I pulled out my phone, illuminating the space, revealing a chaotic scene filled with old furniture but little else. Oddly, where had that shadow vanished to? At that moment, my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a cellar nestled in the corner, its lid ajar as if recently disturbed. I approached cautiously, peering inside, only to find it shrouded in darkness, even the light from my phone failing to penetrate its depths. A rich aroma of sandalwood wafted upward from below. After a moment of hesitation, curiosity overwhelmed my trepidation, and I impulsively pushed open the cellar lid, descending slowly down the time-worn ladder. The cellar was deep, yet surprisingly dry, its spaciousness a stark contrast to the foreboding exterior. I illuminated my surroundings with my phone, and to my astonishment, I discovered a wooden bed at the center, upon which lay a figure. Startled, I stumbled back, my back pressing against the wall, my heart racing in my chest. The figure was clad in a deep yellow linen garment, covered by a vibrant red quilt, lying still as though in slumber. Who are you? Why are you here? I stammered, my voice trembling in fear. Yet, the figure remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Swallowing hard, I cautiously stepped forward. And as I drew nearer to the wooden bed, the figure became clearer. With a gasp of horror, I exclaimed, Mother Lu? How could she be here? Mother Lu had passed away months ago, yet here she lay, appearing as if in a deep sleep, devoid of any signs of decay. Most perplexing of all, she had been buried long ago. How could she possibly be here? Chapter 7. Widow Lu. I collapsed onto the ground, feeling an overwhelming weakness coursing through my body. Beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. Who could have anticipated that the long-deceased Widow Lu, already buried, would be lying in her own cellar? Moreover, at over 80 years of age, she was still covered by a vibrant red quilt. This bizarre scene would surely terrify anyone who laid eyes upon it. But how is this even possible? Who could commit such an unscrupulous act, akin to giving birth without a care for consequence? A flicker of doubt arose within me, momentarily alleviating my fear, and I slowly rose to my feet. It was then that I noticed, directly above Widow Lu's head, a small incense altar adorned with offerings of fruits and candles. Most notably, 3 incense sticks were burning in a bowl, wisps of smoke curling into the air. The scent of sandalwood that I had previously sensed wafted from the candles. Given the presence of the incense, it was evident that someone had come to pay their respects. Yet, who would venerate Widow Lu? Furthermore, why had that shadow guided me here, only to vanish? Could it be that recent events in the village were somehow linked to Widow Lu? Summoning my courage, I cautiously approached the wooden bed, yearning to unveil the truth. Widow Lu's visage ought to have appeared serene, yet perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, for her aged features struck me as profoundly terrifying. She seemed less like a corpse and more like an elderly woman who had just drifted into slumber. A disconcerting illusion gripped me, as if she might awaken at any moment. This sensation surged from the depths of my being, rendering me unable to suppress it. Fear gnawed at my heart. My legs felt weak, and an overwhelming impulse to flee overtook me, just as panic threatened to consume me. My peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure on the altar. The figure was crafted from paper, exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship, with finely drawn facial features and a strikingly lifelike expression. Affixed to its chest was a piece of yellow paper inscribed with a few characters. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer, only to discover that the paper bore my name, accompanied by my birth date and time. To my astonishment, a long red string was tied around the figure's right wrist, extending beyond the altar and into Widow Lu's bedding. It appeared to be entwined with some part of her body. What was the significance of my birth details being inscribed on this figure, and what purpose did the red string serve? Was someone attempting to harm me? Contemplating this unsettling notion, I furrowed my brow, gritted my teeth, and reached out to grasp the edge of the red quilt, eager to unveil what lay beneath and discover where the red string was anchored. Yet, just as my fingers brushed the quilt, a sudden weight settled upon my shoulder. My heart raced, and I turned to find a hand resting upon me. I was taken aback, instinctively looking up, only to be met with a fleeting shadow, followed by a sharp pain in my head. With a resounding thud, Darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed to the ground. The blow left me disoriented, my vision dimming. And as I teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, 2 feet suddenly appeared before me. Lying on the ground limited my perspective, allowing me only to see these peculiar shoes, reminiscent of those worn by the deceased. At that moment, my awareness faded, and I succumbed to complete oblivion. In this hazy state, I drifted into a series of bizarre dreams, where figures clad in strange garments moved around me. Occasionally, someone would lean close, whispering into my ear as if sharing secrets. Yet their voices were unsettlingly rapid, rendering their words indecipherable. Just as I strained to comprehend their murmurs, I was startled by the sight of an ancient locust tree. To my horror, it was adorned with countless lifeless bodies, each one bearing a pallid complexion and elongated tongues. In that eerie moment, the corpses, devoid of wind, slowly turned their heads, fixing their lifeless gazes upon me. To my utter terror, amidst the throng of cadavers, I beheld myself. A scream escaped my lips, jolting me awake. Gasping for breath, I felt a searing pain on my forehead and instinctively reached up, discovering my head was wrapped in multiple layers of bandages. Confused, I turned to survey my surroundings and realized I was lying on a bed, with a vanity nearby adorned with various cosmetics, including some alluring lingerie in a partially open drawer. Where am I? I distinctly recalled being knocked unconscious in the cellar of Aunt Lou's house. How could I awaken here? The fragrance permeating the air was not that of perfume or cosmetics, but rather a woman's alluring scent, intoxicating and inviting. Heat coursed through my body, igniting an overwhelming desire. Suddenly, I jolted upright, realizing I was completely naked. A shiver ran down my spine, and I dared not dwell on it, goosebumps rising on my skin, leaving me feeling utterly uncomfortable. Just then, the door swung open, and I looked up, only to be rendered speechless at the sight of the person entering. Lou. Aunt Lou. The figure who stepped inside was none other than the widow Lou. A few years ago, Lou, the widow, tragically lost her husband when he was crushed by their agricultural vehicle while harvesting crops. Her father-in-law had passed away early, leaving her with only her paralyzed mother-in-law and herself, a young widow. Fortunately, Lou had studied medicine in her youth, although she couldn't treat severe illnesses. She was capable of handling common ailments like headaches and colds for the villagers. Thus, the household managed to survive. Moreover, Lou was quite beautiful. Though I referred to her as Aunt, she was merely 4 or 5 years my senior, likely around 27 or 28. Such a woman, now without a husband, attracted the attention of many men in the village, young and old alike. Some even dared to sneak over the walls to catch glimpses of her bathing, only to be met with her fierce wrath as she chased them off with a kitchen knife. After those incidents, they ceased their prying. Upon her entrance, I was startled and instinctively piled the bedding at my thighs, uncertainly asking, Aunt Lou, where am I? She glanced at me, then at my exposed form, her face reddening as she softly replied, This is my home. No wonder it smelled so fragrant in here. But how did I end up here? And why was I entirely unclothed? I yearned to ask, yet Lou placed the basin she was holding beside the bed and instructed, I will change your dressing. Lean your head forward a bit. Swallowing my words, I leaned forward, sitting on the bed while Lou stood, my head inadvertently pressed against her chest. Panic surged through me, prompting an instinctual desire to retreat, but Lou commanded, Don't move. Stiffening at her words, I dared not shift, allowing her delicate hands to tend to my head. Once she finished dressing my wound, she made no immediate move to leave. Instead, she slowly closed the drawer containing undergarments and sat beside me. The atmosphere was tense. The curtains were tightly drawn, casting the room in dim light. With just the two of us, an unmarried man and a widow, the situation felt undeniably intimate. As I pondered Lou's intentions, she suddenly spoke. Tianchi, I've heard that you are doing quite well in the city. I shook my head with a wry smile. To the villagers, I was a university graduate who had remained in the city, engaged to a wealthy partner, destined to escape from this remote mountain village. Many envied me in secret, some even claiming my family's ancestors must have been blessed to produce such a gifted son. Yet, who truly knew the hardships I had endured in the city over the years, particularly in the months following my graduation? Those burdens were mine alone to bear. Noticing my silence, Lou continued, My husband passed away early, leaving no children behind, and with a bedridden elder in the house, I am still relatively young and can manage. However, with age comes vulnerability. Who will care for me when I grow old? Sigh, how I wish I had a child. I was taken aback by Widow Lou's sudden remark and chose not to respond. However, she turned to me with a meaningful glance. Noticing my bewilderment, she hesitated for a moment, as if having made a significant decision, and stammered, Tianchi, Aunt, aunt desires a child, but without a husband, she wishes. She wishes to borrow your seed. Would you consider it? After uttering these words, Widow Lu sighed with apparent relief, while I remained frozen in disbelief. Borrow what? Seed? Surely. I must have misheard. I could comprehend a woman's longing for a child, yet her boldness in expressing such a desire left me utterly astonished. Furthermore, if she truly sought this, why choose me? Though finding a three-legged toad may be challenging, the village is replete with robust men, many of whom possess great strength and stature. Why, then, did she single out this frail scholar? It seemed she sensed my confusion, as a hint of embarrassment graced her features. You are a university student, possessing a sharp mind, and she glanced in my direction and, almost shyly, continued, and your seed is commendable. My seed is commendable? I looked down, chuckling to myself. Indeed, it is rather impressive. Chapter 8. The name of man in the shadow of the tree. Who could have anticipated that the beautiful and remarkably chaste Widow Lu would utter such words as to request my seed? I could not suppress a gulp of saliva, swiftly rising to escape this place of scandal. As the saying goes, the reputation of a person is akin to the shadow of a tree. Should the news of my solitary confinement with Widow Lu spread, it would not only tarnish my own name, but also subject her to the jests of others. However, just as I stood, I realized my clothes were absent from the room. I searched thoroughly, yet they remained elusive. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and to my astonishment, Widow Lu re-entered. I was taken aback, hastily covering myself and awkwardly exclaiming, "Aunt Lu, could you perhaps knock next time?" Widow Lu, evidently caught off guard by my sudden movement, flushed slightly but did not retreat. Instead, she lowered her head and entered slowly, placing the garments she held upon the bedside. Your clothes were too dirty, so I took the liberty of washing them. This was my husband's attire. If you do not mind, you may wear it, she said. Upon hearing this, I glanced over and noted that she had indeed prepared a complete set, even including undergarments. Although I harbored no particular aversion to dirt, the thought of donning another's underwear made me feel uneasy. Noticing my hesitation, Widow Lu seemed to comprehend my thoughts and shot me a knowing glance, assuring me, "Rest assured. These undergarments are new. No one has worn them." With a resigned sigh, I hurriedly donned the clothing, which was somewhat oversized but would suffice for the moment. Just as I intended to leave, Widow Lu grasped my arm firmly, and I assumed she wished to discuss that matter again, which irked me. To my surprise, she stated, "Your father has instructed me to keep you here. He does not want you to leave." What? What do you mean? I exclaimed, rising abruptly, determined to depart. How could I possibly miss my grandfather's burial? My bond with him was profound, and I had not been by his side during his passing. If I were unable to pay my final respects now, what would that make me? A disobedient son? Even if my grandfather's spirit would not blame me, it would haunt me with a lifetime of regret. Yet Widow Lu clung to my hand resolutely, refusing to let me go. Confused, I inquired why my father wished to keep me from attending. She remained silent, and I furrowed my brow, asking the time. Upon hearing it was already 10:30. I sank onto the bed in despair. Even if I left immediately, I would likely arrive too late. Overcome with melancholy, I grasped my hair, my nose tinged with sorrow, and tears cascaded down my cheeks. Widow Lu attempted to console me, but I could not absorb her words. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I looked up abruptly, asking, "Wait, how did I end up here? Who brought me?" Perhaps my sudden movement startled her, as she trembled slightly and patted her heaving chest, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Startling me like that?" Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow. I distinctly remembered that I had entered the cellar of Lu Laolau's house last night, where I encountered her lifeless body, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness within that very cellar. How then did I find myself beneath the old locust tree? Could it be that the person who rendered me unconscious dragged me out and abandoned me there? And who was it that lured me to the cellar in the first place? Was it a mere disguise by someone else? Or perhaps my grandfather's spirit attempting to convey a message? These uncertainties tangled in my mind like a chaotic mass, impossible to sever or comprehend, causing me considerable distress. Yet, the more perplexed I became, the more I sensed that the recent events in the village were no mere coincidence, nor as straightforward as they appeared. Lu Guofeng's words ignited a fierce embarrassment within me, leaving me no choice but to hastily push open the door and exit the room in a flurry. However, as I stepped into the outer room, I was immediately struck by the sight of Lu Guofeng's paralyzed mother-in-law, glaring at me with eyes full of malice. When I stood there, bewildered, she shot me a piercing glance and then, with a voice thick with venom, directed her ire towards Lu Guofeng, exclaiming, "Harlot, shameless vixen, How could our Lu family ever marry someone as disgraceful as you? Her relentless tirade of foul language brought tears to Lu Guofeng's eyes, prompting her to cover her face and weep. Feeling a pang of guilt, I dared not linger, nor could I muster the audacity to offer comfort to Lu Guofeng. And thus I fled from her home as if in a panic. The scrutiny of their gazes felt unbearable. Fortunately, at that moment, my mother emerged from the back room. Upon seeing the bandage on my head, her tears flowed freely, and she ushered me into the back room, inquiring about the events of the previous night. Had I been in a fight? I intended to recount the incidents of last night, yet the words caught in my throat. My grandfather's death had already burdened my parents with immense sorrow. They were utterly drained. If I were to share my experiences from the previous night, it would serve no purpose other than to exacerbate their distress. Thus, I simply stated that I had wanted to see the old locust tree, but had stumbled and bumped my head, assuring her I was fine. My mother clearly doubted my story, yet without further explanation from me, she had no recourse. She brought me some food before returning to her own tasks. I consumed a modest meal and then sat on the Kong, lost in thought about the recent events. It was then that I unexpectedly overheard voices from the kitchen. The interior and the kitchen were separated by merely a door, and although the conversation was subdued, I could still make out the words. "Don't cause a fuss," a woman's voice admonished, followed by a lewd male response. "Hey, sister-in-law, there is no one here. Just let me touch you, just once, and then I'll leave." "Oh, don't reach in too far. There are people about. If someone sees, it will be disastrous." As I listened to their hushed exchange, confusion swirled within me, prompting me to push open the door. However, upon witnessing the scene in the kitchen, I was rendered speechless. There stood Li Erkuwei, embracing a woman whose top had been pulled up, exposing her bare chest, while his other hand ventured into her trousers. This scene was initially unremarkable. If it had merely been a couple caught in the act, I would have merely felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, the woman in question was not Li Erkuwei's wife, but rather the spouse of his elder brother, Li Kuei. My astonishment quickly morphed into fury. Today marked the day of my grandfather's burial, and here were these two engaging in such scandalous behavior within the confines of my home. How could I possibly remain calm? "What are you doing?" I demanded, my voice laced with anger. They were evidently taken aback, flustered and hastily attempting to adjust their clothing. Upon hearing my words, Lu Hong, Li Erkuwei's sister-in-law, panicked and exclaimed, "Tian Qi, please lower your voice. If someone hears us, it will be disastrous. Tian Qi, I implore you. Don't breathe a word of this. If anyone finds out, I will have no way to face the world." Just as I was about to respond, Li Erkuwei suddenly let out a scornful laugh and retorted to Lu Hong, "Why are you afraid of him? Do you think he has anything of worth?" Both Lu Hong and I were taken aback, questioning his insinuation. Li Erkuwei, with a derisive smirk, continued, "Today is the day of old Manya's burial. A fact we all acknowledge, correct? But sister-in-law, do you know what this scoundrel was up to last night? What was he doing?" Lu Hong asked, bewildered. "Huh. This scoundrel spent the night at Widow Lu's house, neglecting even to attend his grandfather's funeral. And yet, he dares to call himself a university student. Ugh. Spare us the disgrace of that title." After saying this, Li Erkuwei spat in front of me. My anger surged, and I glared at him, my teeth grinding audibly in frustration. "Oh, so you spent the night with Widow Lu and still have the audacity to confront me?" I shouted furiously, charging at him. Yet, being a man of the fields, Li Erkuwei possessed a strength beyond my own. As I lunged towards him, he seized me effortlessly and bellowed, "To hell with you." His fist struck my left eye with a force that sent shockwaves through me. Chapter 9. The ignorance of women in the mountain village. The punch struck me with such force that my vision blurred and stars danced before my eyes. However, I did not falter. Turning my head, I happened to catch sight of the pot boiling with water for washing dishes, the surface bubbling vigorously, indicating it had reached a full boil. In a moment of impulsivity, I seized the ladle without a second thought and doused Li Erkuwei with a scoop of scalding water. Li Erkuwei, having underestimated my resolve, was caught completely off guard by my sudden ferocity. He could not evade my attack and was drenched in water, letting out a piercing scream while clutching his face. The commotion startled Lu Hong, who trembled in fear nearby. The ruckus we created drew the attention of those in the front room, including my mother and a group of women who rushed in, startled by the scene. Upon seeing my fierce demeanor and Li Erkuwei's agonized expression, they were momentarily taken aback. It was Li Erkuwei's elderly aunt who first reacted, yanking his hands away from his face. The sight that greeted her made her exclaim in horror. As Li Erkuwei's hands fell away, I was met with a grisly sight. His face was covered in large blisters, some of which had burst, oozing a disturbing mixture of red and yellow fluid. The gruesome image stifled any words I might have uttered. In our rural community, reputation was paramount. Unlike bustling cities, where anonymity reigned, our village was small, with just over 100 residents. If word of Lu Hong and Li Erkuei's altercation spread, it would not only tarnish Lu Hong's standing but also humiliate her partner, Li Dakue. I did not conceal the truth from my mother. I simply nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, she sighed deeply, lamenting that after years of schooling, I still acted so impulsively. My mood was already dark, and her nagging only heightened my irritation. Seeking solace, I excused myself and made my way to the southern edge of the village, towards the grassy fields. The southern fields, once a vibrant playground for my childhood antics of catching grasshoppers, now lay in a state of decay, the weeds wilting and turning yellow as October settled in. I found a mound of earth to sit upon, lighting one cigarette after another. The pain from the punch Li Erkuei had landed on my left eye, which I had previously disregarded, now surged with intensity as I relaxed, revealing a throbbing ache. A brief touch confirmed the swelling, prompting an inward curse. After several cigarettes, I felt a slight alleviation of my mood, but just as I prepared to rise, I noticed someone standing beside me. To my astonishment, it was Lu Hong, the very woman who had been engaged in dubious dealings with Li Erkuei. Lu Hong? I exclaimed, bewildered. What are you doing here? Without answering, she glanced around furtively. Satisfied that we were alone, she suddenly grasped my arm and pulled me down into the weeds. Startled by her sudden action, I instinctively pushed her away, only to realize my hand had inadvertently landed on her chest. I felt a surge of irritation and retorted, I didn't mean to. You were the one who pulled me first. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong refrained from arguing and cast a sorrowful glance in my direction. Then, in a conspiratorial whisper, she implored, Tianchi, please do not disclose today's events to my sister-in-law. If Dakue learns of this, he will undoubtedly kill me. I responded with a cold smirk, remarking that had I known it would come to this, such actions would have been avoided from the outset. Li Erkuei, a ne'er-do-well, even involved himself with his own sister-in-law, revealing his true nature as a scoundrel. Such a person is a blight on society, regardless of the time. Lu Hong's expression grew bleak as she lamented that she too was powerless in this situation. If the truth were revealed, not only would she suffer, but the entire Li family and the Lu family would find themselves in dire straits. I raised an eyebrow, questioning the gravity of her claims. Lu Hong remained silent, her eyes reddening, and moments later, she buried her face in her hands and began to weep. I, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, feared that if others witnessed this, they might think I, Tianchi, was the cause of her distress. I hurriedly attempted to console her, but Lu Hong forcefully pushed me away, exclaiming, there is not a single decent person in Huaishu village. I was taken aback, pondering the incongruity of her statement. Noticing my silence, Lu Hong inhaled deeply, hesitated for a moment, and finally stammered, Tianchi, you have been educated and seen the world. There is something I wish to share with you. If you can assist me, I would be eternally grateful. If not, please bury today's events deep within your heart. Would you agree? I nodded in agreement, prompting Lu Hong to tidy her hair as she began to unveil a shocking and infuriating revelation. This incident took place 3 years ago, on the night of her marriage to Li Dakue. The Li family was notoriously impoverished in our village. The elderly couple had scrimped and saved their entire lives to secure a bride for their son. Overjoyed, Li Dakue celebrated with friends, drinking heavily until he was thoroughly inebriated. Although a night of marital bliss is invaluable, Lu Hong found herself helpless as she tended to her drunken husband. Just as she assisted him into bed, Li Erkuei stealthily entered, emboldened by drink, and committed an act of unspeakable depravity before Li Dakue. Despite Lu Hong's desperate cries, her husband remained oblivious, and his parents seemed deaf to the commotion, neglecting their parental duties entirely. Afterward, Li Erkuei departed, leaving Lu Hong devastated. Having lost her innocence in such a manner, especially within her own home, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The rural folk are often simple. Their pride runs deep, and in her anguish, she fled the room, contemplating a tragic end. Lu Hong's voice faltered as she recounted this harrowing tale, and I stood frozen, utterly stunned. This revelation was too shocking. In this day and age, such occurrences still transpired in our village? I swallowed hard, a tumult of anger boiling within me. I abruptly rose to my feet, declaring, I shall confront the Li family and demand justice. No, Tianchi, do not go. Lu Hong urgently grasped my arm. Confused, I inquired, why must I refrain? Do you wish to endure Li Er Kuei's harassment forever, wearing the shame of a cuckold upon Li De Kuei for the rest of your life? The truth cannot be concealed forever. Eventually, this matter will come to the attention of De Kuei. When that time arrives, should De Kuei make a scene, the situation will become even more difficult to resolve. Lu Hong, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, I understand, but what is the use of discussing it now? This burden has weighed on my heart for 3 long years. Today, I finally voiced it, and it has brought me some relief. I do not expect you to assist me in any way, but I implore you to keep what you have witnessed today locked away in your heart, never to speak of it again. If you can promise me this, I would be willing to fulfill any request you may have. As Lu Hong spoke, she stole a glance at me. Noticing my bewilderment, she grasped my hand and placed it against her chest, saying, Tian Qi, you are quite handsome. If you, perhaps, hold feelings for me, I would be willing to comply with all your desires. Her naivety filled me with a trembling rage, and I seethed at the actions of the Li family, wishing I could report that scoundrel Li Er Kuei to the authorities immediately. Yet, upon reflection, I recognized Lu Hong as a pitiable soul. If I were to disclose this matter, her life would be irreparably damaged. With a heavy sigh, I realized that Lu Hong's ignorance had led her to this predicament. Had she reported the incident promptly, explaining the situation, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits. Now, out of a desire to protect her reputation, Lu Hong was forced to endure humiliation, allowing Li Er Kuei and his family to manipulate her, while the true victim in this scenario remained De Kuei, who was blissfully unaware of the truth. I could hardly fathom the scene that would unfold when De Kuei learned that his wife had been entangled with his own brother, and that it was sanctioned by their parents. My heart softened at the thought, and I could not help but reassure her, do not worry. I will not speak of this. Upon hearing my words, Lu Hong's tears transformed into a smile. I shook my head, then turned to head home. If only I had foreseen the calamities that awaited the Li family, I would have chosen to alert the authorities, sacrificing their reputation to save Lu Hong's life. But I am no prophet, and by the time the true chaos erupted, it would be too late to intervene. Chapter 10. The Midnight Wedding Procession, as the saying goes. The words of the people can be fearsome. Lu, the widow, and I had nothing between us, and it was well known that I was sent there due to my injuries. Yet, the inherent malice of human nature prevails, despite knowing there was nothing to it. People delighted in making jests, leading to a distortion of the truth, and sparking doubt amongst everyone regarding the authenticity of the matter. Rubbing my eyes, I noticed that my left eye was severely swollen and throbbed painfully upon contact. My father approached to assess my condition and subsequently instructed me to procure some medicine from Lu's house. However, I was keen to avoid Lu at all costs, making the prospect of fetching medicine utterly unthinkable. Ultimately, it was my mother who ventured to Lu's abode to obtain anti-inflammatory medication and eye drops for me. After applying the medicine, I stepped outside and spotted my mother feeding the pigs in the pen. I moved closer to my father, eager to discuss the events of the previous night, but before I could utter a word, he spoke first. I was taken aback. My grandfather had only just been buried, and I hadn't even had the chance to burn offerings at his grave. How could one speak of departing so soon? Such haste would undoubtedly invite gossip from the villagers. Furthermore, even if we were to leave, it would be prudent to wait until the completion of the mourning period. Yet my father shook his head, saying, Tanchi, do you not comprehend the events of these past few days? What is there to understand? I questioned, bewildered. He remained silent, lost in thought as he smoked, before finally turning to me and saying, Tanchi, I am but a farmer, scarcely literate, yet I grasp certain truths. I have previously conveyed to you that all unknown phenomena deserve our reverence. Given the tumultuous events occurring in the village, do you truly believe these are mere coincidences? I fell silent, contemplating the occurrences of the past few days. If these were indeed coincidences, they seemed rather too fortuitous. First, my grandfather, possessed, had gone to fell trees, only to hang himself from the old locust tree. Then there was Lu, who met a similar fate, and I myself had been haunted, nearly following in my grandfather's tragic footsteps had it not been for the large black dog that roused me from my slumber. Old Lu once remarked that the ancient locust tree bore the weight of one's fate and fortune. If that tree were tampered with, the repercussions would extend beyond just myself, affecting our entire Nya family. Tanchi, I suspect that someone has meddled with that old locust tree, which has stood for over a century, even lending its name to our village. Therefore, if the tree's integrity has been compromised, might the village's feng shui also be adversely affected? If that were the case, the repercussions would not be limited to our family, but could spell disaster for the entire village. Though I am not a superstitious person, The peculiarities I have experienced over these days are undeniably unsettling. Could it truly be, as my father suggested, that the feng shui of our village has been disrupted, leading to such strange occurrences? I could not help but swallow hard, hesitating momentarily before finally sharing my harrowing experience from the previous night. Upon hearing my account, my father's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly rose, striding purposefully toward the door. "Father, where are you going?" As I called out from behind, my father replied, "This matter may pertain to the fortune of our village. I must consult with Secretary Wang and then find someone to visit Granny Lu." After saying this, he departed. I wished to accompany him, yet he resolutely forbade my involvement in the affair, leaving me with no choice but to remain at home. In the countryside, entertainment is scarce, leading to an early bedtime. By 7 o'clock, darkness envelopes the village, and every household has settled down for the night. However, having lived in the capital for many years, my accustomed habits made it feel torturous to be sent to bed at such an hour. Moreover, my left eye grew increasingly painful upon gazing into the mirror. I discovered that it had swollen to a mere slit. I applied some ointment and continued to fidget until after 9 o'clock, when fatigue finally began to wash over me, and I gradually succumbed to slumber. I am a light sleeper, easily roused by the slightest sound. Just as I teetered between wakefulness and sleep, I was suddenly jolted by a series of frantic barks echoing through the village. The cacophony startled me to full alertness, and I opened my eyes wide. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11:30. How had I slept for so long? Could it be that my father and the others had already set out? With this thought, I stealthily dismounted from my bed, opened the door, and listened intently. Indeed, I could not hear my father's snoring, suggesting they had already departed. The barking of the dogs must have been provoked by their presence. With this realization, I hurriedly exited the house and made my way to Granny Lu's. The night was shrouded in gloom, the moon obscured by thick clouds, casting a dim, gray light. The fog added an eerie quality to the village, rendering it almost spectral. I shivered involuntarily, quickening my pace. Just as I reached the village entrance, preparing to follow the narrow path northward, I faintly detected a peculiar melody. What music could possibly play at this hour? Stunned, I halted in place, scanning my surroundings. After a few moments, the music grew clearer, and I distinctly recognized the sound of a swona, seemingly emanating from the south of the village. I abruptly turned to gaze southward, but upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the distance, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. There, in the southern field, a procession was approaching, bearing a large crimson palanquin, accompanied by musicians playing the swona. The spectacle resembled an ancient wedding ceremony. Terrified by this bizarre sight, I stumbled back a few steps and noticed a nearby latrine. Without a second thought, I dashed inside, disregarding the unpleasantness. After retreating into the restroom, I cautiously peered outside and was astonished to witness a procession carrying a grand red palanquin approaching the old locust tree. As they drew nearer, I was struck by the eerie realization that each member of this entourage appeared to glide above the ground, their steps almost ethereal. Among them were both men and women, all adorned in ancient attire, their garments billowing gracefully in the air as they walked, creating a rather unsettling spectacle. Overwhelmed with fear, I was drenched in cold sweat and longed to flee from this place. Yet, the distance between us was rapidly diminishing, and I knew that should I burst forth now, discovery would be inevitable. Confronted with this thought, I steeled myself against the rising terror and reluctantly turned my gaze toward the group. To my surprise, they did not approach the old locust tree but halted several meters away from it. Upon the palanquin's stop, the sound of the swona ceased, and a girl resembling a maid stepped forward, bowing respectfully as she addressed the palanquin. "Miss, we have arrived. Would you like to step out and take a look?" Chapter 11. The Guanyin Cave. As the words of the young maid lingered in the air, a woman's voice resonated from within the palanquin. "There is no need. The essence of this ancient locust tree has nearly been drained by the one residing within. Moreover, with certain tampering, the depletion of its essence has accelerated. It can no longer bestow blessings upon Huaitree Village. Instead, it will bring calamity. Let us not linger. If we tarry too long, young Master Chenxiang shall hold us accountable." The woman's voice was melodious, sweet yet not cloying, and possessed an ethereal quality akin to that of a celestial being. Curiosity stirred within me, wondering what sort of beauty could produce such a captivating sound. Who were they, and why did they arrive in our village at such an hour, carrying a grand red palanquin? In this day and age, how could they still don ancient attire? And who was this young Master Chenxiang, whose peculiar name I had never encountered before? Furthermore, How could this woman assert with such certainty that the locust tree had been meddled with? Did she possess knowledge beyond my comprehension? While pondering these questions, I suddenly observed the group lifting the palanquin once more, their toes barely grazing the ground, moving gracefully into the village accompanied by the sound of a swana. Where could they be heading? Their behavior was undeniably strange. It was the dead of night, and yet they played the swana as if in a wedding procession. Most perplexing was the volume of the instrument. How could no one else in the village have noticed this commotion? After a moment of hesitation, I steeled myself and decided to follow them. With this resolve, I cautiously emerged from the restroom, trailing behind them at a distance as they made their way into the village. As they proceeded, the group created quite a ruckus, causing the village dogs to bark incessantly. Oddly enough, these dogs, after barking a few times from afar, would tuck their tails and whimper, scampering away as the palanquin approached. After a few minutes, the group finally came to a halt, prompting me to hurriedly conceal myself behind a tree and steal a glance at them. However, upon seeing where they had stopped, my brow furrowed in confusion. What business did they have at Old Lee's house? Just as my bewilderment deepened, the sound of the swana crescendoed, and to my astonishment, the maid-like girl produced a handful of bright red paper from her bosom, flinging her wrist to send the paper soaring into the air. What were they up to? This spectacle seemed reminiscent of ancient wedding ceremonies. Could it be that they had come to wed? Yet, who would choose to marry in the dead of night? And such an archaic ritual, no less. Moreover, Old Lee's family consisted solely of the two sons, Lee Dakwai and Lee Urkway, with no daughters in sight. Who could they possibly be intending to marry? Please do not suggest that it was Old Lee's wife, Madam Lee, for she was nearing 70, surely. This was absurd. As I grappled with these questions, the door of Old Lee's house creaked open, revealing someone I had never expected to see. To my utter astonishment, it was none other than Lee Dakwai's wife, Lu Hong. Although I was quite distant, I can still clearly see that Lu Hong was dressed in a vibrant red outfit, adorned with a large red flower at her chest, reminiscent of a bride from ancient times. My heavens, this scene nearly startled my very eyes out of their sockets. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Lu Hong was to remarry? Yet that seemed implausible. Her husband was neither ill nor deceased. Why would she consider such a thing? Even if she did, the Old Lee family would surely object. Could it be that Lu Hong could no longer endure the torment from the Old Lee family, prompting such an act? Perhaps she chose the midnight hour to evade their notice? Miss Lu, it is young Master Chinxiang who has sent us to escort you. The hour is late. If you do not depart soon, you shall miss the auspicious moment. The melodious voice rang out once more from within the sedan chair, yet Lu Hong remained unmoved, covering her face in tears and murmuring, I have wronged De Kue. I hope he does not act rashly. Miss Lu, your earthly ties have concluded. There is no need for further concern. As long as you accompany young Master Chinxiang, you will be draped in silks and satins, enjoying wealth for 100 years. Why dwell on these matters? Upon the conclusion of this statement, a young maid approached Lu Hong, forcibly pulling her into the sedan chair. As soon as Lu Hong was inside, the maid shouted, lift the sedan. However, at the southern edge of the village lay only a meadow, with none else in sight. Where were they headed? Moreover, Lu Hong's demeanor suggested reluctance. Could it be that these individuals were human traffickers? I gritted my teeth, steeling my resolve, and hurriedly pursued them. Once the wedding procession exited the village, they entered the meadow. Their pace was swift. Initially, I tread cautiously, but soon I found myself lagging behind, abandoning my caution as I plunged into the grasslands, sprinting with fervor. Those born in the countryside know that traversing through tall grass is arduous, the dew quickly soaking one's garments while the underbrush ensnares the feet. I stumbled several times during my relentless chase. Yet, despite my frenzied pursuit, I did not fall too far behind. After leaving the meadow, I observed the wedding procession entering a forest. The fog was dense that night, and as the procession ventured into the woods, they almost instantly vanished from sight. Anxious, I gave no further thought and dashed in after them. Strangely, once I entered the forest, I found it eerily empty. Not a trace of the procession remained. Had they veered off elsewhere? I wandered through the woods for quite some time. Just as I was about to abandon hope, I suddenly spotted a glimmer of light not far ahead. Dimly, I thought I could hear the sound of a swana. Without a moment to spare, I raced toward it, only to halt in astonishment as I drew closer to the light. Before me lay a cave, and the radiance emanated from within it. At this very moment, the cavern was bustling with voices as numerous individuals wandered about, all clad in ancient attire. Above the cave, a plaque hung, inscribed with the characters Guanyin Cave. Where is this place? What is Guanyin Cave, and why have I never heard of it before? Suddenly, I noticed someone assisting Lu Hong as she walked into Guanyin Cave. Instinctively, I called out to her, but those around me paid no heed. Even Lu Hong seemed oblivious to my voice. Anxious, I attempted to reach out. But just as I took a step forward, I stumbled, falling to the ground. Cursing under my breath, I resolved to rise. Yet as I lifted my head and struggled to get up, my body froze. A face loomed before me, nearly touching mine, its wide eyes locked onto mine. My eyes widened in terror, and after a few seconds, I finally reacted with a scream, scrambling backward in panic. To my astonishment, the figure mirrored my actions, lying on the ground as well. However, it was rather peculiar, especially its vacant gaze. After my startled cry, it broke into a bizarre grin, and then, like a large lizard, it scuttled into the underbrush on all fours. I was left in shock, drenched in cold sweat, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. What on earth was that creature? Chapter 12. A kiss seals the fate. I collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, my body trembling uncontrollably. How bizarre this was. Where exactly was I, and who was that person from moments ago? Why was he crawling on the ground like a lizard? Could it be that he was not human? A shiver ran down my spine as I glanced back at the Guanyin cave, and I was suddenly overwhelmed by a chilling, eerie sensation rising from the depths of my heart. Was it possible that I had stumbled into the realm of the deceased, a place where the living should not tread? In a state of panic, I hurried to my feet, ready to flee. However, just as I took my first step, a voice called out from behind me, "Esteemed sir, today marks a momentous occasion at Guanyin Cave. Since you are here, it would be most ungracious to leave without partaking in a celebratory drink." The suddenness of this voice startled me, and I turned to see the same young maid standing behind me, a smile gracing her face. "When did you arrive?" I stammered, astonished. How had this young girl approached without a sound? The ground was covered in fallen leaves. Surely, stepping on them would make a noise. Yet, she had appeared as if conjured from thin air, and I was left in a state of shock. The maid chuckled softly, rolling her eyes at my fright. "Look at you, so timid. If you are this scared, why did you dare to follow us here?" Embarrassment washed over me at her words. It seemed my covert pursuit had long been discovered. Yet, I found it perplexing that, having noticed my presence, she chose not to expose me but instead invited me to join them. Before I could ponder this further, the maid took hold of my sleeve and urged, "Come, sir. We are celebrating at Guanyin Cave, an event of great significance. Notables from miles around will attend, and ordinarily, few are permitted entry. However, my lady has expressed that you possess a special connection, and thus she wishes for you to join us for a brief respite." As she pulled me toward the cave, I resisted, attempting to free myself from her grip. Yet, to my astonishment, the girl possessed an unexpected strength. My efforts to escape were in vain against her delicate hands. She appeared no older than 17 or 18, with a slender frame, so how could she exert such force? Just as I was grappling with my disbelief, the maid spoke again. "Sir, look into my eyes." Almost instinctively, I turned to meet her gaze. The moment I beheld her eyes, a brilliant light flashed forth, and it felt as though I had been struck by lightning. My entire being froze, and in that instant, I became like a marionette, my body no longer under my command, swaying step by step toward Guanyin Cave. At that moment, my mind was teetering on the brink of collapse. I retained my consciousness, yet my body betrayed me, and the sheer terror of it all only solidified my conviction that these individuals were far from ordinary. Perhaps they were truly spirits. As I found myself here, an overwhelming sense of terror enveloped me, to the point where I felt on the verge of losing control. At that moment, I was rendered immobile, unable to flee, and voiceless, truly at the mercy of the heavens and the earth. Within the Guanyin Cave, numerous square tables had been arranged, and a considerable gathering had already assembled. At the forefront stood a grand platform resembling a stage, and in the foremost position, a lavish chair was placed, adorned with a white fur blanket, seemingly reserved for the master of this domain. The individuals present were peculiar, their gazes utterly vacant. Some even had eyes that roamed restlessly within their sockets, sending chills down my spine at just a glance. At that moment, a young maid approached and softly whispered to me, "Young master, please take a seat for a while. Soon, Master Qinxiang and the bride will make their entrance. My esteemed elder also wishes to witness the performance, and my lady has mentioned that she will join you shortly." With a resigned sigh, I thought to myself, well, since I am already here, I might as well make the best of it. Besides, I know Lu Hong. Surely, she wouldn't wish me harm. Despite this reasoning, an unsettling uncertainty lingered within me, for the people around were undeniably terrifying. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as I sat uneasily, on the brink of losing my composure. when suddenly the sounds of a swana and era pierced the air. A troupe of elaborately costumed performers ascended the stage, engaging in song and dance. I possessed little knowledge of Peking opera, yet I immediately recognized the old scholar-esque attire. He appeared to be portraying Zhong Kuei. His counterpart, a small ghost, shared the stage with him, and the two exchanged lively banter and song. However, the audience remained expressionless, their eyes fixated on Zhong Kuei. The ghost's portrayal was terrifying, drenched in a crimson hue, with eyes that were merely whites, sending a chill down my spine. Yet, the spectators seemed unperturbed by the ghost, instead exhibiting fear towards Zhong Kuei. As Zhong Kuei thrust his wooden sword into the ghost's body, the audience erupted, some crying out in fright. Silence. Today is Master Qinxiang's joyous occasion at Guanyin Cave. If you make another sound, you shall all be thrown out. It was the young maid who spoke, and as her words settled, the crowd complied. Soon after, an elderly woman was assisted onto the stage. My gaze was instantly captivated, not by the elderly woman herself, but by the one aiding her. She was a woman clad in a pure white qipao, which accentuated her long, fair legs, and her arms resembled delicate lotus roots, her skin seemingly flawless. Her features were exquisitely refined, surpassing even the most prominent stars on television. No amount of cosmetic enhancement could compare to her beauty. Most striking of all was her cascading hair, a fiery red that added an alluring charm to her presence. I could not help but swallow hard, pondering whether such extraordinary beauty truly existed in this world. She resembled a fairy emerging from a painting, her beauty so ethereal that it seemed almost unreal. At that moment, my heart felt as though it might leap from my throat. Such a surge of tension had never enveloped me, not even during my first kiss with Li Ming. I felt as if I were on the brink of suffocation, overwhelmed by her breathtaking allure. Before she arrived, the fragrance of her presence had already filled the air, and I instinctively inhaled deeply. However, this indiscretion caught the eye of the petite maid, who shot me a disapproving glare. How could someone like me possibly be worthy of our young lady, who had spent a millennium cultivating her grace? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a woman interrupted. "Warner, mind your words." The maid huffed, turning her back on me, yet the woman offered me a smile, saying, "Warner is young and naive. I hope she hasn't caused you any embarrassment." She then seated herself beside me, unable to move due to my own physical restraint. I could only catch her in my peripheral vision. To my astonishment, she propped her chin on her hand and gazed at me intently, as if I were a curious spectacle. The scrutiny made me feel quite uncomfortable. In the next moment, she leaned closer, whispering softly in my ear, "Young master, do you think I am beautiful?" The scent of her fragrance brushed against my ear, sending shivers down my spine, and I instinctively squeezed my thighs together, nodding fervently. She smiled gently at my reaction, and then, to my utter astonishment, she placed a tender kiss upon my forehead. "From this moment on, you belong to me." "Dear young master," she teased, her laughter ringing softly, causing me to tremble involuntarily. What could her words possibly mean? Chapter 13. The enigmatic creatures of the wilderness intrude upon dreams. The woman's actions were exceedingly abrupt, leaving me immobile and utterly unable to evade her approach. I could only witness her alluring lips gently imprint upon my forehead. Subsequently, she blinked her eyes and, with a playful smile, remarked, "After this kiss, my dear sir, you shall belong to me." Upon concluding her statement, she covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, while the young maid beside her seethed with indignation, glaring at me with fiery intensity. Most significantly, as her words echoed through the air, nearly every person present turned their gaze towards me, fixated in a manner that rendered me utterly astonished. What was this woman attempting? Such a beautiful creature, so brazenly kissing me upon our first encounter, was this not rather audacious? Moreover, what did her final words imply? Did she mean that I was to be hers from that moment forth? Could it be that she had taken a liking to me? As I wallowed in these delightful reveries, a sudden bizarre cry pierced the air, prompting me to look up and behold a monkey, which had inexplicably appeared, darting about in search of food. This monkey, though diminutive in size, moved with remarkable agility. Strangely enough, perched atop its back was a peculiar little figure, adorned with an oversized hat that evoked the image of a mushroom, nay, to be more precise, it resembled a reishi fungus. Where did this mischievous monkey come from? "Chase it away," the young maid shouted at the creature. Yet, rather than being frightened, the monkey retaliated by hurling a pine nut, which struck her forehead with a resounding thud. Upon landing the hit, the monkey leapt onto the roof, clutching its belly in laughter, before turning around, raising its hindquarters, and playfully slapping its own backside, an act both absurd and comical. I found myself amused by this unexpected intruder, even as my inner trepidation diminished slightly. However, the moment of levity was fleeting, as the monkey continued to mock the onlookers. A man abruptly stood, unleashing a peculiar cry. His tongue, resembling a thick rope, shot forth from his mouth, aiming for the monkey. Good heavens! The sight was enough to send shivers down my spine, as I questioned the nature of this man. How could his tongue be so extraordinarily long? Was he, perchance, the fabled specter of a hanged soul? The vivid crimson of his tongue, propelled by a gust of foul air, surged towards the monkey. Remarkably, the creature did not flinch. Instead, it extended its paw, grasping the tongue with ease, and with a vigorous tug, the tongue was severed with a resounding rip, measuring several meters in length. Upon losing its appendage, the tongue's owner emitted a piercing howl, a sound so shrill it was hardly human, and decidedly grating to the ear. The monkey, seemingly disgusted by the severed tongue, cast it aside with a sharp clap before turning tail, retreating alongside its peculiar companion. The others attempted to intervene, but at that moment, the old crone suddenly obstructed their path and rasped, if I am not mistaken, that monkey must be the legendary arm-extending demon ape. And the small creature accompanying it is undoubtedly the flesh-spirit mushroom. According to legend, these two little beings are the spirit companions of the heroic figure Zhang Yifan. Are you also weary of life that you dare to provoke it? The old woman held a position of extraordinary authority among the crowd. And as soon as she spoke, the others immediately ceased their movements. Then, she turned to glance at the man who was howling while clutching his severed tongue and remarked, "Useless wretch, what purpose do you serve now that you have lost your tongue?" With that, she abruptly raised her cane and struck the man violently. A resounding thud echoed as the man's skull shattered, crimson and white matter splattering across the distance. The man collapsed to the ground with a thud. But the true horror lay in what transpired next. As he fell, his body twisted grotesquely, and to my astonishment, he transformed into a colossal lizard. Good heavens! Had this man truly turned into a lizard? At that moment, I was engulfed in terror, cold sweat drenching my entire body. The woman beside me seemed to sense my fear. She smiled gently and said, "Do not be afraid, young sir. With me here, no one dares to harm you." I thought to myself, do not deceive me. There is not a single good soul here. I suspect this woman is either a ghost or some other entity that has cultivated to perfection. Yet, I had not anticipated that such creatures truly existed in this world. Reflecting on my 23 years, it felt as though I had lived in vain. The corpse of the great lizard was dragged away, and the crowd resumed watching the spectacle. At that moment, I noticed the woman beside me suddenly expel a bead from her mouth. The bead was a fiery red, perfectly round, and even from afar, I could feel a wave of heat radiating towards me. "Young sir, do open your mouth." Her voice resonated like an enchanting melody, and I found myself uncontrollably obeying her command. Just as she was about to place the bead in my mouth, a pair of hands reached out from behind me, seizing hers. "Who goes there?" The young maid sprang to her feet, scolding the intruder. With her voice barely fading, a lewd chuckle echoed, "Heh." I never expected to stumble upon the legendary Guanyin cave, and the fox spirit within is truly as beautiful as a celestial being. I can hardly contain my drool. Humph. Daring to intrude upon my Guanyin cave, how presumptuous. The woman snorted coldly, swiftly retracting her wrist and freeing herself from the grasp. Like a startled swan, she gracefully retreated several meters. The commotion attracted considerable attention. Aside from the old crone, nearly everyone had gathered around. At that moment, I finally caught a clear glimpse of the newcomer. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a tattered robe, his face adorned with a lewd grin. At that moment, he stood beside me with his hands clasped behind his back. Noticing my gaze, he beamed at me and remarked, "Young brother, you are indeed fortunate to have caught the eye of such a beautiful vixen. However, given your inherently keen constitution and your innate dual sight, you possess an extraordinary spiritual force. To creatures like her, you are truly a rare tonic. No wonder she wishes to engage with you." Under ordinary circumstances, I would have found his repugnant demeanor utterly distasteful. Yet, at this instant, his unexpected arrival felt akin to a divine intervention, a solitary lifeline amid my perilous situation. How could I resent him? I was on the verge of adoring him. Regrettably, I was rendered mute, only able to convey my urgency through frantic glances. It was only then that he seemed to comprehend my plight, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Oh, you've been ensnared by a binding spell. My apologies." With that, he struck my forehead. As his palm made contact, a shiver coursed through me, and I felt an immediate release, granting me the ability to move once more. "Brother, save me," I cried, swiftly retreating behind him. At that moment, I heard a young maid scoff at me, saying, "Look at your disgraceful behavior. How could someone like you deserve the kindness of our young lady? Inwardly, I scoffed. What nonsense! If that Taoist had arrived any later, I was certain that woman would have devoured me whole. I remained silent, peeking from behind the Taoist as we found ourselves encircled. The once ordinary crowd now revealed their menacing visages, and I even witnessed several individuals undergoing transformations, their bodies sprouting hair, resembling creatures from a horror film. With a sudden clap to my forehead, the Taoist bellowed, "Return." At the sound of his voice, I felt a tremendous pull emanating from behind, as if I were being drawn into a vortex. The scene before me blurred and warped, and in an instant, I let out a startled cry, awakening abruptly. Gasping for breath, I turned to find myself sitting on my own Kong. Yet, was this dream not exceedingly vivid? While I sat there, momentarily stunned, I suddenly heard a voice from outside exclaim, "Oh no, Lu Hong has hanged herself." My heart lurched at the news. Lu Hong had taken her own life? Chapter 14. 3 dead, 2 injured. Could it be that Lu Hong hanged herself? How could she have done such a thing? Was it because her affair with Li Erkue was discovered by Li Dekue, prompting her to choose death? Suddenly, I recalled the strange dream I had just experienced. In that dream, Lu Hong was adorned in a vibrant red gown, seated in a palanquin, preparing to marry some young master Qinxiang. I had little connection with Lu Hong, so why would she invade my dreams? Moreover, the dream felt so vivid that I struggled to discern whether it was a figment of my imagination or a true experience. I shook my head, dismissing the thought, and rose to leave the courtyard, making my way to the Li household. It was already past 1 in the early morning. Yet the Li family's courtyard was surrounded by a throng of people. In the distance, I faintly heard the sound of a man weeping amidst the crowd. As I squeezed my way through, I discovered that it was Li Dekue cradling Lu Hong in his arms, weeping inconsolably. However, the moment I laid eyes on Lu Hong, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. She was dressed in a brilliant red garment, with a red flower pinned to her chest, a striking resemblance to her appearance in my dream. Under normal circumstances, such attire would evoke a sense of celebration. Yet now Lu Hong's face was bruised, her eyes bulging, and her tongue lolling grotesquely, presenting a ghastly and terrifying sight that overshadowed any semblance of festivity, instead imparting a chilling aura. Upon witnessing Lu Hong's tragic state, even the onlookers, hardened men all, were gripped by a sudden chill of fear. I then overheard whispers among the crowd, how shameless of Lu Hong to have secretly entangled herself with her own brother-in-law. Just the other day, my wife mentioned this affair, and I dismissed it as mere gossip, but it appears to be true. Once, while drinking with Li Erkue, he let slip in his drunken stupor that he was involved with Lu Hong, claiming even his parents were aware of it. What a disgraceful situation. How could Dekue face the world now? The reputation of the Li family would be tarnished for generations. As the murmurs continued, though their voices were hushed, many still heard the conversations. I sighed inwardly. I had thought this scandal was known only to me, yet it seemed the village had long been aware. It was only natural, after all. One cannot hide a fire beneath a paper. Their clandestine rendezvous would inevitably be discovered, and while others had kept silent, they only spoke up after Lu Hong's tragic suicide, perhaps out of consideration. Alas, it appeared that Dekue was a man of deep affection, unaware that the woman he cherished had engaged with his own brother, possibly even at the behest of their parents. Anyone in his position would feel utterly despondent. Dekue's voice was hoarse from weeping, yet he clung to Lu Hong's lifeless form, refusing to let go. Ultimately, it took the efforts of the crowd to separate them, after which they began to make arrangements for the funeral. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, with such a grave incident occurring in the village, "Why has Secretary Wang not appeared?" Upon hearing his words, a sudden chill gripped my heart. My father had mentioned that this evening he would accompany Secretary Wang to visit Granny Lu's home. In my haste to leave, I had not noticed whether my father was at home, but now it appeared that neither he nor Secretary Wang had arrived. Could it be that they had already gone to Granny Lu's house? I feared that something terrible had occurred. As I was lost in these troubling thoughts, a thunderous sound erupted from the northern part of the village, a deep, resonant noise as if something had collapsed. The moment I heard that sound, my heart raced. Without a second thought, I dashed towards Granny Lu's home. "Hey, Ergo, why are you running?" Someone shouted from behind me. I called back urgently. My father and Secretary Wang went to Granny Lu's house. That sound seemed to have come from there. "What? To Granny Lu's house?" The person paused, then exclaimed, "Granny Lu has been dead for nearly half a year. What could they possibly want there?" We sprinted through the village, and within a mere 10 minutes, we reached the northern edge. only to find ourselves frozen in shock at the sight before us. Where once stood Granny Lu's house, there was now only a heap of debris and ruin. The house had collapsed. Someone, a voice cried out, and then rushed forward. I heard the same person shout, "Secretary Wong." A jolt of fear surged through me as I hurried over, only to see Secretary Wong's legs buried beneath the rubble, his upper body exposed. Upon seeing me, he grasped my hand tightly, his face contorted in agony. "Quick, save them. Your father, and 3 others from the village, are trapped beneath." What? My father was buried? Upon hearing Secretary Wong's words, I felt a surge of panic. I sprang to my feet, eyes wide, scanning the darkness for any sign of my father, but all I saw was the oppressive gloom. Steeling myself, I wiped the cold sweat from my brow and, alongside several others, we managed to pull Secretary Wong from the wreckage. Once freed, we noticed that his legs hung limply, resembling 2 strands of noodles, clearly broken. What on earth had happened? In just a few days, first my grandfather had passed away, then Lu the Fool, followed by Lu Hong. And now my father along with several elderly men from the village were missing, their fates uncertain. This string of deaths seemed far too eerie. Our village comprised only a few dozen households and a little over 100 souls. The mortality rate was alarmingly high. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before our village was utterly decimated. At that moment, I recalled a dream I had. The woman seated in the palanquin had spoken of the essence of the old locust tree being nearly consumed by its inhabitant, and that it had been tampered with, hastening the depletion of its vitality, rendering it incapable of bestowing blessings upon our village. In fact, it might even bring calamity upon us. Could it be that her words held truth? Was all of this a consequence of the old locust tree? As I was lost in my thoughts, a sudden cacophony of footsteps jolted me back to reality. I turned to see the villagers, both young and old, rushing towards me with shovels and spades in hand. Without uttering a word, they immediately began to dig with fervor. Concerned for those trapped below, they proceeded with caution, laboring until the early hours of the morning. At around 4 o'clock, a voice rang out in triumph. "We found something." Upon hearing this, I cast aside my shovel and hurried over, only to discover a narrow crevice unearthed by one of the men, through which the interior was partially visible. Inside this confined space lay several individuals. "Get away, you fool." I was shoved aside, and the crowd worked frantically to pull the trapped people out. When one was finally extricated, a collective gasp filled the air. The man's chest had caved in, blood spilling from his mouth. He was lifeless. A heavy silence enveloped the group as we stared at the corpse, until Uncle Zhao broke the stillness with an exclamation. "Stop standing there like idiots. Hurry, there are more inside." In total, 3 individuals were recovered, all deceased. Among the rescue team were relatives of the victims, some unable to contain their grief, while others stood by, pale and silent. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Secretary Wong had mentioned that 5 had entered, and now, apart from him, the other 3 were accounted for, leaving only my father untraceable. Where could he be? Just as I succumbed to hopelessness, on the verge of breaking down, someone shouted, "Look, there seems to be another person inside." The man then plunged half of his body into the crevice, pulling out another individual with great effort. To my utter shock, it was my father, covered in blood. However, upon witnessing my father's dire state, I felt a wave of despair crash over me, and I dropped to my knees, lost in confusion, unable even to cry. "For heaven's sake, stop kneeling. He is still alive. Quickly, take him to the town hospital." I was momentarily stunned, but as I focused, I noticed that despite being drenched in blood, my father's chest was still rising and falling faintly. Hope surged within me once more, and I lifted him onto my back, sprinting towards the village. Chapter 15. The life-saving funds. I rushed to Widow Lu's house, carrying my father, and then called for an ambulance from the town hospital. However, the journey to town would take no less than 3 hours by vehicle, and if we waited for the ambulance, he might bleed to death. The agricultural vehicle was too bumpy, and Uncle Zhao dared not drive too fast, fearing further injury. After a tumultuous hour, we finally met the ambulance. Once my father was loaded onto it, we sped towards the hospital in a frenzy. Throughout the journey, I remained silent, merely gazing at my father and weeping. Eventually, I annoyed the emergency doctor with my tears, prompting him to scold me, which finally compelled me to cease my sobbing. I grasped my father's hand tightly, terrified that this taciturn man might suddenly depart from my life. The ambulance raced forward, and after an hour, we finally arrived at the town hospital. Once my father was taken into the emergency room, I felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the floor. My eyes were vacant, and my mind was almost blank. What had transpired? In just a few days, my once robust grandfather had passed away, and now my father was injured. Was all of this somehow linked to that old locust tree? My father had once told me that if the old locust tree were tampered with, it could not only disrupt my life as fortune but also bring calamity upon our family, potentially leading to our ruin. Was it truly unfolding as my father had predicted? Would our family be destroyed? I buried my head deep between my knees, tears gushing forth and soaking my clothes. If I had not recognized that old locust tree as my godmother, would our family have been spared such misfortune? My grandfather would not have died, and my father would not have been injured. I bit my lip, suppressing my cries. Just then, amidst my despair in the cold hospital corridor, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps. I looked up to see my mother rushing towards me in a flustered state. I understood that I was the only man left in the family. I could weep alone. But I had to remain strong in front of my mother. I wiped my tears and stood up. Upon seeing me, my mother hurried over, her face filled with anxiety. "Tianchi, how's your father?" she asked breathlessly. I shook my head and replied, "He is fine. The doctor said he just needs a minor surgery. It's nothing serious." My mother exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then she asked, "How could your father go to Widow Lu's house with Secretary Wang at this hour? What were they doing there? Now look, 3 dead and 2 injured. The police have gone to our village." I remained silent, and seeing my response, my mother chose not to press further. We sat in silence on the corridor bench. As time passed slowly, each second felt like an eternity. With each moment, my anxiety grew, and my mother, sensing something was amiss, incessantly inquired about the extent of my father's injuries. I merely shook my head in silence, and seeing my demeanor, she began to weep softly. About an hour later, the emergency room door was finally pushed open. My mother and I hurried over, inquiring about my father's condition. The doctor shook his head and said, "The patient's situation is quite grave. He has 6 fractures throughout his body and a hematoma in his brain. Most concerning is that the hematoma is putting pressure on the nerves. If we do not perform a craniotomy promptly, the consequences could be dire. He may never awaken." Upon hearing this, my mind went blank, and I collapsed onto a chair, utterly drained of strength. Never awaken? Would that not mean he would become a vegetative state? My mother grasped the doctor's hand, pleading with him to save my father at all costs. The doctor nodded and reassured us, "We are very confident about the craniotomy. I will contact specialists from the city shortly to convene and discuss the case. In the meantime, you should prepare the necessary funds." "How much will it cost?" I asked. "The most conservative estimate would be around 100,000, the doctor replied before departing, leaving my mother and me in stunned silence. 100,000? Over the years, our family had depleted all our savings to support my education, and with my grandfather's passing incurring additional expenses, we were now left with nothing. This life-saving sum was astronomical for us. After ensuring my father was settled, I sat by his bedside, lost in thought as I gazed at my unconscious father. Meanwhile, my mother wept uncontrollably. Noticing my daze, she said, "Tianchi, perhaps we should just let go." At her words, my heart sank, and I turned to look at her, numbly. I could see the deep sorrow and guilt in her eyes after she uttered those words. Indeed, their bond had always been strong. My mother's love for my father far exceeded my own, and I could feel the profound anguish she experienced in that moment. "Tianchi, you are about to start working. There are many expenses to consider, and we cannot come up with this 100,000. If it is fated that your father must face this calamity, then we—" "No." I suddenly stood up, glancing at my father with determination. "Mother, take care of him. Leave the money to me. This life-saving fund. Even if I had to sell a kidney, I would gather every last bit." Upon returning to the village, I went door to door, seeking loans. Fortunately, there were not many affluent families, but the villagers were kind-hearted and supportive. Each household lent me what they could. Ultimately, I managed to borrow 43,700. As I prepared to leave, I knelt at the village entrance and bowed 3 times in gratitude. Uncle Zhao helped me to my feet, saying, "Ergo, do not do this. When you succeed in the future, remember the less fortunate in our village." I shook my head, replying, "I don't know. My father never mentioned it to me." Wang Qian exchanged glances with a middle-aged man, who then smiled and said, "Xiaonya, here is my business card, which contains both my and Wang Qian's contact information. If you remember anything in the future, please reach out to us." All right. I received a business card, and upon seeing this, the police officers greeted me and departed. After they left, I opened my bag and poured the money I had borrowed from the village onto the bed. My mother, upon seeing the money, immediately inquired about its origin. I replied that I had borrowed it from the village and urged her not to worry. However, upon hearing this, My mother was moved to tears and said, "Tianqi, you must remember this kindness." I nodded affirmatively, assuring her I would not forget. We then meticulously counted the money together. There was a total of 43,700, with the 3,000 in my pocket and an additional 10,000 at home. The total amounted to 56,700, still falling short of 100,000 by 43,300. Where was I to procure such a sum? At that moment, I suddenly recalled someone, a person of good standing with whom I had once shared a close bond, Li Ming. However, we had since parted ways. And during our separation, she had harshly declared that I should no longer contact her. If I were to call her now, would she even answer? Even if she did, would she lend me money? After much hesitation, I steeled my resolve, thinking that regardless of the outcome, I had to at least try. I exited the hospital room, retrieved my phone, and dialed Li Ming's number. I called repeatedly, but no one answered. Just as I was on the verge of giving up, Li Ming finally picked up the phone. Upon answering, I was immediately greeted by the pulsating sound of lively music, indicating she was likely enjoying herself at a bar or similar venue. This thought cast a shadow over my heart, yet I mustered the courage to say, "Li Ming, is that you?" "It's Tianqi." "I know. What do you want?" She replied, her familiar voice devoid of the warmth it once held, replaced instead by a coldness akin to that of a stranger. My heart trembled, and I gritted my teeth, asking, "Could you lend me 50,000? After my request." There was a long silence on the other end. Just as disappointment began to wash over me and I prepared to hang up, Li Ming suddenly queried, "Haven't you found a job yet?" Taken aback, I fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Li Ming continued, "Is it still the same account?" "Yes," I replied, then found myself unable to resist asking, "How have you been lately?" "Quite well. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. Goodbye," she concluded, and before I could respond, the line went dead with a series of beeps. I let out a heavy sigh, my heart weighed down by a sense of melancholy. Alas. Chapter 16. Borrowing luck. I nodded, then stepped out to procure some food. After finishing my meal, I suggested that my mother take a short rest, but she stubbornly refused, insisting on staying by my father's side. Unable to persuade her otherwise, I acquiesced to her wishes. Exiting the ward, I made my way to the smoking area and sat down on a chair, lost in thought. Perhaps I had rushed too much. And with the dimly lit corridor obscuring my vision, I collided unexpectedly with another person at a corner. The impact caused him to exclaim, "Ouch," as he fell onto the ground. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" I hurried over to assist him, but to my surprise, he was not at all courteous. He shouted, "Damn it, kid, can't you watch where you're going? You nearly killed me." Stunned by his outburst, I paused. The voice sounded oddly familiar. As I pondered this, I widened my eyes to observe him closely. Upon recognizing his face, I was taken aback and exclaimed, "It's you. Wait, you know me?" He rubbed his rear and stared at me, and upon realizing who I was, he yelled, "Crap. How did I run into you again? This is bad luck." With that, he hurriedly got up and attempted to leave, as if I were some kind of plague. I stood there, astonished, watching his retreating figure. The person I had just collided with and who had berated me was none other than the Taoist from my dreams. But how could this be? Wasn't it just a dream? How could someone from a dream truly exist? His attire, mannerisms, and even his speech were strikingly similar to those from my dream. Was it possible that it wasn't merely a dream, but an actual occurrence? With that thought in mind, I quickly pursued him, grabbing his arm. "Hey, wait. I need to ask you something. Come on, brother. Don't make a fuss. I have things to do. Just let me go." He recoiled as if trying to escape a curse, pulling his arm away from my grasp. Confused, I questioned, "What do you mean? Let you go?" Trapped at the doorway with no escape, the Taoist finally relented, saying, "Brother, just look at yourself. There's a swirling black aura above your head, your brow is dark, and your lips are blue. This is a sign of impending misfortune. If I'm not mistaken, you're about to face a calamity. At best, you might suffer a broken limb. At worst, it could cost you your life, and even drag your family into it." A chill ran down my spine at his words. And recalling the events of the past few days, I found myself believing him to some extent. I was about to inquire further when he suddenly ducked under my arm and bolted away. I quickly grabbed him from behind, shouting, "Wait, I have more questions. Please, spare me, brother. You're the one with bad luck. Anyone who associates with you is bound to face misfortune. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to exhaust myself to restore your spirit, which left me vulnerable and allowed that vixen from Guanyin Cave to capture me." The Taoist, realizing he could not break free, said, "Brother, let us speak amicably. Please release me, and I assure you I shall not flee." I remained skeptical. "I will not believe you. I exclaimed. After contemplating for a moment, I retorted, "Very well, but you must promise me that you will not run away." "Rest assured," he replied, patting his chest. "A big brother's word is as solid as a nail. I will never go back on it." Only then did I loosen my grip. And indeed, the Taoist did not attempt to escape, but merely stepped back several paces, distancing himself from me. He then inquired, "Brother, what do you wish to know?" "If I possess the knowledge, I shall certainly share it with you." Upon hearing this, the Taoist nodded and asserted, "Of course it is not a dream. If it were, how could you possibly encounter me?" At his words, I could not help but swallow hard, feeling that this entire situation was exceedingly surreal. Had I truly experienced an out-of-body moment? In the past, I would have never believed such a thing, yet here I was, having lived it. How could I not be astonished? Did that imply that Lu Hong was in grave danger? Although my interactions with Lu Hong had been minimal, we belonged to the same village, and before her demise, she had confided many heartfelt sentiments to me. Now, upon hearing the Taoist speak of Lu Hong's impending fate, I felt a surge of anxiety. However, the Taoist merely shrugged and remarked, "You should focus on your own well-being. If my observations are correct, your household is likely to encounter trouble in the coming days. What should I do?" I asked urgently. "Well, that is quite simple," he replied with a lewd grin, adding, "First, hand me 100. "What?" I was taken aback by his request. "What do you mean, 100? I exclaimed. "Listen, I have just fled from the Guanyin cave. Injured all over. If I am to assist you, you must at least cover my medical expenses." My face turned pale at the realization, yet I steeled myself and said, "All right, let us not even discuss 100. If you can genuinely help my family, I would gladly offer my life, if need be." "Now, that is more like it," the Taoist said, strutting towards the duty room. I waited in the corridor for quite some time before he finally emerged, groaning and grunting. When I looked up, I saw that his head was wrapped in bandages and his right arm was encased in plaster. 100 is insufficient. Give me more," he demanded as soon as he stepped outside. I was momentarily stunned, sensing that he was rather untrustworthy. Noticing my hesitation, he cursed and insisted, "Do you wish to live? If so, hurry and hand over the money." With no other options, I inquired how much he needed. After a moment's thought, he replied, 250 should suffice. Upon hearing his demand, the Taoist fell silent, lost in thought as he smoked. After a considerable while, he finally spoke, "If I am not mistaken, what you witnessed in Lu Laolau's cellar was a sacrificial altar, one dedicated to the gods of the 8 directions. As for your effigy and birth date, it is because someone is borrowing fortune, drawing upon your family's luck." "Borrowing fortune? What does that mean?" I could not restrain my curiosity, and upon hearing my inquiry, the Taoist replied, "That old locust tree, if I am not mistaken, possesses some spiritual essence. Recognizing it as your godmother will suffice to ensure your lifelong prosperity. However, someone has employed malevolent sorcery to usurp your fortune. A person of great malice who has not only siphoned the locust tree's vitality, but has also drained your own fortune entirely. This explains the recent misfortunes that have befallen your family, and more calamities will ensue until—" He glanced at me, prompting me to hastily ask, "Until what?" "Until your family is utterly devastated." Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through my body, rendering me feeble and devoid of strength. How could this be? I was merely a recent university graduate, and my family, the Nye family, was just an ordinary household in a mountain village. How could we be ensnared in such dire circumstances? Moreover, who was this usurper of fortune, and why target our family? Clutching my head in despair, I suddenly raised my gaze and grasped the Taoist's hand, pleading, "Brother, you must help us. Save my family." His countenance turned pale as he murmured, "Is there truly no way to avert this?" The Taoist hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, the dead birds fly upwards, and the living endure for countless years. Brother, I shall assist you." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hope ignited within my despondent heart, and I eagerly seized the Taoist's hand, asking, "Really?" He nodded and stated, "As a practitioner, it is my duty to vanquish evil and safeguard the living. Since I have encountered this matter today, if I choose to remain indifferent, it may jeopardize my own spiritual resolve and impede my progress. Thus, I shall take the plunge. Furthermore, if I can indeed aid your village, it would be a significant act of virtue." I was overwhelmed with gratitude, yet he suddenly shifted from his resolute demeanor, grinning slyly, and extended his hand towards me, saying, "Brother, how about 100? What the hell? Again." Chapter 17, Midnight Kowtow TSK. What's the matter? Just started and already stingy with your money? Let me ask you, what's more important, your money or your family's lives? The Taoist priest wore a lecherous grin. his eyes scanning my money-filled pocket like a pair of radar dishes. It infuriated me so much I could have gouged his eyeballs out. But there was nothing I could do. I needed his help. With a pained expression, I handed him the money. The moment he got it, he chuckled and immediately went to a nearby supermarket, buying a pile of meat before sitting at the hospital entrance and devouring it. I stared in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be a Taoist priest? How could he eat meat? As if sensing my confusion, he wiped the grease from his lips and smirked. The path I follow is that of entering the world. To cultivate in the midst of mortal chaos is to refine a heart of pure sincerity. Ah, but you wouldn't understand. You blockhead. Let me put it simply. He took another bite of the chicken leg and mumbled, entering the world means eating the fattiest meat, drinking the strongest liquor, and betting the most wanton women. Now do you get it? I nearly choked on my own spit, coughing violently before hastily changing the subject. Brother, about my situation, what should we do? My father's surgery is in a few days. Shouldn't we handle this first? Otherwise, I can't shake this feeling that something will go wrong during the operation. Right now, my father's surgery was the most critical matter for our family. If what the priest said was true, that our entire family was plagued by misfortune, then disaster could strike at any moment. If it happened during the surgery, the consequences would be dire. As they say, every trade has its master. Before meeting this rogue priest, I had been completely in the dark. Though I knew someone had tampered with the old locust tree, I had no idea how to investigate. But now, this scoundrel had pinpointed the issue effortlessly, speaking with such authority that I couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. On the way, I had wanted to ask if he had any plan in mind. But the moment he got in the car, he fell asleep like a dead pig, snoring thunderously. His snores were bizarre, rising and falling like the wail of a swana, unsettling to the core. Eventually, the driver couldn't take it anymore and played Buddhist chants for the entire ride. After roughly 2 hours of bumpy travel, we finally arrived at my village around 10 at night. Strangely enough, the moment the car stopped, the priest jolted awake with a shudder. Damn, where the hell is this? It's freezing. I told him we had arrived. This was my village. He frowned, his expression suddenly turning grave. Just as I was about to ask if something was wrong, he abruptly said, "Let us go. Get out." After paying the fare, the taxi drove off, leaving just the two of us standing alone at the village entrance. This evening, the sky was overcast, accompanied by a chilling wind and a thick fog that enveloped us, causing our bodies to shudder uncontrollably. The entire village was shrouded in mist, casting an ethereal haze over the landscape. With every household nestled in slumber, an eerie silence permeated the village, intensifying its ominous aura. A heavy aura of negativity lingered in the air. The Taoist furrowed his brow and remarked, "The density of this negative energy has completely enveloped the village. It seems that calamity is imminent for your community." His words echoed the warnings my father had once imparted to me. He had cautioned that if any harm befell the ancient locust tree, it would disturb the feng shui of our village. The Taoist's pronouncement further corroborated my father's insights. "Let us go and inspect the old locust tree," the Taoist declared, striding ahead. I, bewildered, inquired, "How do you know where the old locust tree is? Do you think I am blind? Look at that dark mass ahead. Isn't that it?" He retorted, his irritation evident. His brusque manner nearly left me speechless, prompting me to murmur a curse under my breath before hastily following him. Given the recent unsettling events in the village, I had scarcely given thought to the venerable locust tree. However, upon arriving at its base, I was struck by the sight. The once flourishing tree now bore the ominous signs of impending decay. Its verdant branches drooped, the leaves turned yellow, and a deep gash marred its trunk. This wound was inflicted by Lu the Fool. At the time, it had bled, but its severity had gone unnoticed. Now, it was evident that the cut penetrated over 10 centimeters deep. Curiously, I pondered how a tree could bleed. Could it be that something resided within? As I crouched closer to inspect the wound, I discovered that the trunk was lined with dark red striations, resembling veins, which was decidedly peculiar. I was about to reach out when the Taoist suddenly commanded, "Do not move." His voice boomed like thunder, startling me into a seated position on the ground. Just as I was about to reprimand him, I witnessed him kneel before the old locust tree, bowing 3 times with resounding thuds. What on earth was he doing? Please don't tell me he intends to recognize the old locust tree as his godmother. I swallowed hard, about to inquire about his bizarre behavior when he rose. His demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence as he addressed the tree. "I am but a traveler passing through. I mean no offense and hope you will not take umbrage." After casting me a significant glance, he began to retreat cautiously. I was utterly perplexed by his actions. Yet I gradually rose and, trembling, followed suit. We withdrew about 10 meters before the Taoist finally exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and muttered, "That was close." After a brief glance at me, the Taoist scolded, "Damn it, had I known this situation was so treacherous, I would have never come here under any circumstances." Fortunately, the entity residing in that tree did not hold us accountable. Otherwise, we would be facing dire consequences. The Taoist reprimanded me vehemently, yet I remained in a state of astonishment. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Is there truly something dwelling within that ancient locust tree? What is it? A ghost?" The Taoist, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly before shaking his head, stating, "I cannot say for certain what it is. I merely instinctively sense a profound fear. My intuition warns me that the entity residing within the old locust tree is exceedingly terrifying, so much so that it sends chills deep into my very soul." After he spoke, the Taoist appeared visibly shaken, while I stood there, utterly stunned. Something felt amiss. The Taoist's words seemed inconsistent. If the entity within the locust tree was indeed powerful, then why had it been so easily tampered with? Could it be that the one who meddled with the tree was even stronger? Did we stand any chance? Would the Nief family ever have the opportunity to rise again? A shiver coursed through me uncontrollably. Chapter 18. Into the cellar the chilling wind howled, causing the distant old locust tree to sway, its dense branches and leaves rustling against one another, producing a sound akin to ghostly wails, further adding an eerie ambience to the cold night. I couldn't help but shiver. Then turned to the Taoist, whispering, "Are we still going to Lu Lao Lao's house?" I had presumed that since the Taoist was able to escape from Guanyin Cave, he must possess considerable skill. However, I was taken aback as he was momentarily stunned by the old locust tree at the village entrance, leaving me feeling utterly disheartened. Prompting my inquiry, the Taoist spoke with a grand and imposing demeanor, his confidence seemingly boundless. Yet no sooner had he finished speaking than a large black dog appeared from nowhere, barking frantically with bared teeth at the Taoist. Startled, the Taoist let out a loud exclamation, "Mama." If I hadn't been there to support him, he surely would have fallen to the ground. "Where did this foolish creature come from, barking at you, Taoist?" The Taoist spat at the black dog. The dog, previously in a frenzy, suddenly whimpered and, tucking its tail, scampered away without a trace. "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped, or I would have dealt with you," the Taoist grumbled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow before declaring, "Brother, let us proceed to Lu Lao Lao's house. You shall lead the way." At this hour, the night was deep, and every household lay in slumber. The entire village devoid of light, resembling a desolate ghost town, both sinister and terrifying. The Taoist and I, akin to two nocturnal intruders, cautiously navigated through the eerie darkness. Glancing around furtively, after half an hour, we finally arrived at the northern end of the village. Upon reaching the village's edge, the Taoist and I refrained from acting recklessly, instead concealing ourselves amidst a patch of reeds, stealthily observing Lu Lao Lao's residence. At this point, her home had transformed into a mere ruin, littered with debris and chaos, devoid of anything noteworthy. Yet, the Taoist seemed to perceive something more, his eyes wide and fixated, observing intently. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Brother, do you intend to lie in wait here for the one who set up the altar, to ambush them and take them down?" The Taoist paused, taken aback, then exclaimed, "Hey, are you some sort of worm in my belly, knowing exactly what I am thinking?" I silently cursed, thinking to myself that he was the worm, along with his entire family. I continued in a hushed tone, "Brother, while your plan is sound, have you considered that if this person has already been here and moved the altar from the cellar, we would be wasting our time?" The Taoist pondered my words, then nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Thus, you should go ahead and see if you can find the cover of the cellar." Upon hearing this, I shook my head vigorously, as if in disbelief. This was no jest. I am but an ordinary person, and here I stood before an altar, one dedicated to the worship of various spirits. If I were to venture forth alone, what would become of me should I encounter something peculiar? The Taoist, noticing my trepidation, smirked slyly and said, "If you wish for me to accompany you, it is possible, but—" He paused for effect. "You must first part with 100. I was taken aback. Was he attempting to swindle me? Seeing my hesitation, the Taoist continued, "Brother, it wouldn't be fair for me to assist you without compensation. Yet I recognize your current predicament. How about this? I will keep a tab, and once I have resolved your matters, you can settle the bill all at once. What do you say?" Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, "How much would that be? It better not be exorbitant, for I am not wealthy." "Huh, you needn't fear. It is not much, just this amount," he declared, extending a single finger. I chuckled at this, responding, 100? Please, you must be jesting. It is 1,000. The Taoist scoffed and disdainfully eyed me, saying, then it is settled. I shall take my leave first. In a flash, he lunged forth from the shadows like a leopard, racing towards the home of Lu Lao Lao. However, mere moments into his sprint, he stumbled over a fragment of brick. I watched as he momentarily became airborne, tracing a graceful arc before crashing down with a resounding thud. Ouch! My poor back. The Taoist lamented, sprawled upon the ground. I rushed to his side, lifting him up and asking softly, are you all right? Look at my face. How could I be fine? My nose nearly broke from the fall. If I am disfigured, you shall owe me more, for I rely on my looks for sustenance, though I prefer to depend on my talents. The Taoist grumbled incessantly, and I shook my head in resignation. Just as I was about to speak, a resounding thud echoed through the stillness of the night, heavy and reminiscent of a drumbeat. Both the Taoist and I froze in place, our eyes wide with shock as we scanned our surroundings. After a prolonged silence, the Taoist finally uttered, what was that sound? My heart sank at his question. If he was inquiring of me, then to whom could I turn for answers? Just as we sat there, exchanging bewildered glances, the thud resonated once more, and this time I recognized it clearly. It seemed to emanate from below. Could it be that the sound originated from the cellar? What could possibly be lurking down there? The Taoist, evidently attuned to the noise, sprang to his feet, crouching down to listen intently. The rhythmic thud continued, and without a moment's hesitation, the Taoist dashed towards the center of the ruins, positioning himself atop a pile of rubble. The sound was indeed coming from this spot. If my instincts served me right, the cellar lay just beneath our feet. After the Taoist finished speaking, he cast a glance at me and commanded, clear the stones away. I nodded in response and hurriedly began to remove the bricks and stones. As the last stone was displaced, the cover of the cellar was indeed revealed. However, as I removed the bricks that concealed it, the muffled sound abruptly vanished, as if whatever lay within had sensed our presence. I could not help but swallow nervously, glancing at the Taoist, and inquired, brother, what produced that sound? Surely it cannot be a ghost? The Taoist shook his head, his brow furrowing deeply as he murmured, there is a heavy aura of negativity beneath. Shall we not descend then? I asked, my voice trembling. Descend, of course. I, your Taoist master, have traversed the world for over a decade. How could I be frightened by such trivial disturbances? He declared, producing a piece of yellow paper from his robe. I leaned closer to observe that the paper was adorned with peculiar symbols, reminiscent of ghostly inscriptions. The Taoist clutched the yellow paper, muttering incantations under his breath, and then, with a sudden loud shout, he forcefully flung open the cellar lid, like a celestial maiden scattering blossoms. He cast the handful of yellow paper into the depths of the cellar. You wretched old man, I exclaimed, and in an instant, I found myself plummeting into the pitch-black abyss of the cellar. Chapter 19. Nourishing the corpse with qi, I found myself suspended in midair, unable to suppress a loud exclamation of awe. Subsequently, I was engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Fortunately, the cellar was not excessively deep. Before my cry had fully dissipated, I felt my body plummet, followed by a resounding thud as I landed on the ground. The impact was quite severe, and I narrowly avoided a disastrous fate. Lying on the floor for a considerable time before regaining my composure, cursing under my breath as I gradually sat up. At this moment, the cellar was shrouded in pitch blackness, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand. Just as I was about to retrieve my phone to illuminate my surroundings, I suddenly heard the Taoist calling from above, Hey, are you still alive? Unable to contain my irritation, I retorted, Damn it, you try falling down. The Taoist said nothing but chuckled softly. Then, in a flash of shadow, I heard a bang as he leapt down. The Taoist landed steadily on the ground, glancing around before inquiring, Do you have anything that can provide light? In response, I took out my phone and activated the flashlight. The moment the beam illuminated the cellar, the scene before me became vividly apparent. There lay the corpse of Lu Lao Lao, eerily serene on the wooden bed, just as before, with the altar above her head still present, indicating that the individual responsible had not yet removed these items. Perplexed, I pondered the situation when the Taoist remarked, The yin energy here is quite heavy. Stay close to me and be cautious. Do not touch anything on the altar. With that, he approached the corpse, and I followed closely behind. We arrived beside the body, where the Taoist crouched down to examine it closely. Lu Lao Lao was clad in a dark yellow hemp garment, draped with a bright red quilt, presenting an exceedingly bizarre sight, further compounded by her seemingly uncorrupted state. The Taoist furrowed his brow and pointed to a figurine on the altar, saying, "This appears to be the infamous technique of transferring luck associated with malevolent spirits. This method, recently emerging in the martial world, belongs to a nefarious cult that harnesses supernatural entities to transfer one's fortune entirely onto this puppet, which can then be redirected to the beneficiary." I found myself perplexed. Lu Lao was already deceased, and even if my luck were transferred to her, what purpose would it serve? The Taoist explained, the practitioner likely undertook this action out of fear of backlash. Anyone employing this transfer technique risks direct repercussions. The immediate beneficiary might experience a surge of fortune, unexpected windfalls, or even gain without effort. However, in their twilight years, they may endure a fate of isolation and despair, devoid of family and friends. In severe cases, they could suffer sudden death or even bring misfortune upon their companions and descendants. This individual displayed cunning by selecting a person whose fate aligned with their own as a medium, transferring all of their fortune onto this individual. Yet, since this person has already passed, the impact of this fortune will directly affect the deceased descendants. If my conjecture is accurate, the orchestrator of this entire arrangement must undoubtedly be a descendant of Lu Lao. The Taoist spoke with unwavering certainty, yet I shook my head, asserting, that is incorrect. Lu Lao's spouse passed away early, leaving her without kin in the village. Moreover, the couple had no children. Your statement does not hold water. Upon hearing this, the Taoist furrowed his brow and, with a sudden slap of his thigh, declared, "I understand now." His abrupt gesture startled me, causing me to shiver involuntarily. My gaze fixed upon him in astonishment. Noticing my reaction, the Taoist chuckled softly and scratched his head, inquiring, "Brother, did Lu Lao ever take any adopted children?" The term adopted children refers to those who have been informally recognized as sons or daughters, much like my relationship with the old locust tree, where she is my godmother and I her godson. However, Lu Lao was known for her eccentricity and rarely engaged with others. The village children would often avoid her. In such a small village, significant events are difficult to conceal. Seeing my head shake, the Taoist fell into contemplation, murmuring, "This is indeed peculiar. If there are no descendants or adopted children, then why would the practitioner transfer her fortune to her?" After he spoke, he lapsed into deep thought. Perceiving his pensive demeanor, I urged, "Brother, let us ponder these matters later. The priority now is to dismantle this sinister spirit's fortune-transferring spell to help my family through this crisis." The Taoist nodded in agreement and then abruptly threw back the covers. As the blanket fell away, I was immediately struck by the sight of Lu Lao's hands crossed over her chest, her long nails curling ominously. In her grasp, she held a red string, the other end of which was tied to the arm of a puppet. "What is the purpose of this red string?" I could not help but ask. The Taoist explained, "This red string serves as the conduit for the transfer of fortune. This puppet represents you, and your fortune is currently being siphoned to Lu Lao through this string. I must sever this red string, destroy the altar, and erase the birth details inscribed on the puppet to break this spell. Since my graduation, misfortune had plagued me, with calamities striking my family, culminating in the loss of my revered grandfather. Now, as this malevolent sorcery that tormented my family was on the brink of being dismantled, I could hardly contain my excitement. However, just as I was filled with hope and anticipation, a sudden dull thud resonated, causing me to freeze. Turning my head, I was dismayed to see the cellar lid descend without warning. What was happening? How could the cellar lid close so abruptly? Could it be that the individual who set up the altar had discovered us and was now above? With this alarming thought, I hastily jumped to my feet and rushed to the cellar entrance, quickly climbing the wooden steps. I then pushed against the cellar lid with all my might. Yet, regardless of my efforts, it remained immovable, as if a great weight pressed down upon it. The Taoist approached the altar, but I furrowed my brow, sensing that something was amiss. Since the Taoist proclaimed that the altar and the corpse of Lu Lao were pivotal to the art of fortune transference, one must wonder why the practitioner dared to let both the Taoist and myself share the same room as the altar. If this entity were indeed of paramount importance to him, he ought to leap down and engage us in a desperate struggle. Could it be that something more sinister lurked here, hidden from our sight? At that moment, I was suddenly reminded of the eerie muffled sounds we had previously heard, causing an involuntary shiver to run down my spine. I pondered whether there existed some terrifying entity that eluded both the Taoist and me. Contemplating this, I felt compelled to alert the Taoist. However, before I could utter a word, I was startled by his agonized scream, a sound so harrowing that it encapsulated boundless dread, sending a jolt through my entire being. I swallowed hard, my eyes widening as I turned to gaze upon the Taoist. Yet, upon discerning his plight, my heart seized with trepidation. Overwhelmed by a profound fear, I began to tremble uncontrollably, my phone slipping from my grasp and crashing to the ground, while my legs buckled beneath me, sending me tumbling from the ladder. Lo and behold, the corpse of Lu Laolao had inexplicably revived. There she was, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixed upon the Taoist with a menacing glare, her bony fingers clutching his wrist with an iron grip, her elongated nails piercing into his flesh. Just as I fell to the ground, I heard the Taoist exclaim in horror, "Damn it, I understand now. The practitioner has borrowed your fortune, not to alter fate, but to sustain the corpse, aiming to forge a hulking, iron-skinned zombie." Barely had the words left his lips when he let out another scream, and in an instant, he was lifted off the ground by Lu Laolao, her fingers tightly encircling his throat, much like a chick being grasped by the neck. Chapter 20. The ghostly face. Though the Taoist was gaunt, he stood at least 175 centimeters tall and weighed over 100 kilograms. Yet, at this moment, he resembled a mere chick, effortlessly seized by the suddenly ferocious Lu Laolao, who grasped his neck and lifted him with alarming ease. The scene was truly terrifying. I collapsed to the ground, illuminated by the light of my phone, witnessing this horrifying spectacle. My body trembled uncontrollably, my hands and feet grew cold, and beads of cold sweat adorned my forehead. Could this be the legendary resurrection of the dead? Sitting there, shivering, I felt utterly devoid of strength to escape, remaining transfixed by the scene before me. As the Taoist's neck was gripped, he instantaneously lost all strength, his legs flailing wildly, his mouth agape, gasping for breath in a series of desperate wheezes, clearly on the brink of collapse. I felt a pang of conflict within me. Should I rush to his aid? After all, he was a resurrected being, endowed with immense strength, capable of overpowering even a skilled Taoist. Would my intervention not be tantamount to courting death? Yet, if I refrained from helping, the Taoist might face grave danger. He had come to assist me, and now he was in peril. If I stood idly by, could I still call myself a man? Cursing inwardly, I realized that life and death hung in the balance. With a sudden shout to bolster my courage, I gritted my teeth and charged forward. Lu Laolao's attention was primarily fixated on the Taoist, so when I approached, she did not immediately turn her wrath upon me. Seizing the moment, I swallowed hard, steeled my resolve, and threw a punch at her face. Lu Laolao was, after all, from our village. In my childhood, she had even read my fortune. Since my fortunes had changed, my family had treated her with considerable respect, and our relationship was not without warmth. Thus, I pulled my punch slightly. To my astonishment, despite exerting 7 or 8/10 of my strength, my blow barely registered. It felt as though I had merely tickled her. Undeterred, I resolved to strike again. However, Lu Laolao suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide and fixed upon me. What manner of eyes were these? They seemed to contain all the resentment and malice of the world. Under her gaze, I felt as if I were plunged into an icy abyss, my entire being rendered frigid, even the raised fist frozen in midair. In the next moment, Lu Laolao opened her mouth and let out a low. Lu Laolao was struck by the yellow talisman, letting out a piercing scream as she hurled the Taoist aside. She then hopped rapidly to the corner of the cellar. The Taoist, thrown a considerable distance, landed on the ground with a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Observing this, I rushed over to inquire about his condition. He cursed under his breath, slowly sitting up, and said, "Damn it, have her give it a try," while rubbing his neck. His vigilant gaze remained fixed on Lu Laolao, who was concealed in the shadows. The Taoist had sustained quite a blow. The plaster on his arm had shattered, and several bruised finger marks marred his neck, appearing both painful and alarming. Yet, he merely massaged his neck a few times before exhaling deeply and rising slowly. I quickly supported him and asked, "Brother, what on earth is this? Please don't tell me it's a zombie?" Ignoring the Taoist's mumbling, I grimaced and asked, "So, does that mean we are merely waiting for death?" The Taoist shook his head, replying, "Not necessarily. Although the practitioner has borrowed your family's fortune to nurture the corpse, it has not yet reached full maturity. Therefore, the entity before us is not a fully formed iron-armored zombie, but merely a half-finished product." Furthermore, when she grabbed me, I disowned her weakness using my foresight technique. After speaking, the Taoist produced a piece of yellow paper and said, "This zombie harbors a malevolent aura concentrated at the crown of her head, accompanied by a red glow. If I am not mistaken, her weakness lies at the back of her head. Brother, this talisman is called the Fixing Corpse Talisman. Hold it securely. I will distract her, and when the moment is ripe, you must attach the talisman to the back of her head." He thrust the talisman into my hand, leaving me momentarily paralyzed. Goodness, was this some sort of jest? This zombie possessed immense strength and terror, and yet the Taoist entrusted this arduous task to me, just as I was about to refuse. The Taoist let out a fierce shout, darting toward Lu Laolao like a leopard, engaging her in fierce combat. Though Lu Laolao was fierce, her agility was evidently lacking. While the Taoist could not match her strength, his dexterity allowed him to dodge her attacks, occasionally landing swift kicks. For the time being, he held his ground, though he was gradually being overwhelmed by Lu Laolao. What are you waiting for? If you don't help out, soon enough your Taoist master will be reporting to the King of Hell. But fret not, I want to be lonely on the road to the underworld. You'll join me, the Taoist bellowed. His words sent a shiver down my spine, and I stealthily crept toward Lu Laolao's rear. Seeing my movement, the Taoist fought with even greater fervor, ultimately ignoring his injuries as he plunged into Lu Laolao's embrace, grasping her tightly and shouting to me, "Quick, stick it on." The Taoist was clearly risking everything. If I hesitated any longer, I would not only jeopardize his safety, but perhaps my own as well. Resolving to cast aside my fear, I stepped forward and forcefully pressed the talisman against the back of Lu Laolao's head. I had anticipated that affixing the talisman would entail some unforeseen complications. Yet to my astonishment, the process unfolded with remarkable ease. I exerted little effort and swiftly applied the talisman. However, upon affixing it to the back of Lu Laolao's head, the once vibrant and menacing figure abruptly became as if ensnared by a binding spell, remaining frozen in her previous posture, her porcelain teeth bared in a grotesque grimace. I stood there momentarily bewildered, casting a glance at the Taoist priest and incredulously inquiring, "Is that it? Goodness, what more do you expect?" The Taoist retorted, and promptly extricated himself from Lu Laolao's grasp. Yet, at that instant, a muffled thud resonated behind me, and in the next moment, I noticed the priest's expression shift to one of alarm as he shouted, "Be cautious. Do not breathe." The warning came too late. The smoke was thick with a foul stench, and as I inhaled it, an immediate rigidity overtook my body. My head felt unbearably heavy. In the blink of an eye, I lost my balance and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a profound darkness that enveloped my consciousness. Chapter 21. The Misunderstanding of Widow Lu in a State of Confusion. I lost track of time while unconscious, only to feel the chilling wind swirling around me, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. Gradually, I opened my eyes and abruptly sat up. Although I had regained consciousness, my body felt weak and sore, accompanied by a profound sense of nausea. The foul stench lingered in my mouth, refusing to dissipate. After gasping for breath for what felt like an eternity, the sensation began to fade, and I lifted my gaze to survey my surroundings. To my dismay, I realized that I had collapsed at the village entrance, with the ancient locust tree standing tall not far behind me. The night breeze whispered through the branches, producing a haunting sound that echoed eerily, reminiscent of ghostly wails. How did I end up here? I distinctly remembered being knocked unconscious by a person wearing a ghostly mask in the cellar. How could I awaken here? Suddenly, recollections of my first encounter in the cellar flooded back. I had been struck and rendered unconscious, only to awaken in Widow Lu's home. According to her account, my father and others had discovered me beneath the old locust tree. Now, once again, I found myself discarded under the same tree. Was there some deeper significance to this? Why did that person always choose to knock me out instead of killing me, only to leave me beneath the locust tree? Was it possible that he intended for me to draw closer to it? Yet, with the essence of the old tree long depleted, what could approaching it possibly achieve? As I sat there, lost in thought, I suddenly recalled the arrival of the Taoist priest and sprang to my feet, desperately searching for his presence. However, after a thorough search, I found no trace of him, and a wave of dread washed over me. Surely the Taoist had not fallen victim to that person's treachery? The realization cast a shadow over my heart. This situation had nothing to do with him, yet he had disregarded his own safety to assist me. How could I remain untroubled knowing he might be in danger? Although he did not perish by my hand, his plight was a consequence of my actions, leaving me engulfed in guilt. In anguish, I crouched on the ground, my eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Just then, I was startled by a cacophony of sounds emanating from the old locust tree, subtle yet concealed by the night wind, nearly imperceptible unless one was close by. I hurried to the base of the tree and, upon closer inspection, discovered a figure hanging from its branches. At that moment, the person was kicking the trunk vigorously, and upon noticing me, he gestured frantically with his eyes. "Brother, you're alive?" I exclaimed in astonishment, realizing it was the scruffy Taoist. My heart swelled with joy, but he managed to croak out, "For heaven's sake, if you don't get me down now, I swear I'll truly perish." Upon hearing this, I hurriedly rushed over and embraced his legs, gently lowering him to the ground. The Taoist, having hung there for an indeterminate duration, immediately gasped for breath, opening his mouth wide and panting heavily. After a considerable moment, he cursed, "Damn it. If it weren't for your master practicing the turtle breathing technique, I would have surely been hanged to death on this ancient locust tree." The Taoist was already injured, and now I noticed several new wounds adorning his body, some of which were still oozing blood, presenting a rather pitiful sight. After spending the better part of the night in turmoil, not only had we nearly lost our lives, but we had also failed to dismantle the altar, which cast a shadow of despair over me. I couldn't help but smile bitterly, musing that following this ordeal, that individual would undoubtedly relocate the altar, leaving us to wonder where we might seek it out in the future. This was, without a doubt, the most opportune moment to dismantle that malevolent spirit's transfer technique, yet it had been squandered by both the Taoist and myself. Sighing deeply, I refrained from saying much more, instead helping the Taoist to his feet. "Brother, you are still bleeding. Let us go to Lu Gua, Dr. Lu's house in our village for a checkup." The Taoist, in considerable pain, did not hesitate and allowed me to support him as we limped toward the village. As we passed old Li's home, we noticed a spirit pavilion erected in the courtyard, within which lay a large red coffin. Strangely, no one appeared to be keeping vigil for Lu Hong. The pavilion was eerily silent save for a flickering yellow lamp swaying in the night breeze, producing an unsettling creaking sound. I couldn't help but shake my head in sorrow, reflecting on Lu Hong's tragic fate, mistreated by Li Erkue in life, and now in death. Not only was there no one to watch over her, but her spirit had also been taken by the fragrant young man of Guanyin Cave. I wondered how much more suffering awaited her. Upon arriving at the widow Lu's home, I hesitated, considering the hour. She likely had not yet risen. Was my visit inappropriate? I glanced at the Taoist, whose pallid face revealed his pain, and decided against further delay, raising my hand to knock on the door. After a significant interval, a voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" "Aunt Lu, it's me, Tianchi," I replied. "Tianchi?" The widow Lu expressed her surprise, taking a while to respond, "Please wait a moment." After a few minutes, the door finally creaked open. The widow Lu appeared, evidently just awakened, draped in a simple outer garment over her translucent nightgown. Upon seeing me, she blushed and remarked, "Why have you come at this hour? The sun is nearly up. It would be inappropriate if someone else saw you." I was momentarily taken aback, then realized she might mistakenly think I had come for a more intimate purpose. This misunderstanding was becoming rather significant. Noticing my bewilderment, the widow Lu stepped outside to pull me in, but I quickly sidestepped her grasp and instead brought forth the Taoist, saying, "Aunt Lu, my friend is injured. We seek your assistance in bandaging him." Widow Lu was evidently taken aback by the presence of another person. She stood frozen for a moment, and after a while, she realized her misunderstanding. Her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, and she lowered her head to step aside, murmuring shyly, "Please, do come in." Upon entering the room, I encountered Widow Lu's mother-in-law, who was glaring at me with a pair of triangular eyes, her face contorted with resentment. I felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly said, "Grandma Lu, my friend is injured. We have come to tend to his wounds." Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu pursed her lips and coldly remarked, "Not a single good person among them." I was taken aback by her words, and Widow Lu appeared somewhat disheartened. She shook her head and said, "Come into my room." With that, she ushered both the Taoist and me inside. Widow Lu had risen in haste, and the bedding was still disheveled, carelessly spread across the bed. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of a pink, elongated object nestled within the bedding. Widow Lu evidently noticed it as well, quickly covering it up and awkwardly apologizing. "I just got up. The room is a bit messy. Please forgive me." Just as I was about to respond, the Taoist interjected with a cheerful tone, "Miss, you are being too polite. It is we who have not planned well and arrived a bit too early. We sincerely apologize." Widow Lu shot me a discreet glare before heading to the medicine cabinet to fetch supplies, beginning to tend to the Taoist wounds. The Taoist bore at least 6 or 7 injuries, some inflicted by Grandma Lu and others by the masked assailant. The bruises were numerous and extensive. Widow Lu devoted over an hour to bandaging his wounds and applying ointment to the bruised areas before finally concluding her task. As we were about to leave, I attempted to give Widow Lu 200 yuan, but she stubbornly refused, insisting on pushing the money back into my hands while stating, "Tianchi, don't be so polite with me. My family is in need of money." I said nothing further, merely expressing my gratitude before departing with the Taoist. The moment we stepped outside, the Taoist shot me a mischievous grin and lewdly remarked, "Brother, It seems that Dr. Liu is a widow, and I can tell she has a keen interest in you. Hee, such a beautiful woman with such an alluring figure. It would be a shame not to pursue her. Wasting such an opportunity is truly disgraceful. I ignored his comments and continued walking, prompting him to mumble something under his breath before following me. Just as I exited the courtyard of Widow Liu's home, I heard the sound of a swona, and soon after, I saw Li Dakwai leading a group of people, carrying a large coffin toward the outskirts of the village. Chapter 22. The malevolent spirits demands. The funeral procession was quite numerous, with nearly all the villagers, young and old, in attendance. A cacophony of gongs and swona filled the air as the throng hastened towards the overgrown graveyard after leaving the village. However, it was peculiar that Li Erkue was absent from the crowd, after all. He was the instigator of this unfortunate event and likely felt too ashamed to face Dekue again. It was understandable for him to hide. But why were Li Dekue's parents also missing? Could it be that Li Dekue had discovered that his own father and mother were behind this calamity, leading to a rift within the family? If that were the case, how could Li's parents ever muster the courage to confront their son again? The Taoist, however, insisted on staying for a few days to further investigate the matter. Upon hearing this, I hesitated, for my father was still hospitalized in town, and surgery was imminent. If I were not by his side and something went awry, it could spell disaster. After contemplating this, I decided to call my mother. My phone had unfortunately fallen into the cellar, so I resorted to using the landline. Once connected, I first inquired about my father's condition. Upon learning that he remained unconscious, a wave of melancholy washed over me. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The town hospital had contacted specialists from the city, and they were set to discuss a surgical plan today. If all went well, the operation could take place as soon as tomorrow, with minimal risk involved. Upon hearing this news, I felt a sense of relief and exchanged a few more words with my mother before ending the call. After hanging up, I lay down beside the Taoist, hoping to catch some sleep. Yet, as I reclined, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. My mind preoccupied with the events of the past few days. I nudged the Taoist and voiced my concerns. He pondered for a moment before responding. Did you not mention that 2 individuals had hanged themselves from that ancient locust tree? I nodded, and he continued, if my intuition serves me right, those souls are likely being utilized to disrupt the fortune of the old locust tree, which has long protected your village. Should that tree's energy be shattered, the village itself would be beset by misfortune, and calamities would become commonplace. Death would be the least of your worries. A chill ran down my spine at his words, and I urgently inquired, what sort of calamities? Before I could receive a response, the Taoist had succumbed to a deep slumber, his snoring resonating loudly, leaving me even more restless. If the individual who set up the altar intended to harness my family's fortune to sustain a corpse, why then would they seek to dismantle the energy of the old locust tree? It was well known that much of my own fortune was derived from that tree. Thus, if its power were to be diminished, mine would inevitably wane as well. This seemed to contradict their original intent of utilizing my fortune to nourish the corpse. Was it possible that their true aim was not merely to borrow my fortune, but to execute some ulterior scheme within our village? After pondering this conundrum for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, I resolved to set it aside, exhaling deeply before finally closing my eyes and surrendering to sleep. In that slumber, I drifted into profound darkness, completely unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, I felt an intense chill enveloping me, as if a cold breeze were sweeping over my body, accompanied by strange sounds echoing in my ears. The voice was eerie, as though someone were whispering directly into my ear, yet the words were spoken so swiftly that I could not discern their meaning. As the sound grew louder, an icy chill enveloped me, and I could not suppress a shiver, abruptly sitting up in bed. It was only upon sitting up that I realized the room was shrouded in darkness. I distinctly felt that I had only just fallen asleep. So why had nightfall descended? As I pondered this, I suddenly noticed a shadow standing at the foot of my bed. This shadow remained motionless, like a statue, but its eyes glowed an unsettling red, akin to 2 lanterns, fixated intently upon me. My heart raced with terror upon seeing this shadow, prompting me to let out a startled cry. In that moment, the shadow spoke, commanding me to be quiet. The voice was sharp, laced with malice. I trembled and stammered, "Who are you? Are you human or ghost?" I instinctively shrank back, attempting to push away the apparition, but my hand encountered nothing but air. Turning my head, I was startled to find the Taoist figure had vanished from sight. "Come now, guess whether I am human or ghost." It sneered coldly, taking a step closer. As the distance between us diminished, I suddenly realized that this figure was none other than the long-lost Li Erkue. His face was severely burned, still in the throes of healing, covered in grotesque blisters that rendered him both ghastly and horrifying. I swallowed hard and demanded, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" He retorted with a chilling laugh, leaning toward me with blood-red eyes and coldly declaring, "Of course, to kill you." With that, he lunged forward, seizing my throat with both hands, grinning madly as he regarded me with a deranged smile. I struggled fiercely, but Li Erkue possessed an astonishing strength. No matter how I fought, I could not free myself from his grasp. Suddenly, with a malevolent sneer, Li Erkue demanded, "Tell me, did you speak of my affair with Lu Hong?" "Speak quickly." Choked as I was, I could hardly utter a word, flailing my hands against him in desperation. Yet he did not flinch. He continued his relentless questioning. When I remained silent, he tightened his grip, seemingly intent on choking the life out of me. "Do you understand? It is all because of you that I met such a dreadful end. My corpse was turned into soup, and my heart and liver were wrapped in dumplings, consumed by others. Do you comprehend that all of this is your doing? Had you not revealed my affair with Lu Hong, I would not have suffered this fate. I will strangle you. You shall accompany me in death." Li Erkue raged, his voice a cacophony of madness as he intensified his grip. I felt as helpless as a fledgling chick, struggling in vain, my consciousness fading and my mind growing increasingly heavy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, in that moment of dire peril, a sudden, thunderous shout erupted beside my ear. A sinister presence dared to commit violence before me. Truly a sign of a life grown weary of existence. The voice resonated like thunder, booming with intensity. As the sound reverberated, Li Erkue, standing before me, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His features contorted grotesquely as he cast a vicious glare in my direction, proclaiming, "I will not let you off. I will not spare you." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black vapor, swiftly dissipating into the air. Upon his disappearance, I felt an overwhelming heaviness engulf my mind, and I collapsed heavily onto the bed. I lost track of time, but eventually, as if awakening from a deep slumber, I opened my eyes to find the Taoist priest furrowing his brow, his countenance dark with concern as he regarded me. What has happened to me?" I inquired, my voice laden with anguish. The Taoist replied, "You were ensnared in a malevolent spirit stream. Had it not been for my timely intervention, you would have suffocated yourself." I was taken aback by his words, glancing around to see that daylight flooded through the window where once was darkness, now shone bright clarity. Suddenly, the words of Li Erkue echoed in my mind. Could it be that he was indeed dead, and what I had witnessed was merely the apparition of his spirit? Yet, why had he claimed that after his demise, his body was dismembered and boiled, with his heart and liver encased in dumplings? A shiver ran down my spine. Chapter 23. Dumplings and Meat Soup. I recounted my previous experiences to the Taoist priest, who furrowed his brow upon hearing my words and murmured, "Human flesh dumplings? My goodness, what enmity could provoke such cruelty?" The priest was unaware of the affairs concerning Li Erkue and Lu Hong, yet I was acutely aware of the details. I pondered that if Li Erkue had indeed perished, then Li Erkue would be the prime suspect. However, Erkue had always been honest and simple-minded, speaking little and treating everyone with kindness. Could he truly commit such a heinous act? Although Li Erkue had his faults, he did not deserve such a grim fate, especially one so brutal. As these thoughts coursed through my mind, I swallowed hard and inquired of the Taoist what we should do next. Should we pay a visit to the old Li family? The Taoist shook his head, asserting that this matter fell under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. To intervene would likely lead to complications and unnecessary trouble. I was momentarily taken aback by the priest's query, left speechless for a while. Indeed, if the police were to interrogate me, how would I respond? Should I claim that the ghost of Li Erkue had entered my dreams to relay this information? Would anyone believe such a tale? We live in a society governed by laws, where every matter must adhere to legal standards. If I were to speak so astonishingly, could I be deemed mentally unstable and taken away? As these thoughts swirled, I hesitated. Observing my uncertainty, the Taoist smiled and suggested, "Why not do this? Make a call. Express your concerns about the old Li family, claiming you hear agonizing screams every night and suspect something amiss. Ask them to come and investigate." The wisdom of the seasoned Taoist illuminated my mind. Without further hesitation, I retrieved a business card from my pocket and dialed Wang Qian's number. After a few seconds, she answered, her surprise evident as I identified myself. Clearly, she had not anticipated my call. However, after her initial astonishment, She regained composure and inquired if I had recalled any clues. I replied in the negative and proceeded to recount the situation at the Oldley residence. A narrative I had already prepared before making the call, which seemed entirely appropriate. Upon hearing my account, Wang Qin asked, "Are you implying that Lu Hong's suicide was not as straightforward as it seems?" I refrained from engaging with her line of questioning, merely stating that I was uncertain and that they should come and see for themselves, preferably as soon as possible. I had expected Wang Qian to press further about the Oldley family, but unexpectedly, she simply instructed me to meet her at the village entrance in 2 hours. This was agreeable, and I quickly affirmed my willingness. By this point, it was already 4 in the afternoon. I estimated that by the time Wang Qian and her colleagues arrived, it would be nearly 6 o'clock. Neither the Taoist nor I could endure 2 hours of chilling winds at the village entrance, so we prepared some food at home. However, we had only just begun to eat when Uncle Lu from next door pushed open the courtyard gate and entered, calling out, "Is anyone home?" I hurriedly went out to greet him, saying, "Uncle Lu, I'm here." I acknowledged him with a brief "oh," but the next moment, a sudden realization struck me. And I quickly asked, "Uncle Lu, what are you eating?" "Huh?" Uncle Lu was momentarily taken aback by my question. I clarified, I meant, "What did the Oldley family prepare for you to eat?" "Ah, when it comes to food, there isn't much to say, just dumplings and a rich meat broth." "Oh." "That broth is truly delectable, and the dumplings are fragrant." Even I, Lu Shu, who am not particularly fond of dumplings, found myself devouring 2 large plates. Moreover, this time the Li family was generous. There was an abundance of meat broth and dumplings, and the villagers, young and old, indulged heartily. Dumplings and meat broth, could it be? As this thought crossed my mind, I felt a tumult in my stomach and abruptly turned to vomit. The suddenness of it startled Lu Shu, who quickly jumped back and exclaimed, "Ergo, why are you throwing up upon seeing your Uncle Lu? Although I may not be the most handsome, I still deserve some respect from the audience." Lu Shu, having had a bit too much to drink, turned to leave, muttering incessantly while I bent over, emptying my stomach's contents. Had I not managed to suppress the urge to vomit, I might have expelled my very insides. Ignoring his complaints, I inquired, "Brother, do you think those who consumed human flesh will experience any adverse reactions?" The Taoist pondered for a moment before responding, "Logically, there should be no serious consequences, perhaps just a bout of diarrhea and a few days of nausea upon learning the truth. However, if the corpse had been tampered with, that's another matter entirely." Intrigued, I pressed, "What do you mean by tampered?" The Taoist explained, "For instance, if insects were planted on the corpse, or if the deceased had transformed into a vengeful spirit, those who consumed their flesh would inevitably face dire repercussions. Nevertheless, while Li Erkue has become a ghost, he is merely an ordinary spirit. Had he transformed into a vengeful spirit, you likely wouldn't have awakened from your dream just now." I shivered at the thought and asked, "So, those who ate the dumplings will be fine?" "They should be safe," the Taoist affirmed with a nod, as we approached the village entrance around 6 o'clock. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, Wang Qian finally arrived, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of similar age to mine, with an arrogant demeanor. I generally avoid such individuals, so I simply greeted Wang Qian. She was clad in a police uniform, her short hair giving her a clean and sharp appearance. Radiating an aura of confidence and vigor, she spoke and acted decisively, without pretense, and after a brief handshake, she delved straight into the matter, asking me about the current situation with the Li family. Naturally, I was unaware of the Li family's circumstances, and I shook my head, indicating my uncertainty. Wang Qian contemplated for a moment before suggesting that I lead her there. This put me in a predicament, so I glanced at the Taoist. Observing my hesitation, the Taoist smiled and said, "Comrade, my brother is rather timid. It might be best if you go without him. We wouldn't want him to be frightened into a state of distress. Instead, let him guide you in the right direction, and you can proceed on your own." Wang Qian frowned at this, but eventually nodded after a pause, stating, "That's acceptable, but if anything happens, you must come to my aid." I was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Surely nothing will happen." Wang Qian, seeing my bewilderment, burst into laughter, saying, "I'm just teasing you." Upon hearing this, I smiled awkwardly. Wang Qian, noticing my discomfort, remarked, "Aren't you a student from a prestigious university? Why do you seem like a child from the mountains? Even the girl is blushing while teasing you." I chuckled without responding, and Wang Qian, realizing this, ceased her playful banter and drove directly into the village, heading towards old Li's house as I directed. Time passed swiftly, and before I knew it, it was already past 8 in the evening. The sky outside had long succumbed to darkness, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, denser than the previous day, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. As I sat anxiously, concerned for Wang Qian and her companion's safety, my phone suddenly rang. I approached it to find it was a call from the front. I hurriedly answered. But before I could utter a word, I was immediately met with the sound of a woman sobbing. Chapter 24. The boiling of the living. The sound of weeping was faint and indistinct, yet I discerned that it appeared to emanate from Wang Qian. Despite my incessant calls, there was no response from the other end of the line. After a brief interval, the crying abruptly subsided, replaced by the low murmur of a man's voice, deep and elusive, as though he were situated far from the receiver, making it exceedingly difficult to comprehend his words. Just as I pressed my ear against the handset in an attempt to catch the faint utterances, a piercing scream erupted, reverberating as if it were emitted directly from the mouthpiece, nearly shattering my eardrum. The scream belonged to a man, filled with profound despair and an overwhelming sense of terror, sending chills coursing through my veins. Upon hearing this harrowing sound, I swallowed hard and inquired, "Who are you? What have you done to Wang Qian and the others?" My question was met with an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of deep, uneven breathing, reminiscent of someone panting after a strenuous task. Under normal circumstances, such a sound would seem mundane. However, in that moment, it struck me as profoundly eerie, igniting a tension within me and causing beads of cold sweat to form in my palms. After an indeterminate span of time, a frenzied voice suddenly erupted from the telephone. "What have I done to them? Ha ha ha, guess." The tone was grotesque, saturated with a bloodthirsty essence, reminiscent of a voice rising from the depths of hell. My body stiffened involuntarily, and I found myself asking, "Did you kill them?" Death is merely the conclusion of our existence. It is an inevitability that every soul must face, and thus it cannot instill fear in them. At this moment, they are enduring a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha. The deep, sinister laughter echoed in my ears, sending a shiver down my spine, yet I shouted defiantly into the phone, "Who the hell are you? My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is, you all shall perish." The venomous declaration carried an unspeakable chill, leaving me shuddering and drenched in cold sweat. Having uttered those words, I dashed outside, and upon witnessing my urgency, the Taoist followed suit, calling out, "We must contact the authorities." "It's too late," I retorted, my focus consumed with frantic flight as I sprinted toward Old Lee's residence. The hour had advanced past 8 in the evening. Darkness enveloped the sky, compounded by the overcast conditions, rendering the outside world devoid of light. The entire village was shrouded in a thick fog, imparting an indescribable eeriness. I ran headlong, and within minutes, I arrived at Old Lee's home. The house was shrouded in complete darkness, devoid of any illumination. Whether it was a trick of the mind or reality, I sensed that Old Lee's abode was darker than the others, an impenetrable blackness that seemed to consume all light. The pale moonlight that struggled to shine could scarcely penetrate the shadows surrounding Old Lee's dwelling. Under the cloak of night, the brick house of Old Lee loomed like a monstrous creature with its maw agape, seemingly awaiting our entry to devour us whole. A shiver of unease coursed through me at this peculiar thought. At that moment, the Taoist joined me, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Brother, there is something amiss at his home." "What do you mean?" I inquired. "The presence of Yin energy is overwhelming. Look, Old Lee's house is noticeably darker than the others, and the structure appears to be obscured. This is a sign of Yin energy leaking out." "Yin energy leaking?" I pondered, somewhat bewildered. The Taoist nodded and continued. "Such a phenomenon can only suggest one possibility. There has been a death inside, and it was a tragic one, which has resulted in this heavy resentment. We must tread carefully." After imparting this warning, the Taoist produced a talisman from his pocket and handed it to me, explaining that it would sense any approaching spirits. Should any malevolent entity draw near, the talisman would spontaneously ignite without flame, serving as both a warning and a protective charm. I hurriedly stowed the talisman away and exchanged a glance with the Taoist. After he nodded, I inhaled deeply and boldly pushed open the gate to Old Lee's courtyard, stepping inside with measured caution. Despite the courtyard being merely a few meters wide, we traversed it with trepidation, fearful of what might leap forth from the shadows. Thankfully, no strange occurrences transpired as we cautiously made our way to the door. "Brother, why don't you go in first?" I suggested, my heart fluttering at the sight of the pitch-black house. However, the Taoist chuckled and replied, "Originally, I was merely here to assist you with your family's predicament, and this matter was not included. But since fate has brought us together, it would be remiss not to lend a hand. However, this service cannot be rendered without some form of compensation. Perhaps you could show your appreciation later, eh?" The Taoist's demeanor was rather lecherous as he grinned at me. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was it not the case that monks and Taoists typically eschewed material gain? Yet, in this pressing situation, I realized I had no other options, and so I reluctantly nodded in agreement. Moreover, I reasoned, saving Wang Qian's life was paramount. Given her beauty and her position at the police station, I surmised her family would likely be able to compensate me adequately. With those thoughts swirling in my mind, I slowly pushed open the door to old Li's house. As the creaking door swung open, a gust of hot, humid air rushed out, carrying an overwhelming scent of meat that was both rich and greasy, making me feel quite nauseous. I signaled to the Taoist, who, upon seeing my gesture, pulled out another talisman and assumed a posture of readiness as he ventured inside. However, to my shock, he let out a loud yelp upon entering, startling me into a fit of tremors as I rushed in after him, asking what had happened. To my astonishment, the Taoist exclaimed, "Damn it, it's so dark. I can't see a thing." I muttered a curse under my breath, and then began to fumble around until I finally located the light switch. As I flicked it on, the room was suddenly bathed in bright light. I squinted for a moment before focusing my gaze. And there I saw the Taoist priest and I standing at the threshold of the kitchen. The air inside was thick with warmth, suffused with the rich aroma of meat broth emanating from the large pot situated in the center of the kitchen. Flames crackled in the hearth, roaring with intensity, while the pot emitted a bubbling sound, suggesting that its contents were boiling vigorously. Upon sighting the pot, an unsettling premonition surged within me. Wang Qian could not possibly be. I shuddered involuntarily, daring not to contemplate further. I hurried towards the pot alongside the Taoist priest, took a deep breath, and with a swift motion, I lifted the lid. However, as the lid was removed, my entire being froze in disbelief, my hand holding the lid suspended in midair. Inside the pot lay a body, none other than the young police officer who had accompanied Wang Qian. At that moment, his lower half was nearly submerged in boiling water, with only his head protruding above the surface. The pot was indeed boiling, the scalding liquid relentlessly simmering his flesh, causing it to break apart, exposing ragged wounds. And in some areas, large patches of flesh had sloughed off, revealing the bones beneath. I was utterly paralyzed by this gruesome scene, a chill coursing through me despite being enveloped in the searing heat. My body trembled uncontrollably, and in the next instant, I could no longer suppress the rising nausea and turned away to retch violently. Chapter 25, Haunted by Shadows. This scene was exceedingly terrifying. Drenched in blood and grotesque in nature, not only was I horrified, but even the Taoist priest was overwhelmed with nausea, turning away to retch violently until he had expelled every morsel of his dinner. Taking a deep breath, I wiped my mouth and, suppressing the fear that gnawed at my insides, I turned back to gaze into the cauldron once more. The fire in the pit blazed ever higher, the water in the pot bubbling furiously, producing a symphony of gurgles, and amidst the rising steam wafted an oddly alluring aroma. Yet, intertwined with this enticing scent was an inexplicable strangeness and dread that rendered both the priest and me speechless. We exchanged a glance, each detecting a flicker of fear and astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. "Is there any hope for this person?" After a prolonged silence, I finally spoke, my voice trembling. Should we retrieve him?" With a sigh, the Taoist replied, "He is already beyond salvation. He has been thoroughly cooked. Our only recourse now is to extinguish the flames and preserve his remains. It is a pity, truly, for this young man, a promising officer in the police force. Could never have imagined that he would one day become the main ingredient in a pot of soup." He shook his head in sorrow, his face a portrait of regret. His words plunged me into a deep well of guilt. Had it not been for my call to Wang Qian, neither she nor this young officer, whose name I did not even know, would have come, thus avoiding such a tragic fate. The Taoist noticed my troubled expression and approached to offer solace. However, before he could utter a word, I suddenly caught sight of the young officer in the pot, the very embodiment of horror. He moved slightly and, to my astonishment, began to slowly open his eyes. My heavens! Witnessing this spectacle sent chills racing down my spine, and my hair stood on end. A person who had been boiled nearly to death was still alive? His entire body had succumbed to the heat, and although his head had not been fully submerged in the scalding water, it was nonetheless singed by the steam. As he opened his eyes, his eyelids fell away, revealing a pair of pallid, fish-like orbs that glimmered with a ghostly hue. Yet, those eyes continued to dart about in their sockets. In the next instant, as if he perceived the presence of the Taoist in me, he slowly parted his lips and uttered, in a faint, garbled voice, "Save me." The Taoist was evidently terrified, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. He wiped his forehead and, with a trembling voice, uttered, "Dear young brother, may you journey forth safely." If there are any unfulfilled wishes you wish to express, please do so. Before the Taoist could finish his sentence, a harrowing cry erupted from the cauldron where a small police officer was trapped. I don't want to die. Please, spare me. I dread the thought of dying so tragically. With that exclamation, he stood up, thrashing in the boiling pot. My heavens! At that moment, as he rose, his flesh seemed to peel away like the skin of a boiled pig's trotter. With a mere shudder, it fell away in a cascade. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a horrifying skeleton, his internal organs tumbling into the cauldron like dumplings. Once a substantial portion of his flesh had disintegrated and his entrails had drained away, he extended his hand towards me and the Taoist. A pained expression etched upon his face. His mouth opened and closed, producing a rasping sound, as if he were attempting to convey something. Then, with a resounding thud, his mangled body collapsed, plunging into the cauldron. In that instant, his form shattered into fragments, save for a singular head that remained intact, bobbing atop the grotesque broth. Those lifeless, already cooked eyes continued to glare at the ceiling, and his mouth gaped wide, as if silently recounting the agony endured prior to his demise. What manner of spirit dares to reveal itself? The Taoist bellowed, and as his voice resonated, a shadow flickered behind him, darting into the living room with a swift whoosh. The Taoist, undeterred, retrieved a short, slender peach with sword from within his robe and charged after the shadow into the room. Seeing this, I hastily rose from the ground, intent on following the Taoist. However, just as I stood, I felt a sudden warmth emanating from my pocket. I instinctively reached inside and pulled out a piece of talisman paper. Yet, as I revealed it, my heart quaked, and I froze in place. The once dull yellow talisman now emitted a faint glow, which quickly transformed into a blaze. With a whoosh, the flames enveloped the talisman. Startled, I instinctively flung the talisman before me. The paper, no larger than my palm, could not sustain the fire for long. It fell to the ground, where the flame flickered and extinguished almost immediately. The Taoist had mentioned that when a ghost approached me with ill intent, this talisman would spontaneously ignite, serving as both a warning and a means of exorcism. Now that it had burned, could it be that a spirit lurked nearby? Yet, the kitchen was brightly lit. There was not even a trace of a ghostly figure to be found. Regardless, staying here was ill-advised. It was far more prudent to seek out the Taoist. Upon contemplating this, I made my way to the living room. However, just as I took my first step, the overhead light flickered ominously, followed by a sudden crackling sound. A spark leapt forth, and in an instant, the light extinguished, plunging the entire kitchen into darkness. As the light faded, I felt a jolt of fear course through me, and then, a peculiar voice began to emanate slowly from behind. The sound was faint, elusive, and hauntingly unpredictable. Just as I trembled, on the brink of a desperate scream, a pair of hands reached out from behind me, covering my eyes. In that moment, I was seized and forcefully pushed toward the large pot. In the face of imminent peril, I summoned a surge of strength and an overwhelming instinct for survival. Bracing my arms against the countertop, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yet, human endurance has its limits. After several minutes of this standoff, my arms began to weaken, and my head was gradually being forced closer to the boiling pot. Closer, ever closer. At that moment, my face was nearly pressed against the decayed head of the small policeman. The searing heat enveloped me, rendering me powerless to act, and I could only watch in horror as my head was inexorably pushed toward the cauldron. Yet, just when despair gripped my heart and I closed my eyes, waiting for the end, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept in from the doorway. This wind swirled within the kitchen, and remarkably, it lifted the ashes left by the burnt talismans, showering them upon Li Erkuei's face. Chapter 26. A beautiful head at this moment. I grasped a profound truth. Li Erkuei would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly, regardless of how far I fled. His vengeful spirit would forever haunt me. And only by locating the Taoist could I hope for safety. The Taoist had previously chased that dark shadow into the living room, so without hesitation, I tumbled headlong into the fray. However, upon entering the living room, I sensed something was amiss. The room was shrouded in darkness, an eerie silence enveloping it. Where was the Taoist? I stood frozen, a cold sweat suddenly drenching me, and I could not suppress the lump in my throat as I tremulously called out, "Brother, where are you?" That night, I had endured a multitude of harrowing experiences, each more terrifying than the last, assaulting my very soul. Now, the realization that my sole lifeline had vanished shattered my fragile spirit. Tears welled in my eyes, and I could no longer contain them. This cannot be deemed weakness, nor can it be labeled cowardice. Consider this. If anyone were to face such a series of calamities, who could withstand it? Moreover, each incident was potent enough to dismantle our existing perceptions and worldview. As I stood there in despair, paralyzed by uncertainty, I suddenly heard Li'er Kuei's agonized scream abruptly cease, replaced by a series of eerie, low, sinister chuckles. The laughter was horrifying, utterly inhuman, reminiscent of a mournful wail echoing through the night, sending chills down my spine. The very atmosphere intensified the terror, and at that moment, my hair stood on end. What to do? Li'er Kuei was coming. He would not spare me, and I feared for a gruesome demise. I did not wish to meet the same fate as that unfortunate young officer, tossed into a cauldron to be boiled and consumed. Yet, what could I do? If Li'er Kuei were still human, I would not fear him. I'd simply roll up my sleeves and confront him. But now, he was no longer a man. And how could I not be terrified? Hee. The low, sinister laughter emanated from the kitchen, drawing closer, now mere footsteps away from the living room. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, I suddenly noticed that the small window in the living room was ajar. While referred to as the living room, it was essentially a bedroom, such as the common structure in rural homes. Upon entering, one typically finds the kitchen first, followed by the living area and sleeping quarters, with the two spaces often combined. A table on the floor suffices as a living area, and against the northern wall lay a clay bed. The small window, situated above the bed, was primarily meant for ventilation. At this moment, the window stood wide open, icy night air rushing in, causing the curtains to flutter wildly in the chilling breeze. Previously, I was thoroughly unsettled by the fright instilled in me by Li'er Kuei, compounded by the enveloping darkness of the living room. In my state of alarm, I failed to notice the existence of a window. However, as my eyes gradually acclimated to the dimness, allowing me to discern shapes, I was suddenly filled with elation upon spotting the small window ajar. Could it be that the Taoist brother had pursued him through this very opening? With this thought propelling me, I leapt onto the earth and Kong, crouching low in preparation to slip through the window. Ergo, where do you think you can flee to? You have crossed the threshold of my home. Do you truly believe you can escape? He was in no hurry to capture me, akin to a cat toying with its prey, relishing the torment he inflicted upon me before my demise. He savored this process, yet it also represented a glimmer of hope for me. Without a moment's hesitation, I lowered my body and swiftly squeezed through the small window. Behind the house lay a modest garden, typically utilized for cultivating vegetables. Now, in the chill of November, the harvest had long been gathered, leaving only a few wilted vegetable stalks, their yellowing forms sagging in the garden. These stalks were insufficient to conceal a person. Yet, in the northeastern corner of the garden, I spotted a flourishing cucumber vine, standing over a meter tall with ample foliage, capable of providing adequate cover. I dared not linger. Hurrying to the cucumber vine and, bowing my head, I began to burrow within its embrace. However, the more I focused on this idea, the more my anxiety escalated, to the point where I could scarcely breathe. Taking a few deep breaths to steady myself, I suppressed my growing fear and peered cautiously outward with wide, alarmed eyes. At this moment, my heart was in turmoil. With Li'er Kuei absent, should I make my escape from the Li household? Yet, what if he was stealthily lurking in the shadows, searching for me? If I were to reveal myself now, would I not be exposing my whereabouts? Furthermore, the Taoist was still unaccounted for. I had no knowledge of whether he had pursued that shadow or fallen victim to treachery. If I chose to leave at this juncture, would it not be somewhat dishonorable? Moreover, even if I managed to flee, would Li'er Kuei truly allow me to go unscathed? Biting my lip in deep contemplation, I wrestled with my decision for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, I resolved to leave this place first and then report to the authorities in town. Surely, I would still have time to save Wang Qian and the Taoist. With this determination, I rose to depart, but just as I did, I suddenly felt my head collide with something hard. Startled, I looked up to discover that I had bumped into a young cucumber. This so-called cucumber, still in its nascent stage, was peculiar. How could it possibly grow in such frigid November? Even more astonishing was the vibrant red flower blooming at its tip, radiating beauty yet exuding a foul odor that threatened to induce nausea upon inhalation. However, as I leaned closer to examine the cucumber vine, a sudden tremor of horror seized my heart. My legs turned to jelly beneath me, and I collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud, causing the cucumber vines to sway violently with a rustling clamor. My eyes widened in terror, beads of cold sweat breaking across my forehead as my heart pounded so fiercely it nearly leapt from my throat. What in the world was happening? Within the tiny crimson blossom at the tip of the cucumber vine, there was, impossibly, the face of a woman, though miniature and grotesquely contorted. The features bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Hong, the wife of Li Dakue. Scrambling to my feet, I bolted in panic, but in my frantic haste, I tripped over something unseen and crashed back onto the earth. A pained groan escaped my lips before my gaze instinctively dropped to the ground beneath me. What I saw then nearly stopped my heart with terror. Embedded in the soil at my feet was a human head. Its mouth gaped unnaturally wide, its hollow, lifeless eyes fixed upon me in a deathly stare. Wriggling masses of maggots crawled in and out of its nostrils, a sight so ghastly it defied description. A scream tore from my throat. Chapter 27. Here meet the sudden terror nearly rendered me unconscious. I could not suppress a scream, but quickly covered my mouth, fearing that Li Dakue might discover me. My eyes widened in horror as I stared at the severed head before me. Despite its grotesque features and decaying state, I recognized it as Lu Hong's. How could this be possible? Hadn't she already been buried? How could her head be lying beneath the cucumber vines? Was the coffin that had carried her to her grave empty? And had her body been dismembered and scattered throughout the vegetable garden? A shiver ran down my spine at the thought, and a bitter taste filled my mouth as my heart raced uncontrollably. Who could be so cruel as to desecrate the remains of the deceased? Was it Dakue? Yet, he had always been simple and honest, incapable of such heinous acts. And what of the young officer, who had cast him into the pot? Was it Li Dakue or Dakue? This night had subjected me to an overwhelming torrent of horrors, each more terrifying than the last. The relentless fear assaulted my fragile psyche, pushing me to the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Lu Hong's head, my nerves tightened once more, and an intense pain throbbed in my skull. Had I not fought to maintain my composure, I surely would have succumbed to unconsciousness. I grasped my hair tightly, pulling forcefully in an attempt to jolt my fraying nerves back to awareness. Yet, the more I struggled, the sharper the pain became, and countless horrific thoughts clung to my mind, creating a chaotic turmoil that threatened to drive me mad. Just as I was on the verge of losing my sanity, I faintly heard someone calling my name. At the sound, I shuddered and instinctively sprang to my feet, my eyes darting about in search of the source. Who was calling me? My forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and an icy chill enveloped me, as if I had plunged into a frozen abyss. The night breeze sent shivers coursing through my body. "Ergo, it's me. Come here." The faint voice called out again, clearer this time. To my astonishment, it was the long-lost voice of the Taoist brother. Instantly, a flicker of hope illuminated my darkened heart. "Brother, where are you?" I asked eagerly. "I'm here, in the granary." "Hurry." His voice echoed once more. I turned around abruptly and spotted a shadowy little building in the corner of the vegetable garden. It was the old granary belonging to the Li family, a common sight in rural areas, typically used for storing vegetables for the winter and various sundries. The Taoist's voice was emanating from that very granary. What could have brought the Taoist to the granary? Had he uncovered something there? However, something seems amiss. If that were the case, the Taoist should have appeared directly, and there would be no need for such furtive summons. Could it be that he too has encountered trouble, thus seeking refuge in the storeroom? Contemplating this, I could not help but swallow hard, yet I steeled myself and slowly approached the storeroom. I extended my hand and pushed open the wooden door, only to be met by an enveloping darkness within. By the pale, chilling moonlight, I could discern but faint outlines inside the storeroom. "Brother, where are you?" I called out as I cautiously ventured inside, my voice echoing in the stillness. Yet, to my dismay, the storeroom was suffocatingly dark and silent, devoid of any trace of the Taoist amidst the clutter of accumulated debris. A wave of panic washed over me, and I thought, could it be that Li Dakue has deliberately lured me here to torment me? With that thought, I turned to flee, but just as I pivoted, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from behind, covering my mouth. The shock of this unexpected turn nearly made me lose control, and I instinctively struggled and screamed. In that moment, a voice whispered in my ear, "Quiet down. Don't attract that thing." Astonishingly, it was the Taoist's voice. He appeared equally startled, looking disheveled and in a state of distress, as if he had endured considerable hardship. Upon hearing my words, he sighed. "Don't even mention it. This time, I fear your Taoist master is truly in peril." "Brother, do you know what that shadow in the kitchen was?" "What was it?" I gulped and asked in a hushed tone. "It was a ghostly infant." The Taoist replied, a look of dread etched on his face. A ghostly infant is the offspring of a vengeful spirit or a corpse that has mated with a human. This creature harbors immense resentment, and from birth, it feeds on human flesh, thriving on it. Most alarmingly, it is covered in the toxins of decay. A scratch from it can lead to a swift demise. and in grave circumstances, one might witness their own body slowly dissolve into putrid liquid. According to legend, the heroic Zhang Yifan was once wounded by such an infant before he reached his full potential in cultivation, nearly losing his life. Zhang Yifan is a figure of unparalleled strength, yet even he fell victim to a ghostly infant in his youth. What hope is there for me? The title of Heavenly Hero is indeed formidable, but my interest waned as I anxiously inquired, "Brother, have you been scratched?" Upon hearing my question, he exhaled a sigh of relief, and then I recounted my earlier experiences. The Taoist listened intently and remarked, "Though Lu Hong is dead, the resentment clinging to her corpse lingers. This powerful resentment has nurtured the growth of the cucumber vine, which is why there exists a semblance of Lu Hong in that bud. This matter can be resolved once we escape this ordeal and ascend to safety. We need only to burn the cucumber vine to ashes." I managed a bitter smile, internally questioning, can we truly escape from here? The Oldley family's humble farmhouse has transformed into a nightmarish realm akin to hell itself. Had it not been for Li Erkue's cruel jest, I would have surely become nothing more than a lump of decaying flesh in a pot by now. Upon this realization, I could not help but exhale a sigh. Subsequently inquiring of the Taoist, "What shall we do next?" The Taoist, upon hearing my words, replied, "We must simply wait. When dawn breaks and the rooster crows, the vengeful spirit of the ghostly infant shall dissipate somewhat, and then we may stealthily make our escape." Both the Taoist and I fell into a silence, each absorbed in our own thoughts amidst the stifling atmosphere. However, in this oppressive stillness, my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of three shadowy figures swaying in the depths of the storeroom. The sight of these three shadows sent a jolt of alarm through me, prompting me to urgently call out to the Taoist and point towards the shadows, my voice trembling. What are those things?" The Taoist turned to glance, then cautiously rose to his feet, brandishing a peachwood sword, and said, "Come, let us investigate." Without hesitation, he led the way towards the trio of dark figures. I hurriedly followed suit, yet as we drew nearer and the shapes became discernible, we both froze in place, exchanging a glance that revealed the depths of our mutual terror. To our horror, the three shadows were revealed to be individuals suspended from the rafters. Each of these three figures was completely naked, their bodies glistening as if coated in honey. Who were these individuals? Why were they, resembling preserved meat, smeared in honey and dangling from the ceiling? As this chilling realization struck me, I swallowed hard, summoning my courage to approach closer. Yet, upon recognizing the identities of these three individuals, I could not suppress a gasp of shock. To my astonishment, the figures were none other than Mrs. Li and Old Man Li, with the remaining figure being the missing policewoman, Wang Qian. Chapter 28. The undead menace. My eyes widened in horror, my heart nearly shattering into 1,000 pieces at the sight before me. At this moment, Wang Qian stood completely naked, resembling a piece of cured meat, her body smeared with a shiny substance reminiscent of honey. A coarse rope was wrapped around her waist and under her arms, firmly tethered to the ceiling beam, suspending her from above. The impact of this scene was so profound that I felt as though my soul had departed, my face ashen, and I collapsed onto the ground. Wang Qian was already dead? I covered my face, tears streaming down uncontrollably like a dam breaking. It was all my fault. Had I not called Wang Qian, she and that young police officer would not have come to our village, and she would not have met such a tragic fate. I wept silently, the weight of guilt and self-reproach pressing down on me like a colossal stone, nearly suffocating me. Yet, as I sat there, sobbing into my hands, I suddenly heard the Taoist exclaim, "Damn it, why are you crying? She's still alive." My heart jolted at his words, and I quickly sprang to my feet, grabbing his hand and urgently asking, "What did you say? Wang Qian is still alive?" The Taoist nodded, saying, "The two over there have been dead for quite some time, but this female officer is still alive. Come, brother, let us get her down first. Then we can ask Wang Qian who did this to her, and we will uncover the murderer and the mastermind behind it." His words filled me with joy, and I hastily wiped my tears. Together, we worked diligently to lower Wang Qian. It required considerable effort, as her nakedness left us uncertain where to place our hands, and several times we nearly dropped her. Finally, I steeled myself, realizing that in this moment, I could not afford to be overly concerned. I climbed onto a pile of debris and wrapped my arms around Wang Qian's torso, gently lowering her to the ground. Wang Qian stood over 170 centimeters tall, her long legs and fair skin accentuating a figure that was undeniably striking. As I embraced her from behind, I felt her soft form against me. However, my mind was not focused on appreciating her beauty. The sticky substance coating her body was unpleasant. and I quickly laid her down, removing my shirt to cover her, shielding her from view. Once Wang Qian was on the ground, the Taoist knelt beside her, first parting her eyelids, then checking her pulse. After a considerable time, he finally declared, "She must have fainted from shock. There is nothing serious." I sighed in relief, then asked curiously, "Brother, what has been smeared on her body?" The substance resembled honey, yet upon dipping my finger into it and observing closely, I realized it was far from honey, exuding a faint, repulsive odor that was quite nauseating. This thing, if I am not mistaken, must be corpse oil. The Taoist's expression turned grave as he remarked, "That person is truly malevolent. It is evident that they intend to transform Wang Qian into a living corpse." At his words, a shiver ran through me, inciting a wave of nausea, yet I pressed on with my inquiry. "What exactly is a living corpse?" The Taoist murmured to himself, while I clenched my fists tightly, yearning to extract that wicked individual and subject him to 1,000 tortures. However, I was acutely aware that with that person's bizarre and sinister sorcery, I would undoubtedly be no match. Not only I, but even the Taoist, who had roamed the world for over a decade, had been thoroughly deceived, ultimately becoming ensnared in this predicament. As I contemplated this, my expression turned somber, but suddenly, I sensed something amiss. The Taoist had confirmed that those two individuals were long deceased. Instinctively, I raised my gaze to the two corpses, and upon doing so, I was nearly petrified with terror. I beheld Old Li and his wife, suspended from the beam, who, unbeknownst to me, had opened their eyes. Those eyes glowed an eerie red, filled with a vengeful, bloodthirsty glint, causing my body to stiffen as cold sweat poured down me like a torrential rain, drenching me entirely. "What are you staring at?" The Taoist noticed my distress and turned to look, only to recoil in horror, stumbling backwards several paces, before exclaiming, "Damn it." I was pondering why the mastermind would smear corpse oil on the dead. It turns out they are not truly deceased, but have already been crafted into living corpses. As the Taoist's voice echoed in the air, Old Li and his wife suddenly twisted their mouths into a ghastly grin and let out a chilling wail. This sound was less a call than a mournful shriek, and their mouths opened not in a typical human manner, but as if grotesquely torn, stretching to the very edges of their ears. Coupled with their blood-red eyes, their appearance was both monstrous and terrifying. At this sight, I could not help but shudder, instinctively retreating 2 steps, intending to carry Wang Qian away from this dreadful place. Yet, it was evident that the living corpses would not permit our escape. They grinned maliciously, emitting a bloodthirsty laugh, and suddenly, the ropes binding them snapped with a resounding crack. Once freed, Old Li and his wife fell to the ground, resembling 2 wild beasts, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on me and the Taoist. "Brother, what shall we do?" I trembled all over, my voice quaking uncontrollably. The Taoist, however, appeared relatively composed, brandishing a sword in his left hand and a talisman in his right, advising me, "Though these creatures have not yet been fully refined, they are still formidable adversaries. Akin to frenzied dogs, to obliterate them entirely would likely cost us some flesh. With my capabilities, I could handle one, but 2 present a considerable challenge. Thus, I shall take charge of the old man, while you shall oversee the old woman. As for whether we, the 2 of us, can safely exit this room, we must simply rely on our own fortunes." Upon hearing the Taoist's words, I was momentarily rendered speechless. What does it mean to rely on one's own fortune? Is this not your area of expertise? Furthermore, you have traversed the martial world for over a decade. Can you not handle these 2 recently formed living corpses? As I stood there, bewildered and mentally lamenting, a sudden anguish cry pierced the air. I looked up to see the Taoist engaged in a fierce struggle with Old Li, while Old Li's wife, resembling a feral dog, hunched over, her gaze fixated on the unconscious Wang Qian lying on the ground. In the next moment, Old Li's wife let out a piercing scream and lunged at Wang Qian. My heart raced, and without a second thought, I instinctively shielded Wang Qian with my body. Almost as soon as I positioned myself in front of her, Old Li's wife crashed into my embrace. Though she was over 60 years old at that moment, she possessed the strength of an ox, knocking me off balance and sending me sprawling to the ground, just as I was recovering from the shock. Preparing to rise in a flurry of panic, Old Li's wife suddenly seized my head, her mouth agape like a cavern, and lunged towards my neck with the ferocity of a beast. Chapter 29. The Walking Dead. Oh my heavens! The moment Mrs. Li opened her mouth, I was struck with horror as I beheld rows of jagged, barbed teeth within her gaping maw, layers upon layers, densely packed. Just a fleeting glance was enough to instill fear. If one were to be bitten, how could one possibly endure? In this dire moment, I summoned all my strength. tilting my head back before launching it forward in a fierce collision. A resounding bang echoed as my forehead crashed against Mrs. Lee's nose. The impact was so intense that darkness enveloped my vision, nearly rendering me unconscious. Mrs. Lee, too, was not spared from the repercussions. Her nose, a particularly fragile structure, erupted with blood, her nasal bones collapsing under the force. Nevertheless, Mrs. Lee had been transformed into a living corpse, devoid of any sensation. And while the blow rendered her momentarily disheveled, it inflicted no true harm upon her. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, I let out a mighty shout and grasped her neck with all my might. In this life-or-death struggle, I exerted every ounce of strength I possessed, effectively subduing Mrs. Lee. Yet, she persisted, akin to a rabid dog. Despite my firm grip around her neck, she thrashed violently, her mouth agape as she growled at me with ferocity. I understood that this was a singular opportunity. Failure to act could result in my own demise. With a fierce cry, I pulled with all my might, forcing Mrs. Lee to the ground. I cared little for the grotesque sight of her bare body, throwing myself upon her, pinning her firmly to the earth. Even after I had subdued her, she continued to writhe beneath me, her naked form evoking a profound sense of revulsion within me. Most disturbingly, I found myself inexplicably aroused. Let there be no misunderstanding. My interest in this septuagenarian was non-existent. The source of my unexpected arousal was rather the proximity of Mrs. Lee's body to Wang Qian, who lay nearby. As Mrs. Lee thrashed about, she inadvertently dislodged the clothing that covered Wang Qian, revealing her alluring figure before my eyes. Though this was a moment of peril, and my thoughts should have remained focused on survival, I am merely a young man full of vigor. How could I possibly remain indifferent upon witnessing such temptation so closely? I swallowed hard, feeling a warm rush in my nostrils, blood surging forth. To my astonishment, as my blood fell upon Mrs. Lee, a tearing sound erupted, and a cloud of black smoke emerged. This noxious smoke was suffused with a repugnant odor that assaulted my senses, bringing forth tears and mucus in abundance. Yet, it seemed that Mrs. Lee was horrified by my blood, struggling desperately against my hold. Ultimately, I could no longer contain her and rolled aside, allowing her to break free. To my astonishment, after Mrs. Lee managed to break free from beneath me, she did not launch another attack. Instead, she fled into the inky shadows as if evading a plague. Her blood-red eyes wide with terror as they fixated on me. I was momentarily bewildered, pondering the peculiar situation. Could it be that my blood possessed some purifying properties? Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard the Taoist exclaim, "What on earth have you done, brother? This old lady appears to be frightened of you." At that moment, the Taoist and Mr. Lee were engaged in a fierce struggle. Mr. Lee seemed far more formidable than his wife, his claws razor-sharp, and in mere moments, the Taoist's garments were reduced to tattered rags, barely concealing his form. I couldn't help but chuckle at the Taoist's attire, which alleviated some of my fear. I teased him. "Brother, your outfit is quite remarkable." He retorted, "Stop jesting with me. Quickly tell me how you scared off that old woman. I wish to try it too." After he spoke, he thrust his sword to repel Mr. Lee and stepped in front of me, glancing down before inquiring, "Brother, why are you bleeding from your nose?" He then turned to look at Wang Qian, and upon beholding her alluring figure, he trembled slightly, his nostrils flaring crimson as two streams of blood began to flow. After uttering this, the Taoist unexpectedly struck me squarely on the nose. The blow came as a shock, and the force of it made my nose throb painfully, mixing blood and tears that cascaded forth. "You imbecile!" I shouted while clutching my nose, but the Taoist merely smirked mischievously, without a hint of disgust. He dipped his middle finger in the blood and flicked it at the charging Mr. Lee. The droplet struck Mr. Lee's forehead, causing him to momentarily freeze in shock. Then, to my astonishment, dark smoke began to rise from his brow, and he clutched his head, emitting a wailing cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Stunned, I swallowed hard and asked the Taoist, "What is happening?" He shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. But I surmise that your unique constitution grants your blood the power to repel evil spirits. Otherwise, with your innate ability to see the supernatural, you would have been ensnared by those spirits long ago. Could it be true that my blood possessed such protective qualities? Did that mean I would no longer have to fear Lier Kuei? This thought filled me with a flicker of excitement, but the Taoist's next words startled me. "Brother, stop dawdling. The wind is fierce. We must flee." Without hesitation, he turned and dashed away with astonishing speed, vanishing into the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, I cursed under my breath, then glanced at Mr. Lee and Mrs. Lee, relieved to note they did not pursue me further. With a sense of urgency, I seized Wang Qian and turned to escape as well. Upon exiting the storeroom, I was met with the chilling glow of the moon amidst the sparse stars, while the thickening fog obscured my vision to a mere meter ahead. Beyond that, everything appeared as mere shadows, indistinct and unclear. "Brother, over here," the Taoist called out ahead, prompting me to follow the sound. I witnessed him forcefully kick open the fence surrounding the garden and stride out first. I hurried to join him, and together we hastened towards the village's edge. As we made our way, anxiety gripped me, yet, fortunately, no strange occurrences transpired, allowing me to exhale in relief. The elation of surviving such peril is indescribable. I felt invigorated, as if I possessed boundless energy, solely focused on escaping this terrifying place. However, just as I silently celebrated my good fortune, the Taoist abruptly halted. Confused, I inquired, "What's wrong?" It struck me as peculiar that, at such an hour, anyone would be aimlessly wandering about the village, let alone a throng of people. As I pondered this, a shadow emerged from the thick fog, and upon its revelation, I was taken aback to find it was none other than Uncle Lou from next door. I instinctively called out to him, but the Taoist swiftly covered my mouth, warning, "These people are not right." I was momentarily stunned, but upon closer inspection, I sensed something amiss. Uncle Lou's expression was vacant, his eyes devoid of life, and his movements were rigid, resembling that of a zombie, as he aimlessly wandered with a glazed stare. In the next moment, a chilling gust of wind swept through, dispersing the fog and revealing those hidden within it. To my horror, I recognized them all. Each was a villager from our own community. In the fog, these individuals moved like soulless husks, their stiff bodies aimlessly drifting under the cover of night, presenting an eerie and terrifying spectacle. Chapter 30. The tree cutting. I stared wide-eyed, my face a mask of terror, as cold sweat poured down my body like a torrential rain. What in the world was happening? Why were the men of our village wandering aimlessly at this hour, as if possessed? Upon closer inspection, I noticed that all these individuals were men, and significantly, they appeared to be attendees of Lu Hong's funeral. A shudder ran through me as I pondered whether they had consumed human meat dumplings or drank meat broth. I couldn't suppress a gulp and turned to the Taoist priest. "Brother, it seems that these men have partaken in human flesh. Do you think this transformation could be a result of that?" The Taoist shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain, but that is not the crux of the matter. What is paramount now is to ascertain whether these individuals are still alive or have succumbed to death." My heart raced at his words, and I trembled as I inquired, "Are you suggesting they might already be dead?" I shook my head vigorously, not wanting to entertain such a notion. Despite their human form, who could tell what they had truly become? If they were akin to old Li and his wife, having been transformed into living corpses, venturing near them would be akin to walking into the jaws of death. The Taoist, observing my trepidation, scoffed, "Look at you, so cowardly. Have some faith in your Taoist." With that, he stealthily stepped into the thick fog. My heart raced with anxiety, fearing for his safety, prompting me to call out, "Brother, be careful. Rest assured, I may lack in various skills, but when it comes to fleeing, I am unparalleled. Those foolish beings will not catch me," he declared, his figure swiftly vanishing into the mist. Once he had departed, I set Wang Qian down and bent over to examine her. She remained unconscious, yet her breathing was steady, indicating she was not in immediate danger. It struck me as odd. Hadn't the Taoist said she merely fainted from fright? Why had she not awakened after such a lengthy interval? As I pondered this, a sudden scream pierced the silence, sending a jolt of fear through me. I looked up to see the Taoist tumbling out of the fog, scrambling in panic, exclaiming, "Mother, oh mother." To my astonishment, a throng of villagers followed closely behind him. Despite their earlier stiffness, they now moved with alarming speed, relentlessly pursuing the Taoist. Why were they now chasing him in such numbers? The Taoist dashed past me like a whirlwind, and those villagers paid me no heed as they charged after him. I stood there, bewildered and hiding behind a utility pole, as I watched the chaotic scene unfold before me. What on earth was happening? As I was lost in thought, I suddenly noticed that the villagers who had brushed past me had come to a halt. In unison, they turned their heads and fixed their gaze upon me. Shocked, I sprinted forward and soon caught up with the priest, who was panting heavily, crouched over and gasping for breath. Upon seeing me, he asked, "Did those creatures follow you?" I sighed. I had initially intended to capture just one, but I never anticipated they would communicate with one another. A single howl lured the rest to us. However, one thing was certain. These individuals had been transformed into living corpses. The priest's words struck me like a thunderclap, causing me to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. So many had been turned into living corpses? This meant they were already dead? Tears welled in my eyes as I considered the grim reality. Nearly all the men and women from our village were among them. If they had all become living corpses, were there any survivors left in our village? Who could be so cruel as to slaughter all the men and then ritualistically transform them into such horrifying entities? My fists clenched tightly, my teeth grinding audibly, when the priest suddenly cursed and shouted, "Damn it, they're closing in. Run." Without hesitation, the priest seized my arm and we dashed toward the village. In that life or death moment, I summoned every ounce of strength within me. Though I carried Wang Qin on my back, my feet seemed to fly. Yet those living corpses showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly pursuing us. Eventually, it was the priest who pulled me into a nearby toilet, allowing us to narrowly escape. Once the living corpses lost their target, they began to wander aimlessly. The priest and I sighed in relief, disregarding the filth as we collapsed onto the ground. Sitting there, I covered my face with my hands and began to sob silently. It was unbearable to think that the people outside were the very villagers with whom I had shared my life. Tonight, they had all perished, transformed into such terrifying beings. How could I not grieve? The priest, witnessing my distress, sighed and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Brother, I understand your sorrow. But this is not the time for tears. We can mourn once we have safely escaped this place." Slowly, I lifted my head and murmured, "Can we truly escape?" The once tranquil village had transformed into a hellish nightmare, teeming with living corpses and lurking threats such as Li Erkue and the fabled ghostly infant. Most alarmingly, the mastermind behind this horror had yet to reveal himself. With his minions wreaking havoc, if he were to intervene, the priest and I would undoubtedly meet our demise. As despair engulfed me, I buried my face in my hands. Just then, I heard the priest utter a soft followed by, "What are they up to now?" The animated corpses lined up, each wielding an axe, swaying unsteadily as they made their way towards the village entrance. "Let us follow and observe." Upon uttering these words, the Taoist quietly trailed behind, and out of curiosity, I too rose to my feet, carrying Wang Qian as I followed suit. There were over 30 of these animated corpses, and they moved in perfect unison, each brandishing an axe, shuffling towards the edge of the village, ultimately encircling the ancient locust tree. A shiver ran down my spine at the sight. Could it be that these animated corpses intended to fell this venerable tree? Barely had this thought crossed my mind when, indeed, all the animated corpses raised their axes in unison and struck down upon the old locust tree with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. With so many animated corpses assailing the tree, even if it were forged of iron, it could not withstand the onslaught. In mere moments, splinters of wood flew in every direction. However, just as the ancient locust tree appeared poised to topple, a piercing shriek emanated from within its gnarled trunk. As the sound reverberated, crimson blood gushed forth from the battered tree. Chapter 31. The giant python. This scene was so bizarre that both the Taoist and I were rendered speechless, our eyes wide open, transfixed on the ancient locust tree. At that moment, the tree was drenched in blood, which gushed forth from its wounds as if it were an endless torrent. With each drop of blood that escaped, a series of agonized cries resonated from within the old tree, filled with a sense of suffering, yet subtly emanating an aura of wrathful authority. I could not help but swallow hard, pondering what manner of creature resided within the ancient locust tree. Was this blood the essence of that being? The Taoist had mentioned that the entity dwelling within the tree was exceedingly fearsome, and now, as the horde of animated corpses seemed poised to fell the tree, I wondered if they had provoked the wrath of that formidable presence. Lost in my thoughts, I was suddenly jolted by another roar emanating from within the old locust tree. This time, the sound was distinctly different. The previous cries were steeped in pain, while this one resonated with unbridled fury. As this furious roar echoed, I observed the horde of animated corpses instinctively retreating, seemingly terrified of whatever lay within the tree. The blood continued to flow relentlessly, and the furious roars gradually subsided. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked the Taoist, "Brother, what exactly resides within that ancient locust tree? Why did it cry out twice only to fall silent now? And why is there so much blood, as if it would never cease? Could it be that the being inside has been slain by these animated corpses?" The Taoist scoffed and replied, "Do you truly believe that creature could be so easily vanquished? If it were that feeble, I wouldn't be bowing to it in the dead of night. Let us wait. I have a premonition that the puppet master will soon reveal himself." As the Taoist's words fell, a heavy footstep echoed through the dense fog. At the sound of these footsteps, the previously docile animated corpses became agitated, as if gripped by an overwhelming fear of their unseen master. Dozens of these corpses emitted low, mournful growls, as if pleading for mercy. However, before their supplications could fade, A disdainful snort emerged from the fog, and a tall figure wearing a ghostly mask slowly materialized from the mist. Upon seeing this figure, my heart skipped a beat. For the ghostly mask was all too familiar. It was this very individual who had unleashed a cloud of smoke in the cellar, rendering me unconscious. And it was he who had injured the Taoist. Was this person the puppet master behind it all? Who was he, and why did he conceal his true identity? You incompetent fools! The masked figure sneered at the animated corpses. As his voice echoed, the corpses lowered their heads in submission, resembling wayward children who had erred. Their earlier ferocity completely extinguished. You cannot even handle a mere locust tree. What use are you to me? The voice of the masked figure was piercingly harsh, sending an involuntary chill through the depths of one's heart. After he spoke, he unexpectedly produced a black bead from his bosom. Despite its dark hue, the bead emitted a murky luster, intermittently releasing waves of malevolent energy that thickened the surrounding mist. Upon the emergence of this bead, the Taoist beside me gasped softly, then lowered his voice to murmur, "Could this bead be the fabled corpse-settling bead?" Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired, "What exactly is the corpse-settling bead?" My knowledge of the corpse-settling bead was limited to what my master's wife, Luo Zi, had once mentioned. It was said to be an artifact of the Witch King Mother, one of the 9 heroes. However, it was later seized by a figure known as Sun Laogui. This Sun Laogui was the deputy leader of the Extreme North's Mao Lodge, one of the 4 major branches of the Bright God sect in the Central Plains. It was rumored that he mastered the art of ghost cultivation, capable of manipulating spirits and committing murder with ease. Yet, this individual was profoundly sinister. Having evaded numerous assassination attempts by the Witch Shushan Reserve, and recent rumors suggested he had joined the newly emerging cult, the Evil Spirit sect, becoming a significant figure within it. If the masked individual were indeed Sun Laogui, it would spell dire straits for both of us. The Taoist's expression darkened as he spoke, and I could not help but furrow my brow. I had no interest in the 9 heroes or the Witch King Mother, nor had I ever heard of these names. My sole concern was my own survival. Thus, when the Taoist declared our probable inability to escape, my heart quaked, prompting me to press, "Is this person truly that formidable? Can you not contend with him?" The Taoist offered a wry smile, replying, "Brother, not only I, but even the most esteemed among the righteous would likely fall short against him. He has traversed the dark path for decades and has become a formidable warlord of the evil sect, far beyond our humble capabilities." Upon hearing this, my countenance darkened, enveloped by profound despondency. Sensing my dismay, the Taoist patted my shoulder, saying, "Do not be so disheartened, brother. Life and death are inevitable trials we all must face. There is nothing to fear. Moreover, the entity within that old locust tree is exceedingly terrifying. While Sun Laogui is indeed powerful, he may not necessarily be able to subdue the being within the tree. For now, we should merely observe the unfolding events and wait for an opportunity to escape once the confrontation between Sun Laogui and the entity transpires." I nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through the air, and I looked up to see the masked figure holding the bead, chanting incessantly. As his low, eerie tones resonated, I felt a surge of intense malevolence emanating from the bead, swirling around the living corpses before it all seemed to infiltrate their very beings. Once the malevolent energy had fully entered the living corpses, the previously listless figures transformed dramatically, becoming agitated as if invigorated, emitting low growls intermittently. Subsequently, to my astonishment, I beheld the group of animated corpses once more seize their axes, shrieking as they charged towards the ancient locust tree, brandishing their weapons and hacking away fervently. The venerable tree, already marred by countless wounds, swayed precariously under the onslaught of these relentless creatures, and soon, it could bear the assault no longer. With a creaking sound, the old locust tree trembled violently before crashing down with a thunderous roar. Its massive trunk, now prone, stirred up a great cloud of dust, burying several of the animated corpses beneath its weight. After the tree's collapse, the figure adorned with a ghostly mask swiftly retreated, taking refuge at a distance while scrutinizing the fallen tree's direction. My heart raced with trepidation. Was the entity concealed within the old locust tree about to emerge? A chilling wind swept through, dispersing the thick smoke, and as the haze began to lift, I suddenly discerned a pair of emerald eyes glimmering amidst the remnants of smoke, reminiscent of beacons in the night, abruptly igniting with an eerie luminescence. Upon catching sight of those eyes, a jolt coursed through my mind, engulfing me in darkness, as if my very essence was being drawn towards them. Had it not been for the Taoist beside me, who roused me from this trance with a timely shake, I might have found myself ensnared, compelled to approach those mesmerizing orbs. Regaining my senses, I shivered involuntarily, pondering the nature of this being. What manner of creature possessed such captivating eyes? They seemed to wield an enchanting power, and a mere glance nearly ensnared my soul. How terrifying would it be if this entity were to unleash its fury? As I wrestled with my unease, a hissing sound pierced the air, and from the swirling smoke emerged the owner of those colossal eyes. When its immense form became visible, my heart raced anew. It felt as though electricity coursed through my scalp, leaving me in a state of tingling numbness. The wielder of those eyes was none other than a gargantuan python, measuring over 10 meters in length. Chapter 32. The might of the flood dragon. Upon the instant I beheld the colossal serpent, an involuntary jolt coursed through my heart, as a profound sense of dread surged from the depths of my being, swiftly enveloping my entire form. This was the instinctual tremor of a lesser creature in the presence of a superior one, a primal fear emanating from the powerless in the face of overwhelming power. In that moment, I felt utterly paralyzed, cold sweat cascading down my body like a torrential downpour, my legs weighed down as if filled with lead. What manner of creature could possess such immense size? Though I hail from near the greater Shennong range, where I have encountered a myriad of wild beasts, the constrictor snake is a rare sight due to climatic conditions. Yet, even so, I had glimpsed images and videos of such creatures online. However, those pale in comparison to the sheer terror of witnessing it firsthand. At that moment, I truly comprehended the terror embodied in this being. Not only I, but even the Taoist momentarily lost his composure. In the next instant, I observed him swallow hard, his face betraying astonishment as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! This creature is of such immense proportions. No wonder you, my dear Taoist, instinctively felt fear. This is no mere python. Its head has sprouted a pair of diminutive horns, an omen of its transformation into a flood dragon." "A flood dragon? What is that?" I could not help but inquire. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Taoist replied, "By heavens, your village has struck gold this time, encountering the legendary flood dragon. This being is a mythical aberration, possessing a formidable name, the devouring heaven giant python. Its physique is remarkably robust, and on land, its combat prowess is formidable, but once it enters the water, it becomes truly invincible as if granted wings. Just a single one could conjure monstrous waves in the Yellow River, and in its fury, demolishing a mountain would be but a trifling matter." Taking a deep breath, the Taoist continued, "Moreover, according to legend, this creature can undergo continuous metamorphosis. Once it transforms into a flood dragon, it may face the heavenly tribulation, potentially evolving into a true dragon. Yet, throughout history, very few have achieved such a transformation, as it is an act that defies the natural order, attracting a swift and brutal retribution that most cannot withstand." I gasped in astonishment. "Good heavens! This creature can transform into a true dragon? What manner of being is a dragon?" "It is the totem of the Chinese nation, revered since ancient times as a symbol of immense power, believed to possess the ability to create and protect, akin to a divine entity." At this moment, I was confronted with the reality of witnessing a flood dragon that might ascend to true dragonhood. How could I not be astounded? Although I had encountered many extraordinary phenomena, even spirits and the undead, none had left an impression as profound as this flood dragon. In that instant, I found myself questioning my very existence. Were my past perceptions truly accurate? Was this world still the same one I had known? Suddenly, a phrase echoed in my mind, one spoken by my father: "All that is unknown deserves our reverence." Now I deeply comprehend the significance of this statement. I find myself engulfed in profound confusion and panic, feeling as though everything around me is utterly unreal. Even this world seems so illusory. Over the course of 2 decades, I have constructed my own worldview and understanding of this reality, yet within the span of a single night, it has been shattered multiple times. At this moment, it feels akin to shattered glass, scattered upon the ground, irretrievable. However, just as I stand there in bewilderment, a sudden, resounding roar pierces the air. I look up to behold a colossal python, rising upright, its eyes glowing with an eerie azure light, surveying the horde of living corpses before it. Measuring over 10 meters in length, this behemoth appears as a formidable presence, rendering the once ferocious living corpses as insignificant as ants. The living corpses, sensing their dread, instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, the ghastly-faced man emitted a cold snort, raising his left hand to wield a corpse-binding orb, while his right hand swiftly performed intricate gestures. With a commanding shout of hasten, a tempest of malevolent winds erupted from the orb, accompanied by a noxious aura that reeked of decay, overwhelming and nauseating. Astonishingly, The living corpses reveled in this stench. Upon the release of the deathly miasma, they devoured it like famished vagabonds encountering a feast, ravenously consuming until the air was devoid of its foul essence. After feasting on the deathly energy, the living corpses exhibited palpable transformations. Their eyes glowed crimson, filled with a savage thirst for blood, and their physiques appeared notably stronger than before. Most significantly, they no longer seemed to fear the colossal python. Suddenly, one of the corpses let out a piercing howl, raising its arms and charging towards the serpent with unwavering determination. Yet, facing such a gargantuan creature, bravery alone could not alter their fate. Before it could cover much ground, the python swiftly lowered its massive head, opening its cavernous jaws to devour the hapless corpse whole, swallowing it with a resounding gulp. I watched in horror, my heart racing uncontrollably. My heavens, it was a living corpse. Just one could render me and the Taoist utterly helpless. Yet now, these living corpses, confronting the python, seemed as powerless as ants against an elephant, completely devoid of any chance to retaliate. Nevertheless, the demise of one corpse did not deter the others. They surged forward in a frenzied assault against the giant serpent. The colossal serpent loomed like a tower forged from steel, towering high above the scene. A piercing hiss erupted from its maw, and in an instant, its massive form twisted violently, its tail sweeping through the air like an iron whip, crashing down upon the horde of corpses. The tail of this giant python was indeed immense. As it descended from the sky, it resembled a mountain plummeting with a thunderous roar. Upon striking the ground, a resounding thud reverberated, shaking the earth and sending clouds of dust swirling, engulfing the throng of undead in an instant. I mused to myself, this is not merely grotesque. It is utterly grotesque. The thick smoke billowed forth, punctuated by intermittent roars that rose and fell, clearly emanating from the legion of the living dead. However, in the next moment, a high-pitched hiss resonated, akin to muffled thunder, erupting with a force that rattled my very insides, plunging me into darkness as I found myself seated abruptly on the ground. The Taoist was not faring any better. He swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. I was astounded. This dragon's roar. This creature could indeed emit a dragon's cry, and there was even a hint of draconic majesty. The Taoist stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and for a time, words eluded him. As the swirling smoke gradually dispersed, I widened my eyes in astonishment. The only figure remaining in the arena was the gargantuan serpent. While the legion of undead lay vanquished on the ground, some reduced to mere pulpy remains, the ground strewn with carnage and bones, a gruesome tableau. In the blink of an eye, over 30 undead had been felled by the colossal serpent, rendered immobile. Yet, the python emerged unscathed, its combat prowess truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the man adorned with a ghostly mask remained unfazed, standing at a distance with a cold smirk, addressing the serpent. Little Qing, you have indeed not disappointed me. It has been over 20 years since the last calamity, and your previous master has been deceased for more than 2 decades. How have you fared during this time? Chapter 33. Thunderous lightning. The sinister man, with a visage cloaked in malevolence, spoke with an unsettling charm, and after finishing his words, he remained rooted in place, chuckling darkly. Upon hearing his remarks, my heart was struck with profound astonishment. Could it be that this malevolent figure was acquainted with the colossal python? If so, what could possibly motivate him to fell the venerable locust tree, thereby desecrating the sanctuary of the great serpent? Was there some enmity between them? I stood momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that the Taoist was familiar with the python. Observing my bewilderment, the Taoist scratched his head and chuckled. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. I did not mean to imply that we are acquainted. Rather, I am aware of its existence, though it remains oblivious to me. However, following the demise of the leader of the 5 poison sect at the hands of the legendary hero Zhang Yifan, the disciples scattered like leaves in a storm. And thus this vast malevolent organization was erased from the annals of history. In the subsequent 3 years, during the Great Cataclysm, the once vanished Black Dragon envoy rallied a group of reclusive cultivators to mount a fierce counteroffensive against the invading ghostly army. Ultimately, in a valiant act to defend a small village, they perished alongside the enemy, leaving a legacy of sacrifice and valor that serves as an exemplar for our kind. It is particularly remarkable that this paragon of selflessness was a woman, rendering those who espouse righteousness and virtue utterly shamefaced. Today, one can only speculate how many aspiring cultivators, filled with dreams and admiration, visit her grave to pay their respects. Yet, unexpectedly, her spirit companion, the little green creature, appeared in this remote mountain village, and I found myself fortunate enough to witness such an occurrence. After the Taoist spoke, his gaze turned fervently toward the great python, but in the next moment, he suddenly stiffened, casting a sidelong glance at me as he muttered, "Could it be that the Black Dragon envoy sacrificed herself over 2 decades ago to protect your locust tree village?" Though the Taoist articulated his thoughts with clarity, I remained perplexed. When he inquired, I had no one to turn to for answers, and thus I simply shook my head, admitting my ignorance. Suddenly, a thought struck me. If the Black Dragon envoy belonged to the Dark Path, then why did the Taoist master frequently speak of her? Historically, was there not an inherent opposition between the righteous and the wicked? I voiced my confusion, but the Taoist merely shook his head in response. This involves a series of intricate emotional matters, and since it pertains to the legendary hero Zhang Yifan, few dare to mention it openly. I have only heard my master's wife allude to it in private. It seems that the Black Dragon envoy shared a rather ambiguous connection with Zhang Yifan. Furthermore, her sister, the Red Paper Fan, was a confidant of Zhang Yifan. Alas, the intricacies of this matter are exceedingly convoluted, even I am not fully aware. And I certainly cannot elucidate it for you. Since the Taoist could not clarify the situation, I refrained from pressing further, recognizing that these matters bore no relevance to me. At this moment, the paramount concern was to escape this perilous predicament alive. Taking a deep breath, I lifted my gaze to survey the scene before me. At this very moment, the ghostly-faced man had engaged in a fierce struggle with the enormous python, Shaoqing. Clutching a small flag, he waved it. And a chilling wind swept forth, from which 2 ethereal shadows erupted, transforming into a man and a woman. The man, with blood-red eyes filled with a ravenous glare, let out a chilling howl, simultaneously screaming eat flesh as he charged at the giant python. The woman, too, emitted a piercing cry that resonated like a tidal wave, instantly reverberating outward and causing my eardrums to throb painfully. Had I not been at a distance from the battleground, I might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer force of her wail. Despite the ferocity of the python, the old ghost, Sun, was a renowned figure in his own right. The outcome of this battle was indeed uncertain. The Taoist observed intently, murmuring to himself. I inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we flee? Flee? Nonsense. Such a rare clash of experts is an invaluable opportunity for my cultivation. To leave now would be a grave loss." Inwardly, I cursed. Even at this critical juncture, he was still preoccupied with his training. I feared that if we did not escape soon, we might not live to tell the tale. However, as the Taoist remained resolute, I realized I could not flee alone. The elusively Urkue had yet to reveal himself, and the ghostly infant spoken of by the Taoist was also absent. If I were to carry Wang Qian away by myself and encountered either of these 2, it would surely spell doom for me. Reluctantly, I resolved to stay with the Taoist, hoping that the giant python was indeed as formidable as he claimed. Should it falter against the ghostly figure, our fate tonight would likely be grim. With a deep sigh, I turned my gaze back to the battlefield. At this moment, the 2 vengeful spirits were locked in a heated battle with Shaoqing. Their agility allowed them to outmaneuver the python, which, despite its size and the immense pressure it exerted, was struggling to maintain dominance, forcing the spirits to retreat as they were occasionally sent flying by its massive tail. Yet the ghostly-faced man remained unfazed. A sinister smile spread across his lips as he spoke in a tone laced with malevolence. Shaoqing, in days of yore, I fought alongside the Black Dragon envoy at the tomb of the Witch King. Now that the Black Dragon envoy has perished, why do you linger alone in this desolate place? Join me, and let us embark on a grand venture. The world has changed after the great calamity. It is ripe for reconstruction, a perfect opportunity for us to showcase our prowess. In response, the python let out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, it twisted its body, its colossal tail sweeping through the air and sending the 2 spirits sprawling. In the next instant, the python lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at the ghostly-faced man. My heavens, the head of that colossal python was as large as a water tank, and at this moment, it gaped its cavernous maw, a sight that was genuinely terrifying. One could easily envision a table fitting within, with ample space for 4 individuals to engage in a game of mahjong. Not to mention that sinister-faced man. Even a robust bull could be devoured in a single gulp. The man with the ghostly visage was evidently wary of the great serpent. Otherwise, he would not have employed the living corpse as a mere pawn to strike at the ancient locust tree. Upon witnessing the python charging towards him, he let out a sharp whistle and, like a bird soaring through the air, leapt 3 or 4 meters back with remarkable speed. Once the ghost-faced man had made his escape, a thunderous crash echoed as the gigantic head of the python smashed into the earth. The force of this impact was tremendous, shaking the very ground and sending dust and debris soaring. When the haze finally settled, a massive pit had been formed in the ground, measuring 0.5 meter in depth and several meters wide, with cracks spidering outwards, creating a truly chilling spectacle. What immense power must one possess to rend the earth so grievously? Having uttered these thoughts, he retrieved a talisman from his pocket, forming a mystical seal with his hands, and then bellowed, "Celestial realms of the 9 heavens, transform into divine thunder, magnificent celestial might, heed my call." As his voice resonated, the talisman slowly ascended into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly engulfed by the oppressive night sky. As the flash of lightning faded, the previously dim and gloomy heavens erupted into a tempest, with dark clouds swirling and roiling without respite. In the next moment, a deep rumble reverberated through the air, echoing ominously. Almost simultaneously, within the dark clouds, countless flashes of electricity flickered, converging together. With a resounding crack, they surged downward from the heavens, targeting the devouring giant python with unrelenting fury. Chapter 34. The person within the jade my heavens. Upon witnessing the sky filled with thunderous light, I was nearly rendered speechless, feeling as though my very soul was about to be drawn out and consumed by the surging celestial thunder. The Taoist exclaimed in astonishment, "This is indeed the thunder-summoning talisman of the Maoshan sect. How is it possible that a practitioner of the dark arts possesses such a supreme talisman?" I paid no heed to the Taoist's outcry. My eyes widened in sheer terror as I beheld the unfolding spectacle before me. At that moment, the previously darkened sky was illuminated by the radiant thunder, and amidst the rolling clouds, countless bolts of lightning intertwined, resembling furious dragons in the air, baring their fangs and claws as they showcased their might. It seemed to declare to the world that its authority was not to be trifled with. Anything that dared to challenge its majesty would be obliterated to ashes. Yet, in that instant, I suddenly perceived the colossal sky-devouring python, shrouded in the radiant thunder, rising to its full height. It emitted a resounding roar directed at the furious dragon formed by the intertwining lightning. Although its roar was deafening, it was ultimately drowned out by the tumultuous thunder. What a being the sky-devouring python was! A primordial anomaly that had transformed into a flood dragon, brimming with potential to become a true dragon. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming celestial might, it appeared so diminutive, so fragile. Nonetheless, even in such circumstances, it refused to yield, raising its proud head defiantly toward the heavens, roaring back at the divine might, challenging the furious dragon suspended in the sky with its own voice, issuing a provocative roar. The lightning dragon seemed to sense the python's challenge, thrashing in the air before. With a thunderous crack, it descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the python. In that moment, the wind ceased, the clouds rested, and everything fell into a profound stillness. The relentless celestial thunder, bearing unmatched divine power, surged toward the sky-devouring python, which continued to hold its head high, releasing a thunderous roar to the sky. In the next instant, it was engulfed by the boundless radiance of thunder, and the entire world transformed into a blinding white. In that fleeting moment, my eyes could discern nothing. All I saw was an overwhelming brightness, followed by a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air, accompanied by an invisible force that propelled both the Taoist and myself backward by over 10 meters before we came to a halt. Due to the prior blinding light, my eyes felt wet at the corners, filled with tears, and my vision was shrouded in darkness, rendering me nearly blind. I could not resist the urge to rub my eyes, and after a considerable time, I slowly began to regain my sight, allowing me to faintly perceive the contours of the night. At that moment, a pained groan pierced the silence. Turning my head, I beheld the Taoist emerging from a foul ditch, groaning as he crawled. Upon noticing me, he inquired, "Brother, what is this ditch usually used for?" "A receptacle for urine," I replied candidly. "By heavens!" The Taoist, upon hearing this, turned and began to retch violently, taking a considerable time to regain his composure before weakly exclaiming, "By the heavens! This old ghost is truly perverse. He possesses a thunder-summoning talisman, but that is impossible. The thunder-summoning talisman is the pinnacle of the Maoshan sect's secret arts, crafted only by the Grand Master and the Elder of Transmission, and has been kept under wraps for ages, rarely seen in this world. Where could this old ghost have procured it?" I paid no heed to the Taoist's confusion and instead turned my gaze to the arena. However, this glance tightened my chest, my heart nearly leaping into my throat. Before me lay a deep pit, struck by lightning, measuring several meters in depth and over 10 meters in width, with cracks radiating ominously around it. Most astonishingly, the formidable sky-eating python, which had moments ago stood defiantly against the heavenly wrath, now lay motionless within the pit, resembling a dying creature, its body marred by wounds. Unable to suppress a gulp, I murmured, "Is it dead?" The Taoist approached, and after surveying the scene, he shook his head and sighed. No matter how powerful one may be, in the face of overwhelming celestial might, all things appear insignificant. It is truly unfortunate that this sky-eating python, capable of transforming into a true dragon, had it been given time, would have soared to greatness. Yet, here it lies, extinguished. How lamentable. Upon hearing this, a wave of despondency washed over me. In that fleeting moment, the indomitable spirit exuded by the python had profoundly impacted me. A shock far more intense than the thunderous roars of the heavens. I had believed it would triumph, only to find it had perished in such a manner. If the python was no match for that ghostly-faced man, what hope was there for the Taoist and me? A profound sense of despair filled my heart, and I felt the sting of tears at the tip of my nose, nearly crying out. In a single night, the villagers, young and old, had perished, their bodies reduced to ash by the relentless thunder, leaving no trace behind. How could I not mourn? Moreover, with no escape in sight, facing imminent doom, how could I not be afraid? Just as I stood there, pale and hopeless, a sudden cold laugh pierced the air. My heart jolted, and I looked up to see the ghostly-faced man leaping into the pit, examining the sky-eating python closely. Alas, he mused, I have schemed here for so long merely to compel you to reveal yourself and to forge an alliance to rejuvenate the evil spirit sect. Yet, much like your former master, the Black Dragon Envoy, you remain obstinately proud, unwilling to submit. In that case, I shall send you to the afterlife. However, your skin and bones are valuable indeed, especially those horns. If crafted into an artifact, they could become a divine relic. With that, he drew a sharp dagger from his robes, preparing to sever the python's horns. However, at the moment the dagger made contact with the colossal python's horn, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once motionless and lifeless behemoth suddenly opened its eyes wide. In an astonishing display of power, its immense head shot forward like a cannonball, crashing into the chest of the ghost-faced man. The ghost-faced man had presumed the python to be dead and was entirely unprepared for this sudden assault. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely and sent hurtling through the air like a kite with its string severed, blood gushing from his body as he soared. Ultimately, he fell with a resounding thud into the encroaching darkness. Witnessing the seemingly invincible python rise again and ambush the ghost-faced man filled me with exhilaration. I felt an overwhelming urge to rise and applaud. Yet, the next movement of the python rendered me frozen in place. It twisted its colossal form and slithered toward me, fixing its immense gaze upon me. I could not suppress a gulp, feeling a torrent of sweat cascade down my body, soaking me completely. Even the Taoist was left wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. What could the python possibly want? Surely it does not consider both the Taoist and me as foes to devour? I shuddered at the thought. Just then, the python lowered its head and opened its cavernous maw before me. My heavens! It was only upon this close encounter that I truly grasped its terrifying presence. Yet before I could fully comprehend the situation, the python suddenly flicked its tongue, and from it fell a crystalline object. Almost instinctively, I reached out and caught it in my hand. Looking down, I discovered that I was clutching a translucent jade stone, at the center of which resided a shadowy figure. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the shadow was that of a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing hair. As I stood there, entranced by the jade stone, the python nudged me with its head. I glanced up at it, my voice trembling as I asked, "What do you mean?" Hiss. The python repeatedly flicked its tongue. Its fierce eyes softened as they fixated on the jade stone in my grasp. Though it could not articulate human speech in that moment, I comprehended the meaning behind its gaze. It seemed to implore me to take the jade and flee from this place. Chapter 35. Escape obstructed, I stood frozen in place, my face a canvas of bewilderment and doubt. What could the giant python possibly mean? Why did it entrust this jade stone to me and urge me to depart with it? From the python's gaze, it was evident that this jade held profound significance for it. If that were the case, why would it bestow such an invaluable treasure upon a mere stranger, a boy utterly devoid of strength? Unable to suppress my curiosity, I cast a glance at the jade in my hand. It gleamed with a crystalline clarity, approximately the size of an infant's palm, and within it, a minuscule figure was discernible. Despite its diminutive stature, I could vaguely discern her features and countenance. She possessed flowing hair and an exquisite beauty, yet her expression exuded an aura of aloofness, as if warding off any unwelcome approach. Strangely, upon beholding this enchanting woman, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me, one that transcended mere infatuation or fleeting acquaintance. It was akin to the warmth of a long-lost relative, a sensation so intimate and comforting. Almost instinctively, I found my mouth forming a word that startled even me. Godmother. These words escaped my lips unbidden, and in that moment, I faintly heard a woman respond softly in acknowledgement. A shiver coursed through my body, my eyes widening in astonishment as the realization dawned upon me. This woman was indeed the godmother I had known since childhood. No wonder I felt such an affinity upon seeing her. No wonder the giant python had entrusted this jade to me. Having been frail and sickly since my youth, I often encountered unseen entities and ominous apparitions. Were it not for my godmother's guidance, I might have met an untimely demise long ago, and I would not be the person I am today. Now, with the giant python in distress, entrusting this jade to me, I could not refuse. Taking a deep breath, I assured the python, "Fear not. As long as I am here, your godmother is too." It seemed the python understood my words, for in that fleeting moment, I perceived a glimmer of relief in its eyes. Slowly, it lowered its head, casting one last lingering glance at the jade in my hand, its gaze filled with reluctance. Just then, a heavy footfall echoed through the air. I turned to see the ghostly-faced man limping forth from the shadows. Upon spotting the giant python, he let out a sinister laugh and then turned his cold, malevolent eyes upon me. In that instant, as he fixed his gaze upon me, a jolt surged through my body, rendering me rigid and almost beyond my control. "After tonight, this small village shall be erased from existence," he declared ominously. "As the saying goes, one must uproot the weeds to eliminate the threat. No one in this village shall escape." With that, he brandished a small flag and issued a commanding shout, summoning two malevolent spirits, a man and a woman, to emerge, shrieking as they lunged toward me in the air. I was utterly taken aback by the scene before me, nearly losing control of my senses. The enormous python emitted a piercing cry, then gently nudged me with its head, causing me to stumble back a couple of steps. It then cast a deep glance at the jade stone in my hand, and with a resolute demeanor, turned to launch itself at the ghostly-faced man. At that moment, the python was battered and bruised, its colossal body marred with charred wounds and bloodstains. Yet, despite its condition, it did not waver. Instead, it released a mournful cry and collided fiercely with the two malevolent spirits, a man and a woman. "Roar, brother, don't just stand there. We must flee." The Taoist pulled me along, urging, "Since the colossal python has entrusted the jade stone to you, it signifies a hope that you will escape with it. Remaining here will not aid us. Rather, it will become a burden, compelling the python to divide its attention to protect you. It is far better to seize this opportunity to escape and secure the jade in safety, honoring the python's sacrificial endeavor." I cast a lingering gaze upon the python, then tucked the jade securely close to me. After gritting my teeth, I hoisted Wang Qian onto my back and turned to leave. The Taoist's words resonated. Staying here would only render me ineffective and a liability. Moreover, the python had entrusted the jade to me, risking its life to buy us time for our escape. If I chose to linger, would that not betray the python's noble intentions? Silent gratitude for the python filled my heart as I dashed towards the village. "Brother, this is your territory. Where do you suggest we go?" the Taoist inquired as we ran. Our village was encircled by mountains, bordered to the north by the ancient forests of the greater Shennong range. Given the current predicament, venturing into the woods seemed our wisest course. Even if the python were to falter, the vastness of the forest would provide ample cover. With this in mind, I declared, "Let us head north and into the mountains." Thus, I sprinted towards the north. However, as I passed Widow Lu's dwelling, I suddenly halted. Noticing my pause, the Taoist asked what was amiss. After a moment's reflection, I replied, "The group of living corpses we encountered were all men from our village. Yet I have seen no sign of the women. Brother, should we not check on their fate? If they still live, we must rescue them. If they have perished." I left the thought unfinished, but the Taoist comprehended my implication and nodded. "Very well, let us split up and investigate." He promptly entered a nearby house, while I hurried into Widow Lu's home. Upon entering, I found the house engulfed in darkness, its door tightly shut. Despite my vigorous attempts to knock, no one responded. Taking a deep breath, I delivered a forceful kick, shattering the door open and rushing inside. Yet, upon entry, I discovered the house to be completely vacant. Not only was Widow Lu absent, but even her paralyzed mother-in-law had vanished without a trace. "Where is everyone?" I wondered. Had they also fallen victim to the ghostly man's sinister grasp? Clenching my jaw, I scoured the remaining rooms, but the house remained desolate, devoid of any presence. At that moment, the Taoist burst in and, upon seeing me, inquired, "Is anyone here?" I shook my head, and upon noticing my response, the Taoist's expression darkened. He then remarked, "It seems that the villagers have either fallen victim to malevolent hands or have been captured by that old ghost. Sunday brother, we must leave. My abilities are insufficient to rescue everyone. Our only recourse now is to flee and seek help in the town." Upon hearing this, a profound sadness washed over me as I murmured, "Will seeking help even be effective? Can ordinary police officers subdue a man steeped in dark sorcery?" The Taoist understood my concerns and patted my shoulder, assuring me, "Do not worry, brother. Our country has a specialized department that deals with such incidents, known as the Wushu Mountain Reserve. Fortunately, I am acquainted with several individuals who serve there, and once we are outside, I shall assist you in contacting them." I nodded in response, feeling lost and despondent as I exited the house with the Taoist, hastening towards the northern edge of the village. However, just as we reached the home of Lu Lao Lao and were on the verge of leaving the village, we suddenly heard a heavy footfall echoing behind us. At the sound of that footstep, my heart skipped a beat. Had the giant python been defeated, and was that ghostly-faced man now in pursuit? How could he have caught up so swiftly? I had presumed that all the men in our village were dead, yet unexpectedly, I spotted Dekue here, which filled me with joy. I instinctively moved towards Dekue, but the Taoist abruptly pulled me back, his tone cold as he cautioned, "Brother, first ascertain what follows him." I was taken aback by his words, then focused my gaze. To my astonishment, I beheld two dark figures trailing behind Li Dekue. As I discerned the identities of these shadows, I froze, as if struck by lightning. The figures following Li Dekue were none other than the already ritualistically transformed corpses of Old Li and Old Li's wife. Chapter 36 Hush. Upon seeing Old Li and his wife, I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. My eyes widened in astonishment as I turned to gaze at Dekue. The once simple-minded and even somewhat dull Dekue now bore a terrifying countenance. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glare that sent chills coursing through my body. I involuntarily retreated another 2 steps, trembling as I asked, "Li Erkue, did you kill him?" Previously, I had harbored suspicions that if Li Erkue were murdered, Dekue would be the prime suspect. However, despite my doubts, I could not truly believe it, for Dekue was well known in our village for his honesty and simplicity. How could such an earnest individual commit such an atrocity? Yet at this moment, Dekue made no effort to conceal the truth, nodding slightly before coldly declaring, "Indeed. It was I." "Why?" I gasped. "Why? You dare to ask me why?" Dekue's expression grew increasingly menacing as he fixed his gaze upon me and bellowed. "He violated my wife, his sister-in-law, Lu Hong. Does he not deserve death for such a crime?" While the Erkue was undoubtedly at fault, it was not for Dekue to deliver judgment. Yet, in that moment, I found myself unable to voice my thoughts, for behind Dekue stood 2 animated corpses, their unwavering stares fixated upon me, seemingly poised to strike at Dekue's command, ready to drink my blood and devour my flesh. I took a deep breath and continued, "And your parents?" I opened my mouth to speak, but words eluded me. Observing my hesitation, Dekue smiled and replied, "Fortunately, I encountered my master. He not only awakened me, but also bestowed upon me these corpses to command. It is my master who has allowed me to be reborn, to seize a second chance at life. From this day forth, I, Li Dekue, shall no longer be the coward I once was. Whoever dares to provoke me shall be torn to shreds by the corpses." Haraha. Upon finishing his proclamation, Li Dekue threw his head back and cackled menacingly. Yet, in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly silenced as he lowered his head, glaring at me with his bloodthirsty eyes, grinning malevolently, "Ergo. Now that you know my secret, you must die." With his words hanging in the air, the once quiet corpses behind him let out a chilling howl and charged at me and the Taoist like frenzied wild dogs. Almost simultaneously with their advance, I heard the Taoist shout, "Brother, run." In that moment, I caught a glimpse of the Taoist, wielding a peachwood sword, rushing toward the corpses. Previously, in the storage room, we had been thoroughly bested by these very corpses. Could the Taoist, facing them alone, truly be their match? I heard a sharp crack, and the head of one corpse twisted a full 360 degrees on its neck, having been wrenched by the Taoist. When he released his grip, the head hung limply, powerless upon the body. Yet, even so, the animated corpse had not perished. It swayed like a drunken man before finally crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It struggled for quite some time, failing to rise again. Unable to contain myself, I swallowed hard, my eyes wide with horror as I gazed at the Taoist priest. When did he become so formidable? After dispatching the undead, the Taoist retreated to my side. Noticing my dazed expression, he exclaimed, "Cursed, why are you still here? Did I not tell you to flee?" I realized that at this moment, I was merely a burden. Remaining here would not only hinder the Taoist, but could also distract him, potentially leading to his demise. Resolving this, I turned and plunged into the forest. That large-headed doll, was it the ghostly infant the Taoist had mentioned? He had warned that the ghostly infant was imbued with poison. A scratch or bite from it would result in a deadly infection, the consequences of which could be fatal. Now, with the Taoist having been bitten, would he meet his end? The thought sent a chill through me, and cold sweat instantly dampened my forehead. I swallowed again and slowly turned to glance behind me. However, as I turned and beheld what lay behind, I was nearly paralyzed with terror. There stood Li Erkue, who had vanished long ago. His face was a grotesque mask of blood and decay, almost beyond recognition, with one eye bulging grotesquely from its socket, dangling ominously. The sight of Li Erkue was nothing short of horrifying. Though he made no move to harm me, his eerie smile struck fear into my heart, causing my legs to weaken beneath me. He, ergo, I told you, you cannot escape. Li Erkue grinned maliciously, taking slow, deliberate steps towards me, all the while mocking. Ergo, if it weren't for you, I would not have met such a tragic end. Now, my soul has nowhere to rest. I have become a wandering spirit, suffering in the chilling winds. Oh, ergo, my suffering is great. Why not come and keep me company? My heart raced in terror, prompting an involuntary scream as I took off in a frantic flight. Li Erkue did not hasten to pursue me. Instead, he lingered at a distance, reveling in my panic with an unsettling laughter. In the enveloping darkness, I was lost, without direction or purpose, aimlessly fleeing through the dense mountain forests. I lost count of how many times I stumbled, ultimately shedding one of my shoes, yet I could not shake Li Erkue from my trail. He clung to me like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to rid myself of, driving me to the brink of despair. Where am I? Wang Qian's eyes were filled with confusion. In the next moment, as if recalling something, she struggled against me. I quickly shouted, "It's me, don't move." Seeing me silent, Wang Qian covered her face with her hands and began to weep on my back. Taking a deep breath, I asked, "Can you walk on your own?" Wang Qian shook her head at my words and said, "I feel utterly drained, as if all my strength has been siphoned away. What has happened to me? Am I going to die? What about the village?" She leaned weakly against my back, her voice a mere whisper. I fell silent in response, not uttering a word, but hastily maneuvering through the forest with her on my back. Yet, human endurance has its limits. After carrying Wang Qian throughout the night, I was utterly exhausted. Having fled through the dense woods for so long, I was at the end of my strength. After only a few strides, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I struggled to rise, but my body felt as if it were in pieces, devoid of any power. "You should go. Don't worry about me. Seek help at the town's police station." Tears still lingered in the corners of Wang Qian's eyes, yet her words were resolute, catching me off guard. Just as I was about to speak, a sinister laugh echoed from a distance. Clenching my teeth, I lifted her and placed her beneath a tree, then gathered some wild grass to cover her. I said to her, "He is after me. I will lead him away, and you will be safe." From my pocket, I retrieved a bank card and handed it to Wang Qian, instructing her, "Officer Wang, if I do not make it out alive, please take this card to my mother at the town hospital. It contains 50,000 yuan. My father is awaiting this money for surgery. I beg you." I sprinted through the ancient forest, losing track of time. My feet felt as though they were being ground to shreds, and my clothes were tattered by the thorns, my body stained with blood. Nevertheless, I pressed on, gritting my teeth and resolutely persevering. I did not wish to die, especially not in this desolate corner of the world. I am still young, with many endeavors yet to undertake. I have parents and family, and someone I love deeply in my heart. Thus, I cannot perish. With that thought echoing within me, I summoned an unexpected surge of strength, propelling myself forward. Just then, I spotted a large pool of water not far ahead, its depth unknown, with fish occasionally leaping from the surface, sending ripples across the water. "Ergo, where are you? Ergo, where are you?" Li Erkue's voice rang out once more. Clenching my teeth, I leapt forward, plunging into the pool. The water was icy and biting, and as I submerged, it felt as if needles were piercing my entire being, causing me to involuntarily gasp. At that moment, Li Erkue, accompanied by a chilling breeze, drifted through the air, circling above while calling my name. Seeing this, I quickly ducked my head and began to sink towards the bottom of the pool. Having grown up in the mountains, I was a proficient swimmer, able to hold my breath for over a minute without difficulty. However, it seemed that Li Erkue was determined to locate me. Lingering in the air above the water for an extended period, time passes second by second, and at this moment, I am overwhelmed by a searing pain in my lungs. A profound sense of suffocation gradually enveloping my entire being. Just as I am on the verge of succumbing to this torment, I suddenly catch sight of a white figure gracefully ascending from the depths of the pool. Clad in flowing white garments, her long, fiery red hair dances with the currents of the water, and her exquisite beauty renders her akin to a celestial being emerging from a painting. In this enchanting moment, the scene is breathtakingly sublime. She glides to my side, and, under my astonished gaze, places her index finger to her lips, signaling me to be silent. Hush. Chapter 37. I desire to cultivate together with you in this moment. The woman before me appeared as if she had stepped forth from a scroll of exquisite artistry, resembling a celestial being. Behind her lay an endless expanse of crystal-clear waters, teeming with fish, which accentuated her ethereal beauty, akin to that of a siren, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. I stood there, eyes wide with astonishment, utterly captivated by her, lost in a reverie. However, as she approached me, a sudden realization struck me. I had encountered this woman before. During a previous out-of-body experience, I had been led by a midnight bridal procession to the Guanyin cave, where I had first laid eyes upon her. Her stature in that place seemed to be exceedingly high, but how could she be here now? I recalled the Taoist mentioning that she was a fox spirit. The thought sent a jolt through my heart, prompting an instinctive gasp. Yet, before I could utter a sound, icy waters surged into my mouth, leaving me momentarily paralyzed, on the brink of losing consciousness. At that moment, the breathtaking woman executed an unexpected gesture. She glided closer to me, placing her finger gently against her lips in a silencing motion. Then, she extended her arms and enveloped me in a tender embrace. Under my astonished gaze, her exquisite lips softly brushed against the corner of my mouth. A sweet, fragrant breath flowed from her lips into mine, soothing my burning lungs and alleviating the suffocating sensation. Gradually, she lifted her head, her face radiating warmth and mirth as she gazed at me. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet there lingered a hint of seduction in her brow. Though she did not overtly entice, her fiery gaze was utterly mesmerizing, capable of ensnaring any man's soul, leaving him yearning for her day and night, entranced and distracted. Being a man, and a young one at that, I found it impossible to tear my eyes away, even in such perilous circumstances. Noticing my rapt attention, she offered a gentle smile and parted her lips to form two syllables. Though submerged in water and unable to speak aloud, I discerned that she seemed to be calling me foolish. After uttering those words, she slowly leaned down and placed a soft kiss upon my forehead. Despite being enveloped by the cold water, her warmth radiated through me, and the heat of her lips, pressed against my skin, banished much of the chill within me. Waves of warmth coursed through my body, dispelling the icy grip of the water. As I reveled in this enchanting moment, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me, my eyelids growing heavier. Yet, I fought against the encroaching sleep, striving to keep my eyes open, only to be met with the sight of her stunningly beautiful face, adorned with a gentle smile. Her enchanting eyes seemed to possess a voice of their own, whispering to me, "Sleep now, sleep, you are safe, let not your thoughts wander." Strangely, upon gazing into those eyes, all my worries faded into oblivion. Even the peril that surrounded me at that moment ceased to trouble my mind. I smiled faintly and gradually closed my heavy eyelids. The frantic escape of the night had left me utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit. As I surrendered to the darkness, a sensation arose within me, a profound reluctance to ever open my eyes again. Yet, just as my consciousness began to drift away and my body grew heavier, a sudden chill of night air caressed my skin. Had I emerged from the pool? Was it she who had rescued me? Where was she taking me? Was the Erkue still out there? Countless questions swirled in my mind, but in the next instant, my awareness slowly faded into silence, and I succumbed completely to unconsciousness. In a hazy state, I could not discern how long I had been in this stupor. All I felt was a parched throat and an overwhelming heat enveloping me, an indescribable discomfort that compelled a painful groan to escape my lips. Gradually, I opened my eyes. Before me lay a delicate white veil, and through it, I discerned that I was reclining in a quaint little room. This chamber, with its antiquated charm, evoked the essence of an ancient maiden's boudoir. Yet, in this modern age, how could one possibly inhabit such a space? As confusion clouded my thoughts, a sharp pain pierced my head, and suddenly memories surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding my mind. Ah, yes. Last night, a calamity struck our village. In my frantic attempt to evade Li Urquay, I had leaped into the pool, and just as I neared suffocation, the woman from Guanyin Cave appeared within the water and saved me. If that were the case, then I must be in Guanyin Cave now. Surely, she would not intend to harm me? With this thought, I swallowed hard, preparing to rise, but as I propped myself up, a voice emerged from beyond the door. Miss, why did you confront Granny Snake? Do you truly have feelings for that vile man? This voice sounded vaguely familiar. Was it that of the young maid? Miss, do say something, continued the maid. Granny Snake is growing old and unstable. She requires potent elixirs to stabilize her spirit and prolong her life. Since that loathsome man possesses a naturally lean constitution, his blood would serve as the finest remedy for our kind. To defy Granny Snake for such a dying wretch, is it truly worth the risk? We are residing in Guanyin Cave, and we need Granny Snake as protection. If she decides to make our lives difficult, how shall we endure? The maid's words were laced with dissatisfaction as she muttered incessantly outside the door. Upon hearing this, a shiver coursed through me, nearly provoking a cry of terror. That so-called Granny Snake intended to use me as an ingredient for her concoctions? How would that transpire? Would I be cast into a cauldron to be boiled? My mind suddenly recalled the image of a small officer, thrown into a pot, his flesh torn and boiled, ultimately reduced to a mere broth. That harrowing scene still sends chills down my spine when I recall it. Had that serpent-like matron truly intended to cast me into the cauldron, my fate would undoubtedly have been no better than that of the unfortunate constable. I realized that I could not remain passive. I must hasten my escape from this place. With that thought, I clenched my teeth and resolutely rose to my feet, striding towards the door. However, just as I stealthily approached the threshold, peering through the crack to survey the situation, I was startled by the sudden creak of the door swinging open, revealing the stunningly beautiful woman standing before me. The abruptness of this occurrence sent a shiver through my body, and I instinctively took 2 steps back. She, too, appeared taken aback by my unexpected presence, her face displaying sheer astonishment. It was the petite maid who squeezed in first, casting a fierce glare in my direction before speaking up. Well, you're awake, are you? At her words, I swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for a response. Yet, the enchanting woman before me smiled gently and inquired softly, my dear sir, are you feeling better? Though the sentiment was the same, the essence of the inquiry varied dramatically, emanating from 2 distinct women. Nevertheless, I found the term she used to address me rather peculiar. In contemporary society, most men are referred to as Mr., with a select few labeled as comrade. Yet to be called my dear sir is indeed a rarity. I stood there, frozen in place, nervously fixated on this woman. At that moment, I heard the maid scoff and coldly remark, with his demeanor, how could he possibly deserve to be called my dear sir by the young lady? Initially, I felt no particular reaction to her words, but the woman with the fiery red hair furrowed her brow and sharply retorted, Wanhong, do not be disrespectful, young lady. The maid whined, and the woman, seeing this, smiled before saying, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with this gentleman. Upon hearing this, the maid pouted, stamped her foot, and then turned to leave, leaving only the 2 of us in the room. She closed the door behind her and turned to me, her gaze catching the tension etched across my face, which elicited a light-hearted laugh from her. You heard what Wanhong said outside, did you not? I nodded in affirmation, and she took a deep breath before looking at me with a serious expression. Then let me ask you, do you wish to preserve your life? Even the lowliest creature seeks to survive. How much more so for me? I nodded vigorously in response. However, her countenance brightened with a smile, and she continued, if you can agree to a single condition of mine, I shall intercede with the serpent matron on your behalf. Even if she insists on using you as an ingredient, I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow, perplexed by her request. This woman was asking me to consent to something? I, a mere penniless wretch, stood before someone who might very well be a fox spirit transformed into a beautiful woman. What could she possibly desire from me? I gazed at her in confusion, and she gradually lowered her head. After a considerable pause, she seemed to muster an immense amount of courage, exhaling deeply before, with a hint of shyness, she confessed, I wish to engage in dual cultivation with you. I wonder, would you be willing? Chapter 38, The Flow of Meteor and the Fire of Flame. Upon hearing her words, I was suddenly taken aback, my eyes widening in astonishment. Since my youth, I have harbored a profound fascination for martial arts novels, and I am no stranger to the concept of dual cultivation. This practice entails a man and a woman, bare and facing each other, merging to cultivate a technique that harmonizes the interplay of yin and yang, complementing one another's shortcomings. However, given this woman's extraordinary beauty and alluring figure, it would undoubtedly be effortless for her to find a partner for dual cultivation. Such a woman is the quintessential dream of any man throughout his life. Yet, why has she chosen me? I am but a naive youth, utterly ignorant and inexperienced. Although I possess a decent appearance, it hardly seems enough to captivate a woman of such beauty to the extent that she would willingly surrender herself to me. Furthermore, we are not well acquainted. While we have crossed paths on 2 occasions, and she once saved me, I do not even know her name. Is it not rather hasty and reckless for her to broach the subject of dual cultivation so soon? I stood there, rendered speechless, gazing at her for an extended moment, while her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, irresistibly tempting. She let out a soft giggle, casting me a sidelong glance. My heavens, the allure in that glance is beyond the capabilities of my clumsy words to describe. I felt a tingling sensation throughout my body, as if my very soul were on the verge of being ensnared. I could not help but swallow hard, and noticing my nervousness. She chuckled softly and explained, "The reason I have chosen you, dear sir, is that you possess a unique constitution, a rare pure yin body. I shall not hide it from you. I am a fire fox who has cultivated for over 200 years, embodying a pure yang constitution. I practice the ancestral technique of fox enchantment, and to advance to a higher level, I require the complement of a pure yin male. Such pure yin bodies are exceedingly rare. Even my ancestors never encountered one, which is why no one from the fire fox lineage has ever attained the pinnacle of this technique. However, fortuitously, you happen to be a pure yin body, and thus..." Her voice trailed off, growing softer and softer until it resembled the faint buzz of a mosquito, nearly inaudible. Her shyness, juxtaposed with her stunning exterior and serene demeanor, created an intriguing contrast, adding an air of allure to her character. Yet, she has cultivated for over 2 centuries, while I am merely 23. Although relationships with an age gap are now fashionable, is this disparity not rather excessive? Seemingly reading the doubts in my heart, she smiled and added, "Although I have cultivated for over 200 years, if we were to calculate according to human years, I am but 20 years old." Upon hearing this, I let out a sigh of relief. Encouraged by my reaction, she mustered her courage and gazed at me with eager anticipation, asking, "Dear sir, would you be willing?" I fell into silence, not uttering a word, and gradually lowered my head. Deep within my heart, I had already been claimed by another. Though we had parted ways, how could 2 years of affection simply be forgotten? I am not one to act frivolously, yet this enchanting woman, whom I have met merely twice, dares to make such a request. How could I possibly acquiesce? However, if I refuse her, what fate awaits me? Will I be simmered into a concoction? The mere thought sends a shiver down my spine. I do not wish to die, nor do I desire to meet such a woeful end. Moreover, if I remain alive, there exists a glimmer of hope to escape this place and reunite with my family. But if I perish, I shall lose everything. As the saying goes, the world may be vast, but life is paramount. With this in mind, I took a deep breath, raised my head, and spoke to her in a firm tone. "Very well, I shall comply. However, you must agree to one condition." "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she responded, "Are you concerned for your safety?" "Indeed." I nodded. "You must ensure my protection. Rest assured, since you have granted me your consent, we shall henceforth be bound as companions, akin to a married couple, caring for one another." How could I bear to witness you being turned into a potion by the serpent matron? I nodded in response, feeling a tumult of emotions within me. She quietly approached, standing before me, and with a breath as fragrant as orchids, asked, "Do you have someone special in your heart? Is she as beautiful as I? I believe I am not inferior to any woman in this world. Henceforth, I shall diligently safeguard you and alleviate your burdens." With that, she gently kissed my forehead and continued, "I shall seek out the serpent matron and plead for your release." As she turned to leave, she paused and inquired, "May I know your name?" "I am Nya Tianchi," I whispered. "Nya Tianchi." She murmured my name, then smiled softly. "I am Lu Hua, with Lu meaning flowing and Hua meaning fire." With a radiant smile, she departed. Once she was gone, I felt my strength dissipate, and I sank onto the ground. Having just escaped the jaws of a tiger, I found myself ensnared in the den of a wolf. Why must my life, that of Nya Tianchi, be so fraught with suffering? Moreover, marriage is a significant affair in one's life, and here I was, hastily agreeing to another's terms. Is it not rather rash? Should I not possess a modicum of dignity, preferring to die standing rather than live on my knees? Yet that would mean death, and a most tragic one at that. I truly do not wish to die. I believe that anyone, given the choice, would not be foolish enough to opt for death. With this thought, I exhaled deeply and slowly rose to my feet, moving to sit on the edge of the bed, my expression vacant. I sat there for an extended period, contemplating myriad thoughts. Ultimately, I was reminded of the Taoist and our village of Whitetree. I wondered how the Taoist fared in solitude. Could he stand against the ghostly infant and the living corpse? Furthermore, after being bitten by the ghostly infant, had he succumbed to poison, now lying lifeless in a foul ditch? In the village, all the men have perished. What of the women? Where are they? And do they still have a chance of survival? As these thoughts crossed my mind, my eyes welled with tears, flowing uncontrollably down my cheeks. Our village had always been a tranquil place, where the inhabitants lived in harmony, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Though impoverished, the villagers found contentment and joy in their simple lives. Yet, little did we anticipate the calamity that would befall us tonight, transforming our haven into a nightmarish realm. Those familiar faces, once vibrant with life, were now either lifeless or missing, leaving me in despair and hopelessness. I wept for an indeterminate duration, until my eyes were swollen and my tears had run dry, and eventually, I succumbed to a fitful sleep. How could she have been gone for so long? Was there yet another calamity? Perhaps the old woman of the snake had refused to grant Liuhua's plea? The waiting was the most agonizing and protracted ordeal, during which my gaze remained fixated on the door, yearning for the moment Liuhua would enter, bringing tidings of hope and life. Yet, I was equally terrified of the door swinging open, fearing that the news would not be the one I so desperately wished to hear. Enduring this torment for an unknown span of time, I suddenly heard footsteps outside the door, causing my entire body to tremble. I sprang to my feet in an instant. The next moment, the door creaked open, and to my astonishment, the figure that stood before me was none other than Lu Hong. Chapter 39. No retreat. I never anticipated that I would have the opportunity to see Lu Hong again. After her death, not only was her soul drawn to the Guanyin cave, marrying the son of Qinxiang, but her body was also dismembered by De Kuei and buried in various corners of the vegetable garden, a truly tragic fate. At this moment, I saw Lu Hong, clad in a hooded robe, anxiously push open the door. After entering, she cautiously peered outside, and upon confirming the absence of others, she closed the door behind her. I stood there in shock, speechless for quite some time, before Lu Hong stepped forward, grasping my arm, and urgently exclaimed, "Tianqi, it really is you." In response, I remained silent, and Lu Hong fell into a moment of quietude. After a considerable pause, she finally broke the silence, asking in a grave tone, "Tianqi, is De Kuei? Is he well?" At her inquiry, my heart trembled. I opened my mouth, yet no words emerged. What could I possibly say? Should I reveal that De Kuei had transformed, not only dismembering her, but also murdering his own parents and younger brother? Should I disclose that De Kuei colluded with son Lao Gui, wreaking havoc upon all the villagers, including Lu Hong's parents? I found myself unable to utter such truths. Lu Hong had already endured too much suffering, yet within her heart, she still clung to a flicker of hope. If I were to unveil the reality, that beautiful illusion she harbored would undoubtedly shatter in an instant. Taking a deep breath, I finally spoke. "After your death, De Kuei held your body and wept for an entire day and night. It was evident that he truly loved you." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's eyes reddened, and tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Sighing, I inquired how she had come here and whether she needed anything. Lu Hong wiped her tears, gritted her teeth, and said, "Tianqi, come, I will take you away from here." After speaking, she approached the door and peered through the crack. Turning back to me, she stated, "There is no one around now. You should don my robe and pretend to be my servant. This way, we should not be discovered." As she finished, she removed her long robe and offered it to me. Instinctively, I recoiled, taking 2 steps back. I cannot leave with you," I whispered. Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, her face filled with urgency as she implored, "Tianqi, are you foolish? Do you understand where this place is? This is Guanyin Cave. And let me tell you, none of the people here are truly human. Do you know what the son of Qinxiang is? He is, in fact, a yellow weasel that has cultivated itself into a spirit. Although I am nominally his wife, do you know how many wives he has? Do you have any idea of the torment I endure each night? Tianqi, you must believe me, I would never harm you." I was already aware of the nature of Guanyin Cave through the Taoist priest, understanding that it was indeed a den of spirits. Yet, even so, I could not bring myself to leave. Upon witnessing my silence, Lu Hong took a deep breath and said, "Tianqi, I have heard from young Master Qinxiang that the snake matron has recently captured a flesh spirit mushroom and is preparing to brew a potent elixir. Your blood, dear Tianqi, is exceedingly alluring to the demon kind. It is likely that the snake matron intends to use your blood as a key ingredient to enhance the efficacy of her potion. If you do not accompany me now, I fear you will be drained of your blood, left as nothing but a desiccated corpse. I felt a jolt of alarm at her words, yet I remained silent. I had made a pact with Liu Hua, promising to engage in dual cultivation, and in return, she was to ensure my safety. At this moment, Liu Hua was presumably pleading with the snake matron on my behalf. If I fled now, it would be a betrayal of my oath, and even if the heavenly king himself were to intercede, the snake matron would likely not spare me. Taking a deep breath, I looked up at Lu Hong and said, Sister Lu, I appreciate your willingness to help me, but I truly cannot leave with you. Why not? Lu Hong asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I have made an agreement with Liu Hua. She assured me that she would protect me. I believe she is currently advocating for me before the snake matron. Sister Lu, you need not worry. I will be fine. Lu Hong frowned slightly and replied, Liu Hua is indeed commendable. During these days in Guanyin Cave, she has been the only one to look after me. If not for her, I would have long been tormented to the brink of despair by young Master Qinxiang. However, do you know what has become of Liu Hua? Instinctively, I shook my head, indicating my ignorance, but my heart raced at the thought. Could it be that Liu Hua had deceived me? Or perhaps the snake matron refused to grant her request. Urgently, I inquired of Lu Hong, who sighed and said, young Master Qinxiang mentioned that Liu Hua confronted the snake matron, inciting her wrath, and as a result, she has been imprisoned. Tianqi, do not place your hopes on Liu Hua, no matter how formidable she may be. She cannot contend with the snake matron. Remember, the snake matron is a serpent demon who has cultivated for a millennium. When enraged, she can easily obliterate ordinary beings like us, and even those formidable spirits would meet a dire fate. Tianqi, we must leave now. It may soon be too late. What was I to do in this moment? Await death? Anticipate the arrival of the snake matron to capture me, and, as Lu Hong predicted, drain my blood to create a lifeless husk? No, I could not sit idly by, and I must not die. I resolved that I would not succumb to despair. With newfound determination, I raised my head and seized the long robe from Lu Hong's hands. No matter the outcome, I was willing to take a gamble. I will follow you, I declared, donning the robe and turning to Lu Hong, adding, but Sister Lu, have you considered what will happen if we are discovered? How will you respond then? Will young Master Qinxiang show you mercy? Upon hearing these words, Lu Hong's expression darkened, and she shook her head, saying, after enduring such torment for so many days, if it weren't for my lingering thoughts of Dekue and my reluctance to depart from this world, I might have succumbed to the urge to end my own life long ago. Yet, should we miraculously escape this time, it would mean the vastness of the heavens and oceans lies before us, with countless destinations to explore. However, if we fail to slip away, Lu Hong clenched her teeth and resolutely declared, then, at worst, it would simply mean death. After all, I have already died once. So another death would not make a difference. Lu Hong's determination infused me with immense courage, and I nodded in agreement, saying, very well, sister-in-law, let us depart. Lu Hong responded affirmatively, then cautioned me, Tianqi, the guards at Guanyin Cave are exceedingly vigilant. If we encounter patrolling individuals, regardless of their inquiries, you must remain silent. I will handle everything. Should we be discovered, do not concern yourself with anything but fleeing with all your might. I acknowledged with a soft and upon witnessing my response, Lu Hong smiled. She then approached the door and slowly pushed it open. With a creaking sound, the door yielded, and as it swung wide, both Lu Hong and I inhaled deeply. After exchanging a glance, we stepped forward, one foot crossing the threshold. At that moment, we were unaware of what awaited us ahead. Would we be fortunate enough to escape, or would we be apprehended along the way? Regardless of the outcome, we had reached a point of no return. Chapter 40. Exposure. Upon exiting the chamber, I was taken aback to discover that I stood before a profound cavern. The room I had previously occupied carved from within its depths. Countless similar chambers lined both sides of the cave, though at that moment, each door remained firmly shut, leaving me to ponder what resided within. Fortunately, our journey had been devoid of encounters or unforeseen events, prompting a sigh of relief to escape my lips. Nevertheless, both Lu Hong and I wore expressions of palpable tension, our footsteps hastening in response to the cavern's overwhelming darkness and myriad of paths. Lu Hong led me through the labyrinthine passages, and after a considerable 10 minutes, we still had not glimpsed the cave's exit, anxiety beginning to gnaw at me. I whispered, "Sister Lu, how much longer until we can escape?" Instantly, I clamped my mouth shut, refraining from further inquiries, and obediently followed Lu Hong. After another 10 minutes of navigating the shadows, 3 diverging paths suddenly appeared before us, each leading into the abyss, their destinations unknown. Yet, Lu Hong, a seasoned guide, showed no hesitation as she chose one of the paths, turning to me with a sense of urgency. "Tianchi, upon exiting this cavern, we shall be quite close to the theater we visited that fateful night. It's near the exit of Guanyin Cave, fraught with hidden dangers. We must tread carefully." Upon hearing her words, a wave of apprehension washed over me. I immediately lowered my head, adjusting my cap to shroud my face in shadow. In moments of life and death, fear and anxiety were luxuries I could not afford. I steeled myself to press onward. However, barely a moment after we had entered the path, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. The noise was chaotic, suggesting a group of many, drawing ever closer. My heart leapt into my throat, and I trembled involuntarily, casting a nervous glance at Lu Hong. She appeared equally alarmed, yet mustered her composure to instruct, "Stay calm. No matter what you see or what questions are posed, remain silent." I nodded vigorously, and Lu Hong took a deep breath before whispering, "Let us go." With that, she moved forward, and I endeavored to quell my anxiety, quickening my pace to keep up. As we continued, our heads bowed in trepidation, we finally encountered the source of the footsteps around a bend. There stood 6 or 7 individuals, each armed with various weapons, some wielding large blades, others brandishing long swords, and even a few brandishing massive axes. Their attire varied, yet they all shared a singular trait: fierce, menacing expressions plastered across their faces. As they drew near, they all turned in unison, their sinister eyes fixated upon Lu Hong and me, surveying us with palpable malice. At this moment, my heart raced with anxiety. My entire body trembled slightly, and my heart pounded furiously. Fortunately, that group of individuals did not trouble us, merely brushing past, which allowed me to exhale in relief, thinking how perilous the situation had been. However, just as I began to relax and silently express gratitude, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Halt." Upon hearing this command, my body stiffened instantly, cold sweat streaming down my forehead. Lu Hong, too, appeared somewhat tense, but in the face of life and death, she quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and turned to address the group. "Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you here?" Lu Hong smiled in response and said, "Do you truly not recognize me? Enough with the idle chatter. Who are you, and where are you headed?" retorted a burly man with a ruddy face. Lu Hong paused, momentarily taken aback, yet maintained her smile as she replied, "I am the wife of Master Qinxiang. You gentlemen have partaken in my wedding feast. How could you forget me so soon?" "The wife of Master Qinxiang?" The burly man squinted, scrutinizing Lu Hong, then shook his head. "I do not recall. There are many wives of Master Qinxiang. Just yesterday, he married another. Frankly, we might not recognize even the one wed yesterday." After speaking, he turned to one of his companions and instructed, "Old dog, sniff her, see if she bears the scent of Master Qinxiang." The man referred to as Old Dog leered and stepped forward. In an instant, his originally flat nose began to twitch, elongating before my astonished eyes until it resembled that of a dog. My heavens, though I was aware these individuals were demons, the sight still sent shivers down my spine. Had I not restrained myself, I might have cried out in shock. I swallowed hard, watching as Old Dog thrust his long nose toward Lu Hong, sniffing her incessantly. Though Lu Hong's face reflected disgust, she could not react, only enduring the humiliation. Yet, seeing her silent, Old Dog pressed further, squatting down to sniff at her legs, eventually inserting his elongated nose between her thighs. He remained motionless, mouth agape, tongue extended like an old dog, drooling and reveling in his inappropriate exploration. The others not only refrained from intervening but also laughed heartily. One man wielding a large knife jeered, "Old dog, you've soaked her trousers with your drool. If one didn't know better, they might think you've brought her pleasure." His words incited raucous laughter among the group, while I seethed with rage, fist clenched tightly, wishing to rush forward and exact vengeance upon Old Dog. However, Lu Hong subtly shook her head at me. Witnessing this, I gritted my teeth, gradually unclenching my fist, and turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. After a considerable time, the old hound reluctantly withdrew its nose and stood up, addressing the red-faced man. "Indeed, it is the woman of young Master Qinxiang. There is no mistaking that scent." The red-faced man nodded in acknowledgement and then said to Lu Hong, "Madam, I apologize for the offense. We are merely carrying out our duties." At this moment, the smile had vanished from Lu Hong's face, replaced by a frigid demeanor. Her eyes glinted with a steely resolve, and after casting a piercing glance at the old hound, she coldly inquired, "May we take our leave?" "Ah, of course. You may depart," the red-faced man replied, turning his attention toward me. "But this individual has yet to be inspected." Lu Hong, despite being a specter, though not a vengeful spirit, was undeniably different from any mortal. Upon hearing the red-faced man's words, she was instantly enraged, letting out an icy snort that unleashed a gust of chilling wind from within her. Gritting her teeth, she articulated each word with venom. "You wretched curse. Do not overstep your bounds." After speaking, she gestured dismissively at the old hound. The old hound, upon perceiving this, slowly approached my side, first regarding me with a glance before extending its long snout toward me. I, in turn, clenched my fists tightly, beads of cold sweat pooling in my palms. My body tensed, yet my mind raced with strategies, while the old hound continued to sniff me incessantly. After a moment, it suddenly drooled and murmured, "So fragrant, this scent. So exquisite." Just then, it trembled violently and exclaimed, "Curse it, it's that naturally embodied lad. Damn it, no wonder his blood smells so divine." At this realization, a wave of dread washed over me. I knew we were inescapably ensnared. Yet, at that moment, Lu Hong suddenly shouted, "Flee!" As her voice echoed, she transformed into a gust of shadowy wind, surging fiercely toward the old hound. Chapter 41. Master Qinxiang. As Lu Hong's voice faded, she transformed into a wisp of shadowy wind, sweeping past me and darting towards the old dog in an instant. The force of Lu Hong's sudden strike was astonishingly swift. Not only was I taken aback, but even the ruddy-faced man and the old dog were caught off guard. By the time the old dog realized what was happening, it was already too late, as Lu Hong's grip had tightened around his throat. "Stay still. If anyone moves, I will take his life." At that moment, Lu Hong had undergone a terrifying transformation. Her face was marred with bulging veins and bruises, her eyes turned a haunting black, rendering her a fearsome sight. As her words echoed, the old dog let out a desperate shout. "Pig brother, heed her words. Do not move, I beg you." Earlier, the old dog had worn a lecherous grin, taking advantage of Lu Hong, which was precisely why she had chosen him as her target. However, I was unprepared for the fact that this creature would exhibit such a profound fear of death. In my recollections, the monsters portrayed in films were always merciless and fearless, unyielding to any threats. Yet, in the next moment, I understood. Lu Hong had informed me that they were merely ordinary minor demons. Had they not been fortunate enough to be enlightened by the snake matriarch, they would likely be no more than a wild beast in the mountains at this very moment. Now that they had gained awareness and even attained a semblance of human form, they were naturally protective of their lives. After all, cultivation was arduous, and as demons, they possessed lifespans nearing several centuries. Who would willingly embrace a premature demise, losing their essence forever? The ruddy-faced man and his companions seemed to share a good rapport, and upon witnessing the old dog restrained, they refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he turned to me with a glance before addressing Lu Hong in a deep, resonant voice. "Madam, I have stated that you may leave, but this man must remain. He has been specifically chosen by the snake matriarch, destined to serve as the blood offering for her remedy. Should he escape, we would pay with our lives, and even our souls could be shattered by the snake matriarch, forever barred from rebirth. If you release the old dog and allow this man to depart, we can pretend nothing has transpired, and in the future, we will be eternally grateful to you." After the ruddy-faced man finished speaking, he took a step forward. Lu Hong, sensing the movement, exerted her grip, lifting the old dog before her and growling fiercely. "I warned you, if any of you dare to move, his fate will be death." Her voice was piercing and filled with menace, causing the old dog to tremble uncontrollably, a puddle of foul-smelling orange liquid seeping from his trousers. He had urinated in fear. The old dog, who had previously mocked Lu Hong with lewd taunts, was now rendered utterly humiliated. "Tianqi, come here," Lu Hong called to me. I cast a wary glance at the ruddy-faced man and his companions before slowly retreating towards Lu Hong. Throughout this ordeal, the eyes of the ruddy-faced man and his associates remained fixated on me, their gazes icy and filled with malice, as if they longed to end my life, to drink my blood and devour my flesh. Lu Hong shot a fierce glance at the old dog and, gritting her teeth, coldly commanded, "You go first." "What about you?" I instinctively asked. "Do not mind me. I am the wife of the young Master Qinxiang, and they dare not harm me," Lu Hong declared, forcefully pushing me, causing me to stagger backwards several steps. However, in that fleeting moment of Lu Hong's distraction, the red-faced man swiftly stepped forward, bellowing, "Madam, You have offended." With his voice echoing, he raised the massive axe in his hand and swung it viciously at Lu Hong. "Be careful," I gasped in alarm, yet Lu Hong merely scoffed. To my astonishment, she transformed into a wisp of shadowy wind, sweeping up the old dog, and in the next instant, I heard a resounding crash as the giant axe struck the ground with tremendous force, sending earth and stones flying in all directions. The sheer power of the blow was staggering. Had it struck a human, it would surely have cleaved them in two. Fortunately, Lu Hong was a soul entity. Thus even a strike would not be fatal. Nevertheless, the incident drenched me in cold sweat. "What are you still doing? Hurry and leave," Lu Hong shouted from the air, prompting me to grit my teeth and turn to flee. His speed was astonishing. With a twist of his body, he closed the distance between us in mere moments. "Heh," he sneered, his lips curling into a grin as a crimson tongue shot forth from his mouth, lunging toward my chest. My heavens! The tongue was an impressive 5 or 6 meters long and moved with blinding speed. Before I could evade, it had already reached me. And I felt a sharp pain in my chest as a powerful force surged through my body, propelling me like a kite severed from its string. I was hurled back several meters, crashing against the stone wall before collapsing to the ground, my internal energy surging chaotically. A sweet taste filled my throat, and I coughed up blood onto my chest. Gasping for breath, I fell to the ground when suddenly a sinister laugh echoed before me. I looked up to see the man standing, slowly approaching. Before he could utter a word, a stream of blood light erupted from my bosom, dazzling like a sharp sword, and it pierced through the lizard creature's chest. The creature let out a wretched scream, its torso impaled by the azure light, splattering blood across my face. With a thud, the lizard creature collapsed, limbs twitching, lifeless. In the next moment, its body twisted on the ground, ultimately transforming into a giant lizard. I could not help but swallow hard, reaching into my bosom to discover a warm piece of jade. This jade was the very one entrusted to me by the great python, and unexpectedly, it had saved my life in this moment of crisis. However, it was now stained with my blood. I hurriedly wiped it with my thumb and whispered to the woman within the jade, "Thank you, godmother, for your protection." Having uttered his words, he turned and stumbled outwards. The red-faced man and his companions were entangled with Lu Hong, and at that moment, they were too preoccupied to pursue me. However, the multitude of demons within the Guanyin cave was formidable. Upon witnessing my frantic exit, the red-faced man leaped back from the fray, and I soon heard him let out a piercing howl, akin to that of a wild boar, echoing throughout the cavern. I realized with dread that he was seeking assistance. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my strength to flee, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, I spotted a blinding light ahead, indicating the exit. My heart surged with joy, and I quickened my pace. Yet, just as I was about to burst through the opening, the light dimmed before me. Looking up, I beheld a figure blocking the entrance, obscuring the brilliant illumination. Upon seeing this person, a shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to halt abruptly and squint at him. To my astonishment, this individual was grotesquely ugly, possessing a pair of yellow-orange triangular eyes, a flat nose, and a large mouth. As I scrutinized him, he grinned widely, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth, and flashed a sinister smile in my direction. The most striking aspect was not merely his hideous appearance, but the fact that he was clad in white garments, wielding a paper fan, presenting himself as a dapper young gentleman. The combination of his visage and attire was utterly repulsive. I could not suppress a gulp, instinctively taking a step back, and stammered, Who are you?" He grinned broadly and ambled closer, his face adorned with a mischievous smile. "Can you guess who I am?" As he approached, a fragrant breeze enveloped me, rich in aroma, yet unable to mask the pungent odor characteristic of a yellow weasel. The moment I caught a whiff of that stench, my heart trembled, and I exclaimed in shock, "You are young Master Qinxiang?" Chapter 42. The fleshling. After I finished speaking, my heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively took a couple of steps back, gazing at him in astonishment. In response, he grinned widely, and, under my bewildered stare, snapped open a paper fan with a resounding pop. After fanning himself a moment, he declared, "Indeed, it is I, the young master of Agarwood." Upon hearing his words, I felt a shiver run down my spine, and my expression turned ashen, my heart plummeting into despair. Was this man truly the young master of Agarwood that Lu Hong had spoken of? Lu Hong had mentioned that the young master held a position of great esteem within Guanyin Cave, comparable to that of Liu Hua. Moreover, Granny Snake placed immense trust in him, entrusting a multitude of lesser demons to his command, and he himself was a formidable entity, having cultivated for nearly 2 centuries as a spirit of the yellow weasel. This ancient demon, with a century of experience, could extinguish my life as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Now that I found myself face to face with him, did I still possess a glimmer of hope for survival? Contemplating this, I was engulfed in despondency, akin to a deflated balloon, barely able to muster any courage to resist. My body weakened, and I nearly collapsed onto the ground. I recalled the perilous journey I had undertaken with Lu Hong, fraught with numerous tribulations. After enduring so much, we had finally approached the cave entrance, on the brink of escape and reuniting with the light of day, only to be intercepted by the young master of Agarwood. The flicker of hope was shattered in an instant, leaving me engulfed in despair. Yet, just as I stood there, pale and hopeless, the young master of Agarwood broke into a grin and positioned himself directly before me, inquiring, "Young brother, may I ask where you are headed?" His face bore an unsettling smile, his features grotesquely contorting into an amalgamation of despair, resembling a scene from a tragic accident. What should have been a comical expression now appeared terrifying and suffocating to me. A naturally sinister disposition, it seems, the young master remarked, surveying me with disdain. How could Liuhua ever be enamored with a coward like you? Truly, her eyes must be deceived. Alas, why doesn't she take a closer look at me? A dashing gentleman such as myself should be the dream of countless maidens, yet why can I not win her heart? We are, after all, a match made in heaven. And even Granny Snake has attempted to orchestrate our union multiple times. But that girl continues to spurn my advances, which has thoroughly bruised my pride. The young master of Agarwood rambled on, appearing almost neurotic in his musings. However, in the next moment, he suddenly seized me, pulling me close and thrusting his pancake-like face before mine, demanding, "But who would have thought that the girl who haunts my dreams would be lured away by a coward who has merely exchanged glances with her? Tell me, how could I possibly accept this?" With anger etched across his face, he glared at me, while I stood wide-eyed in terror, utterly at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, he let out a cold snort, and then spoke in a chilling tone, "Tell me, if I were to kill you here and reduce you to ashes, would Granny Snake ever discover it? Would Lu Hua know that I was the one who ended your life?" At his words, I trembled all over, my heart nearly leaping to my throat. What was he planning to do? Was he truly going to kill me? Why? Was it merely because Lu Hua had taken an interest in my physique and wished to cultivate with me? But was such an act truly worthwhile? After all, I was the chosen medicinal catalyst of Granny Snake. Should I perish, it would indeed be a cumbersome task to seek out another catalyst. If they found one, that would be fortunate. But if not, could young Master Qinxiang withstand the wrath of Granny Snake? The thought made me swallow hard, and after a lengthy internal struggle, I finally found the courage to speak, my voice trembling. "You had best not act recklessly. I am the designated medicinal catalyst of Granny Snake. If you were to kill me, do you not fear her fury descending upon you, scattering your very soul?" Young Master Qinxiang appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for my sudden display of defiance after having previously seemed so timid. After a moment of stunned silence, he broke into a grin, stepping back from me, and said with a sinister smile, "You're surprisingly composed, kid. Not bad at all. However, there is one thing you've miscalculated." "What is that?" I inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing his words, I felt a jolt run through me, as if struck by lightning, rendering me momentarily rigid. Indeed, if I were captured, I would be destined for death. If that were the case, why would he take the risk of acting now? With this realization, my countenance darkened, and I sank to the ground. However, young Master Qinxiang merely chuckled coldly and approached me, saying, "You cannot blame me, kid. Blame your ill fate for possessing such a purine body, heh." The foul gas was overwhelmingly putrid, and in an instant, it left me dizzy and disoriented, compelling me to instinctively rise and flee. Yet, just as I began to stand, my body grew weak, and darkness enveloped me as I collapsed to the ground. Just as my consciousness began to fade, I suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by a deep, resonant voice asking, "Young master, how shall we deal with this woman?" This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be that of the burly man? "Very well, I shall grant you your wish," young Master Qinxiang exclaimed, his fury palpable. Then, a piercing scream echoed through the air, sharp and filled with unimaginable agony. But the cries lasted only a few fleeting seconds before abruptly ceasing. Once the screams fell silent, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. What had become of Lu Hong? What had young Master Qinxiang done to her? Had he truly shattered her soul? My heart raced at the thought, and I attempted to rise, but found my eyes could not open. Gradually, I felt my consciousness sinking deeper, until I ultimately succumbed to a slow and spiraling unconsciousness. Time slipped away unnoticed, and amidst a haze of confusion, I was incessantly disturbed by a dull, clanging sound. Though modest in volume, it reverberated continuously, startling me into consciousness. With a painful groan escaping my lips, I summoned the strength to prop myself up and gradually sit upright. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming fatigue permeate my body, and a foul stench lingered in the air, inducing a wave of nausea. I remained seated on the ground for an extended period, gathering my composure, before turning my gaze to my surroundings, only to discover that I was confined within a stone chamber. This chamber was not particularly spacious, measuring approximately 30 to 40 square meters. In each corner, torches flickered, casting dancing shadows. It was then that I noticed, tucked away in one corner, a jar from which the incessant clanging emanated. Frowning at the sight, I pondered the nature of this place. Was I imprisoned in the dungeons of the Guanyin cave? What could possibly require confinement within that jar? As I sat there, lost in contemplation, the jar suddenly leapt into the air and crashed before me with a resounding bang. Startled, I instinctively recoiled, only to hear a series of squeaking sounds emanating from within the jar. Though not human, the noises gave me the distinct impression of an attempt at communication. Swallowing hard, I scrutinized the jar and noticed a talisman sealing its opening. Could it be that a spirit was imprisoned within? A shiver coursed through me at the thought. Yet the peculiar sounds from the jar persisted, accompanied by an unsettling tremor, as if whatever lay inside was imploring me for release. Overwhelmed, I swallowed again, steeling myself against my rising fear, and asked, "Do you wish for me to remove the talisman?" The response was a series of eager squeaks. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I were to liberate it, perhaps it could assist me in escaping this place. Resolute, I clenched my teeth and extended my hand, tearing the talisman away with a decisive rip. Almost immediately, a brilliant azure light burst forth from the jar, accompanied by a wave of fragrant incense that enveloped the air. To my astonishment, a diminutive figure, no larger than the palm of my hand, sprang forth from the jar. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized this entity. It bore a resemblance to a mushroom, yet was distinct, akin to a being of intelligence. I recalled my first visit to the Guanyin cave, during which a mischievous gray-haired monkey had caused quite a ruckus, and this small creature had perched upon its back. The name resurfaced in my mind. Was it not called the spirit mushroom? Chapter 43. Greed. I gazed in astonishment at the diminutive creature before me, my heart brimming with shock. This little being sported a large umbrella-like cap atop its head, a slender neck, a plump visage, short and stout arms, and equally short, pudgy legs that were undeniably adorable. As I scrutinized it, it returned my gaze, blinking its tiny eyes with curiosity. After a prolonged moment, it extended its small arms, uttering a series of ee sounds aimed at me. Noticing my confusion, it mimicked a human gesture, clasping its tiny fists together before bowing to me, as if expressing gratitude. Amused by its endearing antics, I felt the shadows in my heart dissipate significantly. With a deep sigh, I reached out to gently caress its chubby face, saying, "You need not thank me. We are but fellow souls adrift in this world. Consider that the serpent matriarch intends to use you as the primary ingredient in a potent elixir, while I, alas, am to serve as the catalyst to enhance its efficacy. Sigh, it seems that before long, we shall both vanish from this realm." Upon uttering these words, a melancholic expression enveloped my face. However, the little creature appeared indignant, placing its hands on its hips and leaping high into the air, turning to shout and express its frustration within the stone chamber. Yet, in this solitary space, my cries went unanswered, no matter how vociferous it became. Realizing this, I remarked, "Cease your cries, conserve your energy, for it is futile." The creature pouted at my words and, in a huff, plopped down on the ground before me. It was so diminutive, barely larger than my palm, and its presence beside me accentuated its insignificance. I feared that I might inadvertently squash it, prompting me to shift slightly away. Silence enveloped us. I refrained from speaking, and the little creature quieted as well. Together, we sat in this hushed companionship, each lost in our own contemplations. I pondered many thoughts, my family, the villagers, and then I recalled the Taoist priest and Wang Qian. I wondered about their fates. Did the priest stand any chance of survival against the undead and ghostly infants? And what of Wang Qian? Had she been found by Li Erkue? If so, how would he treat her? Would he take out his frustration on her for my escape? These thoughts weighed heavily on my mind, and I grasped my head in despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. It was all my fault, had I not needed assistance. My brother in the Tao would not have found himself in such peril, facing an uncertain fate, if it weren't for me. Wang Qian would never have ventured into our village, and that young officer would not have met his grim end. I remained in silence for a long while, feeling like a puppet stripped of its soul, devoid of the youthful vigor that once resided in my gaze. All that remained was a profound sense of confusion and despondency, coupled with a deep-seated despair regarding the uncertain path that lay ahead. Within this sealed and profoundly silent space, time becomes an agonizing torment. Each second stretches interminably, as if a year were encapsulated within it. The anticipation of death weighs heavily upon me, driving me to the brink of despair, for my heart remains perpetually on edge. At the slightest sound, I involuntarily shudder as if gripped by an unrelenting nervousness. In this moment, I long for the arrival of the young master of Xinjiang, hoping he would end my suffering swiftly, for that would surely be more merciful than languishing in this torment before facing death. Yet, the young master and his companions do not appear. At last, my patience wanes, and just as I prepare to rise and scream in frustration, I am suddenly met with the faint sound of snoring. Upon hearing this sound, I am momentarily stunned. Turning my head, I behold the plump little creature beside me, its head drooping in slumber. Alas, such an adorable being is destined to perish here, to become mere medicine in another's broth? This thought prompts a sigh to escape my lips, and I gently reach out to caress its smiling face, whispering softly, "I truly wish we had met elsewhere. Perhaps we could have become good friends." After uttering these words, I manage a serene smile. At that very moment, a muffled hum reverberates through the air. I turn to see a stone door creaking open in the corner of the chamber. My heart quickens. Has the inevitable finally come? Grasping the still sleeping little Lingji in my arms, I fix my gaze intently upon the stone door. Once it closes, the young master of Xinjiang turns to me with a smile and inquires, "How are you, young one?" I respond with silence, my expression a mask of hatred as I glare at him. Noticing this, he grins widely, then snaps open a paper fan, striding through the chamber while fanning himself, saying, "Don't you wish to know what I've done to Lu Hong?" My teeth clench at his words. What have you done to her? The question escapes my throat, laced with a ferocity that surprises even me. The young master, however, merely folds the fan with a snap, looking at me with a mischievous grin. Guess. He watches me expectantly, and when I merely stare in silence, he shakes his head, lamenting, "Alas, you were such a bore." With a sigh, he continues, "As for Lu Hong, she betrayed me, so I shattered her spirit, ensuring she can never be reborn." His words send a jolt through my heart, and without thinking, I instinctively curse, "Beast, I'll kill you." I, a man in my 20s, brimming with youthful fervor, lose my composure upon hearing his taunts. I rush towards him, raising my fist to strike. Yet, the young master merely taps my arm lightly with his fan, rendering it utterly powerless, as if it had dislocated. He then lets out a disdainful huff. "You overestimate yourself." Having spoken, he delivered a powerful kick to my abdomen, sending me staggering backwards several paces before I ultimately collapsed onto the ground. As I fell, the precious meat spirit I had cradled in my arms began to stir groggily. Upon catching sight of the young master of Agarwood, it emitted a startled cry, leaping out of my embrace, and frantically gestured with its hands, expressing its indignation towards him. The young master, upon witnessing this, broke into a grin and remarked, "Ah, this is the legendary meat spirit. I have long been yearning for you." With that, he suddenly extended his hands and seized the meat spirit, lifting it slowly before his eyes, scrutinizing it with an insatiable gaze. According to legend, the meat spirit is a wandering elixir, a divine treasure brought forth from the celestial realm by the foremost among the 9 heroes, possessing the miraculous ability to restore life to the dead. Even a mere drop of its essence could greatly enhance the cultivation of a practitioner. To my astonishment, such a splendid treasure was about to fall into his hands. If he were to consume this little creature, would he not then unify all demons and ascend to the rank of demon lord? At that moment, his face was awash with avarice, his triangular eyes gleaming with a golden light. After making his proclamation, he wrinkled his nose and began to sniff the meat spirit incessantly, even daring to extend his tongue and lick it, displaying an utterly bizarre demeanor. However, upon hearing his intentions, my heart sank, and I stared at him in disbelief. What was he planning? Did he truly intend to devour the meat spirit? Wasn't this precious being meant for the snake matriarch to concoct a potent elixir? How audacious of the young master to consider such theft! Could it be that he could not resist the temptation of the meat spirit, succumbing to greed and desiring to hoard it for himself? The mere thought made me swallow hard, and I glared at him fiercely, gritting my teeth as I warned. "If you consume it, are you not afraid of the snake matriarch discovering your treachery and rendering you utterly powerless?" He responded with a sinister chuckle. gradually lifting the meat spirit, and opened his mouth wide, preparing to bite down. Witnessing this, I clenched my teeth and shouted, "You scoundrel!" Then, I sprang to my feet and charged at him with fervor. Chapter 44. The mischievous monkey. With a fierce shout, I suddenly surged forward, charging at young Master Qinxiang. However, he merely emitted a cold snort, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Seeking death." As his words echoed in the air, I felt a shadow flicker before me. And in an instant, young Master Qinxiang appeared right in front of me. My heavens, his speed was astonishing, akin to materializing out of thin air, leaving me momentarily paralyzed. Eyes wide with terror as I gazed at him. "What is the matter? Afraid to strike?" Young Master Qinxiang sneered at my stunned expression, taunting, "Come now, hit me. Right here." He pointed to his own face, even leaning closer in provocation. I swallowed hard and instinctively stepped back, while he, with a look of disdain, smirked and said, "You claim you're not a coward, yet here I stand, inviting you to strike, and you dare not. How could such a timid person ever catch the eye of Liuhua?" I remained silent, my face dark as a storm cloud, and he, noticing my demeanor, chuckled coldly and asked, "What's wrong?" Still not convinced, he stepped closer, invading my personal space again, taunting, "Come on, hit me. Aren't you defiant?" Curse it. I had encountered arrogance before, but never so brazenly. Here was someone practically begging for a beating, and yet he seemed dissatisfied if I did not oblige. Even a clay figurine would have its limits, let alone a man in his 20s like me. I was, after all, a man marked for death, destined to be taken by the serpent witch as a medicinal ingredient. Given this fate, why not exact a measure of revenge before my end? Resolutely, I inhaled deeply, and in a sudden motion, I raised my hand and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Young Master Qinxiang, clearly taken aback by my audacity, stood frozen, eyes wide in astonishment. After a moment, his face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, "You dare to hit me? And on my face? Do you not know that my beauty is my livelihood?" Before his words could fully settle, I raised my hand once more and landed another slap, declaring, "Not only do I intend to strike you, but I shall also put an end to you." With that, I lifted my hand again, ready to strike. But upon hearing my words, young Master Qinxiang erupted in a fit of rage, letting out a wild cry before delivering a punch squarely to my chest. The force of his blow was like a cannonball being fired, heavy and powerful. Upon impact, a wave of immense strength coursed through my body, and in an instant, I was sent flying backward as if severed from a string, blood erupting from my mouth as I soared through the air. I crashed into a stone wall, which finally halted my momentum, and I crumpled to the ground. In that moment, my body felt akin to limp noodles, utterly weak and racked with pain, each breath a laborious task. I could not suppress a cough, and as blood spattered forth, I gradually began to regain my composure. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this, the young Master of Sandalwood grinned broadly and remarked, "You would do well to be sensible, or you shall suffer greatly." I remained silent, glaring at him fiercely. At that moment, the flesh spirit mushroom he held emitted a peculiar squeak, and it promptly puffed up its cheeks, releasing a stream of green liquid with a loud puff. As the bitter liquid burst forth from the flesh spirit mushroom, a sharp, acrid taste assaulted my senses, so intense that even from a distance it made my mouth pucker in disgust. Yet, the young master reacted swiftly. With a loud shout, he flicked his folding fan, which snapped open with a resounding crack, shielding himself from the onslaught. The green liquid splattered across the paper fan with a resounding splash. Though this series of events seemed intricate, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Once the fan intercepted the liquid, a tearing sound echoed as the paper was corroded, riddled with holes. My heart sank at the sight. I had not anticipated the corrosive nature of the liquid from the flesh spirit mushroom. If it had splattered on my face, it would surely mar my features. Clearly incensed, the young master gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. "You little creature, how dare you attempt to harm me?" he bellowed, discarding the damaged fan and seizing the flesh spirit mushroom, preparing to smash it against the wall. My heart raced, and I instinctively gasped. The mushroom, no larger than a palm, appeared exceedingly fragile. If it were to be crushed, could it possibly survive? However, the anticipated scene of the mushroom being smashed did not unfold. Instead, it behaved as if made of rubber, deforming upon impact with the wall, its plump little face squished into a bun-like shape, its eyes reduced to mere slits, creating a rather comical visage. Yet the young master was relentless, pounding the mushroom against the wall repeatedly, eliciting frantic squeaks as it struggled within his iron grip. Unable to escape his clutches, clenching my fists and suppressing the pain, I slowly rose to my feet and shouted, "Beast, release it." Without a moment's hesitation, I charged toward him. I knew that I would likely be struck down in the next instant, and that my intervention might prove futile. Yet I could not bear to witness the suffering of that little creature. Just as I managed to rise and take a few steps forward, the young master suddenly flung his arm, hurling the flesh spirit mushroom away. My heart leaped. I lunged forward, catching the mushroom in my arms, and swiftly rolled on the ground, retreating to the corner. I lowered my gaze and beheld the battered spirit mushroom, its visage marred and swollen, even its eyes reduced to mere slits. Yet, fortunately, it still clung to life, prompting me to exhale a sigh of relief. Raising my head, I cast a fierce glare at the young master of Xinjiang. Humph, such an overreaching little wretch. The young master spoke coldly, striding toward me, his hand outstretched as he looked down upon me and commanded, "Hand it over." Not a chance. I gritted my teeth, resolutely defiant. Not willing to comply? He scoffed. Then I shall take it by force. With that, he raised his foot and sent me tumbling to the ground, then pressed his soul against my head, inquiring, "Now, will you yield?" Never. At that moment, I felt as if my skull might burst beneath his weight, yet I clutched the spirit mushroom tightly to my chest. My face contorted with rage as I declared, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I shall repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold. "Oh, this little brat possesses quite the spirit," he remarked, "but I fear your time is running out. To be frank, in merely 2 days, the time for alchemical refinement shall arrive. At that juncture, not only will this little creature be cast into the cauldron, but you too shall have your blood drained, reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. Tell me, once you're dead, how will you seek vengeance against me, I bit my lip in silence upon hearing his words. He, noticing my taciturnity, spat contemptuously upon me and then bent down, wrenching the spirit mushroom from my grasp. With a greedy expression, he exclaimed, "At last, this little gem is in my possession." With that, he drew a small knife from his waist and swiftly made a shallow incision upon the spirit mushroom. Despite his earlier brutality, he wielded the blade with remarkable precision, inflicting only the slightest wound. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted from the mushroom, accompanied by a droplet of azure liquid. Upon seeing the liquid, the young master was overtaken with excitement. He eagerly extended his tongue to lightly taste the essence, savoring it as if he had encountered the most exquisite delicacy. His expression was one of pure ecstasy, and soon he swayed as if intoxicated, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Ah, delightful, so utterly delightful. In that moment, he resembled a fervent opium addict, finally indulging in a long-awaited puff, his face alight with rapture, even his body trembling slightly. However, this sensation was fleeting, as he gradually lowered his head, once more gazing intently at the spirit mushroom. He stared at it for an extended period, occasionally swallowing hard, clearly yearning for more of its benefits, yet wary of the snake matriarch discovering his intentions, which left him in a state of indecision. At that moment, a resonant buzz sounded as the stone door slowly creaked open. Shortly thereafter, the previously seen red-faced man peered inside, and upon spotting young Master Xinjiang, he promptly exclaimed, "Young Master, the performance is about to commence. We must hurry. If Granny Snake discovers your absence, it would spell disaster." Young Master Xinjiang, upon hearing this, cast a reluctant glance at the flesh spirit, and after a moment of hesitation, resolutely tossed the flesh spirit to the ground, declaring, "Humph, wait for me. Once I have finished watching the show with Granny Snake, I shall return to consume more of your essence." With that, he rose and strode towards the stone door, but abruptly halted just before crossing its threshold. Turning to the red-faced man, he added, "Today, I am in high spirits. Make sure to bring them some food shortly, lest they perish from hunger before the alchemy furnace is even lit." The red-faced man acknowledged with a nod, and together they departed with purpose. Once the stone door closed, I exhaled a breath of relief and struggled to rise, cradling the flesh spirit in my arms. At that moment, the flesh spirit wore an expression of profound agony, emitting faint, almost inaudible groans. Its once plump form had begun to shrivel, resembling a tiny old man. Evoking a deep sense of pity, I sat silently in the corner, cradling the flesh spirit. And I had lost track of time when suddenly the stone door swung open once more. To my astonishment, the red-faced man, who had only just departed, re-entered, carrying a wooden bucket. The contents of the bucket emitted a foul, sour odor, reminiscent of something moldy, a truly repugnant scent. However, as the red-faced man stepped inside with the bucket, I was momentarily taken aback, for trailing behind him was a monkey. This was none other than the gray-furred monkey that had caused a ruckus at Guanyin Cave that day. The gray-furred monkey, clearly startled by its discovery, leapt in fright. But in the next instant, it bared its teeth at the red-faced man, emitting a series of chattering sounds. It then brandished a wooden stick and leapt up, delivering a resounding thud as it struck the red-faced man's head. The impact was solid, causing the man to sway unsteadily and like a drunken fool. He spun around before collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. My heavens, I was left utterly astonished. This monkey was remarkably formidable. With just a single blow, it had rendered the red-faced man unconscious. What a fearsome little beast. Chapter 45. Nyat Chanchi, let's go. How could this monkey possess such extraordinary strength, managing to render the burly red-faced man unconscious with a single blow? It is worth noting that this red-faced man could very well be a wild boar spirit, and he certainly appeared to embody the robust and resilient type. Yet, to my astonishment, he was felled by a mere strike from the gray-furred monkey. In the next moment, I recalled that during the tumultuous incident at Guanyin Cave, the serpent matron had mentioned that this creature was an ancient variation known as the Tongbi demon ape, endowed with remarkable cultivation talent and an innate penchant for combat, certainly a formidable little fellow. Moreover, this gray-furred monkey seemed to be the spirit companion of the renowned hero Zhang Yifan, although I did not know who Zhang Yifan was. The fact that so many spoke of him with both respect and trepidation indicated he must be a person of great significance. Given this context, it was no longer surprising that the gray-furred monkey could incapacitate this minor demon. With this realization, I exhaled a sigh of relief, only to hear the monkey emit a series of chattering sounds, its keen eyes fixated intently on the flesh-spirit mushroom cradled in my arms. Upon noticing this, I swallowed hard and inquired, "Have you come to rescue this little one?" The gray-furred monkey shot me a glare, then leaped before me, swiftly snatching the flesh-spirit mushroom from my grasp. However, upon witnessing the dire state of the mushroom, the monkey trembled violently, its demeanor shifting to one of frenzied sorrow. Its mouth gaped wide as it emitted anguished cries into the void, filled with deep sorrow and unbridled fury, pounding its chest with its fists, producing a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, it turned its gaze towards me, its eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity, resembling a creature possessed. In that moment, I was taken aback. Stumbling back several steps as I stammered, it was Prince Qinshang's greed for the essence of the flesh-spirit mushroom that, before I could finish my sentence, the gray-furred monkey let out a strange cry, seizing a wooden stick from the ground, and with the mushroom clutched tightly, darted through the stone door. As soon as the monkey departed, the stone door emitted a resonant hum and began to close slowly. My heart raced at the sight, and with gritted teeth, I charged toward the door. By the time I reached it, the door was nearly shut, leaving only a slender gap at the bottom. Without a moment's hesitation, I dropped to the ground and rolled sideways, propelling myself outward. The stone door was exceedingly heavy, and as I rolled, I could see it descending perilously close to crushing me. I understood that hesitation was not an option. Any delay could spell my doom. With this thought in mind, I twisted my body sharply and managed to escape just in time, hearing a resounding bang as the door slammed shut behind me. Drenched in cold sweat, I could not suppress a gulp as I turned to survey my surroundings. Before me lay two diverging paths, and at this moment, I could hear the intermittent sound of squeaks and the patter of footsteps emanating from one of the trails, unmistakably produced by the gray-haired monkeys. I dared not linger, for I understood that if these monkeys had managed to enter, they surely possessed a means of escape. If I could keep pace with them, I might find my way out. As long as I could flee this place, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, should I fail to escape. My fate would be sealed in death. With this thought, I hastily rose, suppressing the agony coursing through me, and stumbled into one of the paths, sprinting with fervor. This trail inclined upwards, yet fortunately, a series of steps had been constructed beneath my feet. However, these steps seemed endless, stretching deep into the recesses of the path, leaving me uncertain of where they might lead. There was no time for contemplation. Having made my choice, I had to follow through to discern right from wrong. With my head down, I endured the excruciating pain, desperately racing up the steps. The incline was steep, and the monkey, agile and swift, outpaced me easily. In contrast, my injured body could scarcely keep up. Soon I found myself panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Yet, I pressed on, gritting my teeth and narrowing my eyes. Ascending step by step, I lost track of time, only aware that I was soaked, my vision blurring, and my consciousness beginning to fade. Since the calamity had befallen my village, I had faced relentless blows. After such a prolonged ordeal without sustenance, coupled with the torment inflicted by young Master Qinxiang, My body was frail and incapable of enduring this intense exertion. In that moment, I yearned to collapse onto the ground, to close my eyes and never awaken. But I resisted, for I knew my family awaited my return. With this thought, I let out a muffled roar, gritted my teeth, and propelled myself upwards with a determination bordering on desperation. Yet, human strength has its limits. Even the most resolute will falters against the constraints of physical endurance. In the next instant, darkness engulfed my vision, my body grew limp, and I fell to the ground, tumbling down the steps like a discarded gourd, my head colliding against the hard surface, leaving me dazed and bloodied. I struggled to lift myself, but my body felt as though it were laden with lead. And despite multiple attempts, I could not rise. In a fit of rage, I pounded the ground with my hands, then succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the earth, allowing blood to trickle from my eyes, mingling with my tears, dripping steadily onto the ground. I had once been a university student, harboring dreams of a life akin to that of an ordinary person, working, starting a family, and diligently providing for my loved ones. Yet, I had not anticipated that my unremarkable existence would be irrevocably altered overnight. My grandfather was brutally slain, my father injured and unconscious, and the village transformed into a nightmarish realm. The once simple and honest villagers had become mere shells of their former selves, devoid of reason and humanity. These wounds have long been concealed within my heart, incessantly assaulting my fragile spirit. In this moment, as I collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again, these pains surge forth like a dam that has burst, delivering a fatal blow to my already battered soul, leading me to utter despair. Tears blur my vision. Fatigue ravages my body and will. At this moment, I yearn for eternal slumber, wishing to bring an end to all matters. Yet, just as I succumb to tears and despair, I suddenly feel a green light radiating from within my bosom, and faintly, I perceive a sigh echoing in the void. It is a woman's voice, cold as ice, yet filled with profound disappointment. Upon hearing this sigh, I am momentarily stunned, and instinctively, I retrieve the jade from my embrace. At this instant, the jade shines like a beacon in the night, emitting a soft green glow that accentuates the elegant and noble silhouette of the dark figure within. Godmother, is it you who speaks? I wipe away my tears and softly inquire, Godmother, are you disappointed in me? I am sorry, but from now on, I fear I will be unable to protect you. As I utter these words, tears cascade down once more, my heart feeling as though it has been pierced by countless sharp blades, an unrelenting agony. I think of the great python, fiercely attempting to thwart the old ghost's son, striving for a fleeting moment to allow me to escape the hellish village with my godmother. Yet now, I find myself sprawled on the ground, surrendering. Am I truly worthy of the python's expectations? Am I deserving of the blessings and protection my godmother has bestowed upon me over the years? Were it not for my godmother, I might have perished long ago. If I were to die now, what fate would await her? Would she be seized by the myriad of little demons, leading to the destruction of the jade and her downfall? The thought sends a shiver through me. And in that moment, I realize that my life is no longer solely my own. From the moment the great python entrusted the jade to me, our fates became irrevocably intertwined. If I perish, my godmother's fate would surely be dire. Conversely, if I survive, she will remain unharmed. With this realization, I grit my teeth and summon every ounce of strength to rise unsteadily to my feet. I cannot succumb to death, nor can I abandon my godmother. At that moment, I recall a phrase my grandfather once uttered when I was a child, crying, "A true man would rather bleed than shed tears." With this thought, I manage a smile, wipe away the tears at the corners of my eyes, allowing the blood from my head to flow freely, and then I cry out, "Nyachianchi, let us go." With that, I begin my ascent once more towards the top of the stairs. Chapter 46, A Monkey and a Staff. Solely challenging the Guanyin cave, I tucked the jade securely close to my body and, with legs that felt almost numb, I once again began my arduous ascent. Each step I took felt immensely laborious and challenging, as if I were not climbing stairs but rather scaling a towering mountain. With every slight elevation gained, I found myself gasping for breath. Nonetheless, I refused to succumb to despair. Even if my progress was painfully slow, I persevered. Regardless of whether I would find my way out of this fork in the road or perish here, at least I had made an effort. Some matters do not necessitate the pursuit of an outcome. Rather, it suffices to traverse the journey with a clear conscience, free of regrets. With this thought, I inhaled deeply, gritted my teeth, and pressed onward. At that moment, my body felt as though it might fall apart. Every inch of me ached. A punch from the young master of Agarwood had initially caused me mere pain, but now my chest felt oppressively heavy, as if a colossal boulder were pressing down upon me, nearly suffocating me. Just when the agony became unbearable and I struggled to breathe, A faint azure glow emanated from the jade, swirling around me like a beacon in the night. It illuminated my path and rekindled the hope of life, invigorating my weary, battered body with newfound vitality, while significantly alleviating the deep sense of despair that had enveloped my heart. Was it my godmother aiding me? I reached into my bosom, gently caressing the warm jade, and with a smile, I whispered, "Thank you, godmother." With that, I took a deep breath and shouted loudly, propelling myself upward with fervor. Initially, the azure light merely danced around my exterior, but as I surged forward, it gradually permeated my being. I soon felt a warm current flowing within me, akin to a nurturing ocean, revitalizing my battered form, rekindling my exhausted strength, and warming my heart, filling it with boundless hope. In that moment, I felt like a wild stallion unbridled, an inexhaustible energy surging from my core, coursing through my body. Unable to contain myself, I let out a roar. And with newfound swiftness, I soared ahead. I could not ascertain how long I had raced through the cavern, but at last, I perceived a glimmer of light ahead. I could not help but lift my gaze, only to discover that I was mere steps away from the cave's exit. Elated, I summoned my strength and charged forward. Yet, I did not recklessly burst out into the open. Instead, I paused at the threshold, cautiously peering outside. However, upon witnessing the scene beyond, I was utterly taken aback. Outside the cave entrance lay a labyrinthine stone chamber, a veritable network of tunnels and caverns. The term labyrinthine aptly described it, as the walls were adorned with numerous dark and profound caves, from which eerie winds howled incessantly, their origins unknown. The passage I had emerged from was merely one of many. I could not suppress a gulp of trepidation, pondering the nature of this place. Were the mischievous spirits of the Guanyin cave merely engaging in idle excavation for amusement? Moreover, the monkey had darted away with remarkable speed, leaving me at a loss as to where I might search for it. Just as anxiety began to envelop me, a cacophony erupted from one of the caves. Furrowing my brow, I listened intently and discerned what seemed to be the sounds of a struggle. Could it be that the gray-furred monkey had encountered the denizens of the Guanyin cave and a confrontation had ensued? With that thought, I rushed towards the cave's mouth, peering into the inky darkness that stretched endlessly before me. It resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, poised to ensnare me should I venture too close. This unsettling notion took root in my mind, causing a shiver to course through my body, prompting me to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Yet just then, the sounds of conflict resounded once more, and this time, I could have sworn I heard the furious cries of the gray-furred monkey. Surely, it was that impudent creature. After a moment of hesitation, I could not resist the flicker of hope and plunged into the depths of the cave. Upon entering, a chill enveloped me, the frigid air swirling towards me from the abyss ahead, chilling my damp garments to the bone. Earlier, at the junction, I had felt no such cold. Only oppressive heat and humidity, likely a result of the subterranean depths. Now, sensing the wind, I surmised that I must be nearing the surface, close to the entrance of the Guanyin cave. With renewed vigor, I dashed forward, undeterred by the encroaching darkness. Approximately 10 minutes later, I was greeted by a sudden brightness, and in an instant, I burst forth from the cave, lifting my gaze to discover yet another stone chamber before me. My heart sank. How many tunnels had these little demons excavated? As I silently cursed my misfortune, an unexpected hissing sound caught my attention. Startled, I widened my eyes and looked ahead to find that the chamber was vast, dominated by a pool of water at its center, spanned by an arching bridge. At that moment, I spotted the long-missed gray-furred monkey, brandishing a stick while standing on the bridge, baring its teeth at the throng of surrounding little demons, emitting low growls laden with menace. Around the arch bridge, several corpses of small demons floated in the still waters, indicating that the gray-furred monkey had been engaged in combat with this group for quite some time. Within the stone chamber, there were nearly a dozen small demons, all armed and encircling the bridge, yet none dared to advance, clearly intimidated by the monkey's ferocity. The gray-furred monkey, however, was of a tempestuous nature. Upon noticing the surrounding demons, it bared its teeth and emitted a peculiar shriek, then leapt into action. The wooden staff in its grip whirled with a fierce momentum. In the next instant, a loud clang resonated as the staff sent a demon's long knife flying, followed by a resounding thud as it struck another demon squarely on the head. The force of the blow was tremendous, causing the demon to shudder violently, and soon after, a spurt of crimson and white brain matter erupted forth. Without pausing, the gray-furred monkey kicked the incapacitated demon into the water and, with a swift motion, turned its attention to another foe, raising its staff once more. This series of movements from the monkey was fluid and seamless, imbued with an ineffable beauty that left me spellbound. In my heart, I pondered when I might possess such prowess as the gray-furred monkey, to confront any injustice with a single strike, regardless of who stood before me, causing their brains to splatter. Yet, such thoughts were futile. Not only was this a society governed by law, but the monkey itself was an extraordinary being. A primordial species known as the arm-extending demon ape, while I, though innately endowed with an physique, remained merely an ordinary human. With a resigned sigh, I turned my gaze back to the scene. The small demons were now visibly shaken, retreating in fear wherever the monkey's gaze fell. At that moment, the gray-furred monkey truly embodied an aura of invincibility, as if declaring itself the undisputed champion of the realm. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and a small knife hurtled in from the distant cave entrance. The knife, moving with astonishing speed and accompanied by a sound of slicing air, was upon the monkey in an instant. Yet, the monkey's agility was remarkable. It merely sidestepped the blow, evading the knife with ease. However, as the knife whizzed past, a figure emerged, eyes gleaming with a fierce orange hue, brandishing a long sword and darting from the cave towards the gray-furred monkey. Though I lacked knowledge of the ways of cultivation, I could sense the chilling intent emanating from that sword, as if the very essence of the gray-furred monkey had been ensnared by its lethal focus. Nevertheless, the monkey let out a sharp cry and leapt down from its perch. In the next moment, brandishing the wooden staff, it shouted, "Halt!" and soared high into the air, swinging its staff down upon the approaching figure, the young master of sandalwood. My heavens! Witnessing this spectacle and hearing that commanding shout, for words instinctively escaped my lips. Great sage equal to heaven. Chapter 47. The Monkey King with Three Eyes. With a thunderous roar, the gray-furred monkey leapt into the air, brandishing a wooden staff that arced like a crescent moon. And with a whoosh, it descended ferociously towards the noble son of Shennong. In that instant, I stood transfixed, my blood surging with fervor, as if it had ignited a fire in my very core, prompting me to instinctively shout, "The Monkey King!" In an age where superheroes reign supreme, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Batman dominate the cinematic landscape, how many still remember the audacious monkey who dared to pierce the heavens? I remember vividly. I have always cherished that memory, for I regarded him as my singular hero, my sole idol. I was deeply enamored by his defiance, admired his courage to confront injustice, and appreciated his integrity in dealing with unfairness, wielding his staff without hesitation. I once dreamed of becoming someone like Sun Wukong. Yet the harsh realities of life gradually extinguished that inner aspiration, smoothing away my once sharp edges until I learned to smile through sorrow and weep with joy, oblivious to the fact that the rebellious figure in my heart was drifting further away. However, at this moment, witnessing the gray-furred monkey, staff in hand, leaping with defiance, awakened the dormant spirit within me. The force of the monkey's strike was so vigorous that it sent the noble sun's sword vibrating, producing a resonant hum. Clearly taken aback by the monkey's prowess, Shennong gasped, then gracefully twisted in midair, executing a splendid turn before lightly tapping his toes on the ground. In an astonishing display, he soared away, landing softly upon the surface of a pool. With a resounding splash, his feet touched the water, yet to my astonishment, he did not sink. Instead, he stood firmly as if the surface beneath him was solid glass. Was this the power of a cultivator? To traverse the skies and roam the earth, to glide upon water as though treading upon solid ground? I couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Meanwhile, the gray-furred monkey stood upon the archway, baring its teeth, incessantly scratching itself, displaying an extreme agitation. Observing this, Shennong broke into a smile and remarked, "You audacious monkey. You've caused quite a commotion in my Guanyin cave. If it weren't for the favor I owe to Ifan, I would have skinned you alive and hung you before the cave for all to see." The monkey, undeterred, grinned and let out a low, challenging growl in response. Shennong, unfazed, retorted with a cold scoff, "You foul creature, I respect Ifan because he is a guardian of humanity, a true hero of this world. But I fear you not. Should you provoke my Guanyin cave again, do not blame me for showing no mercy." The young master of Agarwood spoke with fierce words. Yet the monkey appeared utterly agitated, seemingly disregarding his utterances. With a peculiar shriek, it seized a wooden club and, ignoring the young master on the water's surface, dashed towards the cave entrance. The gray-haired monkey moved with remarkable speed, catching the young master off guard as it retreated without a fight. In an instant, he was taken aback, only to bellow in fury, "Guard the cave entrance. Do not allow this raucous monkey to escape. It carries the precious meat spirit fungus, a treasure that old snake Granny covets. Should this monkey manage to flee, we shall all face dire consequences." The little demons, previously frightened by the gray-haired monkey, had kept their distance while observing the young master's actions. However, upon hearing the name of Old Snake Granny, a palpable restlessness stirred within them. In comparison to the monkey, it was the long-standing terror of Old Snake Granny that instilled greater fear in their hearts. The gray-haired monkey's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it reached the cave entrance. Yet, just as it was about to slip inside, a soft sound echoed, followed by the sudden strike of a blood-red tongue that lunged towards the monkey from behind. The monkey, intent on escape yet vigilant, halted abruptly upon sensing the approaching tongue. With a swift motion, it extended its claw and seized the tongue, yanking it back fiercely. A cry of agony erupted from the ranks of the little demons as the creature that had extended its long tongue was yanked into the air, its body soaring directly toward the gray-haired monkey. Hiss! The monkey howled, raising its club defensively and thrusting it forward with great force. The sound of impact resonated as the club pierced through the airborne little demon. Yet, the monkey was not finished. With a fierce roar, it swung the club violently, sending the demon's lifeless body hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the advancing little demons and scattering them like leaves in a storm, many tumbling into the water. This rapid sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. However, within that fleeting moment, the young master of Agarwood seized the opportunity, drawing his longsword and leaping forward to confront the gray-haired monkey. The monkey exhibited extraordinary agility, leaping and darting about, its club swirling with ferocity, repelling any attempts from the little demons to approach. In stark contrast, the young master moved with a graceful finesse, wielding his longsword with an ethereal elegance. Clad in flowing white garments, the gentle breeze danced around him, causing his attire to flutter as if in a mesmerizing performance, though he bore an unappealing visage. In this moment, he embodied the essence of a gallant gentleman. The young master Qinxiang, relying solely on his sword, ensnared the gray-haired monkey, rendering it incapable of escape. However, the longer this struggle persisted, the more disadvantageous it became for the monkey. In merely a brief moment, over 10 lesser demons emerged from the cavern. Upon sighting the gray-haired monkey, they let out a fierce roar and displayed their unique abilities, joining the fray. If it were merely young Master Qinxiang, the gray-haired monkey would undoubtedly be unafraid. Yet at this juncture, it found itself besieged by dozens of lesser demons, although a few had perished under the club's onslaught. This did little to alter the overall dynamics of the battle. Moreover, young Master Qinxiang's sword frequently thrust forth, pushing the gray-haired monkey into a state of utter desperation. In no time at all, it bore several wounds, each gushing blood, presenting a horrifying sight. At that moment, a sudden low shout from young Master Qinxiang pierced the air, and the long sword darted forth unexpectedly from behind the lesser demons. The speed of this strike was astonishing, akin to moonlight. I merely perceived a flash of cold light before it reached the gray-haired monkey. Furthermore, as this strike was a surprise attack, the monkey had no time to react. The next instant, a chilling scream echoed as the sword pierced its chest, and young Master Qinxiang delivered a powerful kick, sending the monkey sprawling far away. The gray-haired monkey fell to the ground, its chest drenched in blood, yet its eyes remained locked onto young Master Qinxiang and his companions, emitting low, hissing growls, displaying an irritable demeanor. Young Master Qinxiang, however, approached with a smile and taunted, "Impudent monkey, can you still act fierce now?" He. Just then, a lesser demon stepped beside him and spoke. "Young Master Qinxiang, this monkey is Zhang Yifun's spiritual pet. If we were to slay it here in Guanyin Cave, would Zhang Yifun not be furious? Can we withstand his wrath?" After voicing his concerns, he appeared hesitant. Noticing young Master Qinxiang's cold gaze, he mustered the courage to continue. "Perhaps we should only take the meat spirit grass and let the monkey go." "Fool!" Young Master Qinxiang rebuked vehemently. "If it dies, who would know it was the work of Guanyin Cave? If it escapes alive, our cave will be plagued with troubles in the future." With a grin, young Master Qinxiang raised his sword towards the gray-haired monkey and declared, "Monkey, do not blame me for being heartless. Blame yourself for associating with the meat spirit grass and befriending it." With that, he swung his sword at the gray-haired monkey. I stood in shock, my heart nearly leaping into my throat, my mind conjuring images of the monkey's demise. Yet, that gruesome scene did not unfold. In this critical moment, a roar erupted from the gray-haired monkey, and suddenly, a crimson light burst forth from its forehead, revealing a vertical eye that slowly opened. Upon gazing at the vertical eye, a sudden chill coursed through my heart, as if it were brimming with an overwhelming tide of hatred and malevolence, akin to a tumultuous sea of blood surging within. The sight alone sent shivers down one's spine. Young Master Qinxiang, taken aback by the scene, swiftly recoiled, shouting in alarm. This demon ape is on the verge of awakening. He then called out to the surrounding little demons, urging, charge forth. We must not allow it to unveil its third eye. Chapter 48, Monkey King. What are you up to? A chilling roar erupted from the gray-haired monkey, its head thrown back as a single vertical eye slowly opened on its forehead. My heavens! Although that eye had merely cracked open, it evoked an overwhelming sensation akin to plummeting into a sea of blood. The mere glimpse into that eye seemed to be saturated with profound hatred and malevolence, sending a shiver down my spine and a chill throughout my body. Young Master Qinxiang, visibly alarmed, hastily retreated and shouted at the lesser demons, "This demon ape is about to awaken. Everyone, we must not allow it to open its third eye, or we shall all face dire consequences." Without hesitation, he surged forward, wielding his sword against the gray-haired monkey. However, the gray-haired monkey had undergone a startling transformation. Its eyes glowed a furious red, and in an instant, its previously emaciated form expanded dramatically, towering from approximately 1 meter to nearly 1.70 meters. Its muscles bulged prominently, and 2 sharp fangs sprouted menacingly from the corners of its mouth, rendering it both hideous and terrifying. In the next moment, the gray-haired monkey let out a ferocious roar, then abruptly lowered its head, fixating its gaze upon young Master Qinxiang. Though the vertical eye was still only slightly ajar, a blinding crimson light emanated from it. Upon locking eyes with the monkey, Qinxiang trembled uncontrollably, coming to an abrupt halt, clearly unnerved by the monkey's fearsome appearance. "Monkey, this is Guanyin Cave. I warn you, do not act recklessly." Young Master Qinxiang's face was a mask of terror. Yet, the gray-haired monkey merely bared its teeth and emitted a low growl. It then bent its legs, launching itself from the ground like a cannonball, hurtling towards Qinxiang in the blink of an eye. What followed was a shocking spectacle. The gray-haired monkey snatched the sword from young Master Qinxiang's grasp and, under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, twisted it with incredible force. With a resounding crack, the once resplendent blade was contorted into a twisted shape, and like a piece of worthless scrap metal, it was unceremoniously tossed into the nearby pond. At that moment, including young Master Qinxiang, nearly everyone stood dumbfounded, wide-eyed in horror, staring at the gray-haired monkey. Is this truly a monkey? In a mere instant, it twisted that razor-sharp sword into a pretzel. Could this monkey possess skin of bronze and bones of iron? The first to regain composure was young Master Qinxiang, who let out a desperate cry and promptly turned to flee. Yet, the gray-haired monkey was relentless. It swiftly extended its claw, seizing the fabric of Qinxiang's attire. In a moment of sheer desperation, Qinxiang shrieked and twisted his body, his white garments ripping apart with a resounding tear as he broke free and darted away towards my direction. The garments of the young master of Agarwood were torn to shreds. Yet he was not entirely unclothed. His body was shrouded in a dense covering of yellow fur, resembling a wild creature, which rendered him exceedingly fearsome. At this moment, he charged towards me, startling me into a shiver, prompting a hasty retreat. However, before the young master could take more than a few strides, a gray-furred monkey suddenly leaped into action, pouncing onto the young master's form. In an instant, I heard a resounding bang as the monkey managed to pin the young master to the ground beneath its foot. I could not help but swallow hard, thinking to myself how formidable this gray-furred monkey was. With the young master subdued, the monkey's blood-red eyes began to scan the surrounding lesser demons, instilling fear in them. If even the young master could not contend with the monkey, the smaller demons had no reason to remain fearless and promptly began to retreat in terror. The monkey, observing this, broke into a grin and, to my astonishment, slowly crouched down, using both hands to incessantly tug at the young master's fur. What on earth was this monkey doing? Please do not tell me it is pulling out fur? What sort of mischief is this? The scene was so bizarre that it nearly left me slack-jawed. I had expected the gray-furred monkey to seek the young master's life upon capturing him, but I never anticipated that its method of punishment would be so peculiar and profoundly unsettling. The agility of the gray-furred monkey was remarkable. In no time, it had stripped the young master of his yellow fur from his back, while the young master howled in agony, pleading for mercy. Yet, the monkey paid no heed, instead seizing the young master by the thigh and hoisting him upside down. Then, akin to slaughtering a pig, it submerged the young master's head into the water, focusing intently on the yellow fur adorning his legs. The sight was too gruesome for me to bear, and the monkey wore an expression of disdain as it kicked the young master, sending him with a splash into the pool. This time, the young master did not float upon the surface but sank like a log, bubbling and gurgling as he disappeared into the depths. I swallowed again, pondering whether the young master had met his demise. Just then, a piercing scream shattered my thoughts, and I quickly looked up to see the gray-furred monkey charging into the crowd, wielding a large club and wreaking havoc. In that instant, the lesser demons lost their usual ferocity, resembling mere straw as they fell before the monkey-esque club. With just a few strikes, the small demons were routed, some meeting their end while others were left grievously injured. The monkey's wrath knew no bounds. It seized an injured demon and, with its mouth agape, revealed glistening fangs. It swiftly sank its teeth into the demon's neck, and I watched in horror as the monkey's throat began to undulate, followed by a ghastly gulping sound. Was the gray-furred monkey drinking blood? My heavens, at that moment, I was gripped by a chilling terror, my heart racing uncontrollably. Monkeys are often perceived as fruit eaters, yet it is astonishing to discover their blood-sucking tendencies. Is this a peculiar characteristic of the arm-extended demon ape? The terror it instills is palpable. No wonder that when the monkey opened its third eye, Prince Xinxiang was gripped by such fear. After nearly 10 minutes, the gray-furred monkey finally satiated its thirst, wiping the blood from its lips before carelessly discarding the desiccated corpse of the little demon onto the ground. It emitted a strange shriek and, brandishing a large stick, swiftly plunged into the cave. The speed of the gray-furred monkey was remarkable, its form vanishing into the depths of the cave in an instant. Witnessing this, I swallowed hard, then turned to survey the stone chamber. Inside lay a multitude of little demon corpses, and even those still alive were battered and bruised, groaning in agony as they lay on the ground. Prince Xinxiang had yet to make an appearance, leading me to suspect that he had indeed met his demise. This sight ignited a fervor within me. Was this not the opportune moment for my escape? If I did not flee now, when would I? With this thought, hesitation evaporated, and I swiftly darted through the cave entrance, sprinting with fervor across the arching bridge until I arrived at the very opening through which the gray-furred monkey had disappeared. Upon spotting Prince Xinxiang, my heart leapt. Astonishingly, he was still alive. In his current state, he appeared utterly disheveled, his already hideous visage now contorted with rage. He glared wide-eyed, bellowing in fury, "Vile monkey, this enmity has escalated. You shall await my vengeance. I, Prince Xinxiang, shall not rest until we are adversaries." With that, he expelled a voluminous stream of foul liquid. Chapter 49. Entrustment. Although the young man Xinxiang was no match for the gray-haired monkey, he could easily capture me if he chose to. At that moment, seeing that Xinxiang was not dead but had instead climbed out of the water pool, I dared not linger any longer. I quickly turned and fled. The cave was pitch black, and a chilling wind occasionally howled from the depths ahead, producing a sound reminiscent of ghostly wails. Under normal circumstances, such a noise would be exceedingly terrifying. However, at this moment, the powerful gusts filled my heart with joy. If the cold wind was so strong, could it not mean that the exit was near? With a surge of exhilaration, I felt an invigorating energy coursing through my entire being. I ran for what felt like an eternity, experiencing no fatigue, but rather gaining speed as I dashed through the darkness. After approximately 10 minutes, I perceived a brilliant light shining ahead. Lifting my gaze, I realized I was quite close to the exit. Elated, I let out a cheer and leaped toward the cave's mouth. However, just as I was about to burst forth, a deep buzzing sound echoed ominously, followed by a foul wind rushing toward me. Before I could react, an extraordinarily thick snake's tail, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck violently toward the cave entrance. In the next moment, a resounding crash reverberated, causing the entire cave to tremble. The force of the snake's tail knocked me off balance, and I collapsed to the ground, rolling like a tumbling gourd before finally regaining my composure. As I lay there, feeling the cave's tremors, I could not help but swallow hard. Looking up, I was horrified to see that the cave entrance had been obstructed by fallen debris, leaving only a narrow passage resembling a dog hole. I quickly scrambled to my feet and dashed toward the exit. Just as I burst through the opening, a thunderous bang echoed behind me as a massive rock crashed down at the very spot where I had fallen. This sight sent a chill of terror coursing through me. My heart nearly leapt from my throat. Had I not escaped in time, I would surely have been crushed into a bloody pulp by that boulder. Yet, that rock was merely a trigger. As it fell, the ceiling of the cave began to shake violently, and soon, boulder after boulder tumbled down, sealing the cave in an instant. My heart raced at the sight, and without a moment's hesitation, I dropped to the ground and thrust my head into the dog hole, clawing my way out with all my strength. Once outside the cave, I exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from my brow, and then surveyed my surroundings. Upon recognizing my location, a wave of joy washed over me. I found myself at the same stage where I had experienced an out-of-body moment that fateful night. However, the once orderly scene was now in disarray, with overturned tables and chairs, and a horde of small demons scurrying in panic. The cause of this chaos was none other than a figure brandishing a large club, perched upon a beam and making a cacophony of sounds. At this moment, the gray-haired monkey exhibited an unusual restlessness, perched upon the beam and intermittently emitting low growls. Not far across from it lay a massive python, measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. Although it lacked the grandeur of a colossal serpent, it was still quite formidable. Most unsettling, however, was the fact that this gigantic python bore a human head, the very visage of the old woman I had encountered that night. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively took a couple of steps back, swallowing hard as I pondered whether this was indeed the snake granny spoken of by those little demons. Truly terrifying. Impudent monkey, relinquish the flesh spirit fungus, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall devour you whole. The voice of the snake granny resonated with a chilling coldness, devoid of any emotion, sending a shiver down my spine. In stark contrast, the gray-haired monkey let out a peculiar screech, scratching incessantly at its chin while its eyes darted about in a frenzy. In the next moment, it seized the beam with both hands and violently propelled itself towards the cave entrance. Humph, now that you have arrived, do you think to escape? The snake granny huffed disdainfully, and as her voice faded, her immense body began to writhe. Suddenly, her tail shot out with a swift whoosh, striking the monkey from behind with astonishing speed. The monkey had no time to react. By the time it sensed the danger and attempted to retaliate, it was already too late. With a resounding crack, the gray-haired monkey was struck by the snake's tail, soaring through the air like a cannonball before crashing against the stone wall with a loud thud. Even though the monkey had undergone a transformation, it was still severely injured, collapsing to the ground and struggling futilely to rise. Its blood-red eyes, filled with resentment, remained fixated on the snake granny. Observing this, the snake granny smirked coldly, slowly slithering closer to the fallen monkey, her voice icy as she commanded, "Impudent monkey, hand over the flesh spirit fungus." In response, the monkey let out a fierce screech. Enraged, the snake granny swiftly ensnared the gray-haired monkey with her tail, lifting it high into the air before forcefully slamming it against the stone wall. The sound of repeated thuds echoed relentlessly, creating a deep indentation in the wall. Yet, the snake granny showed no signs of relenting, continuing her assault while coldly demanding, "I have warned you, surrender the flesh spirit fungus, and I shall spare your life. Now, where have you hidden it?" Good heavens, her mouth was impossibly wide, stretching open to the roots of her ears. More terrifying still, as she opened her maw, a snake's head emerged from within. Though the snake's head was no larger than a fist, its triangular eyes glimmered with malice, and as it opened and closed its mouth, a slender tongue flicked in and out, emitting a hissing sound that was both eerie and fearsome. Hiss. The serpent's head expelled a series of messages, and then, to my astonishment, it emerged from the old serpent's mouth, dripping with saliva, slowly opening its jaws to bite towards the gray-furred monkey. Yet, the gray-furred monkey was not one to let it escape. With bared teeth, it swiftly grasped a large stick and, in a sudden thrust, drove it deep into the old serpent's mouth. I winced at the sight, and I could only imagine the pain inflicted upon the serpent. A piercing wail erupted, and soon I witnessed the gigantic form of the serpent rolling violently on the ground. Meanwhile, the gray-furred monkey puffed up its cheeks, turning to me with a peculiar shriek. Then, with a poof, a dark shadow burst forth from its mouth, hurtling toward me. How had the monkey come to deliver the flesh spirit mushroom to me? Could it be? My heart quivered at the thought as I looked up to see the gray-furred monkey tightly ensnared by the serpent. With each struggle, the serpent's massive body constricted further, nearly distorting the monkey's shape. Yet, the gray-furred monkey, possessing unwavering resolve, remained silent despite the torment, gritting its teeth while emitting a hiss sound, occasionally glancing towards the cave entrance. Its expression seemed to implore me to flee with the flesh spirit mushroom. Resolute, I clenched my jaw and, without a word, dashed toward the cave's mouth. In my arms, the flesh spirit mushroom opened its eyes, sobbing softly, and reached out its chubby little hands towards the gray-furred monkey, its mouth moving in reluctant sounds of yaya. Yet, in that moment, it could do nothing but be cradled in my embrace, silently weeping. Chapter 50. Time flows like fire in the moment of life and death. I exerted every ounce of strength within me, my gaze fixated on the mouth of the cave. Clutching the meat spirit mushroom tightly, I bolted forward, charging towards the entrance. Concealed at the cave's mouth was a group of small demons who had hidden themselves out of fear of being caught in the fray. Little did they expect that I would come rushing towards them, and for a moment, they stood frozen in place, staring at me in bewilderment as I dashed past them. To escape from the Guanyin cave, these small demons posed the greatest obstacle. Witnessing their momentary stupor filled me with exhilaration. With a guttural roar, I quickened my pace. In the next instant, a glimmer of light appeared before me. I had burst forth from the cave's opening. Before me stood a wild boar, robust and formidable. Its coat a mix of brown and black, glistening with sheen. Its eyes were piercing, instilling a sense of terror at first glance. Most astonishing of all, atop the boar sat a naked figure, none other than young Master Shennong. My heart leapt at the sight of him, without pausing to think. I turned and sprinted into the depths of the forest. At that moment, I heard young Master Shennong bellow, "You useless fools, what are you waiting for? Go after him." To my astonishment, he was riding the wild boar, pursuing me relentlessly. Good heavens! In my lifetime, I had seen people ride horses, cows, and even donkeys. But never had I witnessed someone riding a pig, let alone such a massive one. The scene was truly terrifying. The boar was so large that it must have weighed at least a ton. As it charged forward, its hooves thundered like a storm, shaking the very ground beneath us, a sight that was utterly formidable. I could not suppress a gulp, gritting my teeth as I summoned every bit of strength to flee deeper into the forest. I chose to run through the thicket, hoping the thorny brambles would hinder the boar's advance. However, the thorns did not impede its speed. Instead, they left me battered and bloodied. Had I not been driven by a desperate urge to survive, I might have succumbed to the pain. In the depths of the forest, there is a saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, referring to the dangers one faces in such a wild place. Behind me, the wild boar was massive, undoubtedly a king among its kind. It charged through the woods like an armored vehicle, crashing through trees with reckless abandon, impervious to the sharp thorns that could not pierce its tough hide. Yet, while the thorns failed to deter the boar, they inflicted wounds upon young Master Shennong. At this moment, I beheld the young Master Shennong, his bare body marred by numerous scars. Oblivious to his dignity, he rode atop a wild boar, incessantly howling and cursing, urging the beast to change its course. Yet, the boar seemed maddened, heedless of his shouts and insults, fixated on its frenzied dash forward. Before long, the young master could endure no longer. With a piercing scream, he found himself ensnared upon a tree branch. Though my body ached with pain, I was nearly amused by the spectacle. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as a massive tree nearby was uprooted by the wild boar's charge. The towering tree, several meters high, fell with a resounding thud. Heading straight for my position, my heart raced, nearly leaping from my chest, and disregarding the thorns, I hurled myself sideways into a thicket of brambles. Almost instantly after my leap, a loud crash resonated as I turned to see the tree crashing down precisely where I had stood moments before. The heavy trunk flattened a swath of underbrush, and I swallowed hard, hastily rising and sprinting forth from the thorns, my mind consumed with the thought of the rampaging boar. If it collided with me, would I survive? Clenching my teeth, I embraced a sturdy tree and began to ascend swiftly. Yet, just as I climbed a few meters, the tree shook violently. Peering down, I was startled to see the boar had crashed into the trunk with great force. To my astonishment, the boar stumbled, falling to the ground while the tree quivered ominously. With a final creak, the trunk could bear no more, snapping in two at a height of nearly 10 meters. I cried out in terror, releasing my grip on the tree, plummeting through the air. However, as fate would have it, the boar, dazed, managed to rise, and I found myself precariously perched upon its back. In that fleeting moment, my mind nearly fractured, and I couldn't help but curse my ill fortune. The boar stood bewildered, frozen in place, seemingly perplexed by my presence. I swallowed hard, leaning forward and locking eyes with the creature. It too gazed back, its dark eyes fixed upon me as we stared each other down in a peculiar standoff that lasted a full minute. Finally, we both reacted. I let out a frantic shout, while the boar emitted a pained grunt, rearing back in an attempt to dislodge me. Should I be thrown off? Even if I survived the fall, I would undoubtedly meet a grim fate beneath its hoofs. In that moment of desperation, I clung tightly to its bristly mane, lowering my body to avoid being flung off. The wild boar was coated in pine resin, its body slick and slippery, and coupled with its immense strength, it left me dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Yet, it seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, leaping and bounding across the ground, occasionally kicking up its hind legs, almost unseating me several times. In that moment, I found myself admiring the cowboys of the West, who so passionately engage in bullfighting. After all, if a mere wild boar could nearly disassemble me, how did those cowboys endure atop those formidable bulls? Moreover, I must admit, it was rather uncomfortable. I lost track of time. Perhaps it was a few minutes, or merely a handful of seconds, before I could no longer hold on. With a loud cry, my hand slipped from its bristles, and I was flung to the ground with a heavy thud. Gasping for breath, I lay there for what felt like an eternity. Regaining my composure after several moments, shaking my head, I slowly lifted my gaze towards the wild boar. However, upon seeing it, my body stiffened, and cold sweat instantly poured down my brow. There it stood not far away, panting heavily while fixing its gaze on me. Its hind hoof stamping the ground as if it were a furious bull, poised to unleash its full force for a lethal strike. I swallowed hard, and at that moment, the wild boar let out a deafening roar, charging towards me with the might of an avalanche. My eyes widened in terror, sweat beading on my forehead as I watched the beast barreling towards me. In that instant, I could almost envision the gruesome scene of being disemboweled. A surge of helplessness, despair, and fear flooded my mind, causing my heart to tremble uncontrollably as cold sweat drenched me. Just when it seemed I was on the brink of disaster, a sudden piercing sound sliced through the air, and a brilliant flash of red light shot forth from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it reached the center of the fray, standing protectively before me. Draped in white as pure as snow, her hair radiated like a blazing flame, a sight to behold. Captivated by the silhouette of her fiery locks, I found myself entranced, murmuring softly, "Flowing fire? Beast, begone," she commanded, her ruby lips parting to release a low yet authoritative cry. Chapter 51. Death be gone, you wretched beast. With those words from Lu Hua, she extended her delicate hand and lightly struck the wild boar's head. The boar, poised to charge, moved with blinding speed, its cries echoing like thunder as it kicked up clouds of earth with its powerful hind legs. Yet this ferocious attack was effortlessly thwarted by Lu Hua's gentle touch. In an instant, the once violent boar froze as if ensnared by a spell, its body stiffening in place. Then, it let out a pitiful wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, its enormous form suddenly soaring into the air, resembling a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward with a series of dull thuds as it crashed through countless trees along its path. My heavens, at that moment, I stood utterly dumbfounded. The wild boar must have weighed nearly a ton, its rampaging momentum truly terrifying. Yet, that seemingly fierce strike was effortlessly dissipated by Lu Hua. Was the disparity not exceedingly vast? Then came a resounding thud as the boar finally plummeted to the ground. It writhed desperately, attempting to rise, but regardless of its struggles, it could not regain its feet. Ultimately, its forelegs stiffened, and it lay motionless. I swallowed hard, my voice trembling as I uttered, Is it dead?" Instinctively shaking my head, I noticed Lu Hua smile softly before asking, "Can you still walk?" At that moment, I was battered and bruised, appearing utterly disheveled. Nevertheless, these injuries were merely superficial, inflicting no real harm. I nodded affirmatively, replying, "I'm fine, I can walk." After saying this, I could not help but inquire, "But weren't you imprisoned by the snake lady?" At my words, my heart jolted, trembling with unease. The young maid had perished? The thought cast a shadow over my expression. Although I had not directly caused her demise, her death was a consequence of my actions. Had it not been for Lu Hua's intercession, the young maid would have survived, and Lu Hua would not have turned against the snake lady. My blood began to boil with a fierce intensity, and without a moment's hesitation, I gritted my teeth and nodded, declaring, "Very well, I promise you." At this, my heart raced. Accompanying the young Master Chen Xiang were dozens of lesser demons, while Lu Hua stood alone. If young Master Chen Xiang insisted on keeping us, could Lu Hua possibly contend with them? The thought made me swallow hard. I turned to glance at Lu Hua, only to find her expression icy. Her enchanting eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze intently on young Master Chen Xiang. Young Master Chen Xiang appeared to tremble in fear of Lu Hua. Under her piercing stare, he instinctively shuddered, quickly covering himself and frowning as he said, "Lu Hua, why must you go to such lengths? This lad, though born of a Yin constitution, is merely an ordinary person now. Why must you sever ties with the snake lady for him? You are of the ancient lineage of the firefox, your status exceedingly noble. What merit does this boy possess that he could possibly share in your cultivation? And you carry with you a profound enmity, without the serpent matron, who could possibly aid you in avenging this deep-seated grudge." Upon hearing this, Liu Hua furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Once I have mastered the art of seduction, not only shall I seek vengeance, but in this vast world, there will be no place I cannot reach." Do you truly believe that the serpent matron is genuinely interested in aiding me? She covets my pure young body, and when the opportunity arises, she will seize my flesh and replace me. After uttering these words with a dismissive scoff, she turned to glance at me and continued, moreover, how rare is a naturally in physique? Aside from the legendary god, the foremost among the 9 prodigies, have you heard of anyone else possessing a purine body? A purine body appears once in millennia, and each one that graces this world is far from ordinary. Even if Tianchi does not ascend far on the path of cultivation in the future, I have made my choice, and I shall not regret it. Liuhua spoke with unwavering conviction, devoid of any hesitation, while I trembled at her words, staring at her in astonishment. Would she truly not regret it? Even if I failed to meet her expectations? Her alliance with Guanyin Cave and her following the serpent matron was a gamble. If she chose to take me with her now, was it not yet another gamble? Who could guarantee that I would rise to prominence and become a formidable practitioner in the future? Contemplating this, I could not suppress a swallow, and then, lowering my head, I softly said, Liuhua, I am deeply grateful for your assistance, but if there is an alternative, I hope you will not continue to risk yourself for me. I am merely an ordinary person, though I have agreed to cultivate with you. Success is uncertain, and you need not place all your hopes upon me. The words of the young master Qinxiang brimmed with confidence. However, Liuhua merely responded with a cold laugh. Then she turned to face me, her beautiful eyes gazing intently into mine. Tianchi, were your words just now sincere? Do you truly wish for me to cease aiding you? And do you not desire to cultivate with me? She slowly approached and gently caressed my face, murmuring, is it that I am not beautiful enough? Or do you lack confidence in yourself, fearing you cannot assist me? I nodded in response, and upon seeing this, she broke into a radiant smile and said, Tianchi, I believe that your life will not be ordinary. Even if you were to lead an unremarkable existence, I would remain by your side, growing old together, never regretting this life. At her words, I was struck with astonishment, raising my head to gaze at her in awe. Young Master Qinxiang's expression darkened, and with gritted teeth, he snarled, you wretched woman, if you refuse to accept my goodwill, do not blame your grandfather for being unkind. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at us and bellowed, kill that brat. As for Liuhua, capture her alive. I intend to consummate our union tonight. With his command, the throng of lesser demons surged forward with fervor, their cries echoing like a battle cry. There were dozens of these little demons. And with young Master Qinxiang lurking menacingly nearby, Liuhua was undoubtedly outmatched. Realizing this, she swiftly formed a seal with her hands, and as her crimson lips parted, she unleashed a cloud of pink mist from her mouth. The air was thick with an enchanting aroma, intensely potent, wafting through the mountains and enveloping the small demons within its grasp. In that moment, they resembled intoxicated revelers, their steps unsteady and expressions blissful, meandering endlessly within the mist. Observing this, Liuhua wasted no time. He swiftly grasped my wrist and darted away into the distance. We fled at a remarkable pace, and before long, we had escaped far from the forest. However, just as we believed we had eluded danger, Liu was suddenly halted, causing me to collide into his embrace. The fragrant scent emanating from him compelled me to inhale deeply, yet Liuhua remained oblivious to my presence, his brow furrowed in seriousness as he gazed ahead. Curiosity piqued. I turned my gaze forward, only to be taken aback by the sight before us. To my utter shock, there lay a daunting cliff, its depths obscured by swirling mists, leaving me uncertain of how far it descended. I swallowed hard, then looked up at Liuhua, unable to contain my anxiety. What shall we do? Oh, fortune smiles upon me. Now, where will you run? Exclaimed young Master Qinxiang, his voice dripping with malice as he formed a hand seal and unleashed a low growl. He propelled himself toward us like a cannonball, a wicked grin plastered on his face, tauntingly proclaiming, Liuhua, if you agree to cultivate with me now, I might spare you. Refuse, and I shall not hold back. Despite Liuhua's 2 centuries of cultivation and his pure young constitution, young Master Qinxiang, though injured, was no match for him. Their confrontation was fleeting. Liuhua effortlessly sent Qinxiang sprawling with a single strike. Alarmed, I yearned to escape, but it was already too late. Suddenly, I heard a sickening thud, and my body stiffened, my eyes wide with terror as I stared at my chest. A tongue had pierced through me. In the next instant, I felt that same tongue writhing within my chest before it withdrew with a sickening pop. Almost immediately, blood gushed forth from the wound, erupting uncontrollably. A wave of excruciating pain surged through my body, prompting an involuntary scream of agony. Then, darkness enveloped me as I plummeted from the cliff's edge. Chapter 52. Devouring the flesh spirit mushroom, I found myself suspended in midair, blood gushing uncontrollably, my body growing increasingly cold. My eyelids felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and even my consciousness seemed to be gradually withdrawing, as if it were preparing to abandon me. Was I to perish? Ever since the calamity struck my village, I had fled desperately in search of survival, yet in the end, could I truly not escape death? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through my mind, and then, familiar faces abruptly flashed before me. Within those fleeting seconds, my life appeared to be fast-forwarded, replaying vividly in my mind. Those images were filled with tears, laughter, and countless individuals I cherished, as well as those who cherished me. I reached out, striving to grasp something, but ultimately, all those scenes shattered like a broken mirror, dissipating before my very eyes. Subsequently, I felt my consciousness sinking deeper, my body becoming ever colder, as if I were plummeting into an endless abyss, devoid of light. Darkness enveloped me completely. At that moment, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted towards me, and I was enveloped in the embrace of a soft body. I struggled to open my eyes, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful face. She gazed at me in astonishment, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. I managed to smile, my voice trembling as I uttered, "I told you not to place your hopes in me. I'm sorry, I have disappointed you." With that, I grasped the chest of the fiery figure tightly, and with a loud cry, summoned all my strength to push away violently. In an instant, I broke free from her embrace and began to plummet rapidly down the cliff. Meanwhile, she clung desperately to the rocky wall, her eyes trembling as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. In the next moment, my body plunged completely over the cliff, enveloped by the clouds below, followed by a resounding thud as I landed heavily in a thicket. In that instant, it felt as though my insides had shattered. I sensed a violent tremor within my organs, and darkness engulfed my vision, nearly causing me to faint. Yet, the excruciating pain jolted my nerves, bringing me back to consciousness. I opened my eyes wide, gasping for breath, but with each inhalation, blood surged forth. Eventually, I felt as though my throat was choked with blood, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Unable to endure any longer, my vision darkened, and I succumbed to unconsciousness, my face contorted in agony. However, in that moment as my consciousness began to drift away, I thought I heard footsteps emerging from the thicket. I struggled to pry my heavy eyelids open just a crack. And there, I beheld a figure that should not have been present in this place. It was the gray-haired monkey. At that moment, it was covered in wounds. Exhaustion etched across its face, swaying as it walked, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet it persevered, slowly making its way to me before scooping me up and darting swiftly into the distance. Where could it be taking me? I opened my mouth, intent on inquiring, yet ultimately uttered nothing before succumbing to a profound unconsciousness. Coldness, darkness, and solitude enveloped me. In that instant, I felt as though I was plummeting into an endless abyss. I yearned to rise, but my eyes remained stubbornly sealed shut, leaving me to descend slowly into the void, only to be enveloped by an interminable agony. Pain, a heart-wrenching torment, consumed me. I felt as if my entire being was ablaze, radiating intense heat, only to be abruptly cast into an icy cavern, freezing me to the very core. Thus, I oscillated between extremes of scorching heat and biting cold, the transitions becoming a blur. Suddenly, a refreshing breath of air wafted through my lips, suffused with a rich aroma, tinged with a hint of bitterness. In that moment, I resembled parched earth welcoming the long-awaited rain, greedily inhaling the cool essence that filled my mouth. It offered no resistance, flowing seamlessly down my throat and into my body, traversing the intricate meridians within me. This chill coursed through my veins, alleviating much of my suffering, even facilitating my breathing, prompting a soft, contented moan to escape my lips before I drifted into a deep slumber. I lost track of time, but in a hazy reverie, I seemed to have dreamt. I dreamt of a little spirit mushroom, which frolicked and capered about, occasionally brandishing its tiny limbs at me. Yet, in the end, it plopped down, blinking its large eyes, tears shimmering and cascading down its cheeks. What was wrong? Why was it crying? I approached and lifted it into my arms, but the moment I did, its once plump form withered before my eyes, transforming into a wrinkled, ordinary herb. I stared in astonishment at the spirit mushroom in my hands, bewildered. What had happened? How could it have changed so drastically? Just then, a piercing wail reverberated in my ears, a sound like thunder that jolted me upright in shock. And I abruptly opened my eyes, sitting up from the ground. Panting heavily, I collapsed back onto the earth, gasping for breath, Yet an unsettling realization washed over me. Hadn't I been pierced through the chest by a tongue and toppled down a cliff? At this moment, I should have been dead. How was it that I had awakened? Frantically, I examined my body, but the moment I touched my wounds, a sharp pain coursed through me, causing me to emit a muffled groan as I fell back onto the ground. I was indeed injured, yet the pain had notably diminished, and even the fatal wound on my chest seemed to have healed. But how was this possible? What could restore me so swiftly, even healing a mortal injury? In the next instant, the jolt of realization struck me as I recalled that plump little creature. As this thought crossed my mind, a shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to hastily reach into my bosom. Yet, apart from the jade stone nestled there, I found nothing else. Could it truly be as I feared? That in my grievous moment of peril, the flesh spirit had sacrificed itself to save me? At that moment, the agonizing wails echoed once more, and I swiftly turned to see the gray-furred monkey sitting in the shadowy corner, cradling the flesh spirit while weeping uncontrollably. Its expression was one of profound sorrow, tears cascading like a spring, intermittently striking its chest in a display of heart-wrenching grief. I swallowed hard, slowly rising to my feet, staggering toward the gray-furred monkey, and gazing at the flesh spirit in its embrace. However, upon discerning the appearance of the flesh spirit, I froze in place, my mind reverberating with a thunderous realization. As if a bolt of lightning had struck, sending tremors through my very core. I felt as though my soul had abandoned me, collapsing onto the ground. The flesh spirit, at that moment, bore an uncanny resemblance to the vision I had seen in my dreams, resembling a doll stripped of its stuffing, withered and wrinkled, devoid of the previous vitality and spirit. The flesh spirit had transformed into an utterly ordinary herb. My eyes widened in shock, rooted to the spot in disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, the gray-furred monkey finally lifted its head, glaring furiously at me. It emitted a series of low growls, while I, overcome with emotion, embraced it, allowing tears to stream from my eyes. What had transpired? Ever since the calamity befell the village, a Taoist had become trapped there for my sake. His fate uncertain. Subsequently, Liuhua had been imprisoned by the snake hag in a bid to save me, and Wan Hong had lost her life. Now, the flesh spirit had once again sacrificed itself to rescue me. How could I not feel sorrow? How could I not endure pain? What am I, that so many would risk their lives for me? What merit do I possess to warrant such fortune? Am I a harbinger of doom? Must all those close to me perish? While I sat on the ground, cradling my head and weeping, a sudden, eerie voice erupted from the shadows, startling me into a tremor. I looked up to find a figure standing not far away in the darkness, with a stone coffin hovering ominously above its head. A chilling laughter emanated from the shadow, causing me to instinctively retreat, huddling into the corner, my eyes wide with terror, as I stammered, Who are you? Chapter 53, Panlong. I gazed in astonishment at the shadowy figure before me, instinctively recoiling in fear, and stammered, Who are you? Why are you here? At that moment, the dark silhouette stood enveloped in shadows, its expression vacant. Yet, those eyes, fixed intently upon me, were brimming with insatiable greed. He let out a low chuckle, and to my shock, he glided toward me with an ethereal grace. What do you want? I scrambled to my feet, but just then, the gray-haired monkey emitted a series of urgent screeches and affectionately bounded toward the shadow. To my astonishment, a look of fondness washed over the figure's face upon seeing the monkey. He gradually crouched down, tenderly stroking the monkey's head. However, his hand passed through the creature as if it were mere illusion. My heart raced at this sight. This was no mere human, but rather a ghostly apparition. Yet, I pondered, how could the gray-haired monkey possibly know him? Who was this figure, and where had the monkey led me? To my utter disbelief, the pure entity I had long awaited for millennia had finally come to me today. Was this fate? He slowly rose, murmuring to himself, and then, under my astonished gaze, approached me directly, continuing, Could it be that you are the one destined to inherit my legacy? As he spoke, he placed his hand gently atop my head. Instinctively, I attempted to pull away, but his hand possessed an inexplicable force, holding me firmly in place, rendering me immobile. In the next moment, I felt a chilling aura coursing through his palm into my body. That frigid essence meandered within, and where it flowed, the agonizing pain that had beset me began to dissipate. It was as if a gentle rain was nurturing my battered form, and in the blink of an eye, my wounds had healed significantly, the pain nearly vanishing. Previously, I had been gravely injured, on the brink of death. Had it not been for the selfless sacrifice of the flesh spirit, which stabilized my mortal wounds, I would have surely departed this realm by now. Yet, as that icy aura traversed through me, The remnants of my injuries miraculously mended instantaneously, sending a wave of shock through me, compelling me to swallow hard before asking, "Who are you? Why do you wish to help me?" His lips curled into a smile, exuding an unsettling chill that sent shivers down my spine. "We share the same origin, both Purian entities. Do you comprehend who I am?" He fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if waiting for me to utter his name. However, his words were too cryptic for me to grasp. "However, he is indeed a Purian body. Luwal once mentioned that in this world, only two Purian bodies have ever existed. One is myself, and the other is the legendary figure known as God, the leader of the 9 heroes. At this moment, the person before me claims to be a Purian body. Could it be?" Upon this realization, a shiver ran through me, and I stared at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you, perhaps, the legendary leader of the 9 heroes, God?" He responded with a hearty laugh, resembling an excited old child, bouncing about and clapping his hands in delight. After a considerable time, he finally managed to compose himself, stroking his beard and fixing a penetrating gaze upon me. "Well done, young lad. You are remarkably astute. Yet, I am surprised that, after all these millennia, there is still someone in this world who recognizes my name. Over 20 years ago, a young man visited this place as well. His constitution was quite unique. Had he been able to inherit my legacy, he might not have reached my level, but he would not have fallen far behind. Unfortunately, that lad bore the blood spirit coffin, a descendant of the coffin path. The dark arts he practiced were fundamentally opposed to my divine teachings. I lamented that for quite some time. Little did I expect to encounter an even more promising candidate today. I have found a worthy successor. This old wretch, perhaps having been confined here for too long, had become quite eccentric. He circled around me incessantly, chuckling to himself, which sent chills down my spine and beads of cold sweat upon my brow. Were it not for the gray-haired monkey still present, I might have been utterly frightened by this dry old man. After a while, the old man finally regained his composure, scrutinizing me from head to toe before nodding approvingly. A fine prospect indeed. However, you have started your training rather late. If you begin now, it may be a bit too late." He furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought, his lifeless eyes darting about in a rather furtive manner, exuding an aura of extreme sleaziness. Eventually, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Eureka!" The abruptness of his outburst startled me, causing me to instinctively step back a couple of paces. With a pained expression, I said, "I beg you. Could you refrain from scaring me? I am rather timid and have a heart condition. I cannot withstand such frights." He grinned widely at my words and, with an indifferent tone, replied, "Look at you, in such a state. How can you possibly inherit my legacy and assist me in the spirit realm to avenge the spirit lord? In my time, I entered the spirit realm and waited there for hundreds of years. Finally, the path to immortality revealed itself. But just as I was about to enter the celestial realm after enduring countless hardships, that old scoundrel, the spirit lord, conspired against me. Thankfully, I was cunning. Before being struck down from the path to immortality, I managed to procure a spirit herb from the celestial realm and severely injured that old rascal. Thus, it was not entirely in vain." He spoke with an air of satisfaction and continued, "Little did I expect that the celestial medicine I casually brought out back then would benefit you, my boy. However, considering that you are about to become my disciple, I shall overlook this matter." The old man spoke in a way that left me utterly bewildered. What was this about the spiritual realm, the path to immortality, and the esteemed spiritual beings? I had never heard of any of these concepts. Moreover, what did he mean by my imminent discipleship? Was he truly intending to take me as his apprentice? Lost in my thoughts, I was suddenly startled by the old man's stern command, "Kneel down." The force of his voice sent a shiver through me, and before I knew it, I had collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, he chuckled and remarked, quite obedient, "Young man, pray tell, what is your name?" "My name is Nyachanchi," I stammered, swallowing hard. "And your nickname?" he inquired. I nodded and replied, "My nickname is Nia Urger." That name is quite suitable. Nyachanchi is ostentatious. It is prudent to remain humble. Throughout history, it has been an undeniable truth that those who are modest tend to endure. In the future, when confronted with unfamiliar faces, simply introduce yourself as Urga. Do you comprehend?" I nodded in understanding, and he grunted in acknowledgement before instructing, "Bow your head," a total of 9 times. Without hesitation, I complied, knocking my forehead against the ground 9 times. For so long, I had lived in the shadows of others, timid and in need of protection. Yet, in this moment, if I were to become his disciple, would I not also be considered a cultivator, no longer requiring the safeguarding of others? The thought stirred my heart with excitement, and I clenched my fists tightly. After I completed my bows, the old man helped me to my feet and said, "Remember this. My name is Yoga, the foremost among the 9 heroes. The world knows me as a deity. From this moment on, you are my disciple. As you traverse the martial world, never tarnish your master's name. Do you understand?" "Understood," I quickly replied, and he nodded approvingly before continuing, "Since you are becoming my disciple, I must present you with a token of our meeting. However, as my physical form has perished for many years, I possess little else. All I can offer you is this treasured sword that has accompanied me for ages, having slain countless heroes throughout history. Today, I gift it to you, and I hope you will not allow it to gather dust." With that, he raised his hand and called out into the void. At the sound of his voice, a resonant hum echoed, and suddenly, a sword gleamed with a chilling light, soaring from within the stone sarcophagus and into the old man's grasp. However, the sword had remained in the coffin for thousands of years, coated in dust. As he held it, the dust began to swirl, causing the old man to cough for a considerable time, all the while muttering in irritation, "Damn it, I've been away for too long. How embarrassing." Having spoken, he handed me the precious sword. I hastily accepted it and began to scrutinize it closely. The sword felt weighty in my grasp, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance. Unmistakably extraordinary. Moreover, its design was quite distinctive. A dragon was intricately coiled along the blade, its body extending gracefully to the tip, while its head rested elegantly upon the hilt. Chapter 54. The initiation. Upon hearing this, I managed a dry chuckle, swallowed nervously, and weakly inquired, "Master, I have already pledged myself as your disciple. When shall you impart your teachings to me?" After posing my question, I gazed at the old man with eager anticipation. He stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding, "Your innate talent is commendable, and being of my lineage, you possess a rare purine constitution. Under normal circumstances, practicing my divine technique should yield remarkable results. However, it seems you have commenced your journey rather late, lacking any foundational skills. If you were to begin now, it may indeed be too late." Anxiously, I pressed, "How long will it take for me to master the divine technique?" "At least 30 years for a minor accomplishment, and potentially 100 to 180 years for a more significant mastery," he replied. Staggering back, I nearly collapsed to the ground. 30 years at a minimum for a mere minor achievement? 100 to 180 years for a greater success? How many years do I have left to live? Moreover, I was concerned for Lu Hua, who had risked everything to stand against Granny Snake for my sake. If she were captured, she would surely face great suffering. If I could rescue her sooner, I could alleviate some of her pain, but without acquiring the old man's technique, how could I possibly save her? Could it be done with nothing but a sword and my fervent spirit? After graduation, I entered society with high hopes, believing I could carve out a successful career with my knowledge. However, I was met with continual setbacks. Through these trials, I came to realize a profound truth: possessing lofty ideals and passionate zeal alone is insufficient to achieve one's aims. This is a pragmatic world, a realm where the strong prevail, and only those with true strength can thrive. Without it, all else is mere empty talk. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon me, I inhaled deeply and lowered my head in despair. Yet, the old man, noticing my dejection, broke into a grin and inquired, "Is there something urgent you need to attend to?" I nodded in response. The old man continued, "I see you are gravely injured, nearly on the brink of death, and have found yourself in a dire predicament. Clearly, you have encountered experiences beyond the ordinary. Please recount your story from beginning to end." Upon hearing his words, I suddenly understood the origins of the 9 renowned figures. However, one question lingered in my mind. If there are 9 renowned figures, why are there 10 individuals? I expressed my confusion aloud, and the old man chuckled before elaborating. The reason there are 10 is that both the Witch King and the Witch Queen are masters of raising goo, and as a couple, they are counted as 2 witches. Ah, now I see. Master, who are the individuals among these 9 renowned figures? Are they all illustrious figures of great renown throughout history? After the village incident, I realized that the world is far more complex than it appears. Hidden within the shadows are countless extraordinary individuals, as well as spirits, ghosts, and zombies. As the old man recounted tales of the past, an insatiable curiosity stirred within me, prompting me to question him incessantly, much like a child eager for knowledge. Moreover, I found it curious that, after spending an extended period with this elderly man, my initial trepidation had diminished. We shared a profound connection, both being beings of pure being, which fostered an innate sense of familiarity akin to that of a long-acquainted elder. Being in his presence instilled within me a sense of security. It seemed that he had been alone for quite some time, and once he began to speak, he could not be silenced. Devoid of any semblance of a formidable master or the chilling aura of an ancient specter, he resembled a benevolent elder, smiling as he said, "Listen well. Although time has passed and the illustrious 9 heroes may no longer walk this earth, some have succumbed to moral decay and committed unspeakable acts in their quest for immortality. Yet, these names still warrant your reverence." I nodded vigorously, and upon noticing my response, he elaborated. The 9 heroes consist of 1 deity, 2 shamans, 3 sovereigns, 4 immortals, 5 emperors, 6 corpses, 7 ghosts, 8 monsters, and 9 mystical maidens. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow. I was familiar with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet the others eluded my understanding. It was remarkable to discover that the renowned ancient monarchs were also practitioners of the arts and among the 9 heroes. Seeing my astonishment, the elder chuckled and continued, "Though the 9 heroes are legendary, they belong to a bygone era. Today, countless prodigies in cultivation are as numerous as the fish in the river. We have long departed from that age. Knowing these names suffices. There is no need to delve deeper." I nodded, inhaling deeply as I murmured, "How I wish to possess the power of the 9 heroes." "Do not despair," he replied with a chuckle, "though your journey commenced later than others. I have devised a compromise that will enable you to channel energy into your body and become a practitioner at once." My heart leaped with joy as I exclaimed, "Is that true? Of course, I would not deceive you." His smile gradually faded, and he spoke in a solemn tone. "This method is called the Dharma transmission. It involves transferring my lifetime of cultivation into you in an instant. While this will grant you the skills of a practitioner, it carries inherent risks. Should you succeed, you will be fortunate. However, failure may result in damaged meridians and a shattered spirit, leaving you a fool for the rest of your life. In severe cases, your essence may be overwhelmed, leading to a catastrophic demise. Do you comprehend the gravity of this?" I lowered my gaze in contemplation. After a considerable pause, I clenched my fists and nodded resolutely, stating, "For too long, I have relied on others for protection and support. Now that they are in peril, I must embrace the responsibilities of a man. I seek not fame or fortune, but only to safeguard those I hold dear." "Excellent." The elder laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You truly are my disciple, Leech Yoga." With that, he gestured for me to approach. I promptly rose and slowly made my way to him, eventually kneeling before him at his behest. Remember, great power can be a force for creation, yet it can also lead to destruction. You, lacking any foundation, are but a fledgling with no strength to bind a chicken. This sudden acquisition of power raises my concerns about your ability to control it and the potential for calamity. Thus, I shall inscribe a seal upon your Zifu, confining the majority of your strength. As you cultivate and progress, this seal will gradually be undone. Take heed. Everything I do is for your own good. You must never attempt to unbind the seal on your own accord. Nor should you allow my power to wreak havoc upon the world. Do you understand? Tianchi will remember this. I bowed deeply, resolutely affirming my understanding. Very well. The process of enlightenment will be excruciating. Bear it with fortitude. Should you succeed, this world shall gain another figure of great consequence. But if you fail— He paused for a lengthy moment, and I, compelled by his words, interjected, "If I fail, I shall blame no one but myself. It would simply be that I lacked the fortune." Upon hearing this, he offered no further words, but slowly raised his hand, gently placing it upon my crown. As his hand made contact, I was immediately enveloped by an intensely radiant white light that surged forth from his palm. This brilliance was searing, yet it was imbued with an extraordinary potency. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped my entire being. Subsequently, a cascade of chilling energy flowed from his hand into my body, traversing my meridians before settling in my dantian. However, as time passed during this enlightening process, the torrent of energy became increasingly tumultuous, rampaging within me with ferocity. I felt my dantian swell painfully, my entire network of meridians racked with agony. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed as my flesh erupted as if cooked, splattering forth a surge of warm blood. Chapter 55. The earthly profound realm. Though this old man appeared frail and emaciated, an inexhaustible chill emanated from his being, surging through his palms and inundating my body with a relentless force. As the duration of this overwhelming influx extended, the frigid energy became increasingly tumultuous, transforming into a wild dragon within me, rampaging and wreaking havoc, leaving my meridians in shambles. My dantian swelled like an inflated balloon, threatening to burst at any moment. I understood that I had reached a critical juncture in this process. Should I falter, the old man's efforts would be in vain. Gritting my teeth, I fought against the urge to cry out. Yet in that instant, I felt the chaotic energy rupture my meridians, surging into my flesh. My arms swelled as if filled with gas. And then, with a loud pop, it erupted, showering the surroundings with blood and flesh. This gruesome spectacle left me in a state of shock, but my horror was swiftly eclipsed by an unbearable pain radiating from my dantian. This suffering was far more intense than the explosion of my arm, accompanied by an overwhelming urge that threatened to consume me. With gritted teeth, I endeavored to withstand the excruciating agony while battling the maddening pressure. However, when the human body reaches its limits, sheer willpower is insufficient. With a sudden pop, I could no longer contain myself, and an unspeakable odor permeated the air. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, I let out a desperate scream. Almost instantaneously, a series of muffled explosions erupted from my body, leaving me battered and torn, resembling a tattered cloth. Most terrifying was the pronounced bulge of my abdomen. My clothes torn asunder, the skin stretched to a taut roundness, threatening to rupture at the slightest touch. Endless agony ravaged my nerves, compelling me to scream uncontrollably. Time lost meaning as I succumbed to the darkness, my cries abruptly silenced as I collapsed to the ground. I was unaware of how long I was unconscious. But amid the haze, I sensed the once tumultuous energy gradually calming, coursing through me like a soothing spring, healing my damaged meridians and battered body. With a painful groan, I slowly opened my eyes, only to be greeted by a fuzzy visage. Startled, I let out a shriek, abruptly sitting up, which startled the owner of that furry face, provoking a high-pitched cry before it leaped away from me in alarm. As I focused my gaze, I realized that it was none other than the gray-haired old man. I exhaled a sigh of relief, only to see him sitting cross-legged not far from me, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Tianchi, are you feeling better?" he inquired, scrutinizing me from head to toe. "Is there any discomfort in your body?" Upon hearing his words, I looked down and was astonished to find that the bloodstains on my body had dried up, and the pain that had previously plagued me had significantly diminished. Lifting the hem of my garment, I discovered that my body was intact, my skin remarkably fair and smooth, resembling jade. I distinctly remembered that before losing consciousness, my body had been marred by countless wounds from that violent aura. How could it be that not only was I unscathed now, but I also felt lighter than before? The old man seemed to sense my bewilderment and chuckled, "Thanks to the flesh-spirit mushroom. Although you had absorbed its essence, you were unable to fully refine it. However, my powers surged into your body with great intensity, ravaging your flesh, yet simultaneously catalyzing the residual potency of the flesh-spirit mushroom. It is a divine herb. Not only can it heal your battered body, but even if one were to be deceased, consuming it would grant them life anew." At his words, a shadow of gloom passed over my countenance as I recalled that chubby little creature. Despite our brief time together, it had repeatedly saved my life. Thus, I asked the old man, "Is there any hope for the flesh-spirit mushroom?" He shook his head and replied, "I cannot say for certain. However, since the root remains intact, you may seek a fertile land to attempt its cultivation." Nodding in understanding, I gradually rose to my feet. I first stretched my limbs, then began to leap in place, discovering that my body felt remarkably agile. With a single bound, I soared over 2 meters high, and a casual punch created a sound reminiscent of thunder. I was both astonished and delighted, while the old man merely chuckled and shook his head. "Sit cross-legged and close your eyes. Take a moment to perceive the spiritual energy within you," he instructed. I promptly assumed a seated position and closed my eyes, concentrating on the changes within me. Although I had inherited a wealth of cultivation from the old man, my lack of foundational training rendered me incapable of any practical application. Even the most basic meditation was nearly impossible. Ultimately, it was the old man who recited a calming incantation, allowing my chaotic thoughts to gradually settle. As my consciousness deepened, I eventually sank completely into the purple palace within me, which is what we refer to as the dantian. At that moment, upon entering the purple palace, I was struck by the overwhelming chill that permeated it, a coldness infused with an intensely restless energy. Yet, this energy was at my disposal. With a mere thought, I could command the frigid air to act according to my will, an experience surreal beyond measure. With the name of blood, the old man's deep voice resonated, prompting me to swiftly summon the spiritual energy within, following his instructions to circulate it. Initially, I possessed no knowledge of acupoints. However, the so-called enlightenment bestowed upon me was not merely an infusion of profound cultivation and formidable strength. It encompassed the entirety of the old man's life experiences and insights. as well as the esoteric techniques of divine power, which permeated my consciousness. In this instant, as I focused my mind and circulated my energy, it became almost instinctual, causing the spiritual essence to gradually traverse within me. Following the elder's guidance and completing a full cycle of energy circulation, I slowly opened my eyes. At that moment, I felt an extraordinary clarity in my senses, as if an abundance of strength had suddenly surged within me. Almost subconsciously, I let out a loud shout and dashed toward the wall, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, I created a deep indentation in the stone surface. To my astonishment, after delivering that kick, I felt a sharp pain in my foot, swiftly followed by an overwhelming force radiating from my soul, causing my entire body to shudder. Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed in surprise, cradling my right foot and hopping in place. The old man, amused by my reaction, chuckled heartily and remarked, "Although I have granted you my entire cultivation, you still lack a solid foundation. Your physical form is merely somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary person. Henceforth, you must engage in rigorous physical training. Be aware that the techniques within this divine power are exceedingly formidable. Without a robust body to bear such immense force, you risk inflicting harm upon yourself before ever reaching your opponent, potentially leading to your own demise." Chapter 56. A night expedition to Guanyin Cave. Upon hearing the old man's words, I was filled with an exhilarating rush. Since the turmoil in the village began, I had timidly hidden behind others like a coward. Yet now, I possessed considerable strength. Was it not time for me, Nie Tianchi, to rise and sing the song of the liberated? Though my eagerness to rescue Lu Hua was palpable, I understood that without fully comprehending the techniques imparted by the old man, venturing to Guanyin Cave could lead to my demise. In such a case, not only would I fail to save Lu Hua, but I might also endanger myself. With this thought in mind, I took a deep breath and settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. Calming my heart and focusing my thoughts, I began to circulate my energy. Although the old man had transmitted all his cultivation through a form of enlightenment, he had sealed the profound powers within my spiritual core, leaving only the foundational energies for my use. At that moment, I felt akin to a guardian of a treasure, unable to spend it, which was a truly vexing sensation. However, I understood the old man's intent. At this stage, my cultivation was like that of an infant, possessing the strength of an adult. If I failed to manage it properly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The path of cultivation is not achieved overnight. Impatience could easily result in a descent into madness. Previously, I would not have comprehended such matters, but the old man had infused his insights into my consciousness, allowing me to grasp all things with but a thought. I commenced my energy circulation, reaching the 9th cycle when the old man called for a halt. Under his guidance, I first practiced my punches and then wielded the sword. All the techniques felt as if they were inscribed in my very bones. Though I had never trained, I instinctively executed the swordplay with fluidity and grace, exhibiting remarkable power. The myriad techniques within this divine art were plentiful, yet the martial arts comprised but a singular set. The boxing technique, named Dragon Seizing Great Release, followed a path of unyielding force. With each movement, a chilling aura emanated from my fists, sharp and formidable enough to shatter stone and gold alike. The swordplay, known as Wandering Dragon's Sword, was executed with utmost elegance. Upon mastering it, the sound of a dragon's roar would resonate through the heavens. When perfected, I could even transform the sword energy into an enraged dragon, a display of unparalleled might. Yet, in my current limited state, even with all my effort and the assistance of the Panlong sword, I could barely produce a feeble echo of the dragon's roar, akin to a cat's mewl, so faint that it was nearly imperceptible without close attention. Nevertheless, even this modest display was formidable. After I swung the sword, I left a deep gash in the stone wall. Though the old man's physical form had perished, he sustained a remnant of his soul through his formidable cultivation until now. With all his powers transferred to me, he could no longer maintain his existence. It would not be long before he completely faded from this world. Contemplating this, my eyes grew misty, nearly spilling over with tears, yet the old man barked at me. "Look at you, crying like a fool. What a disgrace." Upon hearing this, I hastily wiped away my tears and timidly inquired, "Master, when shall you depart from this world?" The old man, upon hearing my words, widened his eyes in indignation, but I quickly clarified, "What I mean is, I wish to pay my respects to you on that day every year." The resplendent sunlight cascaded through the dense foliage, accompanied by a gentle breeze that caressed my skin. Yet, I found myself resembling a beggar, disheveled and filthy, but I cared not for my appearance. Instead, I gazed skyward and let out a fierce roar. Drawing a deep breath, I gathered my strength and leaped forward, propelling myself far into the distance. With consecutive bounds, I quickly covered several dozen meters, my speed reaching an astonishing peak. Eventually, I arrived beside a small stream, where I let out a joyful shout before plunging into the water. Shedding my garments, I swam freely through the water like a fish. But just then, a thunderous crash echoed from afar. I swiftly turned to look and was met with the sight of the cave I had recently vacated, which now collapsed with a resounding crash, the falling rocks consuming it in an instant. A heavy weight settled in my heart, for I knew then that my master was likely no longer among the living. I vividly recalled his words as I departed that stone cave. He had spoken of the countless enemies he had made throughout his life and his once greedy desire for immortality. Yet, in the end, as all his aspirations crumbled into nothingness and returned to the mundane, he finally understood what was truly precious. My master confided in me that in this world, there was but one thing he cherished. Though time had swiftly passed, thousands of years gone by, that fleeting image remained forever etched in his heart. I could not forget my master's final wishes. Taking a deep breath, I rose and climbed ashore. Kneeling in the direction of the cave and offering 3 respectful bows. My master had shown me boundless kindness. I could never forget him. Rest assured, master, I shall fulfill your wishes. With that, I donned my clothes and turned towards the direction of Guanyin Cave. However, I realized that after losing consciousness, I had been brought to this cave by the gray-furred monkey, and now I was utterly lost, uncertain of how to reach Guanyin Cave. Upon hearing my plight, the gray-furred monkey scratched its head, then leaped down from the branch. To my astonishment, it jumped onto my shoulder and settled there, dozing off. I marveled at the monkey's intention to accompany me, knowing that it was a rare breed from ancient times, a powerful creature. Having such an ally would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. I gently stroked the gray-furred monkey and softly asked, "Do you still remember the way to Guanyin Cave?" With a chattering sound, the monkey grinned and pointed towards the distance. Joy surged within me, and without hesitation, I grasped my sword and dashed through the forest. After several hours of traversing through the mountains and forests, it was only with the arrival of dusk that I, guided by the gray-haired monkeys, found my way back to Guanyin Cave. Concealed in the shadows, I observed intently and discovered that the cave had remarkably regained its orderly appearance. Although I did not encounter the fragrant young master or the serpent matron, I noted the presence of numerous sentinels, both visible and hidden. "Lu Hua, I am coming for you." Taking a deep breath, I secured the pan longsword at my waist and, shrouded by the cloak of night, stealthily approached Guanyin Cave. Chapter 57. Grandfather comes to take your life. Though I had acquired a wealth of skills from the old man, I dared not be overly confident. The myriad of minor demons within the Guanyin Cave, though lacking in prowess, were numerous and could easily expose my identity if discovered. Being trapped here was one concern. But should the Snake Lady and Prince Qinxiang arrive, my life could be in grave danger. With this thought weighing heavily on my mind, I took a deep breath and swiftly concealed myself in the nearby thicket, cloaked by the moonlight. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a small demon lounging lazily upon a branch of a nearby tree, yawning an ennui. Seeing this, I gradually rose and stealthily approached the base of the tree. Suddenly, I sprang forth, leaping with vigor and snatching the little demon down. The abruptness of my attack startled the creature, prompting a loud cry that was abruptly silenced. Blood gushed from its throat like a spring, a gruesome sight that sent tremors through my body. This was my first act of killing, although it was a demon. It was still a living being, and to take a life in such a manner weighed heavily upon my conscience. Yet, I was acutely aware that these demons were not benevolent beings. Should I show mercy, it would likely be my own life that would be forfeit. Clenching my fists in determination, I delivered another punch to the demon's chest. With a sickening thud, my strike crushed its ribcage, causing the creature to convulse violently before it transformed into a large rat. Disgusted, I grimaced and inhaled deeply, retreating once more into the thicket. At that moment, a series of chattering sounds caught my attention. Turning my gaze, I spotted a gray-furred monkey nearby, having dispatched several minor demons with greater audacity than I. In a short span, it had vanquished 3 demons and was now chattering triumphantly at me. With the sentries nearly all dealt with by the monkey and myself, I hesitated no longer. Crouching low as we crept towards the Guanyin Cave. Inside, a raucous assembly of minor demons was engaged in revelry. Even from a distance, their boisterous clamor was unmistakable. Perhaps they had indulged a bit too much, as their merriment soon escalated into a quarrel, culminating in a physical altercation that left tables and chairs overturned. I found this amusing, yet I dared not linger. Seizing the opportunity while they were embroiled in their brawl, I stealthily slipped inside the cave. making my way into the stone chamber. After what felt like an eternity of frantic running, the gray-furred monkey and I finally reached the vast stone hall. However, as we entered, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the cave, steadily approaching. Patrolling guards were drawing near. My heart raced, and with little time to ponder, I plunged into the water pool, dragging the monkey with me. As soon as the gray-haired monkey and I had just slipped into the waterhole, we observed several figures emerging from another stone cave. These individuals were engaged in conversation as they walked, and upon approaching, I distinctly heard one of the little demons exclaim, "Brother, why is our fate so cruel? While young Master Qinxiang is enjoying his wedding night, we are forced to patrol this wretched place. Just look at the disparity. And don't even get me started on that alluring fox. Just mentioning her ignites a fire within me. Enough of this. Let us find a place to drink." The two conversed back and forth, and before long, they departed from the stone chamber. However, I emerged from the water, my expression one of utter astonishment. They had just mentioned that young Master Qinxiang was in his bridal chamber, and the one accompanying him seemed to be Yohua. The thought sent a shiver through my heart, and without a moment's hesitation, I leaped from the waterhole, calling out to the gray-haired monkey, and with a piercing whistle, we rushed deeper into the Guanyin cave. At that moment, I abandoned all notions of stealth, driven solely by the urgency to reach Liuhua and rescue her from young Master Qinxiang's clutches. Yet, the terrain within the Guanyin cave was intricate, with numerous bifurcations. As we navigated, the gray-haired monkey and I relied largely on guesswork, choosing paths at random. After what felt like an eternity of winding and turning, I was greeted by a flash of light ahead. Raising my gaze, I discovered a narrow, elongated stone cave before me, its sides lined with rows of wooden doors. Taking a deep breath, I approached one of the doors quietly and pressed my ear against it, peering through the crack. To my utter astonishment, I nearly blinded myself with shock. Inside the room, two enormous toads were entwined in an embrace, one smaller toad nestled beneath the larger one, which was perched atop the other, their bodies writhing as they emitted urgent croaks. I was utterly taken aback by this bizarre spectacle, my whole body trembling at the sight, nearly causing me to exclaim aloud. Realizing I was intruding upon their intimate moment, I swiftly retreated and stealthily made my way to the next room. The inhabitants of these chambers were predominantly lesser demons, yet those who resided here alone likely possessed skills far superior to the average minions outside. Most of those minions had only begun to take on human forms after being enlightened by the snake matriarch. Otherwise, they would remain as bewildered beasts in the vast wilderness. However, the residents of this room were cultivated spirits, many of whom had yet to fully manifest human shapes, but their abilities were not to be underestimated. Among them was a rat spirit. As I cautiously approached the door to peek inside, it suddenly sensed my presence, turning with its cold, triangular eyes fixed on me. Had I not reacted swiftly and ducked aside, I would surely have been discovered by the rat spirit. My heart raced with a tumultuous thump, and I could not help but swallow hard. I then called out to the gray-furred monkey, still perched at the entrance of the toad's lair, before I ventured deeper into the shadows. However, the further I progressed, the scarcer the rooms became, and the creatures dwelling within exhibited increasingly profound cultivations, with some rivals even surpassing that of the esteemed young Master Qinxiang. At that moment, I comprehended why this modest Guanyin cave could maintain its foothold in the martial world for such an extended period, evading annihilation despite the relentless pursuit of righteous forces. What I had witnessed was merely a fraction of the Guanyin cave's true might. Hidden away was a formidable assembly of prodigies. It was fortunate that I had exercised caution and refrained from recklessly charging in, for had I done so, I would likely have met a grisly fate. After stealthily advancing for a few more minutes, I suddenly heard a lewd laugh emanating from within a chamber. The sound was exceedingly vulgar, yet strangely familiar to my ears, prompting me to halt in my tracks and listen intently. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the laughter originated from the innermost room. Drawing a deep breath, I cautiously approached the door, only to hear a salacious voice from within. "Heh, my little beauty, at last, you are within my grasp. TSK. Your sleeping visage is simply enchanting." Upon hearing this, my heart jolted. Could this voice belong to none other than young Master Qinxiang? His lascivious words ignited a fire within me, and without a second thought, I kicked the door open with a resounding crash. As the door swung ajar, I beheld young Master Qinxiang clad in resplendent crimson attire, a red flower adorning his chest, while Lu Hua lay quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Startled by my abrupt entrance, Qinxiang was about to unleash his ire, but upon recognizing me, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What the hell? I've been searching for you everywhere these past few days, yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. But what brings you here? Could it be for this woman? He spoke, his gaze fixed upon me, a derisive smirk playing on his lips, as if he had me entirely figured out. Gritting my teeth, I drew forth the panlong sword, letting out a fierce cry. I have come to take your life. With that, I lunged at him. Sword poised to strike. Chapter 58, The Night of the Wedding Chamber and Murder. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. The moment I laid eyes on young Master Xiong, memories of the humiliations I endured at his hands flooded back to me, along with thoughts of the pitiful flesh spirit. Moreover, seeing Lu Wu lying on his bed ignited a fury within me. I erupted with rage, letting out a loud shout. And brandishing the panlong sword, I lunged at him fiercely. Young Master Xiong, initially wearing a mocking expression, was startled when I thrust my sword, producing a resonant dragon's roar. He instinctively recoiled and exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? How have you become so formidable?" I remained silent, gritting my teeth as I channeled all my energy into the panlong sword. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed, and the sword surged forth like a dragon. With a roar that echoed powerfully, though not deafening, the sound reverberated, causing young Master Xiong to freeze in place. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, the large red flower adorning his chest was cleaved apart by my sword. As the petals scattered, I pressed on, launching myself like a cannonball into his embrace. Having cultivated for over 2 centuries, young Master Xiong's combat experience far surpassed mine. Thus, I resorted to a desperate, life-or-death strategy. Caught off guard by my unexpected prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage from the outset. Now, as I collided into him, I wrapped my arms around his waist and, with a guttural roar, hurled him against the wall. With a resounding crash, young Master Xiong slammed into the stone wall, the impact causing his eyelids to flutter as he nearly lost consciousness. Yet, as a prominent figure in Guanyin Cave, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're asking for death, don't blame." But before he could finish his sentence, I delivered a powerful punch to his gut. He expelled a mouthful of water, his eyes bulging wide as he curled up like a shrimp in agony. Understanding the principle of kicking a dog when it's down, I held nothing back. Taking a step back, I concentrated all my energy into my right leg, shouted loudly, and delivered a fierce kick to his groin. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a breaking egg. Then came a wretched howl as he clutched his groin, rolling on the ground like a suffocated gourd. I had exerted nearly all my strength into that kick. Even if I hadn't killed him, it was certain that he would not retain his manhood. A cold smile crept across my face, a sense of vindication washing over me. I paid no further attention to the writhing young Master Xiong and swiftly lifted the unconscious Lu Hua onto my back before dashing away. At that moment, I heard a loud shout from behind me, and then, despite enduring excruciating pain, the young man named Xiong staggered to his feet. He formed a seal with his hands and let out a fierce roar, causing a stream of azure light to emanate from his fingertips. Although the azure light was not blinding, it was imbued with a remarkably sharp aura that startled me, making my heart race. Just as I was about to flee, I saw a shadow dart past me. The next instant, I heard a thud, followed by a splatter of blood. When I focused my gaze, I realized that the creature that had flashed by was none other than a gray-furred monkey. At that moment, the monkey brandished a wooden stick, the tip of which had deeply penetrated Xiong's chest. Xiong's expression was one of utter disbelief, his face marked with incredulity, as if he could not fathom that he would meet his demise on the very night of his wedding. He stared at me with wide eyes, then glanced at the gray-furred monkey, seemingly attempting to utter something, but ultimately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As Xiong fell, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he instantaneously transformed into a yellow weasel. However, this weasel was entirely bare, resembling a wrinkled skin dog, and its belly twitched unnervingly, evoking a sense of disgust. Yet, in the next moment, I sensed something was amiss. Xiong was dead, so why was its belly still writhing? My heart raced at this thought, and I shouted to the gray-furred monkey, "Run!" And then I dashed out of the room. Just as the monkey and I burst through the door, a muffled sound erupted behind us. Turning back, I saw a cloud of grayish-yellow gas spewing from the weasel's rear. The gas was pungent, and as soon as it escaped, it quickly filled the room, soon engulfing the entire cave. This noxious gas not only reeked horrendously but also stung the eyes, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. Without a moment's hesitation, I stumbled forward to escape. The foul odor overwhelmed both me and the gray-furred monkey, blurring our senses. Just then, as if fate had conspired against us, A door beside us was violently kicked open with a resounding bang. A deep, booming voice bellowed, "Xinxiang, even if you're in the bridal chamber, is it necessary to let out such raucous flatulence? Do you dare me to come over and stuff your rear with corn cobs?" This man was incredibly burly, covered in thick black fur, with a face resembling that of a gorilla, reminiscent of a character from a movie. He appeared utterly imposing. After his tirade, he immediately spotted me in the gray-furred monkey. First, he paused in surprise, then, realizing the situation, he roared, "My goodness, isn't that the Purine body?" With that, he swung his massive hand towards me, his arms long and powerful, akin to a giant fan, the force of his impending strike arriving before the blow itself. Upon witnessing the scene, my heart raced instantly, and I instinctively lowered my body. Almost immediately, I felt a gust of wind sweep swiftly over my head. The individual engaged in close combat was exceptionally ferocious. Having missed me with one palm, he raised his left fist and struck fiercely towards my head. This punch was extraordinarily powerful. At the moment it was unleashed, I even heard a faint sonic boom, and it approached me with remarkable speed. I sought to evade it, but it was already too late. I had no choice but to brace myself and take the hit. However, I had acquired a wealth of skills from the elderly gentleman, and the dragon subduing great release was indeed a supreme technique among martial arts. If we were to clash head-on, I was not one to shy away. With a resounding shout, I raised my right fist, infused with fierce energy, and struck with great force against the gorilla's fist. The moment our fists collided, a dull thud resonated, followed by a tempest of violent energy surging forth. In the next instant, I felt an immense force travel through the gorilla's fist into my right arm, and with a sudden puff, I coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards several steps until my back was firmly pressed against the stone wall, finally halting my momentum. The gorilla, too, stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and looked at me in astonishment, exclaiming in a booming voice, "Xinxiang mentioned you were merely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person withstand a punch from your grandpa? The Diamond King?" At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. The spiritual energy within me surged like a wild stallion, rampaging through my body with reckless abandon. After taking several deep breaths, I managed to suppress the tumultuous energy, swallowed hard, and replied, "Are you truly a gorilla that has cultivated into a spirit?" "Indeed, I am. Do you wish to spar with your grandpa, the Diamond King?" he inquired, rubbing his fists, eager to engage. I grinned and replied, "Since you are a gorilla that has attained enlightenment, I shall not indulge you. Your opponent awaits over there." Chapter 59. The clamor of voices. The great gorilla, possessing formidable strength, posed a genuine threat to me should it seize hold of my person. Fortunately, the gray-haired monkey, quick-witted as it was, had been concealing itself behind me during our confrontation. At the moment the gorilla's attention was wholly fixed upon me, the monkey struck with sudden ferocity, delivering a blow that rendered the beast unconscious. Yet, this monkey was not one to show mercy. After incapacitating the gorilla, it raised its club high and aimed a vicious thrust toward the fallen creature. My heart skipped a beat at the sight, and though I felt compelled to intervene, I ultimately remained silent. I am no saint. Why should I harbor the compassion of one? Moreover, these creatures are no paragons of virtue. Their malevolent deeds are countless, and slaying them now could very well prevent future calamities. Nevertheless, the gray-haired monkey's brutality was alarming, its murderous tendencies evident in the demise of Master Xinxiang and now this gorilla. If this monkey were to grow in power, who could possibly restrain it? Yet, this was not the moment for such contemplation. After the gray-haired monkey had dispatched the gorilla, I took a deep breath and called out to it, resuming my frantic dash forward. The narrow stone cave was in utter chaos, the foul stench emanating from Master Xinxiang's lifeless body saturating the air, a noxious odor that could induce retching and dizziness. Had it not been for my cultivation of divine techniques, I might have succumbed to the overpowering miasma. Even so, I now felt lightheaded and unsteady, my breaths coming in sharp gasps, cold sweat drenching my entire being. At that moment, a strange croaking sound pierced the air. I looked up to see the gray-haired monkey's body convulsing violently before it was propelled backward. Instinctively, I caught the monkey, my gaze snapping to the front, where a massive toad had appeared. My heart raced, and I quickly steeled my resolve, focusing my mind. I swallowed hard and, without hesitation, charged at the toad with my sword. I understood that the longer I listened to the clamor, the more susceptible I became to losing myself. When facing an illusionist of such caliber, I must resolve the conflict swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more perilous my situation would become. However, my intention was thwarted. for the toad was evidently prepared. Just as I lunged, a thunderous croak erupted, followed by a resounding crash. An enormous object had shattered the door beside me. The colossal creature that burst forth was another toad, even larger than the one before. It barreled toward me, crashing down and pinning me between its immense bulk and the stone wall. I struggled in vain, unable to rise. The sensation was unbearable, akin to being ensnared by an airbag after a car collision. No matter how I writhed, I could find no purchase to free myself. As I struggled in vain to free myself, a sudden, resounding cry erupted from the gray-furred monkey. With great vigor, it leapt into the air, wielding a hefty club that sliced through the air before crashing down upon the toad. The monkey exerted nearly all its strength into the blow, transforming the club into a crescent moon as it struck. To my astonishment, however, the impact proved ineffective. As the club descended upon the toad, it inhaled deeply, its body swelling like a balloon. With a resounding thud, the monkey's strike caused the toad's inflated form to cave in, yet in an instant, the toad's body rebounded with astonishing elasticity, launching the gray-furred monkey away. The force of the rebound was considerable, sending the monkey crashing against the stone wall, where it lay, dazed, unable to rise for quite some time. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to thrust my sword upward, aiming to pierce the toad's skin. Yet, the confined space pressed heavily upon me, rendering me immobile. Moreover, the toad continued to expand, compressing me ever more tightly. If this continued, I feared I might be crushed into a puddle of flesh. Determined, I abandoned hesitation and, with a fierce resolve, bit down into the toad's flesh. The suddenness of my attack and the force behind it elicited a cacophony of croaks from the toad, its body writhing in response. Seizing the moment, I withdrew my arm, transforming my fist into a claw, channeling my entire energy into my palm before striking fiercely. This maneuver, known as the dragon claw from the technique of seizing the dragon, though its name may seem trite, possessed formidable power. As I executed the move, my energy surged into my claws, and when I struck, it was akin to an iron hook. Even upon striking rock, it could carve deep fissures, let alone the toad's flesh. With a puncturing sound, my claws sank deeply into its body, and with a low growl, I yanked my hand back, tearing away a chunk of skin. As I clawed at it, blood splattered forth, and I ripped away a substantial piece of flesh. The toad, once swollen, now resembled a punctured balloon, its essence rapidly escaping, and within moments, it returned to its normal size. A surge of joy filled my heart as I hastily rose with Liu Hua upon my back. Yet, just as I regained my footing, a cacophony of croaks erupted, drawing my gaze. The toad seemed to deflate rapidly, akin to paper losing its form. As its body shrank, a multitude of tiny toads erupted from the wound I had inflicted. The little toads seemed to multiply infinitely, leaping forth while emitting a cacophony of croaks. As their numbers swelled, nearly filling the entire stone cave, the din intensified, not quite deafening but nonetheless darkening my expression. I felt as though my consciousness had been struck by a heavy hammer, nearly causing me to faint. Time passed, though I could not discern how long, until the little toads ceased their exodus. The once robust toad had now transformed into a flaccid, grotesque skin, lying limply upon the ground, an eerie sight indeed. The multitude of toads, repulsive in appearance, began to crawl up my pant legs and into my clothing, prompting me to recoil in disgust. I quickly raised my foot and crushed several of the oblivious creatures. However, this action ignited a frenzy, akin to sparks igniting an oil barrel, and the chorus of croaking erupted violently. The shock of it rendered me stiff, as if struck by a blow, and I fell flat to the ground. In an instant, the swarm of toads surged over me like a tide, engulfing me entirely. Chapter 60. The Techniques of the 10 Tigers. Oh heavens, these toads seem endless, clinging to me as though I were a mere canvas for their presence, incessantly burrowing into my clothing, a sensation that is truly unbearable. Their croaking resonates like a siren's call, reverberating through the air, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. Had I not maintained my composure and steadfastly guarded my spirit, I might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, even though I remained conscious, the cacophony still throbbed painfully in my head, rendering my body weak and fatigued. I yearned to rise, but my limbs betrayed me. She appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the gravity of our predicament, but upon seeing me, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "How did you end up here?" she inquired. Just as I prepared to respond, a toad leaped onto my face. At this sight, Luo furrowed her brow and surveyed the surroundings with her indifferent gaze, then uttered a sharp command, "Get lost, you foul toad." Her voice echoed through the cavern like thunder, instantly drowning out the raucous croaking. The toads that had been leaping upon me scattered in fright, Yet the mother toad remained steadfast at the cave's entrance, its throat pulsating as a vibrant, crimson tongue surged forward, carrying a foul wind. Seeking death, Luhua sprang to her feet. With a slight parting of her ruby lips, a radiant orb floated forth from her mouth. The moment the orb emerged, I felt a scorching wave envelop me, its heat palpable, seemingly harboring an unfathomable power within. With a commanding shout, Luhua propelled the orb toward the tongue of the toad. "Nowhere to flee," she exclaimed, and as her voice resonated, I perceived a searing essence emanating from the orb. It took on a tangible form, erupting into a fiery tongue that shot forth, enveloping the enormous toad in an instant. The toad, plump and oily, ignited under the onslaught of that intense heat, transforming into a blazing fireball. Inside the cave, it writhed and twisted in a desperate struggle, emitting anguished cries. Yet, all was in vain. The flames surged ever higher, swiftly incinerating the toad entirely, leaving behind nothing but ash. The remaining smaller toads met a similar fate, consumed by the flames, and even the foul stench within the cave was thoroughly dispelled. Seeing this, I rushed to support her, urgently asking, "Are you all right?" She shook her head, her expression filled with fury as she declared, "That wretched yellow-skinned creature dared to ensnare me. Tell me where he is. I shall slay him." I shook my head in response, saying, "He is already dead." "Dead?" She furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her face. "How did he die? We shall discuss this outside. Allow me to lead you away." Having spoken, I hoisted Liuhua back onto my shoulders. At that moment, the gray-furred monkey also scrambled to its feet, limping towards me and emitting a peculiar chitter before darting into the stone cave. Recognizing the urgency, I hastily followed suit, and together, we raced through the dimly lit cavern. Along the way, Liuhua inquired about numerous matters, such as my unexpected presence here, the circumstances surrounding Qingxiang's demise, and the cause of my recent altercation with the great toad. Yet, what puzzled her most was the remarkable transformation I had undergone in such a short span. How could I, after merely a few days apart, possess such extraordinary cultivation? I inhaled deeply and pursued the gray monkey through the cave. However, the commotion we had stirred had already attracted the attention of several lesser demons, who were now rushing towards us. Though these minor beings were easily dispatched by the gray monkey with a swift blow, I remained acutely aware of a more formidable presence lurking in the shadows, old snake woman. Logically, given the racket we had caused, she should have been alerted by now, yet she had yet to reveal herself. As I pondered this unsettling thought, the gray monkey abruptly halted, prompting me to come to a quick stop as well. Before us lay several diverging paths, each shrouded in deep darkness, their destinations unknown. In our haste to find Liuhua, we had plunged into these tunnels without much thought. Now, faced with this multitude of routes, we could not afford any misstep. I glanced around, and one path to my left appeared more inviting. Without hesitation, I beckoned the gray monkey and ventured forth. This tunnel was wider than those we had traversed previously, yet it was imbued with an oppressive darkness. Fortunately, my cultivation of the divine technique allowed me to see in the dark. Otherwise, I would have surely stumbled. We continued our rapid pace for nearly half an hour without reaching the tunnel's end, causing a sense of unease to settle within me. How could this cave extend so far? As we delved deeper, I noticed the air growing increasingly damp, with beads of moisture clinging to the stone walls, creating an atmosphere as if an unseen air conditioning system was relentlessly blowing at the tunnel's terminus. Feeling increasingly unsettled, I was about to call out to the gray monkey when it suddenly screeched and vanished in an instant. Confused, I hurried after it. Yet before I could take more than a few steps, the ground beneath me gave way, and I lost my balance, plummeting downward. The abruptness of this turn of events startled me into a cry, and I quickly turned to flip Liuhua over, only to feel a jarring pain as I crashed onto the unforgiving ground. I found myself utterly disoriented, my head spinning and stars dancing before my eyes. The weight of the fiery presence pressing down upon me nearly caused me to lose consciousness. It took me a considerable time to regain my composure while lying on the ground. After swallowing hard, I painfully rose to my feet, only to notice that the gray-furred monkey was standing not far off, brandishing a large stick and scanning the surroundings with its vigilant, amber eyes. Puzzled, I wondered what the monkey was observing. I turned to survey the area and discovered that we were situated on a flat expanse, surrounded by numerous stone pillars of varying heights. Above us, the opening from which we had fallen loomed approximately 5 or 6 meters away. What place is this? And why are these peculiar structures here? What purpose do these pillars serve? As I pondered these questions, a sudden hissing sound echoed through the darkness. Initially faint, it gradually grew louder and more distinct. With the emergence of this noise, the stone pillars began to tremble, and in the next moment, dark masses tumbled down from them. Alarm surged within me, and I quickly drew my panlong sword, my gaze fixed warily on the shadowy forms. To my astonishment, I realized these entities were snakes. A shiver coursed through me, and I lamented my misfortune. How had I stumbled into this den of serpents? How many snakes lurked here? I observed that from each of the stone pillars, groups of snakes were falling, each possessing a common trait: long, slender bodies and flattened heads. Their mouths gaping to reveal venomous fangs disproportionate to their size. In an instant, the gray-furred monkey and I found ourselves encircled by a writhing mass of snakes. They coiled around us, their gazes reminiscent of famished wanderers who had spotted long-forgotten delicacies, truly terrifying. Just days prior, I had been an ordinary person, raised in a mountain village. Unfamiliar with such spectacles, fear seized me, causing my legs to weaken. The monkey, though fearless by nature, seemed to be trembling, perhaps haunted by past encounters. As it pressed its back against mine, clutching its stick, the serpents continued their advance, closing in on us and diminishing our space for movement. I realized that hesitation was no longer an option. If I did not act swiftly, we would surely meet a grim fate at the jaws of the snakes. Resolving to act, I lifted the fiery presence onto my back. However, scarcely had I done so when a sinister hissing erupted, followed by a foul gust that took me by surprise. Instinctively, I swung my sword, ready to defend against the impending threat. With a swift pop, the small serpent that had approached was severed by my blade. However, that serpent was merely a trigger. Once it was cut down, a multitude of eager serpents surged forth like a relentless tide. The gray-furred monkey, startled by the sight, leapt high, yet its sturdy club remained in motion, wielded with ferocious grace, effectively warding off the serpents that lunged toward it. I, too, employed every ounce of my skill to prevent the serpents from encroaching upon me. Yet, the sheer number of serpents was overwhelming. A dense mass stretched before me. If I were to confront them head-on, escape would be impossible. Taking a deep breath, I plunged my sword into the ground, then clasped my hands together, intertwining my fingers while pressing my thumbs against one another. In the next moment, I closed my eyes and began to chant fervently, culminating in a resounding shout. Technique of the 10 tigers, break. As my voice echoed, I felt the purine energy within my body surge, coursing through my meridians to the tips of my thumbs. Suddenly, this energy burst forth, twisting in the air before me, transforming into a magnificent tiger, its coat as white as snow. Chapter 61. The symbol descends from heaven. The 10 tigers technique, while not considered a grand art among the divine abilities, cannot be dismissed as trivial either. This is because the 10 tigers technique can evolve alongside my personal cultivation. At its peak, each fingertip can manifest a white tiger. However, I currently possess only the mid-stage of the Earth Profound realm, which limits me to barely conjuring a single white tiger. Nevertheless, even this solitary creation possesses formidable power. I observed as the tiger swayed its head and tail before fixing its chilling, luminous gaze upon the surrounding serpents. In the next moment, the white tiger let out a resounding roar. As its voice reverberated, a torrent of ghostly energy surged forth from its being, sharp and frigid like a blade, causing the smaller snakes to retreat in alarm. Yet, the sheer number of serpents was overwhelming. As those in the front recoiled, more surged forth from behind. And in the blink of an eye, a dense mass of snakes writhed before the white tiger. Some even leaped into the air, mouths agape, aiming straight for the tiger. However, this white tiger, born of my concentrated purine energy, was certainly not one to be bitten. As the small snakes lunged at it, the tiger emitted a low growl, then sprang into action, its jaws wide open as it devoured one of the snakes whole. Although this white tiger was formed from my internal essence, it possessed a tangible presence. Upon striking the small snake, a sharp crack echoed as the serpent was severed in two, subsequently swallowed by the white tiger. With a mighty roar, the white tiger stood amidst the writhing serpents, its head raised high. As its roar echoed, another wave of ghostly energy radiated outward. In an instant, Aham resonated as the purine energy spread like a shockwave, enveloping the small snakes. Those ensnared in this chilling aura abruptly ceased their writhing, a layer of frost crystallizing upon their bodies. Seeing this, my heart soared with joy. I swiftly grasped the panlong sword and called out to the gray-furred monkey, charging forth alongside the white tiger. At this moment, a portion of the small snakes, succumbing to the lowered temperature, entered a state of hibernation, while others moved sluggishly. The remaining serpents, however, were undeterred and lunged towards us in a frenzy. I raised my voice, wielding the sword like moonlight, and as I danced it through the air, Several small snakes were cleaved in two. The gray-furred monkey, having overcome its initial fear, now fought valiantly, akin to the legendary Monkey King, sweeping away clusters of snakes with each powerful swing. Yet the most ferocious of all was the white tiger. It charged into the snake horde with the ferocity of a true beast, moving through the throng as if in a realm of its own. With each shake of its head and flick of its tail, the small snakes were devoured whole. The aura it radiated, chilling and dark, sent the surrounding serpents scattering in terror. But the white tiger did not relent. With another ferocious leap, it roared again, freezing the remaining snakes in their tracks. As we advanced through the throng, we fought relentlessly, carving a bloody path amidst the densely packed serpents. Yet, the exit loomed 5 or 6 meters above us, and reaching it would require considerable effort. This height posed a challenge for me. But it was no obstacle for the gray-haired monkey. With a peculiar cry, it seized a large stick in its mouth and deftly ascended the rocky wall with a few agile movements. Once atop, the monkey thrust the stick downwards. And upon witnessing this, I inhaled deeply, took 2 steps back, and launched myself forward. In my current state, I could leap over 2 meters from a standing start. And though carrying the weight of Liuhua added some difficulty, a running jump propelled me over 4 meters high. My outstretched arms grasped the top of the stick the monkey had offered. However, before I could gather my strength to pull myself up, I suddenly heard a loud shriek from the gray-haired monkey, causing both it and the stick to tremble precariously. I quickly glanced upwards, only to see the monkey startled by something unseen, leaping high in fright, causing it to lose its grip on the stick, which fell away in an instant. "Damn!" I exclaimed, suspended in midair, unable to suppress my curse, and then I plummeted directly into the mass of serpents below. Though the serpents had been encased in ice, my descent shattered the frost, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. In the aftermath, the frozen little snakes emerged like bamboo shoots after spring rain, their cold, triangular eyes fixated on me, their jaws opening and closing as their long tongues flicked in and out with a hissing sound. A shiver ran through me, and I instinctively grabbed Liuhua, attempting to rise. Yet, the small snakes had no intention of granting me the reprieve I sought. The hissing intensified, and they surged towards me and Liuhua in overwhelming numbers. It felt as though a rain of serpents was falling upon me, their bodies crashing down like raindrops. Relentless and suffocating. Fearing for Liuhua's safety, I threw myself over her, and with both hands forming seals, I uttered a low incantation, releasing waves of pure energy from within. Although I had inherited considerable abilities from the old man, my capacity to wield them was limited, especially since he had sealed my powers at the Earth Profound realm. Having previously executed the 10 Tiger technique with great difficulty, attempting it again now left me fatigued, my Purian energy waning. While I managed to scare off the little snakes, I was left utterly exhausted, resting atop Liuhua and savoring her warmth, almost reluctant to rise again. Yet, I understood that surrendering at this moment would mean certain doom, not just for me, but also for Liuhua, who would suffer the consequences. Was something even more sinister approaching? With this thought, I quickly lifted my gaze towards the opening above. However, as I did so, a shadow suddenly fell with a resounding thud into the midst of the serpents. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. It was none other than the gray-haired monkey. At this moment, the gray-haired monkey was battered and bruised, its body marred by several bite marks. Its once lustrous fur now appeared dull and lifeless, resembling a tattered rag, clearly indicating it had suffered significant harm. However, what could inflict such injuries upon the gray-haired monkey? Just then, a hissing sound echoed from the opening above, growing louder as it approached, accompanied by a rustling noise, as if some enormous creature was crawling toward us. My heart raced at the sound, and I realized with dread that the source must be the dreaded snake granny. Clutching the panlong sword, I fixed my gaze on the cave entrance, while the gray-haired monkey, having shaken off the little snake, came to my side wielding a large stick. Yet, it no longer bore the ferocity of its former self. Its face was etched with anxiety, clearly in a state of utter panic. In the next moment, a pair of cold, glimmering eyes suddenly appeared at the cave's entrance, resembling lanterns filled with a chilling aura that sent shivers down my spine. When the massive form of the serpent slowly emerged, my heart sank into despair. The intruder was none other than the snake granny herself. Her body stretched an impressive 6 to 7 meters in length, and as she slithered down, she did not immediately attack but instead ascended a stone pillar, coiling around it while fixing her icy gaze upon me. Suddenly, the gigantic python opened its mouth wide, and as it did so, a forked tongue extended from within, at the tip of which grew a human head, the head of the snake granny. My heavens! Upon witnessing this bizarre sight, I was seized by terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. The gray-haired monkey emitted a series of frantic hisses, its expression reflecting peak anxiety. Evidently haunted by memories of its previous encounter with the snake granny. "You little rascal, I've been searching for you everywhere. Never expecting you to have the audacity to venture into my lair," she cackled ominously. "It seems fortune favors you, as you stumbled upon me without effort." She cast a sweeping gaze around before inquiring, "Where is that little creature?" I knew she referred to the flesh spirit mushroom, but I had already consumed it, and it had transformed into an ordinary herb. Swallowing hard, I stammered, I ate it." "What?" The snake granny's fury ignited, her teeth clenched as she bellowed. "You dared to consume the flesh spirit mushroom? Do you have any idea that I have cultivated for over 1,000 years? If I could successfully shed my skin this time, I would ascend to the exalted realm of the dragon. That mushroom was my most potent elixir. And you devoured it just like that? Very well, since you've consumed it, it is likely that with your mortal body, you cannot fully absorb its potency. Today, I shall swallow you whole, thus sparing myself the trouble of concocting a potion." With a sudden howl, the enormous serpent's tail soared, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the air being torn apart, and it struck towards me with incredible force. My heavens, that tail was colossal, exuding an overwhelming might akin to a tidal wave. In that moment, I found myself frozen in place, devoid of any inclination to resist. Yet, succumbing to fate was not in the nature of Nyachanchi. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, I was determined to fight back. Resolving this, I gritted my teeth and let out a muffled roar, raising my longsword fiercely to stab at the serpent's tail. In the next instant, a resounding ding echoed as my dragon spiral sword collided violently with the serpent's tail. However, despite the sword's unparalleled sharpness, it failed to penetrate even a fraction of the creature's hide, instead sparking a shower of flames. My heart raced at the sight. Had the serpent transformed, sprouting scales? Was it truly on the verge of breaking through to the dragon realm? Yet, as I momentarily pondered this, the massive tail came crashing down upon me. With a thunderous bang, an immense force surged from my chest, radiating throughout my entire being. In the blink of an eye, I was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, letting out a scream of despair before I was flung away. As I soared through the air, blood gushed uncontrollably, and then I plummeted heavily to the ground. Well, young one," the serpent matriarch sneered, her head lowering to scrutinize me. "Not too shabby. You've made some progress in just a few days. Have you encountered some fortuitous event? But regardless of that, at this moment, you shall meet your demise." With that proclamation, she opened her gaping maw and slowly advanced to bite me. However, just as she did, I suddenly noticed a talisman floating from the cave's entrance, drifting gracefully in the wind, as though imbued with an ominous power. In the next heartbeat, the talisman settled upon the serpent matriarch, and with a whoosh, a surge of black flames erupted violently from her form. Chapter 62. The Pearl of Longhu Mountain. I collapsed to the ground, gravely injured, believing my demise was imminent. To my astonishment, a talisman floated gently into the cave from the entrance. Though it appeared to drift aimlessly in the wind, I sensed an unfathomable force lurking within it. As the voice of Granny Snake resonated, the talisman descended swiftly onto her form. What had initially seemed like a mundane, crumpled piece of parchment suddenly glimmered upon contact with her, radiating a dazzling light. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous explosion erupted as the talisman detonated, morphing into a billowing cloud of black flames. These flames, dark and ominous, pulsated with an eerie chill that sent shivers through me, even from a distance. What of Granny Snake, ensnared within those infernal flames? A chorus of anguished wails erupted from within the blaze, and I watched in horror as her colossal figure thrashed about. Yet the relentless black fire refused to be extinguished. Instead, it grew fiercer, ultimately engulfing her entirely. I stood there, dumbfounded, my heart racing with terror, nearly leaping from my chest. Where had this talisman come from, and what tremendous power did it possess? Who was its master, capable of such might with a mere talisman? If the master were to appear in person, what devastation might ensue? As I contemplated these questions, I turned toward the cave entrance, yet it loomed dark and impenetrable, devoid of any trace of a presence, not even a shadow. Could it be that the talisman had flown here on its own accord? Lost in these thoughts, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence, and I beheld Granny Snake's immense body surge upward, scaling the stone pillar before coiling around it. Despite her position atop the pillar, the flames continued to rage, transforming her into a living flame, twisting grotesquely as a nauseating scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, a truly harrowing spectacle. After a tense moment, her struggles ceased, and she fell with a thunderous crash to the ground. The black flames gradually subsided, revealing her body, riddled with wounds from the inferno. I swallowed hard, incredulous that Granny Snake had perished so easily. Just moments prior, she had exuded dominance, confident in her power over me. And yet, in the blink of an eye, she lay lifeless before me. As I sat in stunned disbelief, a groan broke the silence, Flame slowly regaining consciousness. Upon witnessing the scene, she too was taken aback, her expression mirroring my shock as she stammered, "Is this truly Granny Snake's true form?" After Luo finished speaking, he turned to me. Upon seeing my nod, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Grandma Snake is a serpent demon who has cultivated for a millennium, on the verge of breaking into the realm of the Flood Dragon. How could she possibly be dead? It is strange, though. The talisman flew here and killed Grandma Snake. Yet its master has yet to reveal themselves." Just as my mind was filled with doubt, a sudden hissing sound pierced the air. Initially taken aback, I quickly focused my gaze and was astonished to see the charred and battered form of Grandma Snake slowly writhing. Then, her enormous head suddenly rose, glaring with her triangular eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance. My heavens, this scene sent shivers down my spine, and my heart raced uncontrollably. Grandma Snake was still alive? How could this be? Her body was ravaged, with several wounds burnt to the bone, leaving behind a gaping, horrific hole. Even so, she did not perish. Was her vitality not excessively tenacious? I could not help but swallow hard and instinctively recoiled. However, Grandma Snake suddenly turned her head, her triangular eyes narrowing as they locked onto me. Then she spoke. "Humph, young one, I never imagined you would seek assistance from the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. But do you truly believe that with just the 9 Nether Inferno talisman from Dragon and Tiger Mountain, you can vanquish me?" With that, she began to glide toward me, her voice dripping with cold malice. "Though I am grievously wounded, if I devour you, not only can I restore my injuries, but I can also break through to the Flood Dragon realm. At that point, even if the Taoist from Dragon and Tiger Mountain or the legendary Zhang Yifan were to come, I would be able to contend with them." A greedy expression washed over her face, but before she could finish, a cold scoff erupted from within the cave. "Humph. How dare you even think to compare yourself to my father?" It was a woman's voice, imbued with an unmistakable air of arrogance. As the sound echoed, I immediately saw a head poking out from the cave. My heart raced, and upon recognizing the figure, I was taken aback, nearly losing my composure. Goodness! It was my elder brother, the Taoist. A surge of joy filled me. After being separated from him for so long, I had no news of his fate, and now, seeing him alive, I instinctively called out, "Brother, you're still alive? Goodness, how do you speak? Let me make it clear, even if you were to die 1,000 times, your Taoist master would never perish," he retorted flamboyantly, tossing his head in a showy manner. Yet, just as he finished boasting, he let out a startled cry and stumbled, falling from the height of 5 or 6 meters, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. The Taoist was thrown off balance, rubbing his rear end while shouting towards the stone cave. "I say, junior sister, this is rather ungracious of you. Although it was my elder brother who invited you, there is no need to treat him so poorly." "Oh, elder brother, I truly apologize. I merely wished to see what was happening and accidentally knocked you down." As her voice faded, a beautiful face emerged from the depths of the cave. However, upon seeing this visage, I was momentarily stunned, my face reflecting sheer astonishment. I beheld her, and she beheld me, both taken aback, before she exclaimed in disbelief, "Why are you here?" The Taoist interjected, "Do you two know each other?" "We do not know each other, but we have crossed paths," the girl replied, shaking her head. The Taoist then turned to me, saying, "Brother, this is our shining gem of Longhu Mountain. Moreover, I must confide in you that this young lady is the illegitimate daughter of the legendary hero Zhang Yifan. But shoo, do not let this slip. I seldom share such information." "Brother, you," the girl began, indignant, but before she could finish, the serpent matriarch let out a disdainful snort and bellowed, "Have you all finished your chatter? If so, come and offer your tribute to me." With that, she abruptly turned, her mouth agape, lunging towards me with alarming speed. I was taken aback, attempting to evade her, but it was too late. I faintly heard several gasps before that immense maw descended upon me. At that moment, a flash of white appeared, and Lu was suddenly materialized in front of me. "You must live on. If by some stroke of luck I survive this, you must promise me to cultivate the dual cultivation technique with me." With that declaration, she resolutely closed her eyes, leaving me momentarily speechless. Though Lu Hua and I had scarcely met, she had repeatedly risked her life to protect me. What merit did I, Nie Tianchi, Possessed to warrant such a beautiful woman willingly sacrificing herself for me? And here I was, hiding behind a woman. What kind of man was I? With these thoughts consuming me, I let out a thunderous roar, rising with sudden determination. In a split second, I pushed Lu Hua away just as the immense serpent-esque jaws were about to close in on me. An exhilarating rush surged through me, and before I knew it, I was swallowed whole. Chapter 63. Ingesting the inner elixir in an instant, darkness enveloped me, accompanied by a foul, pungent odor that was so intense it rendered me nearly breathless. Being swallowed by the serpent-esque maw was a thought I had previously found utterly terrifying. Never did I imagine that I would actually experience it. How could I not be alarmed? How could fear not seize me? As I was momentarily paralyzed by shock, I suddenly felt the soft surface beneath me begin to writhe. Looking down, I realized I was within the serpent's mouth, surrounded by a vivid crimson hue and a stench that was grotesquely overwhelming. Yet, I could not dwell on the repulsiveness of the situation. I held my breath and channeled all my inner energy into my fist, then unleashed a thunderous roar as I struck out with all my might. In such a critical moment, I could not afford to hold back. Thus, I exerted every ounce of strength. However, I was unprepared for the slickness of the serpent-esque oral cavity. My punch seemed to sink into a mass of cotton, offering no resistance. Moreover, as my fist connected, the soft tissue around me began to writhe more violently. My body was uncontrollably drawn toward the throat. With a startled cry, I instinctively reached out for something to grasp. But the violent undulations of the mouth, combined with the slippery liquid and soft flesh surrounding me, left me with no foothold. A wave of despair washed over me, and my heart plummeted to the depths of hopelessness. In that moment, I slipped further down the throat, and the next instant, darkness consumed me as I fell. I felt as though I was being enveloped by a viscous, slimy substance that clung to me like a film. This liquid was not only slick but also constricting, binding me so tightly that I struggled to breathe. Within moments, dizziness overwhelmed me, and my eyelids grew heavier. Was I destined to die? Would I become nothing more than a puddle of serpent excrement? I chuckled bitterly at the thought before succumbing to unconsciousness. I do not know how long I was unconscious, but as I drifted in and out of awareness, an intense burning sensation coursed through my body, akin to being doused with scalding water. I groaned in pain and gradually opened my eyes. The darkness around me was pervasive, and it took some time for my surroundings to come into focus. I found myself ensconced in what felt like a layer of plastic film. Although soft, the membrane tightened around me with each struggle. On top of that, a viscous liquid coated the film, the source of the burning sensation that tormented me. Was this gastric acid? I realized that I could not afford to remain passive. If I lingered here any longer, I would indeed be corroded into a heap of putrid flesh. With this thought, I began to thrash about, and unexpectedly, my hand brushed against a hard object. Looking down, I was elated to see it was my dragon coiling sword. Filled with renewed hope, I quickly grasped it tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, I swung my sword with a fierce determination. The Panlong sword, known for its extraordinary sharpness, could slice through iron like mud and shatter gold and stone. Although my skills were limited, and I failed to pierce the surface scales of the serpent matriarch, it did not imply that I could not penetrate her innards. It is essential to note that the flesh within was incredibly delicate, a point of extreme vulnerability. If I were to strike with all my might, could it be that I might find a way to escape? With this thought in mind, I gritted my teeth, channeling my inner energy into the Panlong sword. In the next moment, a tearing sound resonated as I cleaved through the membrane that had bound me tightly, along with a piece of crimson flesh. Once that soft tissue was severed, a torrent of black blood gushed forth. However, amidst the flowing blood, I glimpsed an object roughly the size of an adult's fist. It was spherical, dark as night, and tightly encased in a thin membrane, suspended from a mass of soft flesh. The moment I sliced through that flesh, the object sprang into motion, as if imbued with intelligence, swiftly retreating deeper into the soft tissue. Could this be the serpent matriarch's gallbladder? I recalled that the gallbladder of a snake is a potent tonic, often used by mountain dwellers to infuse alcohol, reputed to nourish the yin and bolster vitality, as well as dispelling rheumatic ailments. Given that this serpent matriarch had cultivated her powers for over a millennium, surely her gallbladder would be even more potent. With a cold smirk, I realized that the old hag had intended to consume me, but little did she know that I would seize her gallbladder from within. Resolute in my decision, I hesitated no longer. I raised my sword and struck fiercely. A puff echoed as the gallbladder shattered beneath my blade, releasing a rush of black liquid. Upon its release, an extraordinarily peculiar odor wafted towards me, bitter and acrid. It made my mouth water uncontrollably. Yet, I recognized its value and dared not waste a drop. I leaned forward, opened my mouth wide, and gulped down the black liquid. Though it bore a bitter scent, its taste was surprisingly sweet. Most significantly, as I consumed more of the liquid. An intense heat coursed through my body, escalating to a fervent blaze that drenched me in sweat. My goodness, could this substance be toxic? Just as my mind spiraled with such thoughts, I suddenly witnessed a glossy black bead tumble from the desiccated gallbladder. It was entirely dark, and I could faintly perceive a pulsating essence within. Maintaining my open-mouthed stance, the bead fell directly into my mouth, and almost instinctively, I swallowed it whole. What on earth was this? I extended my hand, intent on extracting that object. However, before I could make any move, an intense wave of heat surged within me. This heat was not only searing but also tumultuous, rising within me with such ferocity that it could no longer be contained. If the liquid I had previously ingested could be likened to gasoline, then the bead I had just swallowed was akin to the flame that ignites it. I felt a sudden, explosive heat enveloping me, as if my very being were engulfed in a raging inferno, with my internal organs seemingly on the brink of being incinerated. A wretched cry escaped my lips as I writhed desperately within the confines of the serpentine abdomen, yet all my efforts proved futile. The heat within me intensified, rendering my skin a fiery crimson, with beads of sweat evaporating into vapor. The agonizing burn enveloped me, culminating in a deafening explosion as even the purine energy within me was ignited. Ultimately, unable to withstand the excruciating torment any longer, darkness consumed my vision, and I fainted. I could not discern how long I had been unconscious, but eventually, the searing sensation began to wane. I let out a pained groan and gradually regained consciousness. Strangely, upon awakening, I felt little discomfort. Instead, I was filled with an invigorating vitality, as if an inexhaustible power coursed through my being. With this realization, I clenched my fist and unleashed a powerful punch. The impact resonated with a loud thud, creating a deep indentation in the supple serpent's abdomen, reducing the surrounding flesh to a pulp. As I stood there in stunned contemplation, an overwhelming shift occurred, prompting me to grasp the inner wall of the serpent's belly firmly. I seized the dragon spiral sword and, with a low growl, thrust it outward with great force. The blade pierced through, creating a significant opening, and when the long-awaited light flooded in, a surge of joy filled my heart. Gritting my teeth, I let out a fervent shout and yanked the sword blade with all my strength. With a resounding rip, I swiftly opened a gash in the serpent's abdomen. Chapter 64. The invitation from the Wushu Mountain Reserve. As I sliced open the serpent's abdomen, sunlight immediately flooded in. This light not only warmed me but also instilled within me a profound sense of hope for life. The moment I beheld that radiant glow, elation surged through my heart, prompting me to exert even more strength. With a resounding rip, the Panlong sword cleaved a gaping wound several decimeters wide into the serpent's belly. However, as I made that incision, the serpent matron emitted a piercing wail of agony. Her colossal form writhed upon the ground, and in that instant, a cacophony of dull thuds echoed as she collided with numerous stone pillars. Recognizing that this was the opportune moment to vanquish the serpent matron, I understood that her tough exterior was difficult to penetrate. Yet, an internal assault would surely yield far greater results. With this thought in mind, I gritted my teeth and once more lifted the Panlong sword, delivering a barrage of thrusts deep within the serpent's abdomen. Each stab turned the interior into a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, culminating in a shriek from the serpent matron. Following that, with a resounding crash, her immense body finally collapsed to the ground, twisting a couple of times before lying still. Breathing a sigh of relief, I fought against the wave of nausea and grasped the serpent's skin, yanking it away with force, allowing my head to emerge from the serpent's belly. As I broke free and inhaled the long-forgotten air, a wave of comfort enveloped me. However, at that moment, a loud exclamation startled me. I turned to see the Taoist elder staring at me in astonishment, pointing for quite some time before finally managing to speak. "What the hell? You're still alive?" The Taoist elder's face was a mask of disbelief, clearly not expecting that I had not only survived being swallowed by the serpent matron but had also succeeded in slaying her from within. Even I found it hard to believe. I swallowed hard and managed to utter, "Help me out." Upon hearing this, the Taoist elder hurried over, grasping my hand, and with a firm command, he extricated me from the serpent's belly. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath before slowly rising. As I surveyed my surroundings, I was struck by the sight of Liu Hua, who was grievously injured. She lay in the arms of the Taoist's junior disciple, bloodied and looking weak. My heart sank at the sight, and I rushed over, asking, "How is she?" The Taoist's junior disciple shook her head, replying, "She's not severely harmed. Just a bit weak in spirit and has sustained some superficial wounds." After saying this, She regarded me with a curious expression before lowering her voice to inquire, "Is this fixing your friend? You seem awfully concerned about her. You too aren't." I shook my head and turned to the Taoist elder, asking, "Brother, what transpired after I left that day? I distinctly saw you being bitten by that ghostly infant." Upon hearing this, I smiled faintly, preparing to recount my recent experiences. However, just as the words were about to escape my lips, I was suddenly reminded of my master's dying request. Consequently, I swallowed my words and merely smiled at the Taoist, saying, "Brother, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. I shall share it with you another time when the opportunity arises." The Taoist had selflessly rescued me, and thus I held great trust in him. Yet, regarding his junior sister, I remained unfamiliar, despite her noble lineage as a gem of Longhu Mountain. Our lack of acquaintance meant that revealing my identity as the divine and the foremost of the 9 heroes could invite untold complications. After all, the power of that deity is an unparalleled cultivation technique, and countless practitioners in this world covet it. Taking a deep breath, I inquired about the events following my engulfment by the serpent's belly. The Taoist explained that after I was swallowed, his companions banded together in an attempt to vanquish the serpent demon and rescue me. However, the demon proved to be a formidable adversary, resilient to the brink of death. As it was severely wounded by the 9 nether fire talisman and on the verge of demise, its ferocity escalated uncontrollably. Had I not struck from within, the Taoist and his companions might have faced dire consequences. At that moment, a peculiar hissing sound erupted, and a gray-haired monkey darted from a corner, eyeing the Taoist and his junior sister with wariness. Upon spotting the monkey, the Taoist's junior sister beamed with delight and softly addressed it. "Are you the legendary primordial species, the transcendent ape?" The gray monkey scratched itself absent-mindedly, staring curiously at her, seemingly oblivious to her words. The Taoist's junior sister chuckled, remarking, with that expression, "You hardly resemble the clever creature my father described." After saying this, she approached the carcass of the serpent, unperturbed by the mess, and inserted her hand into the wound, rummaging about. However, as time passed, her brow furrowed deeper, and she began to murmur to herself, "Strange. Where is the serpent's inner core? Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, and on the brink of breaking into the dragon realm, it cannot possibly lack an inner core. Could it be that she destroyed her inner core in her final moments? But that seems impossible." As she continued her search, my heart began to race as I suddenly recalled the serpent gallbladder I had consumed earlier. Could it be that the gallbladder I ingested was indeed the serpent demon's inner core? I knew that any demon, upon formally embarking on the path of cultivation, would naturally form an inner core, a treasure containing the essence of its cultivation. The thought that I had inadvertently devoured the inner core of a millennium-old serpent demon sent chills down my spine, clarifying why I had so effortlessly dispatched the serpent matron. Just as I was about to change the subject, she stepped forward, extending her delicate hand towards me, and declared, "Now, hand it over." "Hand over what?" I feigned ignorance, bewildered. "Certainly, it is the inner elixir. Do not tell me that it is not you who has taken it." She persisted relentlessly, while I resolutely adhered to the policy of denial, feigning ignorance. In the end, she grew somewhat anxious and even began to search me, prompting me to hastily withdraw. But she would not relent, insisting on using force. Ultimately, it was the Taoist who intervened and persuaded her to cease her pursuit. The Taoist then pulled me aside and inquired, "Brother, did you truly not take the inner elixir? That substance is of utmost importance to my junior sister. It serves as an exceptional material for crafting talismans. Moreover, my junior sister's talisman-making skills have reached a bottleneck. She needs to create a significant talisman to break through. If she were to acquire the serpent's inner elixir, her efforts would surely yield remarkable results. Furthermore, our survival in this ordeal relied entirely on her. Had it not been for her, I would have likely perished at the hands of Old Man Sunday. Thus, brother, what do you say?" Upon hearing this, I forced a dry chuckle and whispered, "Big brother, it's not that I do not wish to give it to you, but it appears that I may have inadvertently consumed it." "Consumed it?" The Taoist was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You mean to say that you have actually swallowed the serpent's millennium-old inner elixir? How is it that you are still alive?" "What do you mean, brother? Is the inner elixir toxic?" I inquired, perplexed. The Taoist replied, "There is no poison, but the serpent has cultivated for over 1,000 years. The energy contained within that inner elixir is far beyond trivial amounts. Should an ordinary person mistakenly ingest it, they would likely burst from the overwhelming energy in an instant. And yet, you appear completely unharmed? This is truly remarkable." After scrutinizing me thoroughly, The Taoist turned his attention away and approached his junior sister, engaging her in whispered conversation for some time. During their exchange, she occasionally cast glances at me, her brow knitted, making me feel quite uncomfortable. After a considerable while, they finally ceased their murmuring. I noticed the tension in her expression ease as she approached me, sizing me up. "Your name is Tianchi, correct?" I nodded. And she continued, "I am Bai Zifan, the goddaughter of the current abbot of Longhu Mountain, Bai Laohu. Moreover, let us not dwell on that. At your current level, even if I were to mention my father's name, you might not recognize it, and even if you did, you would likely never have the opportunity to encounter him in this lifetime." Her pride was palpable as she spoke, while I merely smiled in silence. She then resumed, "As for the inner elixir, since you have consumed it, there is little more for me to say. However, I must insist that it is imperative for me to have it. Since I have not obtained it this time, I shall require some form of compensation." Upon hearing this, I scratched my head, pondering compensation. What could I possibly provide her? She is the jewel of Longhu Mountain, having lived a life of comfort and luxury, while I am merely a destitute youth, devoid of riches and even my own life. What could I offer her in return? However, in the next moment, my heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was after my life? At this thought, I couldn't help but shiver, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Yet, she merely chuckled disdainfully and remarked, "What, do you think I could possibly devour you?" With that, she reached into her bosom and produced an envelope, handing it to me with the words, "Here, take this. Once you've settled your family matters, report to the designated location mentioned in the letter." I was momentarily taken aback, then, with a perplexed expression, accepted the envelope. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the words "invitation to the Wushu Mountain Reserve" emblazoned across it. The moment I saw those words, I was struck with astonishment. The Wushu Mountain Reserve, as my elder Taoist brother had previously informed me, was a department dedicated to handling various mysterious incidents, colloquially referred to as the relevant authority. Such departments are always shrouded in secrecy. At this moment, what could this Bai Zifan's invitation imply? Could it be that she wishes for me to join the Wushu Mountain Reserve? As I pondered this, the Taoist brother approached with a broad smile, clapping me on the shoulder. "Brother, weren't you just lamenting your recent graduation and the struggle to find employment? This is perfect. With this letter of introduction from my junior sister, the Wushu Mountain Reserve will undoubtedly welcome you. Let me tell you, the benefits there are exceptional. And even as a mere reserve officer, you'll hold a significant rank when handling cases. Brother, this is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Chapter 65. The matters here resolved. Returning to Huaitree Village upon hearing the Taoist words, I felt a stirring within me. My family was in dire need of financial support, yet I had only recently graduated from university and had yet to secure employment. If I were to venture out in search of a job at this moment, I feared it would be too late. Moreover, after experiencing so much, I had long since lost interest in monotonous and uninspiring positions. Additionally, the old man had imparted his skills to me, effectively opening the door to a new realm of possibilities. With that door now ajar, how could I refrain from continuing my exploration? As I contemplated this, I was inclined to nod in agreement, but the Taoist abruptly stopped me, smiling as he said, "Brother, while I would be thrilled to have you join the Wushu Mountain Reserve, there is a crucial point I must make clear first." "What is it, elder brother?" I inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. The Taoist continued, "The Wushu Mountain Reserve is essentially an offshoot of the 6 gates of the court, structured within the military. Once you enter, many matters will no longer be at your discretion. You will be required to follow orders from above, and you will be tasked with many assignments, which are not typical cases. They are either linked to supernatural occurrences or involve malevolent forces, thus posing extreme danger. It is not uncommon for injuries, or even fatalities, to occur. The reserve, in just 1 year, has recorded hundreds of casualties. It truly is a grueling selection process. Only those with exceptional skill survive to carry out missions year after year. Brother, I have shared the gravity of this matter with you. The final decision rests in your hands." The Taoist words furrowed my brow, as I had not anticipated the perilous nature of joining the Wushu Mountain Reserve. Nevertheless, it made sense upon reflection. Our village faced devastation merely due to the attention of an evil spirit, and the reserve specializes in handling such incidents. Over the course of a year, one could encounter countless individuals akin to that malevolent spirit. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, once one enters the 6 gates, one must be prepared to sacrifice for the nation, an obligation befitting a true man. With these thoughts, I took a deep breath and, under the scrutinizing gazes of the Taoist and Bai Zifan, I nodded affirmatively, stating, I have made my decision. Once I resolve my family matters, I shall report for duty. The Taoist simply smiled at my words, while Bai Zifen let out a joyous cheer. Disregarding the conventional norms of gender distinction, she embraced me like a spirited youth, whispering in my ear, excellent. I have been awaiting your affirmation. To be candid, the Wushu Mountain Reserve is in the process of forming several special operations teams. After a rigorous selection process, I have been appointed as the leader of one such team. However, while the framework is established, the personnel must be chosen independently. In essence, I am currently a lone commander. This is splendid. When you arrive, we shall be brothers in the same trench. The white-purple figure, despite her fair and lovely appearance, is rather flat-chested and sports a short hairstyle, exuding a certain aura of spirit and confidence. Her demeanor is reminiscent of a tomboy, though she may sometimes display arrogance. Her character remains quite cheerful. At this moment, as we embrace, I feel a bit awkward, yet the bond between us has undeniably deepened. I chuckle softly and then inquire, aren't you the treasure gem of Longhu Mountain? The Taoists there are renowned for their remarkable skills. Why have you not chosen that path? Upon hearing my words, she responded with an "oh," and then asked, as for me, I am only just beginning my training, my abilities are limited, and I am uncertain about my future. However, since I have already committed, I have no reason to regret. So what shall we do now? The Taoist, upon hearing this, remarked, now that Granny Snake is deceased, the lesser demons will scatter like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree. This Guanyin cave is, by all accounts, now rendered irrelevant. Yet within it, there remain several moderately skilled demons. Should they escape, they might rise again, causing chaos and mischief. Let us proceed to eliminate these small demons. Without delay, the Taoist sprang forth, leaping energetically and striking the wall with a series of resounding thuds, effortlessly ascending the 5 or 6 meter high cave entrance. My initial impression of him had been that of a carefree individual lacking reliability, yet I was taken aback by the depth of his cultivations. His fluid series of movements were beyond my current capabilities. Nonetheless, I am still at the beginning of my own journey, given time. Becoming a skilled practitioner is not beyond my reach. At this moment, I noticed the elder Taoist had lowered a vine and beckoned to me, saying, brother, carry that vixen up here. Nodding in response, I hoisted Liuhua onto my back, followed by the gray-furred monkey, and lastly, by Zifen. As I stood at the cave's entrance and looked down, I beheld Granny Snake's massive form sprawled across the ground below. Though her body was marred with wounds, her residual power was still palpable. Reflecting on my ability to have vanquished her, I felt a sense of pride swell within me. With a smile, I inhaled deeply and, bearing Liuhua, followed the Taoist and Bai Zifen as we navigated our way out. The path was winding and labyrinthine, which explained why the Taoist and Bai Zifen had initially only managed to cast a talisman and had not arrived sooner. That talisman could autonomously seek out Granny Snake's essence, while the two of them, being flesh and blood, had to rely on their own feet for traversal. Hence the delay. However, as seasoned travelers familiar with the terrain, they navigated the way with relative ease, and before long, we emerged from the Guanyin cave and into the lush greenery of the forest, gazing at the verdant surroundings and inhaling the fresh, fragrant air of the woods. I could not help but let out a long sigh, silently expressing my gratitude for the gift of life. Just then, I felt Liuhua stir slightly. I quickly set her down, and to my surprise, she began to slowly open her eyes, awakening gently from her slumber. Although Liuhua's injury was not severe, she was rendered unconscious by the enchanting fragrance of Qinxiang, a spirit fox adept in the art of deception. Consequently, Liuhua oscillated between consciousness and oblivion. However, upon regaining her senses, she appeared considerably revitalized. She first blinked her beautiful eyes at me, then turned her gaze towards Bai Zifen and the Taoist elder. Yet, upon seeing them, Liuhua immediately sprang to her feet, displaying a posture of vigilance. I hurriedly positioned myself in front of her, just as I was about to speak. Bai Zifen interjected, "Oh, what is this? Are you eager to spar with the little lady?" Liuhua frowned upon hearing this, then turned to me with a perplexed expression. Sensing her confusion, I reassured her, "They are here to assist us. If it weren't for them, I fear we would have already succumbed to the hands of Granny Snake." Relieved by my words, Liuhua relaxed slightly, though her distrust towards Bai Zifen and the Taoist remained evident, as she frequently cast sidelong glances at them. I could only smile helplessly at her demeanor, while the Taoist elder behind me gave me a thumbs up, even whispering, "Brother, you're impressive. In just a few days, you have won over this little fox. If I'm not mistaken, she is an extraordinary creature, a Qi Yin fire fox embodying pure yang. You, on the other hand, are of pure yin. Should you both cultivate the dual cultivation technique, it would be mutually beneficial, replete with advantages. Oh, by the way, if you require knowledge of the arts of the house, I can assist you as well. The techniques from Longhu Mountain are unparalleled. As the Taoist spoke, he chuckled lewdly, causing my face to flush with embarrassment, leaving me at a loss for words. He continued, however, while yin and yang may complement each other, they can also conflict. It is rare for pure yin and pure yang to coexist harmoniously, let alone unite. Therefore, I speculate that you two might be each other's calamity. Should one perish, the other would undoubtedly be the cause. Be cautious, brother. I was taken aback, gazing at the Taoist in shock. Noticing my reaction, he waved his hand with a smile, saying, I'm merely jesting, do not take it to heart. But if you trust me, seek out a member of the Mai clan for a divination, and the outcome shall be clear. I nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the forest. Turning my head, I spotted a group of small demons from Guanyin Cave fleeing in panic. The Taoist, upon noticing, issued a low shout and charged forth, while Ziffin, without hesitation, plunged into the woods to engage the little demons in battle. Although there were many of these small demons, none managed to escape. However, as Ziffin and the Taoist pursued the fleeing demons, I suddenly noticed a large rat cautiously peering out from Guanyin Cave. Upon realizing it had been spotted, it swiftly scurried into the dense forest. I attempted to give chase, but Lu Hua grasped my arm firmly, stating, this rat spirit possesses formidable cultivation, rivaling Chenxiang, and it has yet to take on human form due to the nature of its cultivation. If it comes to blows, you may not be its match. My heart raced at her words, and without further thought, I nodded in agreement. When I escaped from the village, the old and young men had essentially been transformed into living corpses, subsequently reduced to ashes by a strike from the thunder god talisman wielded by the old ghost Sunday. However, not a single woman from the village was found, and at this moment, their fate remains unknown. Chapter 66. She has lost her mind in the heart of these secluded mountains, where human presence is scarce. There exists no discernible path. Nevertheless, the Taoist and Ziffin, having traversed this terrain once before, are familiar with some relatively accessible routes, allowing us to progress at a reasonable pace. Throughout the journey, the group remained largely silent, each lost in their own thoughts, while the gray-haired monkey perched comfortably on my shoulder, eyes half closed in slumber. It would only stir slightly during the jolts of our travel, shifting its body momentarily before succumbing once more to a drowsy state. This monkey had once clashed fiercely with the snake matriarch, inflicting some damage upon her. Yet it had suffered no irreparable harm itself. However, it had forcibly awakened its third eye, resulting in a depletion of its vitality. And many days had passed without it regaining its former vigor and playfulness. At this moment, Ziffin approached me, casting a glance at the monkey on my shoulder before turning her gaze to the silent figure of Liu Hua trailing behind me. She then whispered, Tianqi, how do you intend to handle this fox and monkey? Upon hearing her words, I shook my head. To be honest, this predicament was weighing heavily on my mind. We live in a society governed by laws, where every action necessitates a form of identification. Boarding a train requires an ID, flying demands one as well. And even taking a boat is contingent upon having a proper identity. As for Yohua, the crimson flame fox, she had concealed herself in the mountains since childhood. Practicing her craft, she had never even ventured into a large city, let alone established an identity. The monkey, on the other hand, was more manageable. Obtaining a pet certificate would suffice. Yet, it was Liu Hua that truly troubled me. Ziffin appeared to discern my dilemma and smiled as she inquired, Tianqi, may I ask how you plan to proceed with this enchanting fox? With that, she playfully blinked at me, her eyes glimmering with a meaningful mirth that left my face flushing, rendering me momentarily speechless. Matters of the heart are significant. And although Liu Hua and I had once pledged our lives to one another, it was amidst peril, intertwined with a degree of mutual benefit. Furthermore, I still had parents. Any union of this nature should certainly be approved by them. I could only wonder how my parents would react upon discovering that Liu Hua is a fox spirit. Would they faint from the shock? With a wry smile, I shook my head and replied, for now, we can only take things step by step. As for her and me, Ziffin raised an eyebrow and remarked, did you not say that you had pledged your lives to one another? I nodded in affirmation, prompting Ziffin to tease me further. How can you say you'll decide later? Although you lack the traditional parental consent and matchmaker's approval, you have exchanged promises. And let me tell you, for practitioners like us, our oaths are of utmost importance. Failing to uphold them can indeed jeopardize one's spiritual path, hindering future cultivation. There is an ancient adage that states, "A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses." Do you intend to deny your commitment to that little fox? I was utterly unprepared for the moment when Ziffin, who had previously harbored some disdain for Liuhua, transformed into a garrulous matchmaker at my side, incessantly chattering away. Eventually, her relentless prattling became somewhat irksome, prompting me to say, "Am I not fulfilling my promise? Once I resolve matters at home, I shall discuss this with my parents, and we will then proceed to register our marriage." Yet, I pondered, what shall become of Liuhua's household registration? Upon hearing this, Ziffin chuckled and playfully winked at Liuhua. In response, Liuhua offered a courteous bow and expressed, "Thank you, sister," to which Ziffin, in her carefree manner, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "As for the issue of identity, I can certainly assist you with that." "I am grateful for your help," I replied, managing a smile, though inwardly I felt a pang of bitterness. The matter of marriage, a significant event in one's life, had unexpectedly been decided by this young girl as casual remarks, leaving me with an unsettling sense of being rushed into a decision. However, Ziffin was correct in stating that for those on the path of cultivation, promises and oaths hold paramount importance. Since Liuhua and I had privately vowed to be together for life, I could not be one to break that promise. I dared not defy it. The last time I had an out-of-body experience, Liuhua had led me to Guanyin Cave, and we arrived in just a few hours. Yet this time, our group traversed the dense forest for a full day and night, only emerging at the edge of our village by noon the following day. Upon arriving, my heart plummeted as I beheld the quiet, lifeless village before me. An overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over me, and I felt the sting of tears welling in my eyes. Tree Village, a seemingly ordinary mountain settlement, had undergone a catastrophic transformation in just a few days. In a single night, it was left in ruins, all its inhabitants, save for the village committee head's family who had sought refuge in the town hospital, were either dead or missing. Over 100 lives extinguished in an instant left an unbearable weight in my heart. It was not only my sorrow, but even Ziffin wore a gloomy expression, her eyes reddened. At the village entrance, a broken tree stood, its jagged stump a testament to the devastation, while the formidable python, Qing, had vanished without a trace. I inquired of the Taoist priest, who could offer no clarity, merely stating that the python had battled with the old ghost sun for an entire night. It was only after Ziffin led a group to repel Sun that they discovered the giant serpent had also mysteriously disappeared. Taking a deep breath, I reached into my pocket and caressed a smooth jade stone, which brought me some solace before I followed the others into the village. Though Ziffin had accompanied the Taoist to Guanyin Cave because he had witnessed my abduction that fateful night, she was not alone in coming to Tree Village. She had brought along more than 10 individuals, some clad in military uniforms, others in long robes, and a few in Zhongshan suits, presumably members of the so-called Wushu Mountain Reserve. These individuals conduct their tasks with utmost professionalism, seldom uttering a word, as they tirelessly scour the village in search of survivors. However, despite their extensive efforts, they have yielded no results. After a while, the local police arrived, yet some matters are inevitably shrouded in secrecy, necessitating discretion. Thus, the officers were relegated to peripheral duties, while the search remained under the purview of those accompanying Ziffin. Among them stood Lu, the widow. At that moment, she appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a beggar, with arms outstretched, shouting and laughing maniacally throughout the village, her demeanor bordering on madness. Suddenly, Lu spotted me and rushed toward my side, seizing my shoulders and exclaiming with glee, Tianchi, you're alive? You're alive? Ha ha ha, what splendid news." At this juncture, she glanced around furtively before leaning closer to me, whispering conspiratorially, "And he secretly reveals to you, everyone in this village has perished, all perished. Athahaha." With that, she began to leap and dance in place, while I stood there, wide-eyed and utterly astonished. "She has lost her sanity." Ziffin approached me, letting out a sigh, and remarked, "What a pitiable woman." Chapter 67. Family reunion and marriage discussion. I watched Lu, the widow, lost in a daze, my heart feeling as if it were being relentlessly twisted by a knife, aching to the utmost degree. Lu, in the prime of her life at 27 or 28, was unexpectedly left to mourn, while the village underwent drastic changes. Yet she had somehow survived. However, survival does not necessarily equate to fortune. From this moment forward, those nights that resembled a nightmare would likely haunt her relentlessly, tormenting her body and mind without respite. Were she to have perished, it would have been a final resolution. freeing her from all burdens, but she lingered on, and worse still, had succumbed to madness. With a sigh, I turned to Ziffin, inquiring what should be done. He shook his head and replied, "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of local authorities, beyond my purview. The Wushu Mountain Reserve is solely responsible for handling supernatural occurrences. The subsequent arrangements must be coordinated by local institutions." Ultimately, Lu was taken away, and I learned she was to be sent to a hospital for examination. Should her mental state prove compromised, she might spend the remainder of her life in a psychiatric facility. As she was being escorted to the vehicle, Lu flashed a disheartened grin, laughing heartily, yet as the laughter persisted, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She seemed not to be mad. Yet, perhaps this was merely my illusion, for in the next moment, Lu erupted into another fit of manic laughter. With a sigh, I joined Ziffin and the others as we boarded the vehicle heading towards the town. At that moment, my thoughts were consumed by my parents, especially my father, who was gravely injured. I could not help but wonder how he fared, whether he had undergone surgery, and if he was recovering. The mere thought intensified my anxiety, prompting me to urge the driver to accelerate. The driver merely smiled in response, offering no affirmation, until Ziffin issued a command, compelling the driver to push the accelerator to its limits. The off-road vehicle sped along the mountain paths. After over an hour, we finally arrived at the town hospital. I scarcely paused to greet the Taoists accompanying me, hastily exiting the vehicle and rushing into the hospital. It was evening, and the hospital was relatively empty, allowing me to dash through without drawing attention. Moments later, I found myself before the hospital room. Taking a deep breath, I patted my somewhat stiff face, striving to calm my racing heart as I prepared to enter. Just then, through the window, I caught sight of the scene within. My father was awake, lying in bed, while my mother sat beside him, feeding him porridge. Upon witnessing this, tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks. It was because of them that I held on, refusing to surrender. Now, as I beheld them once more, especially seeing my father awake, my heart twisted painfully, throbbing with emotion, and my tears cascaded like an unrelenting rain. In that moment, a fragrant handkerchief was suddenly offered to me. Startled, I turned to see that it was Lu who was standing behind me. As the flames of anguish flickered in my eyes, Lu had gently wiped away my tears and smiled, urging me forward. I nodded, inhaled deeply, and pushed the door open. The moment I breached the threshold, I felt the weight of the door and the significance it bore. In the past, I had performed this action countless times. Yet the sense of returning home had never felt as profound as it did at that moment. As the door swung wide, my parents immediately turned to gaze at me, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as my mother's bowl fell to the floor. In an instant, she sprang to her feet like the wind and enveloped me in her embrace. I took a deep breath and raised my arms to pat her gently, striving to calm her overwhelming emotions. News of the incident in our village had long reached my parents, as multiple officers from the police station had come seeking information about my whereabouts. For days, they had lived in a state of anxiety, fearing the worst, and had scarcely slept. When my mother mentioned the villagers, her tears began to flow anew. I sighed, uncertain of how to comfort them. When my gaze fell upon the plate atop the bedside table, revealing nothing but pickled vegetables and a fried egg. "Mom, is this all Dad is eating?" I inquired, astonished. My father, having recently undergone surgery, required proper nourishment, yet here he was, subsisting on mere pickles and rice porridge. My mother began to weep, but my father, smiling, placed his hand over mine and said, "Tianchi, it doesn't matter what I eat. What truly matters is that you are safe and well. You have grown. And after enduring this ordeal, you have become like a man." I remained silent, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open once more. I turned to see a figure clad in a police uniform, holding a cap in one hand and a container of soup and supplements in the other. It was none other than Officer Wang Qian. On that fateful night in the village, I had carried her through the woods in a frantic escape, hiding her beneath a tree while I led Li Erkue away. Before departing, I had entrusted her with the care of my parents, never imagining she would honor my request so faithfully. Wang Qian was equally astonished to see me, her shock lingering until she exclaimed, "Tianchi, you're alive." I thought you." Tears began to flow down her cheeks. I sighed and rose to accept the item she bore, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you." She wiped her tears and replied, "Tianchi, compared to what you did for me that night, this is nothing." With that, she opened the food container and served some dishes and bone soup to my father. My mother, seeing this, hurried to take the food, regarding Wang Qian with the warmth of a mother-in-law. saying, "Let me handle it. You have been such a help these past few days." "Please, Andy, do not say that. If it weren't for Tianqi, I might not be here at all." In this moment, I gazed at my parents, feeling an overwhelming warmth in my heart. Wang Qian, embodying the role of a devoted daughter-in-law, busied herself with various tasks, even offering to assist my father with his bathing, only to be gently declined by him. This tender scene, however, did not escape the notice of Lu Hua, who, upon witnessing it, grew somber and quietly slipped away. Observing this, I felt a pang in my heart and hurried out after her. Fortunately, Lu Hua had not departed. She was seated on a chair in the corridor. Seeing my frantic pursuit, she chuckled softly and, with a playful glint in her eyes, remarked, "What is the matter? Afraid I might run away? I must remind you, we have pledged our vows, and from this day forth, I intend to cling to you for a lifetime." I smiled shyly at her words, but then I noticed Wang Qian leaning against the door, her expression one of astonishment as she observed Lu Hua and me, evidently having overheard our exchange. Though I had experienced a romantic relationship once, it was merely a pursuit by Li Ming, leaving me with little understanding of matters between men and women. Furthermore, there was nothing between Wang Qian and me that required explanation. So I simply returned her a smile before leading Lu Hua into the hospital room. I refrained from disclosing the nature of my relationship with Lu Hua, yet my mother, being seasoned in life, understood immediately upon seeing our interlocked hands. Her expression turned awkward as her gaze flitted between Lu Hua and Wang Qian. After a brief moment, she hurriedly excused herself, not even allowing my mother to see her off. Once she departed, my mother shook her head with a sigh, repeatedly mentioning what a good girl Wang Qian was. However, upon laying eyes on Lu Hua, her demeanor brightened, and she beckoned Lu Hua to sit down, engaging her in lively conversation. Though Lu Hua was a being of ethereal nature, her long residence in Guanyin Cave had imbued her with a deep understanding of etiquette. As a pure yang entity, she exuded a gentle warmth that invited closeness, and before long, she and my mother were sharing laughter and stories. Eventually, my mother removed a silver bracelet from her wrist and said to Lu Hua, "Andy can see that you truly care for Tianqi. This bracelet was part of my dowry upon marriage, though it may not hold great monetary value. It has been passed down through generations. Today, I give it to you, hoping that you and Tianqi will cherish each other, support one another, and treat each other with respect, so that you may grow old together." With that, she placed the bracelet on Lu Hua's wrist, who beamed with delight. Shortly after, Lu Hua produced a jade vial from her bosom and addressed my mother. "Andy, I noticed that Uncle has just undergone surgery and is in need of recuperation. This vial contains a medicinal pill, gentle in nature, capable of replenishing vital energy and nourishing the blood. Should he take this pill, he will be able to rise and walk within 3 days. 3 days to walk?" My father expressed skepticism, stating, "The doctor said I would need to lie down for at least 2 months before I could get up." Hearing this, I chuckled and reassured my father, "Rest easy, Dad. Lu Hua comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. This pill is priceless and exceedingly rare." Upon hearing this, my father, albeit with some skepticism, consumed the pill. After a short while, the effects of the medicine began to manifest. He was drenched in perspiration and his complexion turned a vibrant red. I grew anxious for his well-being, yet he exhaled deeply, exclaiming, This feels delightful. I feel significantly lighter, Tianqi. I'm feeling drowsy." No sooner had he uttered these words than he succumbed to a deep slumber. Once my father was asleep, I summoned the gray-haired monkey to keep watch over him. Subsequently, I left the hospital with my mother and Liu Hua, joining Bai Zifen and the Taoist for a meal. With my mother present, the Taoist was noticeably subdued, merely focusing on his meat. Meanwhile, Bai Zifen, a scion of a prominent family, engaged my mother in conversation. When the topic turned to Liu Hua and me, Bai Zifen confidently assured her that she would take charge of our affairs, promising that it would not be long before she orchestrated our wedding. Naturally, my mother was elated by this news, and under Bai Zifen's encouragement, she even indulged in a bit of wine. Eventually, Bai Zifen broached the subject of my employment. This had been a source of concern for my family. However, upon hearing that I intended to enlist in the military, my mother hesitated, considering that I was a graduate from a prestigious university, and a suitable job would undoubtedly offer a respectable salary. Yet, Bai Zifen offered my mother reassurance, stating, "Andy, rest assured, Tianqi's remuneration would at least be at the deputy regiment level, with a monthly salary likely exceeding 20,000. Such a figure astonished not only my mother, but me as well. Bai Zifen shot me a glance before continuing, "Annie, you must be aware of certain matters concerning Huaitree village. This world is far more complex than it appears. In the shadows, many sordid affairs lurk. Our Wuxishin Reserve is dedicated to combating such miscreants. Given Tianqi's extraordinary experiences, he possesses unique skills, and once he joins our ranks, he will undoubtedly be valued. Who knows? Perhaps the Nye family will soon boast a great general. My mother, inexperienced in worldly matters, was easily swayed by Ziffin's persuasive words, nodding in agreement. However, her primary concern remained my relationship with Liu Hua. As we prepared to depart, my mother resolutely declared her intention to arrange our wedding within a month, even expressing her wish for a grandchild by the following year. I was taken aback, nearly stumbling in disbelief. Isn't that rather hasty? Why not allow me to consummate my marriage with Liu Hua tonight and present you with a grandchild by tomorrow? Chapter 68. The third elder of the My family by Ziffin had matters to attend to, so after finishing dinner, he departed in haste. To my surprise, the Taoist did not accompany him. Noticing my gaze, he chuckled and remarked, "Did I not tell you, my brother? My path is one of worldly engagement, which entails indulging in the richest meats and the strongest wines." Before he could finish his sentence, I swiftly covered his mouth. Goodness, my mother is still here. I cannot allow this rascal to spout nonsense. My mother, witnessing the scene, merely smiled. Through our conversation this evening, she had come to understand that the Taoist and I shared a bond forged through adversity, a camaraderie that transcended mere friendship, and thus found no cause for surprise. As we were about to part ways, the Taoist beckoned me aside. He then produced a crumpled bundle of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, expressing his regret. Alas, this money was meant for my indulgence in the pleasures of life, but since you are in need, I cannot squander it. Take it and use it to buy your father some nourishing supplements and perhaps secure a better hospital room. At that moment, I found myself in dire need of funds, so I accepted the money without hesitation. The Taoist grinned widely and placed his arm around my shoulders, saying, "Brother, though we have known each other for but a few days, I feel as though we are old friends. Your character resonates with mine, which inspires me to propose a bond of brotherhood. I wonder, would you be willing to become my sworn brother?" Despite the Taoist's seemingly carefree demeanor, he had saved my life on numerous occasions, showcasing a heart that, while boisterous, was filled with kindness. He is a rare confidant. And now that he had broached the subject, how could I refuse? I eagerly nodded in agreement. The Taoist, seeing my affirmation, beamed and continued, "Since you have consented, let us choose an auspicious day to pay homage to the three pure ones. I shall host a banquet for my fellow practitioners, allowing everyone to get to know you, ensuring that as you embark on your official career, you are not left unattended." I was taken aback. I had not expected the Taoist, with his carefree spirit, to wish to formalize our relationship through such a grand celebration. It became clear that he intended to introduce me to the community, and his thoughtful intentions moved me deeply. After the Taoist departed, my mother, Liu Hua, and I settled the bill and prepared to leave. However, at the front desk, I was informed that someone had already settled our account. When I inquired who it was, the attendant described the individual, and I realized it was Ziffin. Despite his haughty demeanor, Ziffin was indeed quite considerate. On our journey back to the hospital, my mother engaged Liu Hua in lively conversation, and the two exchanged words joyfully. However, when the topic shifted to our village, I noticed my mother's eyes redden with emotion. Upon our return to the hospital, we discovered that my father had awakened and was playfully interacting with a gray-haired monkey. The monkey appeared much livelier than before, eagerly jumping about as my father held out a walnut, eliciting joyous laughter from him. His spirits seemed greatly lifted. Having been away from home for a few days and having encountered significant upheaval, I found myself with an abundance of thoughts to share with my parents. However, my mother insisted that I rest in the adjacent bed while she engaged in conversation with Liu Hua. Feeling somewhat helpless, I reclined on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although I had agreed to join the Wuxishin Reserve under Ziffin, my heart was laden with uncertainty. I was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation, yet I was to be thrust into the special operations team overseen by Ziffin. Could I truly shoulder such a weighty responsibility? In this state of contemplation, I soon succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, I awoke early to find Liu Hua bustling about, assisting with the relocation of belongings. Upon noticing my awakening, she flashed a smile and said, "Tianqi, I just used the money from your pocket to book a private luxury hospital room. I'm moving things over now. Come help me." Liu Hua's face radiated joy. Evidently in high spirits after leaving Guanyin Cave, her demeanor exuding a sweetness akin to that of a newlywed. This sight stirred something within me. Though my acquaintance with Luhua had been brief, I suddenly realized that I had developed feelings for her. Perhaps these feelings had taken root when I carried her during her unconsciousness, though I had been blissfully unaware. Time always seems to pass swiftly in the company of family. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had elapsed. On this day, to my astonishment, my father was able to rise and walk, his fractures nearly healed, leaving his attending physician astounded. 2 days later, representatives from the authorities arrived, first interviewing me to document the events that had transpired in our village. This was a task that should have been completed earlier, but had been delayed due to Zifin's instructions. Once finished, a young man wearing glasses shook my hand and said, "Sister Fan has mentioned you. From now on, we are colleagues in the same department. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I am here to help." He then handed me a business card, which I promptly tucked away. The young man smiled and continued. "The higher-ups have issued directives. There are no longer any survivors in Huaitree Village. The decision has been made to demolish the village, and this will likely be executed in the coming days." His words filled me with sorrow. A village that had once thrived was now to be erased, as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Noticing my despondence, he added, "Currently, the only survivors are your family and the village head's family. Lu Widow, due to her unstable mental state, has been diagnosed with symptoms of dissociative identity disorder and may spend the remainder of her life in a psychiatric facility. As for your family and the village head's family, the authorities have decided to allocate a house for you in the town. Once the paperwork is complete in a few days, I will return to discuss further arrangements." Undoubtedly, this is the most delightful news I have heard in recent days. After the unfortunate incident in the village, my family found ourselves homeless. At this moment, the state has intervened, providing us with a semblance of support, which truly fills my heart with an immense warmth. After the bespectacled man departed, I relayed this news to my parents. However, they did not share in my joy. My mother lamented that having lived in the countryside for most of her life, she found it difficult to adapt to living in an apartment in the city. My father echoed her sentiments, stating that urban life lacks the warmth of human connection, with neighbors rarely interacting, leaving one feeling isolated. Furthermore, he was concerned about how we would manage the crops back home. 2 days later, a Taoist priest arrived at the hospital accompanied by a man clad in coarse linen, holding a cloth banner. Upon seeing me, he introduced the man, saying, "Brother, this is the descendant of the Kong family from Jilin, known as Kong Lao San in the community due to his position as the 3rd child in his family. You may call him Sangu." The man quickly waved his hand, insisting, "No need for such formality. Just call me Kong Lao San." As I scrutinized this individual, I noted his rustic and somewhat unkempt appearance, with shifty triangular eyes that were now surveying me intently. His cloth banner was quite peculiar, inscribed with a multitude of tiny characters. Upon closer inspection, I discerned the text, "Decisive and accurate predictions, no charge for incorrect readings." Below, a long list detailed various services, selling urns, spirit money, wreaths, custom burial garments, paper figures, paper horses, paper hearses, paper mistresses, paper televisions, paper washing machines, paper refrigerators, and more, as well as services for soul liberation, blessings, exorcisms, hysteria treatment, house inspections, determining burial plots, matchmaking, and even yin-yang express delivery. I sat there, utterly astonished, realizing the vastness of their offerings, almost as if they were offering to write essays for elementary students, and to my disbelief, I had read through the entire list. Chapter 69, Bone Reading and Fortune Telling. Upon hearing those words, I chuckled softly and greeted my parents before departing the hospital with the Taoist priest and Kong Lao San, heading straight to a nearby restaurant. Throughout the journey, the Taoist priest incessantly extolled the virtues of Kong Lao San, proclaiming him a prodigy of the Jilin Maya lineage, boasting of his extraordinary abilities and skills, nearly elevating Kong Lao San to celestial heights while showering me with spittle in the process. I wiped the saliva from my face and remarked to the Taoist, "My good sir, I trust the person you have chosen. However, is there a fee for this fortune-telling and palm reading?" The Taoist chuckled in response, stating, "Of course. Typically, Kong Lao San sets up a modest stall in the streets, entertaining the common folk with his craft for a nominal fee. However, brother, your matter is far from trivial, so Kong Lao San cannot afford to be negligent. He will undoubtedly employ his true skills, which may entail a considerable cost." I felt a twinge of concern, for I had only a few thousand yuan in my pocket, borrowed from the Taoist. If Kong Lao San were to demand an exorbitant sum, I would genuinely struggle to meet it, especially considering my family's current financial needs. Observing my unease, the Taoist reassured me, Brother, given my friendship with Kong Lao-san, there is no need to discuss payment. Yet, in the realm of metaphysics, one must tread carefully to avoid entanglement in karmic repercussions. Even those acolytes in the temples who descend to assist require compensation, not because they are in want of money, but to avoid karmic entanglement. They will not take things without just cause. It is simply the principle. I was taken aback. Kong Lao-san's demeanor mirrored that of the Taoist, both exhibiting an absurd eccentricity. Initially posing as a sage who shunned monetary matters, Kong Lao-san soon inquired about my potential compensation. What folly! Were you truly a sage summoned by the Taoist, or merely a jester? Just as I pondered my response, Kong Lao-san burst into a hearty laugh, saying, Brother, I was merely jesting. Given my rapport with Fu Hu, there is no need to discuss money. It would be far more delightful if you treated me to a meal instead. However, I must admit, I have been rather strapped for cash lately and have not indulged for quite some time. If you could find a place for us and invite a few lovely companions. Well, heh. At this, Kong Lao-san chuckled incessantly, nearly causing me to choke on my own saliva. Good heavens! Both he and the Taoist were quite the peculiar lot. I had heard of the formidable name Fu Hu, but I was taken aback to discover that the Taoist bore this name. When I inquired, the Taoist explained that it was the title bestowed upon him by his master. His birth name was Li Hu, endowed with strength akin to that of a fierce tiger. Hence, his master granted him the moniker Fu Hu, which bore no relation to the legendary Fu Hu Arhat. As we conversed, we arrived at a nearby dumpling house. Upon entering, Kong Lao-san, akin to a starving wretch, ordered an extravagant array of pork and scallion dumplings, devouring them greedily and washing them down with a bottle of baijiu. As Kong Lao-san spoke, he drained the last drop of his drink and, with a glint in his eye, turned to me and said, Previously, Fu Hu mentioned your circumstances to me. You, my friend, possess a purine constitution, a rarity indeed. Upon observing your countenance today, I can discern that you are a person of talent destined to rise within the 6 gates. Upon hearing this, I hastily inquired, So, does this mean I must indeed join the reserves of Wuxishin? Kong Lao-san nodded affirmatively, stating, That place is destined to be your starting point, and you shall receive assistance from noble figures. While it may not be a journey of unimpeded ascent, you will be endowed with fortuitous energies that will allow you to navigate the obstacles posed by various malevolent spirits with ease. Having said this, Kong Lao-san requested that I extend my left hand. He first examined my palm, then turned to my right hand, and finally began to feel around my body. Drawing from the insights imparted to me through my training, I understood that Kong Lao-san was engaging in bone examination. This practice aims to discern the weight of a person's bones, not in the conventional sense of measurement, but rather to uncover the hidden life markings embedded within. A person's fortune is predetermined, inscribed within these markings. While one may strive through effort, if one's fate is misaligned, such endeavors may ultimately lead to mediocrity. Kong Lao-san continued his examination, even venturing to inspect my trousers. After nearly half an hour of thorough scrutiny, he finally exhaled heavily, beads of sweat dotting his brow. With a serious demeanor, he looked at me and declared, Brother Tianchi, your fate weighs 3 taels and 2 mace. However, as I was examining your bones, I silently deduced that your name has brought about a shift in your fortune, elevating your fate to 3 taels and 9 mace. This is truly remarkable. May I ask, have you ever changed your name or fate? I furrowed my brow at this question. I was indeed aware of my name change as a child. I was known solely as Nya Ergu, until my grandfather utilized his connections to alter it to Nya Tianchi. I had not anticipated that such a simple change could wield such a profound impact on my destiny. I recounted the story of my name change, to which Kong Lao-san responded with a frown, asking, Do you know who was responsible for your name change? I shook my head, recalling that it was a matter from long ago, arranged by my grandfather. I had no knowledge of the individual involved, only that it was someone he had known for years, and even my father seemed unaware of the details. Kong Lao-san pondered deeply for a time before finally saying, In this vast world, there are countless sacred sites for cultivation. It is often said that Maoshan, Longhushan, and Qiqing are the 3 foremost places of spiritual practice. However, while these locations impart techniques for exorcising spirits and crafting talismans, the art of bone examination and fortune-telling is a legacy preserved solely by the hidden Ma-E lineage among the common folk. Today, many such lineages exist. But among those of notable prowess, my own Kong family from Jilin stands out, as does the Nya family from Jingmen. The Nya family from Jingmen? I asked, bewildered. What a coincidence that we share the same surname. Upon hearing this, I was filled with confusion and inquired about its meaning. However, Kong Laosen merely shook his head and refrained from elaborating further, saying, "This matter, I could discern with a simple divination. Yet if the Ning family from Jingmen has altered your fate, it would be unwise for me to interfere. Firstly, there are certain protocols among the noble families, and secondly, I fear that I might disrupt the destiny they have crafted for you. Some matters are celestial secrets not to be divulged, should I glimpse them. The efforts of that individual on your behalf may come to naught. However, while I cannot assist you in delving deeper into your fate, I can offer guidance on recent events." I was taken aback, entirely unprepared for the depth of discourse between myself and Liu Hua. Yet, as Liu Hua is a fire fox and I am but a human, our union would inevitably attract divine retribution, and calamities, both great and small, would be unavoidable. Nevertheless, having sought out Kong Laosen today, I was determined to resolve this matter. Thus, I asked, "Third brother, can you assist in unraveling this issue?" Kong Laosen, with a sly grin, continued, "Your prolonged separation can indeed postpone that calamity, yet this is not a lasting solution. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. I can only hope that by then, you will have grown enough to share the burdens with that little fox. And the one who has orchestrated your fate will surely lend you aid." Chapter 70, the new mission of the reserves. As the conversation drew to a close, I found myself somewhat disheartened. I had hoped that Kong Laosen would assist me in resolving my predicament, yet unforeseen complications arose, and to my dismay, he was reluctant to lend a hand. Consequently, I had no choice but to continue sharing drinks with him. However, the Taoist was not pleased and expressed his grievances towards Kong Laosen. Regardless of the Taoist's barbs, Kong Laosen remained steadfast, merely chuckling in response. Eventually, the Taoist, gritting his teeth, resorted to his trump card, whispering to Kong Laosen, "If you help my brother with this matter, I shall take you to the picturesque Heiha along the Russian border in the coming days. I have heard that the entertainment venues there are frequented by many enticing Russian beauties." At the mention of this, Kong Laosen's eyes widened in excitement. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" With that, he produced a small pouch from his pocket and handed it to me, saying, "Although I cannot assist you directly with your issues regarding the little fox, I can offer you this pouch. Inside, you will find a remedy to be utilized only when you find yourself in dire straits, unable to escape. Remember, do not open it unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand?" Recognizing the gravity of this life-saving item, I nodded earnestly, assuring him of my comprehension as I carefully tucked it away. After indulging in a few more rounds of drinks, Kong Laosen and the Taoist stumbled away, their camaraderie evident as they promptly set off towards Heiha. Reflecting on this, I let out a sigh and greeted my parents, inquiring about their conversation. Upon hearing my question, Lu Hua smiled shyly, while my mother remarked, "Of course, we were discussing marriage." Poor Lu Hua has been without parents since childhood, never having known the warmth of a family. "Tianqi, you are no longer young, and it seems you share a deep connection with Lu Hua. Perhaps you should reach out to Bai Zifen in the coming days to help facilitate the wedding." I could only respond with a wry smile, saying, "Bai Zifen is quite a busy person, and besides, she owes us nothing. It wouldn't be right to constantly impose on her. Furthermore, our family is in need of funds at the moment. I believe we should postpone this matter." After saying this, I glanced at Lu Hua, who smiled back, then remarked, "Auntie, we are not in a hurry. Tianqi is destined for greatness, and if he wishes to pursue his career, I am more than willing to wait for him." What a thoughtful child. My mother shot me a disapproving look and said, "If you don't act soon, someone else may whisk her away, and you will have no one to lament your loss." This statement elicited laughter from Lu Hua, who replied, "Auntie, I am devoted to Tianqi for life. Rest assured, even if someone offers me gold and silver, I will never leave him." I was deeply moved by her words. Reflecting on my 2-year romance with Li Ming, which ultimately came to naught, was it not due to my family's poverty that we faced disdain? However, in every regard, Lu Hua surpasses Li Ming. How could I bear to let her down, given her unwavering support for me? With this thought, I was about to step outside to call Bai Zifen, but just as I opened the door, I spotted a familiar figure at the hospital entrance. It was none other than Bai Zifen herself. Today, she donned a fitted leather jacket paired with tight jeans and sported sunglasses. Her striking beauty and exceptional demeanor drawing the attention of many passers-by, though she remained indifferent, scanning her surroundings. I thought it quite serendipitous that as I sought her out, she had come to me instead. Bai Zifen clearly noticed me too. She turned on her heels, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground as she approached. Upon reaching me, she began to complain, "I haven't worn high heels in a year, but for the sake of your wedding arrangements, I've put them on today." Not only did I endure discomfort, but I also risked twisting my ankle and becoming the subject of ridicule. You, young man, once you join my action team, you better pull your weight. I quickly nodded in agreement and inquired about her presence. She replied, my unreliable senior called me a few days ago, proposing a brotherhood with you and intending to host a banquet for practitioners in the community. I thought, since a banquet is in order, we might as well combine the wedding and the brotherhood to avoid complications. I just got out of the car and rushed over to discuss this with you. I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me, ready to express my appreciation, but Ziffin waved her hand dismissively, saying, I already consider you a brother in the trenches, so don't let me down. Of course, once the wedding is over, I will report for duty. I assured her. That's good to hear. Ziffin responded, then gestured outside. A group of individuals in athletic were approached, each carrying various supplements, clothing, and even gold and silver jewelry. Under Ziffin's direction, they delivered their offerings to the hospital room. She then remarked, these individuals are from the reserve forces of Wushu Mountain. However, their capabilities are limited, so they were not selected for my special operations group. Your rank will surpass theirs. I chuckled lightly and greeted them, but they merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning away to wait outside with serious expressions. Ziffin noticed and scoffed. They're all from Longhu Mountain, acting all high and mighty. Just ignore them. With that, she threw her arm around my shoulder and asked, Tanchi, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Feeling somewhat awkward under her embrace, I shrugged my shoulders and replied, I'd like to do it as soon as possible, so I can report for duty. Ziffin nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I'll call my unreliable senior shortly to arrange a date, and we'll get everything sorted. After your marriage, Lu's household registration will be transferred to your family. Upon concluding her words, she retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to me, saying, within this card lies 200,000 yuan. For your marriage, it should suffice. When the time comes for the banquet, guests will naturally bring gifts. Though my senior brother is somewhat avaricious, he wouldn't stoop to coveting such a trifling sum. Just accept it. I felt somewhat uneasy at her generosity, as there was no familial bond between Ziffin and me. However, Ziffin waved her hand dismissively, insisting, just take it as a small loan from me. Once you receive your salary, you can repay me, can't you? Only then did I accept the card and inquired about her plans. After a moment's contemplation, Ziffin replied, this is a small town, and the guests have rather special statuses, so it's not appropriate to host them here. How about this? Once my uncle recovers, we shall go directly to Harbin, the provincial capital. The restaurants and hotels there are of a higher caliber, ensuring our guests are well treated. You needn't worry about any expenses. Just use this money for your wedding necessities. As for clothing and jewelry, I have already prepared them as my congratulatory gift. No sooner had she finished speaking than her phone rang. She quickly answered, and I observed her expression gradually grow cold. It took a full 5 minutes before she hung up. After ending the call, her demeanor remained frosty, and I dared not inquire. Yet, Ziffin candidly stated, that was a call from the reserve leaders, informing me that there have been disturbances in Nehe lately, with some cases arising. They heard I was nearby and requested my assistance. How fortuitous it is that this matter arises just now, and I came without many people. Those few with me are from different departments and cannot accompany me. Seeing her troubled expression, I pondered for a moment and suggested, shall I accompany you? Ziffin's eyes brightened at my offer, and she replied, that would be splendid. The two of us should be sufficient. I scratched my head, feeling a bit apprehensive, and said, however, I have only just begun my training. My skills are quite lacking, and I fear I may be of little help. Fear not, just follow my lead. It's merely a small case. With me taking charge, I assure you everything will be handled smoothly. Ziffin spoke with an air of confidence, which eased my trepidation. Little did we know that this very endeavor would nearly cost both Ziffin and me our lives. Chapter 71. The disappearance of the girl from Nehe. Due to the suddenness of the situation, Ziffin was initially unaware of the circumstances. After making a call to the reserve unit, it became apparent that there had been a series of child disappearances in Nehe. Initially thought to be the work of ordinary human traffickers, the matter was not reported to the Wushu Mountain Reserve and was instead handled by the local police. However, after several days of investigation yielded no leads, the situation escalated with additional child disappearances. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a vague, white shadow that did not resemble a human, which finally drew the attention of law enforcement and prompted a report to the Wushu Mountain Reserve. The frequent abduction of young girls was a grave concern in today's society. Children are cherished like little emperors and princesses. The anguish of a family faced with such a loss would be profound, potentially leading to the disintegration of their household. With this in mind, Ziffin and I decided not to linger any longer. After explaining the situation to my parents and bidding farewell to Liuhua, we hurried out of the hospital. Ziffin took the wheel, and we made our way directly to Nehe. Nehe was not far from where we were, nearly a few hundred kilometers away, and it would take only a few hours on the highway. However, midway through our journey, Ziffin inquired whether I could drive. Naturally, I was capable, having driven Li Ming's BMW Mini during our relationship. Moreover, the vehicle was an off-road model, a bright orange Hummer H2, much easier to handle than smaller cars. Ziffin, known for her decisive nature, insisted on switching seats as soon as she learned I could drive. I was taken aback. This was a highway, and we were traveling at nearly 180 kilometers per hour. A mishap could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, Ziffin urged me on, insisting that time was of the essence. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to her audacious request. During the seat switch, there were several close calls where the vehicle nearly veered off course, almost colliding with the guardrails. Fortunately, Ziffin's adept driving skills averted disaster, but the experience left me drenched in cold sweat. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Do we really need to rush this much?" While searching for phone numbers on her mobile, Ziffin replied, "Every minute we delay puts those missing children in greater danger. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can solve this case and ensure their safety." In that moment, I realized that her demeanor was anything but gentle. She was like a fierce mother tiger. Throughout the drive, Ziffin persistently contacted local authorities in Nehe, and as I drove, I began to piece together the unfolding situation. The Wushu Mountain Reserve is not merely a military organization. It encompasses numerous subordinate departments at the local level, commonly referred to as relevant departments. However, their official designation is the Office of Religious Affairs, which is dedicated to addressing various supernatural incidents and religious matters in the region. When faced with particularly challenging cases, these issues must be reported to the Wushu Mountain Reserve, which subsequently dispatches elite personnel to collaborate with local comrades in the execution of their duties. In this instance, Ziffin and I are considered the elite sent by the Wushu Mountain Reserve. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but shake my head and smile wryly, remembering that just a few days prior, I was an ordinary university graduate, burdened by the quest for employment. Who could have anticipated that in such a brief span, I would transform into an elite member of the Wushu Mountain Reserve? Such is the unpredictability of life. After a swift journey, we arrived in Nehe shortly after 3 in the afternoon. Ziffin and I first greeted the Public Security Bureau before proceeding to the Office of Religious Affairs to gather information. We were then accompanied by several personnel from the office to the site of the incident. Due to Ziffin's unique status, we were accompanied throughout the journey by a local leader from the Office of Religious Affairs, a balding man who perpetually wore a cheerful expression that was rather grating, and whose subordinates seemed equally unimpressive. This individual exhibited a somewhat detached demeanor. After Ziffin introduced me, everyone, including the leader of the office, Lao Hong, greeted me warmly with handshakes, while Lin Hani merely nodded curtly in acknowledgement. During the ride, Ziffin diligently inquired about the case. After more than an hour of jostling, we finally reached our destination. The incident did not occur in Nehe itself, but rather in a rural area known as Xingfu Village, which is not overly large, housing around 100 families. This year, only 6 families welcomed new additions, 4 boys and 2 girls, yet 5 families had since lost their children, leaving only a girl from the Lao family unharmed. Upon entering the village, we visited the 5 families that had experienced the loss. After inspecting the scenes, we discerned that there were no signs of external intrusion. Not even the slightest trace remained. I furrowed my brow, troubled by the lack of clues. How could we possibly solve this case? Throughout this time, Lin Hani remained silent, trailing behind me with a watchful gaze. Noticing my predicament, he disdainfully curled his lip. In response, I could only manage a bitter smile and remain silent. At that moment, however, Ziffin seemed to make progress. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed the room and then produced a talisman, performing a series of hand seals while reciting incantations. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, the talisman ignited spontaneously without any visible flame. Observing this, Ziffin's brow furrowed, and he remarked, "This case likely does not involve human perpetrators." Given that Ziffin was dispatched, it is evident that this matter is intertwined with supernatural events. Thus, when Ziffin articulated her thoughts, I felt little surprise. The locals, seasoned in handling such occurrences, were equally unfazed. However, the family involved, hailing from the countryside, was taken aback. Upon hearing Ziffin's words, The matriarch of the family became quite irate, accusing the authorities of negligence, lamenting the disappearance of their child, and claiming that they were merely bringing in a troop of charlatans to deceive rural folk, even threatening to escalate the matter to the government. Ziffin, having grown up in Longhushan, was unaccustomed to such brazen displays and instinctively shrank back behind me. Ultimately, it was Lao Hong who managed to pacify the distressed family, leading us out of the house to deliberate our strategy in the vehicle. Observing the situation, I shook my head, pondering how someone like her could find employment at the Religious Affairs Bureau. After I spoke, Ziffin smiled and inquired if we had any objections to her proposed plan. She surveyed Lao Hong and the others, and Lao Hong, being astute, promptly declared no objections. Yet, the expressions of those beneath him were grim, overflowing with grievances. Had it not been for Lao Hong's authoritative presence, I surmised they might have chosen to abandon the endeavor outright. Once the others departed, only Ziffin, Lin Hani, and I remained. Lin Hani insisted on staying, and Ziffin, with resignation, acquiesced. By now, it was past 6 in the evening, dusk approaching, and we drove to a nearby thicket, not far from Old Yao's residence. Our vehicle, robust in its off-road capabilities, allowed Ziffin to drive boldly into a ravine, where we concealed ourselves beneath foliage. Initially, none of us felt fatigued, remaining vigilant. However, as the clock struck 10, Ziffin suggested that Lin Hani and I rest while she took the first watch. Despite her formidable abilities, she was still a young woman, and I volunteered to take the first shift. Ziffin accepted this without further insistence, resting her eyes against the driver's seat, while Lin Hani quickly succumbed to sleep. This marked my inaugural mission alongside Ziffin. Although I had yet to formally join the Wushu Mountain Reserve, I felt an undeniable urge to perform admirably. Thus, I summoned all my focus, my eyes wide open like radar, fixated on Old Yao's house. Old Yao's residence was a brick and tile structure, flanked by 2 storage rooms. The eastern room housed Old Yao and his wife, while the western room was occupied by their son, Yao Guangyi, alongside his spouse, who were caring for their infant daughter, not yet 3 months old. We maintained our watch until the early hours of the morning, past 1 o'clock, with no sign of activity, which stirred unease within me. I pondered whether that entity had sensed something and chosen to abstain from appearing. The notion of lying in wait was originally mine, and should it fail, I could only imagine Lin Hani's inevitable mockery. As I was lost in my own thoughts, a fleeting glimpse of a white figure caught my eye in the corner. Startled, I felt a shiver run through me. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the entity swiftly darted along the wall and vanished into the dwelling of the Yao couple, Yao Guai and his wife. Indeed, it had arrived. Chapter 72. The eager pursuit of merit misleads. Upon witnessing the scene, I was seized by a surge of excitement and, without further ado, retrieved the concealed pan longsword wrapped in oilcloth beneath the seat of the vehicle. I called out to Ziffin and, without waiting for them to awaken, dashed out of the Hummer, making a beeline for the Old Yao family's residence. The white shadow flickered indistinctly, rendering it difficult to discern its true nature. However, its ability to pass through walls indicated that it was likely not a corporeal entity, but rather a spirit or something of that ilk. Given that it was indeed a spirit, it could either be a creature of the wild or a ghost. Had this been in the past, I would have been filled with dread. However, after enduring so many experiences, my courage had naturally grown. Thus, I held the pan longsword firmly and charged into the courtyard of the Old Yao family, advancing towards their door with the intent to break in. To my surprise, the door was locked tightly, as the family had taken precautions due to the recent spate of missing children in the village. I yanked at the door several times without success. Just then, with a swift motion, my sword cleaved through the iron gate, creating a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, I kicked it twice more, lowered my body, and slipped through the opening. Once inside, I made a beeline for the bedroom, my pace swift. And in just a few strides, I arrived at the door, kicking it open with force. With the pan longsword in hand, I charged inside, only to be met with an unexpected sight. There, upon the bed, lay a pale figure, a woman in her 20s, possessing a rather pleasing countenance. Perhaps owing to rural customs, or the necessity of nighttime nursing, she lay bare from the waist up, clad only in a pair of panties. Her exposed flesh almost fully revealed to my gaze. Beside her lay a man, dressed merely in his undergarments, soundly asleep. In the center of the two, an infant lay peacefully slumbering, but upon my abrupt entrance, the child erupted into a wail. Could it be that my eyes deceived me? Yet, that seemed implausible. I was born with the ability to perceive both the yin and yang, seeing spirits with ease where others would struggle. What I witnessed moments ago was undeniably real. and I was certain I had not erred. The sudden flicker of the white shadow startled me into a cry, followed by a chilling series of sinister laughs, filled with mockery. As the laughter echoed, the white figure swiftly darted through the window and vanished in the blink of an eye. In a state of urgency, I hurriedly recounted the events, but the man remained obstinate, refusing to release his grip on me, accusing me of impropriety towards his wife, which only served to vex my spirit. I had anticipated that Bai Zifen and Lin Hani would rush to my aid upon hearing my explanation, but to my astonishment, neither moved. Bai Zifen shook his head in resignation, while Lin Hani wore an expression of amusement, as if he were relishing the spectacle. Upon hearing my remark, Lin Hanyai's face flushed crimson. He remained silent and swiftly approached, seizing my collar. With a deft maneuver, he attempted to subdue me. However, my training in the art of the dragon's grasp had not been in vain. With a low growl, I crouched to stabilize my stance, then suddenly countered, gripping Lin Hanyai's wrist with my left hand while my right fist struck forcefully at his abdomen. Although I exerted merely a fraction of my strength, the blow was formidable. Lin Hanyai, evidently taken aback by my youthful prowess, faltered and collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Yet, his spirit remained unbroken, as he glared at me defiantly. Once seated in the car, I found myself in a state of despondency, reflecting on the earlier events. The specter had indeed ventured into the Oldyo family, likely with the intent to abduct the child. However, how had this apparition discerned my presence, only to conceal itself as if to watch a performance, leading me in circles? My mind was a tumult of confusion. At that moment, Bai Zifen entered the car and, noticing my downcast expression, offered me words of comfort while inquiring about the incident. I recounted the events in their entirety, and upon mentioning the possibility of the white shadow being a female ghost, Bai Zifen furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you certain?" I nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing my response, she fell silent for a considerable time before exhaling deeply and stating, "Tianqi, your actions were indeed reckless this time." Taken aback by her words, I hastily defended myself, but if I hadn't intervened, that child might have suffered a dire fate. Bai Zifen nodded in understanding, then replied, "I appreciate your sentiments, yet, Tianqi, you must realize that in our line of work, sheer courage is insufficient. One must also possess strategy. Do you comprehend that in a confrontation between skilled practitioners of similar realms, the outcome often hinges not solely on strength, but on intellect? The party that strategizes with greater foresight and thoroughness is more likely to achieve victory. Had you roused Lin Hanyai and me to act together, that female ghost might not have escaped. Now, not only has she evaded capture, but your actions have also startled her, making it less likely for her to return." Her words cast a shadow over my spirits, for she was indeed correct. I had not only failed to apprehend the ghost, but had inadvertently frightened her away. This would undoubtedly complicate our efforts to solve the case. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, I was met with Bai Zifen's gentle shake of her head. "Do not be too hard on yourself, Tianqi. You are still new to this field, and your experience is yet to mature. In time, you will improve." With that, Bai Zifen started the vehicle, departing from Xingfu village and heading toward Nehe. In my eagerness to capture the white shadow, I had neglected to consider the implications. As I settled into deeper thought, I began to sense a familiarity with the apparition. Yet, how could I possibly recognize a ghost? After a prolonged period of contemplation, a sudden realization struck me, and I sat up straight, jolted by the thought. Upon hearing this, I swallowed hard and then spoke. "That female ghost. I believe I have encountered her before." Taking a deep breath, I continued, "If my observations are correct, that ghost must be one of the 3 malevolent spirits nurtured by the old ghost Sunday. Among these 3, there exists a small spirit known as the ghost infant, while the others comprise a male and a female malevolent entity. The apparition I previously witnessed was indeed the female ghost under Sun's care." At this thought, my heart raced. Could it be that this child's disappearance is connected to the old ghost Sun? Or perhaps this incident is the very doing of Sun himself? If this is the case, then fate has truly entwined our paths. Chapter 73. A comprehensive search operation. After I articulated my thoughts, Bai Zifen pondered for a moment and eventually remarked, "Tianqi, if that is indeed the case, then I must admit I misjudged you." I gazed at her in astonishment, and upon seeing my expression, she smiled and continued, "I initially believed that the female ghost was merely a wandering spirit, but it turns out she is a vengeful spirit nurtured by another. If she were just a wandering spirit, her fleeing would indeed be your fault. However, since this ghost is nurtured by someone, even if we managed to capture her without scaring her off, the one who raised her would still be aware of it. Thus, whether we allowed the female ghost to escape or not, the consequences remain the same. I remained silent, knowing that Ziffin's words were meant to console me. Although I, Nyachanchi, tend to act impulsively, I possess a straightforward nature. Understanding the crux of the matter, I lowered my head and confessed to Ziffin I was reckless. I apologize. Turning my gaze to Lin Hani, I was about to speak when I was taken aback by his unexpected grin, a stark contrast to his usual grim demeanor. He heartily slapped me on the shoulder and said, "Brother, no need for words. I admit that I was somewhat biased against you earlier, but it wasn't personal. Rather, it was directed at the reserve troops of Wuxishan. As a veteran of 5 years with numerous achievements, I never managed to join that unit, while you, a mere novice, not only gained entry, but also became part of Bai's special operations team. I initially assumed you had some backdoor connections. However, I was astonished by your remarkable skills. You took me down with a single move. I, Lin Hani, concede, heart and soul. Having served 5 years in the military, Lin Hani naturally possessed a forthright character. His earlier sulkiness was merely a reflection of my presence, but now that the air was cleared, all was well. I chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed as I scratched my head and inquired if he was all right. Lin Hani thumped his chest and replied, "Do you think I wasted 5 years in the army? I'm as tough as iron. I'm perfectly fine." Previously, when the Taoist was trapped in the mountain village, it was Ziffin who led a group to rescue him. At that time, Old Ghost's son was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive python and had sustained injuries. Subsequently, Ziffin seized the opportunity to unleash a talisman, causing Old Ghost's son to flee. However, despite his escape, he was severely wounded, and it is likely that the abducted young boys and girls were intended for his recuperation. Legend has it that Old Ghost's son is now nearly 130 years old. In his youth, he served as the deputy leader of the extreme North Malu, one of the 4 major branches of the Ming sect in the Central Plains. Later, under the leadership of the principal leader, Zhang Laoma, he ventured into a perilous mausoleum. It is said that this mausoleum harbored a 7-star suppression coffin, and Old Ghost's son inadvertently triggered it, resulting in the near annihilation of the extreme North Malu. Surprisingly, decades later, Old Ghost's son re-emerged into the world. Ziffin is indeed the gem of Longhu Mountain, possessing an extensive knowledge of many clandestine histories. At this moment, she recounted, "I have heard my godfather, Bai Laohu, mention that the reason Old Man's son has survived within the ancient tomb for several decades is due to his symbiotic relationship with the corpse. Presently, only half of his body belongs to him. The other half is that of the corpse, which is referred to by practitioners as the corpse god, known for its myriad of effects. However, coexisting with the corpse god, while allowing Old Man's son to continue living, also entails numerous aftereffects." Ziffin paused here, leaving me curious, unable to restrain myself from inquiring, "What aftereffects?" After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "It is said that every full moon night, Old Man's son must experience a rather peculiar phenomenon." I was momentarily taken aback, my eyes widening in astonishment. "Wait a minute, but Old Man's son is a man. How could he? This is utterly absurd." It wasn't just me, even Lin Hani looked equally shocked. Seeing our disbelief, Ziffin added, "Well, to call it that is perhaps inaccurate. It should be referred to as rectal bleeding. However, if he had been experiencing this for all these years, he would have bled out long ago. The reason he is still alive is that he possesses the fixed corpse pearl, which likely stabilizes the corpse, granting it eternal preservation. Moreover, Old Man's son is no ordinary individual. He has managed to use the fixed corpse pearl to stabilize the corpse god with whom he coexists, postponing the onset of his bleeding. As it stands, he probably only bleeds once every 6 months, and today is likely that day." With a cold smile, Ziffin concluded, "On the day of bleeding, he will be at his weakest. This time, we must seize the opportunity to eradicate this malignant tumor once and for all. Old Man's son has traversed the path of evil for decades, even once capturing my father. Let us see how I shall deal with you this time." With that, Ziffin suddenly pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like a tiger unleashed, roaring down the highway. The following morning, Ziffin arrived at my door with a series of loud knocks. As I rose and glanced at the clock, it was already 6 o'clock. After freshening up, we went out for breakfast together and then headed towards the religious affairs office. Typically, the staff there do not start their work until 8:30, and it was still before 7 when we arrived. Aside from Lin Hani, there was only an elderly man guarding the entrance. Ziffin's expression darkened immediately. She dialed a number and called Lao Hong. Yesterday, she had been relatively polite to him, but upon connecting, she unleashed a torrent of insults. Despite Lao Hong being a local leader, whose cooperation was essential for our case, Bai Ziffin disregarded all protocol. After her outburst, she slammed the phone down on the table, crossed her arms, and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "That infuriates me." Bai Ziffin's fiery temperament indeed raises the question of what kind of man could ever tame such a little tiger. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Lao Hong rushed into the meeting room in a flurry, immediately bowing and apologizing to Bai Ziffin, explaining that his age had caused him to sleep poorly, which resulted in his late arrival. Bai Ziffin, however, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Is it due to your advancing years? If so, I believe you are no longer suited for this position. We, in the reserve, do not accept the elderly, the weak, or the ill." Upon hearing this, Lao Hong's face turned pale, cold sweat trickled down his brow, and he hastily straightened up, exclaiming, "My lady, I am only in my 40s, and my health is quite adequate, so please do not make such unfounded claims." Bai Ziffin merely smirked and remained silent. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals from the Religious Affairs Office stumbled in, their faces etched with discontent. They murmured incessantly among themselves. Even I found it difficult to suppress my irritation upon witnessing such a scene. It should be noted that the 5 children from Happiness Village had been abducted for 2 days already. If this case remained unresolved, or if it were delayed by even a minute, the children would face even greater peril. Yet, these individuals, who were supposed to be diligent employees of the Religious Affairs Office, exhibited a lackadaisical attitude, which was utterly unacceptable. Finally, Bai Ziffin slammed her hand on the table and bellowed, "If anyone continues to complain, pack your things and leave. Although you belong to the Religious Affairs Office and are not directly under our command at Wushu Mountain, I assure you that should I utter a word, even the director of the Provincial Religious Affairs Office would be forced to step down." At this, everyone was taken aback by Bai Ziffin's ferocity and quickly grasped her temperament. They were thoroughly intimidated, breaking into a cold sweat as they sat up straight, eyes fixed ahead, awaiting her directives. I found the situation somewhat amusing. But when Bai Ziffin caught my eye and noticed my suppressed laughter, she discreetly gave me a for victory sign. Subsequently, the meeting proceeded with Lin Hani leading the discussion, recounting the events of the previous night. In the end, Bai Ziffin proposed that the public security authorities collaborate with us, along with all personnel from the office, to conduct a thorough search of the mountains and forests surrounding Happiness Village. Given that Bai Ziffin and I were dispatched from Wushu Mountain, it was not appropriate for us to lead directly, and since we were unfamiliar with the personnel, it would have been inconvenient to command. Therefore, Bai Ziffin designated Lin Hani as the coordinator and commander for this operation, while she herself would serve as the overall commander, issuing orders for attack and retreat only at crucial moments, with all other strategies determined by Lin Hani in the various departments. Lin Hani was quite seasoned in these matters, and this presented an opportunity for him to shine. Should he excel, he would undoubtedly catch the attention of higher-ups, which could be seen as Bai Ziffin's intention to promote this straightforward man. Once all arrangements were made, we commenced our actions, and Lin Hani did not disappoint Bai Ziffin. Within just an hour, he had successfully mobilized 50 officers from the local police station and its affiliated branches, due to the limited firearms available at the local police station. Among the 50 individuals, only 5 were armed. In contrast, personnel from the Religious Affairs Office were permitted to carry weapons, resulting in over 10 individuals from the office being equipped with firearms. In total, there were 15 guns for more than 60 people, creating a formidable presence. It was anticipated that this time, the old villain, Sun, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. At around 10 o'clock, we mobilized as a complete unit and arrived at the wooded area surrounding Happy Village. This forest was not extensive, consisting of only a few hundred hectares of newly planted trees, hardly qualifying as an ancient woodland. Yet, despite its seemingly modest size, once a group of several dozen individuals entered, they were quickly engulfed by the foliage. Fortunately, these individuals were organized into teams of 5, each equipped with radios, alleviating concerns about one group's inability to assist another in case of an emergency. After several hours of searching, just as the sun began to set and darkness approached, the team braced for an unsuccessful return. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the radio, followed by a frantic voice exclaiming, "Ah, what is that? What is it? Don't come closer." Accompanying this scream were the sharp reports of gunfire, startling the birds in the forest into a chaotic flight. Upon hearing the commotion, both Bai Ziffin and I felt a jolt of alarm. Something had gone awry. Chapter 74. Life and death lie in a thought. Upon hearing the anguished cries and the sound of gunfire, my heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, I turned and sprinted toward the source of the commotion. Each group consisted of 5 members, and nearly every team was armed. At that moment, the gunfire echoed incessantly, resembling the sound of popping beans, startling the birds into frantic flight and illuminating my path. My speed was unmatched by those from the Religious Affairs Office, and by the time I arrived, only Ziffin had reached the scene. I disregarded Ziffin and instead focused on the ground. However, upon witnessing the scene before me, my heart sank. There, lying on the ground, were two individuals clad in police uniforms, dispatched to this location by Linhani. Both were severely injured, their bodies marred with wounds, and their eyes bulging in terror, as if they had glimpsed something horrifying in their final moments. I could not suppress a gulp of dread. As I crouched to inspect them, I discovered that despite their numerous injuries, the fatal wounds were concentrated on their necks. Each bore a deep gash, having severed their carotid arteries almost instantaneously. What struck me most was the row of bite marks surrounding the wounds. My heart raced anew. I lifted my gaze to Ziffin, who nodded solemnly and declared, "Indeed, they are living corpses. Some time ago, Old Sun had transformed all the men in our village into living corpses, yet that horde was obliterated by heavenly lightning, leaving only two untouched, Old Li and his wife, controlled by Li Dakwai. However, Old Li's wife had met her demise at the hands of a Taoist brother, and presumably, only Old Li remained. Could it be that these two were slain by Old Li? If Old Li has reappeared, does that imply that Li Dakwai is nearby as well?" With this thought in mind, I sprang to my feet, my eyes scanning the surroundings with urgency, just as the rest of the group began to arrive one by one. These individuals, accustomed to a life of leisure, were now panting heavily after a few strides through the woods, save for Linhani, who approached unperturbed and surveyed the scene. He then inquired, "There are only two here. Where are the remaining three? Could it be that something has abducted them?" A junior officer spoke with palpable fear, prompting the others to glance around anxiously, their expressions rife with alarm. I shook my head, realizing that most of these people were ordinary individuals, unacquainted with the horrors of living corpses and malevolent spirits. They had come under the impression that this was merely a routine search mission, never anticipating casualties on the very first day. I turned to Ziffin, awaiting her judgment, when suddenly, her voice rang out sharply, "Who goes there?" In response to her command, a rustling sound emerged from nearby, and a shadow darted from behind a tree, hastily retreating into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Ziffin shouted, "You all gather together and remain on standby. No one is to act without my command." After saying this, she hurriedly pursued ahead alone. I wanted to assist her, but Ziffin gestured for me to stop. I understood her intention. Having already lost two individuals, she was determined to prevent any further incidents, opting to chase alone. Her reason for leaving me behind was to guard against any potential threats lurking in the shadows. Should any unforeseen events arise, my presence could provide a modicum of defense. Taking a deep breath, I, alongside Linhani, began to direct everyone to regroup and wait in place. The act of waiting is indeed torturous, especially as dusk approached. It would not be long before the sun set. Remaining in the forest after dark would be an exceedingly unwise choice, for the enemy would be concealed while we remained visible. If they were to launch a surprise attack amidst the night, we would be utterly unprepared. Thus, it was imperative that we vacate the forest before nightfall. I shook my head at the thought. If someone as capable as Ziffin were to encounter trouble, then the fate of these ordinary individuals would only end in tragedy. I raised my gaze to see the sun descending, the sky darkening. I then proposed to Linhani, "Brother Lin, perhaps you should lead the group out first while I investigate alone?" After a moment of contemplation, Linhani nodded in agreement, reminding me to contact him immediately should I find myself in danger. I nodded in acknowledgement, then grasped my pan-long sword and set off in the direction Ziffin had taken. I tread cautiously, wary of hidden enemies who might ambush me. Yet, the more I tried to be careful, the slower my pace became, and as dusk approached, I realized that if I could not catch up with Ziffin in time, the night would pose even greater peril. With this in mind, I abandoned my caution and began to sprint through the forest. However, just as I allowed myself to relax and run, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, and I felt a tight grip around my ankle. In an instant, I was hoisted upside down, dangling from a branch like a bird caught mid-flight. The abruptness of this occurrence left me momentarily stunned. Once I regained my composure, I cursed silently, straightened my back, and drew my sword to sever the rope. But just as I cut the rope and began to fall, I suddenly heard a series of swift sounds slicing through the air from a distance. The noise approached with alarming speed, causing me to gasp instinctively. I quickly twirled my sword, executing a defensive flourish that deflected two arrows, which clattered to the ground. At that moment, I landed firmly on my feet, took a deep breath, and looked up towards the direction from which the arrows had come. There, behind a tree a dozen meters away, I spotted an individual peering out, half concealed. Upon realizing I had survived, he grinned and stepped out from behind the tree. The man, in his 30s, sported a scraggly mustache, his gaunt frame and furtive eyes giving him an unmistakably unsavory appearance. As he emerged from the shadows, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips, followed by the words, "Not bad. To evade 2 of my arrows under such circumstances, you have every reason to take pride in that." I furrowed my brow at his remark. Having initially believed that only Sun the Old Ghost and Li Dakue were present in the woods, I was taken aback to discover that this man was neither of them. I promptly inquired, "Who are you? Why have you plotted against me?" He let out a cold laugh and retorted, "With such skills, you do not know who I am?" I shook my head and replied, "I do not know. How could it be that even you are unaware? What a disgrace." He hurled a curse at me, then continued, "Nevertheless, it matters not, for you shall soon become a ghost beneath my arrows. However, before you meet your end, I must ensure you know my name." Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "I am the chief disciple of the renowned Arrow King, Huangbo, known in the martial world as the Lightning Arrow, Huasiyuan. So tell me, are you frightened?" After he finished, a chilling smile lingered on his face as he observed my reaction. I, however, scratched my head and asked, "Lightning Arrow? I have truly never heard of it. And who is this Arrow King Huangbo?" Fuming with rage, Huasiyuan clenched his teeth and spat, "A man about to die. It matters not if you're ignorant." With that, he swiftly seized the massive bow slung across his back, retrieving an arrow from his quiver. Holding the bow with his left hand, he deftly positioned the arrow between his index and middle fingers, drawing the bowstring back until it resembled a crescent moon. "Die," he declared, releasing his grip. I heard a sharp whoosh as the arrow sliced through the air toward me. Reacting swiftly, I rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectile, which embedded itself into a tree with a resounding thud. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. If that arrow had struck me, survival would have been improbable. As I pondered my perilous situation, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Turning to look, I was stunned to see Huasiyuan knocking 3 arrows simultaneously, releasing them in one fluid motion aimed directly at me. As if that were not enough, after launching the first trio of arrows, he reached into his quiver once more, drawing out another 3 arrows. With a swift motion, he drew back the bowstring again, sending forth a resounding whoosh as they soared toward me. His movements were so seamless. They were almost balletic. The subsequent arrows followed the first 3 as if choreographed, effectively sealing off every possible escape route. No matter where I retreated, I would inevitably face the grim fate of being riddled with arrows. In that critical moment, I found myself contemplating my next move. Chapter 75, and an arrow road. The brave prevail at this moment. The 6 arrows loomed like invitations from the Grim Reaper. To be struck by even one would seal my fate. As the adage goes, in an arrow encounter, the brave triumph, life and death hung in the balance. I could not afford to falter or hesitate. Gritting my teeth, I let out a low growl. And with a sudden push of my feet, I charged forward instead of retreating, wielding the pan longsword straight at Huasiyuan. This individual possessed a remarkable archery skill. Should I take a defensive stance, I would undoubtedly find myself ensnared in a web of his making. At that moment, Huasiyuan had just released 6 arrows and was preparing to draw again. Alarmed, I shouted, and with my long sword, I moved with the grace of a dragon or snake. The sounds of clang, clang, clang echoed as I successfully deflected 3 arrows, while the remaining 3 narrowly grazed my body. In the face of death, I could not afford to hold back. Thus, I exerted nearly all my strength into this strike. Yet, I had underestimated Huasiyuan's prowess. With a cold laugh, he thrust his longbow forward, resulting in a resounding clash between his bow and my panlong sword. The bow, crafted from bamboo, possessed considerable flexibility but lacked hardness, leading me to believe I could sever it with confidence. Huasiyuan stumbled slightly but quickly regained his balance. And in the blink of an eye, he nocked another arrow. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as 3 more arrows sped towards me. Unable to restrain my frustration, I cursed loudly, then leaped high into the air, evading the incoming projectiles like a bird in flight. However, having narrowly escaped his last attack, Huasiyuan was unwilling to grant me further respite. He circled within a radius of 10 meters around me, unleashing arrows like a relentless downpour, while I, resembling a frantic monkey, scrambled chaotically to evade them. Despite my best efforts, I could not evade every arrow. I felt sharp pain as one struck my left arm and another my right leg, leaving deep wounds that stained my trousers with crimson. Gasping for breath, I stood my ground, while Yuan readied another arrow, a smug grin plastered across his face. "So, do you now recognize my lightning arrow?" he taunted, reveling in his triumph. Seeing my silent, cold demeanor, he continued with a mocking laugh. "Ah, my master always warned me against provoking the six gates. He said those within possess extraordinary skills and are not to be trifled with. Yet, I dared to test fate. Look at you, ensnared and toyed with, aren't you?" His laughter was rife with arrogance, and as I narrowed my eyes in response, I discreetly glanced at his quiver from the corner of my vision. His quiver, once brimming with arrows, was now nearly depleted after a relentless barrage. Were it otherwise, Yuan would not be standing here engaging in trivial conversation with me. He would have already unleashed a torrent of arrows, as if they were mere pennies. A bowman's greatest fear is the absence of arrows. Without them, the longbow's long-range deterrent power dissipates, leaving one vulnerable to close combat. Although Yuan had mastered the art of archery, if I were to persistently close the distance, he would undoubtedly falter against me. In this moment, my sole objective was to bide my time, urging him to expend his remaining arrows. With that thought, I steadied my mind, concentrating all my attention on the fingers that clutched the arrows. Yuan, aware of his dwindling supply, hesitated to release any more, fixating his aim upon me. Thus, we stood in a stalemate, each unwilling to make the first move. This was a psychological duel. The one who faltered first would likely expose a vulnerability. Both of us understood this principle, which is why neither initiated an attack. As seconds turned into minutes, Yuan's right hand, straining under the tension of holding the bow, began to tire. The initially taut string of the longbow gradually relaxed. His earlier flurry of shots had already drained his strength, and the prolonged strain of holding the bow was exhausting. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his grip. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly released the arrow he had been holding. The sound of whoosh echoed as 3 arrows shot towards me. However, these arrows lacked the force and speed of their predecessors. With a slight shift of my body, I effortlessly evaded them. Without hesitation, I closed the distance, my dragon spiral sword in hand, and in a swift motion, I lunged towards him. With a low growl, I unleashed a glimmering strike that descended upon Yuan's neck like moonlight. Caught off guard by my speed, he gasped and stumbled backward, narrowly evading my lethal blow. In a desperate attempt, he reached into his quiver, seemingly intent on retrieving another arrow. Yet, I would not grant him such an opportunity. With a vigorous shake of my sword, I unleashed a flurry of swordplay, and the resonant sound of a dragon's roar emanated from the dragon spiral sword, momentarily freezing Yuan in place. Seizing the moment, I stepped forward and thrust my sword decisively. With a soft thud, the dragon spiral sword pierced through him as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. This sequence of events unfolded in mere moments. From Yuan's initial falter to the fatal thrust of my sword into his chest, all transpired within a few breaths. Yet, in those fleeting moments, the once arrogant Yuan was transformed into a soul under my blade. The abrupt shift in fortune was so startling that even I was taken aback. Yuan, completely unprepared for the sharpness of my sword technique, was utterly taken aback when, in the final moments, I lunged at him like a tiger unleashed from its cage, though I have only reached the mid-stage of the earth-profound realm. My training in the legendary divine power, coupled with the agile dragon sword technique and the formidable dragon-seizing hand, rendered me extraordinarily powerful in close combat. Each of these techniques is among the pinnacle of martial arts, their might far surpassing that of the nefarious practices he might wield. I took a deep breath and gazed at Yuan, who stood rigid before me. At that moment, the coiling dragon sword had pierced through his chest, yet, due to the swiftness of my strike, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. However, I could sense that his life was swiftly ebbing away. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting utter astonishment as he stared at me. The next moment, he opened his mouth, seemingly intent on speaking, but ultimately uttered nothing, only spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Although this was not my first encounter with death, it was my inaugural experience of taking a human life. Previously, I had vanquished only monstrous beings, but now I faced the grim reality of ending a true life. Thus, my heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Yet, I was aware that he was a practitioner of the dark path, a man who had likely taken countless innocent lives throughout his existence. The disappearance of the 5 children was undoubtedly connected to him. Contemplating this, the fleeting guilt in my heart vanished, replaced by a surge of righteous fury. Gritting my teeth, I demanded, "Tell me, where are those children?" As the coiling dragon sword withdrew from his body, a sound echoed. A hot spray of blood erupted from his chest, splattering high into the air like a geyser. I hastily dodged aside, and then, with a thud, Yuan collapsed, lifeless and devoid of breath. I stood there, momentarily entranced by the lifeless form of Yuan. He had once been renowned in the realm of the dark arts, famously dubbed the lightning arrow. I had never expected that a mere novice like myself could slay such a notorious figure in these desolate woods. Truly, fate is unpredictable. Taking a deep breath, I lifted my gaze to find the sun had set, and darkness was gradually enveloping the forest. I understood that lingering here would be exceedingly perilous. If a figure like the lightning arrow could ambush me, then I surmised that I was not far from the lair of the old ghost Sunday. Continuing onward would undoubtedly lead to further dangers. Where could she have gone? Why had there been no sign of her? Could it be that she had fallen victim to the machinations of hidden foes? The treacherous terrain of the mountains, compounded by the encroaching darkness, made my passage increasingly difficult. Though I possessed the ability to see in the night, my vision was still severely limited, leaving me vulnerable to unseen perils. Thus, I proceeded with utmost caution, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead me into another trap set by my enemies. After walking for nearly 30 minutes, I suddenly perceived faint footsteps echoing around me. A jolt of alarm surged through me, compelling me to halt abruptly and listen intently. In that moment, an exceedingly eerie sound reached my ears. It resembled the heavy panting of a person, and that sound, it seemed, was right behind me. Chapter 76, Ambushed in the Woods, however. Upon discerning the reality behind me, my body stiffened in shock. I froze in place, cold sweat cascading down like a torrential downpour, soaking me to the bone in an instant. There stood a figure behind me. As he smiled, a nauseating stench assailed my senses, compelling me to step back involuntarily. Nearly retching, this figure was none other than the once-living old Manly, transformed into a ghoul. The moment I recognized him, my heart raced. If the old Manly was present, how far could Lidakie be? The thought of Lidakie ignited an inexplicable fury within me. If it weren't for his collusion with that old devil's son, how could the villagers have met such a tragic fate? Not only had they perished, but they had also been turned into ghouls, leaving no trace of their former selves. Had it not been for Lidakie and son, the once peaceful village would not have devolved into a ghost town, ultimately razed to the ground without a single remnant. With this in mind, I clenched my teeth and gripped it tightly, scanning my surroundings. Yet, the area was engulfed in an oppressive silence, with no sign of Lidakie to be found. Nevertheless, I knew that since a ghoul had manifested, Lidakie must be lurking nearby. Gritting my teeth, I called out into the darkness, "Lidakie, come forth. If you are here, why cower in the shadows?" I hurled my cold words into the void, yet Lidakie remained eerily silent, fueling my suspicion. Could it be that he was truly absent? But if he were not present, how could this ghoul have appeared behind me so stealthily? My elder Taoist had once explained that a ghoul is formed by sealing a living person's 3 souls and 7 spirits with corpse oil, erasing all human emotions and leaving behind only primal instincts. Once sufficiently cultivated, a ghoul feels neither pain nor emotion, its life signs extinguished, becoming a mere puppet for its master, capable of attacking like a wild beast. When perfected, a ghoul becomes even more formidable, motionless like a marionette and swift as the wind when in action, killing as effortlessly as breathing. Could it be that the old Manly had been cultivated to such an extent, to the point of becoming a mere puppet in stillness and a whirlwind in motion? The very thought made me swallow hard, instinctively retreating 2 steps in an attempt to escape. Yet, the old Manly clearly had no intention of allowing my departure. As I turned to flee, he grinned wickedly, then bent low like a wild dog. In the next moment, a howl erupted from him, and he lunged at me like a cannonball, propelled by an overwhelming force that left me paralyzed with fear. The ghoul's charge was nothing short of terrifying. Akin to a tank barreling towards me, its sheer momentum rendering me momentarily stunned. However, I am acutely aware that if I allow even a moment of distraction, I shall undoubtedly meet a fate of utter demise in the next instant. Thus, I dare not hesitate. With gritted teeth, I utter a low growl, plunging my longsword into the earth beneath my feet. Subsequently, I form a hand seal with my left hand, chanting incantations under my breath. Finally, with a thunderous roar, I feel the energy within me surge forth like a gushing spring, all converging at the tip of my thumb. In that moment, a magnificent white tiger materializes before me. This 10 Tigers technique is the only spell I can fully command at present, and the combat prowess of this white tiger is immensely formidable. It previously proved invaluable in the Serpent's Lair. As I summon it forth, it emits a resounding howl, leaping fiercely to collide with the rapidly approaching corpse. With a resounding thud, the undead creature is knocked to the ground by the force of the white tiger's charge. Yet, The corpse is remarkably agile, quickly rolling back to its feet and, like a wild beast, it crouches low, baring its porcelain teeth and issuing a series of menacing growls towards the white tiger. Thus, one corpse and one tiger stand poised against each other. The white tiger, characterized by its fierce temperament, lets out a mighty roar, charging forward to engage in fierce combat with the undead creature. The white tiger pins the corpse beneath it, rolling through the underbrush, its powerful jaws tearing at the flesh of the corpse, sending blood and skin flying. However, the undead feels no pain. Such injuries are akin to mere scratches for it. Moreover, the corpse is imbued with potent toxins, and before long, the once pure white fur of the tiger begins to darken, engulfed in ominous black smoke. This white tiger, a manifestation of my internal energy, is intrinsically linked to my will, and as the dark smoke billows, I realize that its spiritual essence is being rapidly eroded. The corpse has the ability to corrode energy. A jolt of urgency grips my heart. I know I cannot afford to delay any longer. If I do, the tiger will surely be reduced to nothingness. I let out a low growl, brandishing the spiral dragon sword and joining the fray. However, just as I launch myself into the battle, I suddenly sense a chilling wind sweeping toward me from the side. My heart leaps in alarm, and I attempt to evade. But it is too late. In the next moment, a searing pain erupts in my lower back, followed swiftly by a wave of agony that courses through my entire body, accompanied by an overwhelming force. The impact is so tremendous that it lifts me off the ground, sending me sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, until I finally crash to the earth. Struggling to regain my footing, I clutch my back and glance down, only to discover a dagger embedded deep in my lower back, blood trickling freely from the wound. Drawing a couple of deep breaths, I raise my gaze forward. Standing before me, a mere 5 or 6 meters away, is a figure of imposing stature, tall and muscular. It is none other than Lidakue. Lidakue, it truly is you. Gritting my teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, I hiss with venom. What? Do you still find the bloodshed insufficient? Do you intend to finish me off here today? Lidakue fell into a profound silence upon hearing these words. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. Tianchi, I am also powerless. Powerless? I retorted. Does being powerless justify causing harm to so many? Does it allow one to treat the lives of others as mere trifles? My right hand pressed firmly against the wound at my waist, and in that moment, I felt a creeping numbness enveloping half of my body, as if I were on the verge of losing all sensation. Yet, I gritted my teeth and stood my ground, addressing Lidakue. Dakue, if you still possess a shred of manhood, if you retain even the faintest flicker of conscience, then cease this madness. Come with me to surrender and atone with your life. I cannot die. Lidakue suddenly shook his head and declared, Moreover, I do not wish to perish. Then what of others? I shouted vehemently at him. Lidakue merely shook his head and replied, This world operates on the principle of strength. The powerful prevail while the weak perish. This immutable truth has endured through the ages. Tianchi, you should not have come today, but since you have encountered me, you shall not leave. With that, he let out a cold laugh and, like a nimble monkey, charged toward me with astonishing agility. Chapter 77, The Fierce Battle in the Woods. Lidakue moved with remarkable swiftness, his tall stature and long limbs enabling him to dash forward with the agility of a monkey. I was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this transformation. In just a few days, the previously simple and unassuming Lidakue had metamorphosed into a formidable practitioner of the dark arts. Gritting my teeth, I swiftly drew the dagger from my waist. As the blade was unsheathed, a torrent of blood gushed forth, prompting a muffled groan from me. With a flick of my wrist, I flung the dagger away. The dagger sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lidakue with lethal intent. Yet, his reflexes were equally sharp. He twisted his body, narrowly evading the blade as it whizzed past him. In an instant, he snatched the bloody dagger from the air with his right hand. With a low growl, he lunged toward me, the dagger aimed straight at my chest. My heart raced as I realized the perilous turn of events. What was meant to be a surprise attack had been deftly countered by him, his movements fluid and precise, betraying none of the clumsiness I had previously associated with him. The dagger approached me with deadly speed, forcing me to evade with a quick sidestep. In the same breath, I unleashed a swift strike with my pan longsword, its blade gleaming like moonlight as it arced toward Lidakue. This strike, executed from below, targeted his chest with a technique known as the heavenly lift, emphasizing surprise and an unconventional angle that made it exceedingly difficult to dodge. Although Lidakue possessed nimble footwork, his combat experience was lacking. As my sword descended, panic overtook him, and he hastily retreated in a bid to avoid the lethal blow. Alas, he was a moment too late, with a tearing sound. The pan longsword sliced through his shirt, leaving a deep gash across his chest. The speed of my strike was unparalleled. After the blade made contact, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound at first. It was only after a pause that blood began to seep from the gash, causing Li Dakuai to emit a deep grunt of pain as he stumbled backward. Yet, I would not allow him to escape so easily. I immediately pursued him with my sword in hand. In a desperate move, Li Dakuai flicked his wrist and flung the dagger away. I quickly raised my sword to block. And with a resounding clash, the Panlong's sword met the dagger. The force of the impact sent the dagger flying, and I was jolted back 2 steps by the sheer power of the blow. The opportunity to press the attack slipped away, and I remained poised, my expression icy as I assessed Li Dakuai. At that moment, his chest was stained crimson. Though the blood did not spout forth like a fountain, it flowed steadily. A troubling sight indeed. However, there was little anguish reflected on Li Dakuai's visage. He merely furrowed his brow, then used his hand to wipe the bloodstains from his chest. Subsequently, he murmured, "My master once said that when I have perfected the refining of my body, I shall no longer feel pain. It seems, however, that my body has not reached the requisite level of refinement. Otherwise, how could I experience even a hint of discomfort?" Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Staring at him in astonishment as I exclaimed, "What did you just say?" I remained silent, clutching the wound at my waist, my gaze fixed intently on him. Observing my reaction, Li Dakuai continued, "Consider me but an ordinary person. If I were to start my training anew, how long would it take for me to become renowned?" Thus, my master employed a unique secret technique, immersing my body in corpse oil, mingled with countless venomous insects, to annihilate the pain receptors within me. Through special methods, he stimulated my cellular activity, rendering my body akin to that of a living corpse, devoid of pain yet extraordinarily agile. I have only soaked in that corpse oil for a few days, and already I possess these abilities. If I were to remain submerged for an extended period, it would not be long before I gained fame in the world. Ha ha ha. I could not suppress a gulp, astonished at Li Dakuai's willingness to so recklessly harm himself simply for the sake of notoriety. The notion of extinguishing his own pain receptors must have been an excruciating ordeal. How had he endured such suffering? What was the true purpose behind all of his actions? Was it merely to hone his skills for killing? With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I inquired about his motives. However, Li Dakuai's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he replied, "For what reason? To grow stronger. Of course, to instill fear in others, to make them think twice before bullying me. For over 30 years, I, Li Dakuai, have been honest and kind. Yet what have I received in return? My wife has betrayed me with my own brother, and it was even at the behest of my parents. The villagers mock me behind my back, treating me as if I were nothing. Haven't you heard the old adage? The benevolent are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are ridden like horses." After hearing Li Dakuai's words, I inhaled sharply. I had not anticipated that the revelation of Lu Hong's affair with the Urkway would twist his psyche so profoundly. I realized that no matter how much I tried to reason with him, I could no longer revert him to the naive person he once was. With this understanding, I chose not to engage him further in idle conversation. Instead, I gripped my longsword, letting out a cold snort, and despite the searing pain, I charged once more at Li Dakuai. My movements were swift, and in an instant, I was before him, my longsword dancing wildly. The air resonated with the buzzing of cicadas as my sword, akin to a boneless serpent, wove around Li Dakuai, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Although my actions flowed seamlessly, the injury at my waist was deep and profound. With each successive maneuver, I felt a piercing agony, the pain nearly unbearable, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. Even the sword in my hand quivered in response. However, Li Dakuai seized this opportunity, taking a swift step forward and delivering a powerful punch that struck my chest with a resounding thud. The force of his blow was tremendous, causing me to stagger backward, retreating rapidly. Yet, even in my retreat, my hand was not idle. I flicked my wrist, causing the drooping blade of my sword to blossom into a flurry of steel, aimed directly at Li Dakuai's abdomen. Having previously suffered from the sting of my heavenly sword, Li Dakuai was prepared this time. He swiftly stepped back and, with a powerful kick, struck the blade of my dragon spiral sword. Li Dakuai let out a chilling laugh and, with a sudden burst of speed, lunged toward me, sneering, "Tanchi, I'm afraid I must apologize." With that, his massive frame soared into the air, descending upon me like a mountain. Standing at an imposing height of 185 meters and weighing over 200 pounds, his sudden leap and subsequent fall promised an overwhelming force. Was this not enough to crush me to oblivion? Realizing this, I attempted to raise my sword to defend myself, but the earlier blow had left my right hand numb and unable to lift. A great shadow enveloped me, a feeling of dread settling in my heart. Just then, a fierce roar echoed through the air, and a white figure, like a bolt of lightning, charged from the distance, colliding with Lee Dakue midair. With a loud crash, Lee Dakue's formidable body was sent flying far away by the impact. The white tiger, however, also collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the creature was battered and bruised, with patches of charred fur, its internal energy nearly depleted from the earlier exertion. The sheer force of that last strike was too much to bear, and it began to fade from my sight. As the 10 Tigers technique was disrupted, I, as the practitioner, felt the backlash, a tumultuous wave of energy surging within me, as though a colossal weight pressed upon my chest, making it difficult to breathe. A metallic taste filled my mouth, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood. After expelling the blood, the pressure within me eased somewhat, and I swallowed hard, shakily rising to my feet. At that moment, Lee Dakue also climbed up from the ground. Spitting out blood and wiping the corner of his mouth, he coldly remarked, "Tanchi, I never expected you to have become this formidable. Life is truly unfair. While I have endured much pain to grow stronger, you seem to thrive effortlessly. Having acquired remarkable skills, it is truly enviable." In response, I remained silent, warily observing Lee Dakue and the corpse-like figure eyeing me with malice. Instinctively, I took a step back and addressed Lee Dakue. "Dakue, let it go. If you cease now, there is still time to turn back. But if you persist in this path, you will meet the same fate as your parents, becoming a mindless corpse, devoid of will and at the mercy of others." The old scoundrel seemed oblivious to how he had indoctrinated Lee Dakue. No matter how earnestly I pleaded, my words proved futile. In the end, Lee Dakue let out a sinister laugh and formed a hand seal. As he did so, the reanimated corpse emitted a low growl, and like a wild dog, it bared its teeth and lunged ferociously at me. Upon witnessing this, my heart raced, and I hastily retreated to evade the attack. However, Lee Dakue pursued me with relentless tenacity, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. In that moment, I found myself outnumbered, and the weight of the struggle began to overwhelm me. I lost track of time, and just as my strength waned and I could no longer wield the Panlong sword, Lee Dakue landed a punch squarely on my head, sending me crashing to the ground. Lying there, I felt an excruciating pain coursing through my body, an icy chill enveloping me as if death was imminent. In a haze, I could faintly hear Lee Dakue's malevolent laughter before he hoisted me up and swiftly made his way deeper into the forest. Where was Lee Dakue taking me? Was he truly intent on transforming me into a reanimated corpse? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread, darkness enveloped my vision, and I succumbed to unconsciousness.